The story begins. In a solemn cathedral, someone suddenly burst through the door, shouting, "He's here!" The man in the black cloak hurried over to report. "This place is no longer safe. We must retreat immediately." The white-haired man calmly asked, "Who is he?" The man in the black cloak replied, trembling, "Haven't you heard the rumors about Hemet Street? The werewolf butcher, the vampire hunter, the green demon lord, is leading his army of the undead here." His voice was filled with fear. "He won't spare the Black Order. No, he will kill us in the most brutal way." However, the white-haired man was unconcerned. "What's there to be afraid of? Don't we have a strongest holy knight order backing us?" The man in the black cloak clutched his head and screamed in terror. "No, the knight order you speak of," he hesitated, then gathered his courage to continue, "has been turned into an army of the undead by him, and they are heading straight for us." He raised his hand, and a stream of white light poured from his palm, slowly flying over the ranks of knights. The knights, as if empowered, roared in unison with great vigor. A bloody scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives unfolded. The army of the undead scrambled to crash into the glass wall, which finally couldn't withstand the pressure and gradually began to crack. In an instant, the glass shattered, and countless undead with faces craving to tear flesh poured in. The white-haired man was quickly pinned to the ground. The man in the black cloak was not so lucky, immediately being mauled by an undead, blood everywhere, screaming in absolute terror. "Ah, please." The white-haired man's face was drained of all color. "How can this be? These undead monsters. They should be obeying the commands of us necromancers." Just as he was about to crawl away and flee, a foot crushed his arm, making him scream in pain. "Ah." The white-haired man spoke incoherently in fear. "No matter what you do, God will save us. He will lead us to salvation." A gleaming gun barrel was pressed against his head. "Salvation?" he said coldly. "Then I shall grant it to you now." He closed his eyes, feeling the holy power gradually seeping into his flesh. A brilliant light enveloped the church, illuminating his cold face. "The Lord's blessing will guide you to hell." With that, a beam of white light shot from the gun barrel, sending the white-haired man to his grave. On a beautiful morning, a crowd was buzzing with discussion. "Have you heard the rumors about that exiled seventh prince? He is the disgrace of the Holy Empire. How could such a person be born in the Holy Empire ruled by the Holy Emperor? He is a shameless scum of society." "Do you know what happened to the Archbishop?" A frantic knocking sounded at the door. A bishop burst in, saw the two people inside, and shouted, "The Archbishop's daughter had that accident. The Archbishop, and he got into trouble. He should have been punished." But he vandalized the Archbishop's room. The clean walls were painted with the words "Slave of the Thorn Bush." This made the Holy Emperor fly into a rage. He was furious, and exiled him to the land of the dead. His Majesty exiled him there to reflect on his mistakes. But not only did he not reflect, he also did filthy things, then committed suicide because of his mistakes. Luckily, he didn't die. The strange thing is, after that, he seemed to become a different person. He worked diligently in the monastery, not causing any more trouble. The townspeople were all crazy about him, but many were curious why he had changed 180 degrees. A demon has possessed him, for him to dare do such blasphemous things. The prince has made a pact with a demon. I saw corpses wandering around the monastery, and many more. The rumors are flying everywhere. What do you think? I hope you're telling the truth. In front of him were several undead, one of which nodded at him, letting out a grunt. He stared at them blankly. An introduction panel appeared in midair. Alan Onfon, 16 years old, exiled 7th Prince, profession, necromancer. The undead remained obediently kneeling on the ground, their expressions extremely serious. Alan snapped his fingers, making the screen disappear, then thought in confusion, "Why does this thing keep appearing randomly?" He scratched his face and looked down. "I think those rumors started because you guys were seen." Alan sighed, his mind a tangled mess. "At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be convicted of heresy. What should I do now? Actually, I'm not Alan Onfon. I'm just an ordinary citizen of the Republic of Korea. But then I suddenly became this useless son of the Holy Emperor. When I transmigrated into this body, he was hanging himself. Luckily, it wasn't successful. Otherwise, what would I have done?" He pointed to the status panels appearing above the heads of the undead. "I can see status panels." Alan raised his hands to the sky. "And what's more, I have the abilities of a necromancer, so I used them to help me guard the graves." The undead, seeing they were useful, cheered joyfully. But he added, and now, this is considered heresy here. This statement made them immediately dejected. But Alan remained nonchalant. I wasn't used to it first, but I gradually got used to it. But maybe I should stop, right? The undead were bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. He lamented, we worked together quite well. Then he recalled the scene of them helping him dig graves, bury corpses, completing the entire process, while he just had to sit aside, command, and watch. The only thing he did was place the tombstone on top. Alan happily scratched his neck, thinking to himself, what a beautiful day. The undead howled, both moved and proud. But he then added another sentence, but I'm afraid we have to say goodbye. This left the undead stunned for a moment. After processing the information, they couldn't believe it and clutched their heads, angrily demanding justice. Alan quickly tried to soothe them. Calm down. He looked at the faces of the undead, criticizing, your mouse looks so gross. Then he picked up the shovel and confided, my past life was a bit complicated, it's hard to explain. I'll tell you about it later. But this time, I will try to live a quiet second life. A benevolent light radiated from his whole body. Maybe I can do it because you are here. This moved them to tears. Alan sighed. No good? The undead hurriedly gave a thumbs up to show their agreement. Seeing the answer, he gestured, then get to work. Elsewhere, two masked men were whispering. Did you hear that? The other one urged impatiently. Shut up, hurry up. He threatened. Do you want to die like them? Then urged. Hurry, go find the prince. Ask him how to save this cursed village. A pair of bloodshot red eyes suddenly opened, staring intently. A voice rang out. This is the last batch of corpses, right? The fat man, drenched in sweat, replied, yes, it seems only these few are left, huh? The other person confirmed, yeah, everyone has fled. Only corpses are left here. Then he turned to ask Alan, excuse me, may I invite you to come to the village with us? Alan was confused. Why? The two men scrambled to explain. The village is almost completely destroyed. I think if we go with His Highness the Prince, it will at least be safer. I also think the reason we're still normal now is because we often saw you while transporting the corpses. This left him a bit speechless, thinking to himself, an abandoned prince wouldn't have that kind of power. The two men leaned in closer, pleading with him, please, sir. They tried to persuade him, please, what if we get infected too? Alan was about to refuse, but the other person immediately cut in. We think it will be safer to be with you, he said with a blank face. There must be some misunderstanding. What do you want me to do? In the gloomy village, Alan stepped in a puddle and lamented. This village is really scary. Rio, trembling with fear, hid behind him. Isn't it? The water supply system has stopped working, so there are many deep puddles. Be careful, sir. The other one kept muttering. So dangerous, so scary. Alan got annoyed. Stop clinging to me. Rio was on the verge of tears, but we always have to carry a protective charm with us. Alan was helpless. Am I your protective charm? If I were you, I'd use this time to search another house. As he finished speaking, something flashed by very quickly. Alan, being sharp, noticed and asked, what was that just now? Rio was also on alert. There was something just now. The cowardly fat guy comforted himself. Don't scare us. It was probably just a rat. Then he cried out in horror. Hey, your highness. He stepped forward without hesitation. I'll go see what it is. This startled the other two. No, don't go. Don't go alone, sir. Alan frowned. Wary. I have a bad feeling. There's definitely something. It's a very ordinary existence, but it's emitting an incredibly vicious aura. Suddenly, a squeak startled him, and he whipped around. A rat crawled out a hole, letting out a squeak. He breathed a sigh of relief. What the heck? Then he let his guard down. It's just a rat. But its eyes suddenly turned blood red. Thousands of crazed rats rushed out, baring their sharp teeth, quickly crawling onto him. Alan frantically swung his staff. What the hell is this? Zombie rats? He swung his staff to knock them off. So these pests are the reason the village became like this. Alan angrily swung his shovel wildly. I'm begging you, get lost. A few of his swings caused a large crater to form in the ground, and the surrounding walls also cracked. The entire scene fell into a strange silence. A piece of cloth fell on his head. The agitated zombie rats let out a squeak. He was terrified, knowing he had provoked something he shouldn't have. Wait, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. They used their numbers to overwhelm him to the ground, and the shovel slipped from his hand because of it, falling into a nearby puddle. However, the shovel, as if by magic, suddenly began to glow, while Alan was still screaming desperately, "You damn things. Stop attacking me." He cursed in frustration. You want to kill me? A stream of pure water slowly flowed out from the cracks in the ground. The status panel displayed a notification. Using skill, Death Swamp. Alan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What swamp? The other two finally found him and asked, Your Highness, are you here? Why are there so many rats? The two exclaimed in amazement. The puddle of sewage has turned into holy water. How did you do that? Did you purify those rats? As expected of a prince of the Holy Empire, the plague was definitely caused by these rats. He cursed inwardly. What prince? I just discovered that besides raising the undead, I can also use other skills. I just use a necromancer skill, yet it had a purifying effect. This body is filled with holy power because it belongs to the grandson of the Holy Emperor, so it must have made my skill divine. A divine bloodline, a holy necromancer. So that's it. That's why those undead are so docile. One of the two men called out, catching his attention, and he looked up. A girl with a limp appeared. Rio exclaimed, I thought they were all dead, but there's a child over there. Oh my god, isn't that Latte? It's Latte from next door. They wave happily. Latte, come here. We're your parents. You're alive. That's great. Latte hid a sharp knife behind her back, slowly approached, then leaped up as fast as lightning to attack the two men. Soon facing Alan, he reacted in time, immediately blocking with a shovel. His hand holding the shovel gradually trembled under Latte's strength. Were you an undead? Alan swung his shovel, creating distance between them. No, judging from her use of tools, he could be certain she hadn't completely turned into a zombie. Latte's eyes were bloodshot and red, growling as she said something. Alan heard a few scattered words. Mom, Dad, where he clicked his tongue and blocked her attack once more. Holy power radiated from the shovel as Alan gritted his teeth and pushed. He saw the black aura emanating from her arm and speculated, it seems contact with holy power makes their bodies burn. If I attack again, she'll get hurt. In that case, Alan grabbed Latte's entire body and pushed her into the pool of holy water. She struggled in pain. He held her tightly, comforting her. Just endure it for a bit. I can't think of any other way. Latte continued to struggle violently, letting out a scream. Alan had no choice but to completely submerge her in the water. He had to use all his strength to hold her down, panting from exhaustion. Finally, Latte calmed down, soaking silently in the water, her red eyes slowly closing. Chief Balok and the villagers arrived at his place. We heard you purified the large rat nest that had taken over the village. We also heard you saved a child named Latte. Please help us too. Alan turned his back to them, casually flipping through a book. I didn't save anyone. The old man asked again, what? He closed the book and glanced coldly at the crowd, repeating, she's dead. The villagers were shocked. She's dead? Alan nodded. How am I supposed to save everyone? My bloodline is related to the Holy Emperor, but I don't have any powers. Everyone was disappointed and dejected. So what is our village to do? We traveled all this way, hoping you could save us. He sighed, feeling helpless, and asked, what did you hear that I saved someone? Someone started to speak. Rio suddenly burst through the door, calling out, Your Highness, he said excitedly. Latte's awake. Rio spoke cheerfully for a moment before noticing the atmosphere was a bit off. It's all thanks to you. I saw she was very tired, so I let her keep sleeping. He shrank back. It seems you have many visitors. After hearing this, the villagers all glared resentfully at Alan. You see, and you said she was dead. Alan's face darkened as he turned away, clicking his tongue. Have it your way. But he had to concede, standing up. It seems I can do it because my holy power is greater than yours. You have a big mouth, Rio. A villager, unable to stand his attitude. Cursed. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Alan pointed upwards, but I have a few conditions. He looked at the status window above Chief Balok, marveling. This is great. I can see through everything. Alan sighed again. You want my help, but you don't trust me, just because I'm a useless prince? He stated his conditions simply. I don't do charity. Bring money or items here. Also, repair the church for free. This whole place, Alan said as he put on his robe, it's all for the sake of your lives. But if you don't want to, an old hand reached out, we'll do it. But he added, there's one more important thing. The villagers were anxious. What now? Alan glanced at them, warning, this transaction, make sure it doesn't reach the ears of the Order of the Holy Knights. If the royal family finds out, I'll be in trouble. The villagers hurriedly assured him. Yes, the crowd gathered and whispered, isn't this a scam? Only he was immersed in joy. Finally, this church, considered a place of exile, is about to be useful. Yes, Chief Balok, representing the villagers, came to negotiate with him. The old man said there were 30 corpses in the village that had turned into zombies. It's possible. After getting a general grasp of the situation, he signaled to everyone, all right, everyone go get your gear. Everyone was bewildered. Alan picked up his shovel. You called me here to deal with zombies. Do you expect me to fight alone? His entire aura was gloomy, looking incredibly frightening. While I'm chanting the holy spell, you can throw some things. This scene scared the villagers, who screamed, "A demon! He's a demon!" A villager was saying when he suddenly heard a strange noise outside. He rushed out to look, then shouted loudly, "Zombies! They've caught up to us!" They've already caught up? The crowd hurriedly turned back, running towards Alan. "Hey, hurry, go to the warehouse and get equipment. If you have to, even throwing brooms is fine." The sunset sky was stained as red as blood. Ashen feet moved slowly, gradually revealing an entire army of zombies. He was startled. This isn't 30 corpses. Alan turned back to ask the chief. The old man stammered. Then he said nonchalantly, "My mistake. I couldn't see clearly while running away." He was furious. "Are you kidding me?" Soon the two sides clashed. A man tried to hit a zombie hard with a stick, but there were too many of them. Alan's group was nearly surrounded. A zombie lunged at him, but he blocked it. Alan skillfully activated the Death Swamp skill, and a stream gushed out, shooting straight at the nearest zombie. He used all his strength to hold them off. Using the skills wasn't the hard part. I was already a necromancer before coming here. To earn some pocket money, I once participated in a beta test for a virtual reality game. In that world, I chose the necromancer class. Unfortunately, I died from electrocution. After smelling burning flesh, I passed out, and when I woke up, I was here in this body. Luckily, the skills from the game were also transferred over. Alan thought to himself, "The inherent holy power in this body has changed my skills. It's so hard to control." He looked at the zombie knocked unconscious by the holy water he'd splashed, speculating. "Every time I use a skill, the holy power explodes. Can this be controlled?" Suddenly, a villager cried out, "I can't take it anymore." His face was pale, his whole body trembling. "I can't do it. I know there's zombies, but..." He choked up. "I see my wife over there. How can I bring myself to strike her?" The woman who had turned into a zombie quickly approached him. Tears streamed down his cheeks as her hand touched his face. It shrieked madly, preparing to lunge and tear into him. Alan appeared just in time, kicking that zombie away. It flew back, slamming into a nearby wall. The man shouted anxiously, "My wife." He coldly advised, "She's dead. Don't be dramatic." The man cried in anguish, "What would you know?" Alan raised his shovel, pointed at the horde of zombies, and yelled, "Look closely. Her body has rotted, and her soul is lost. If you want your wife to endure this suffering, then run away. If you don't," he turned back and shouted, "then stop crying. Hurry up and kill them." Another zombie lunged forward. Alan couldn't react in time and could only stare. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before his eyes. A figure descended from the sky, landing with a punch that cracked the surrounding ground and sent rubble flying. A piece of rock hit him while he was still trying to figure out what was happening. The person pushed themselves up, turned to look at Alan, and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" It turned out to be Latte. Autumn and winter are the seasons when plagues run rampant. I used to believe that all these things happened so we could be healthy when the new year arrived. I used to believe what my mother told me. Latte, pale-faced, ran while panting. She suddenly pushed open the door and shouted, "There's a huge swarm of rats outside." The moment she finished speaking, she witnessed a horrifying scene. They all had red eyes. Her father had turned into a monster and was eating her mother. Her mother, still lucid, signaled for Latte to run quickly. "Dad!" Latte trembled as she looked at the scene before her, calling out "Mom" in disbelief. Her father kept making strange, growling noises, forcing her to back away repeatedly. No. Now, even her mother had turned into a zombie. They both looked towards her, as if she were a plump piece of prey. I don't clearly remember what happened after that. The rats outside, my parents inside, they relentlessly hunted me. I grabbed anything I could get my hands on and slashed at them. Latte reached for a knife and hacked countless times at her parents. The growling still echoed in her ears. Latte sat by the window with a vacant gaze, listening to the sound around her. The people in my village all became very strange. The rats that once wanted to eat me now acted as if they didn't see me. Does that mean I become one of them too? I didn't care anymore because no one came to save me. She sat there, her eyes welling with tears. Maybe if just one person would come to save me. Latte recalled being pushed into the holy water by Alan, his voice echoing in her ear. "Endure it." His figure was blurry. Alan applied more force with his hands. "I can't think of any other way." She sank into the water and then suddenly woke up. Latte panted after the dream, thinking to herself, who was that? What was that memory? Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Oh, you're awake. Latte slowly sat up, holding her head in pain. Where am I? The woman explained. His Highness told me to take care of you. The zombies are still outside, so remember to stay quiet. She still hadn't processed everything. Thinking to herself, a prince? The zombies outside suddenly made a loud noise, and someone shouted, stop complaining and focus on killing them. Latte stared blankly out the window. Your Highness? Behind you. If only someone. Her eyes gradually regained their light, as if she had found a reason to live on. Save me. A sudden flash of light appeared. Latte, ignoring her injuries, jumped up and opened the window and leaped towards him to the rescue. Latte landed with immense power, shaking the ground around her. She pushed herself up on one knee, then turned back and asked, are you all right? Your Royal Highness? The two officially met. I will help them too. Alan was dumbfounded. Impossible. What is going on? Then he exclaimed in horror. How could she do all this by herself? Before him was a pile of neatly cleared zombies, stacked on top of each other. The villagers were all clamoring to praise her to the heavens. Alan was speechless. Go ahead and praise her, even though I was the one holding them back. He breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps I purified her correctly before she completely turned into a zombie. And that's what gave her this power. Then he resigned himself to it, thinking, what about my own abilities? I don't even understand them myself. Alan stepped forward to take command. Let's pause for a moment. Now we have to deal with your family members. He continued, I know everyone is tired, but it's best to put an end to this. They've suffered enough. We need to set them free. Hearing this, the villagers were a bit dejected and regretful. Alan looked at everyone and comforted them. I will also use a purification ritual to help. The ritual is very simple. It's holding a funeral for the deceased, praying for them to rest in peace, so their souls will no longer be lost and can pass on. He opened his eyes, adding silently to himself, this is also part of the reason I was exiled here. Alan looked up, watching the souls float away. In the land of the dead, zombies naturally resurrect all the time. They need someone to handle it. He stared into the void, lost in thought. Alan walked while rubbing his chin, recalling. Looking back at the whole incident, it still feels very unusual. I've never seen any records of a village being destroyed so quickly. He wondered, it's still too early for a zombie wave to occur. Yes. Alan called out, Chief. Chief Baylock turned and replied, yes. He asked, is everything still all right in the village? Was there anything strange or bizarre? The old man respectfully replied, no, there was nothing like that. He continued, the plague began about a month ago. Alan muttered, in that case, this plague was intentional. Could it be a necromancer? The chief's face turned pale upon hearing this. Then he shouted, a necromancer? A god of death spreading plagues? Someone who sold their soul to a demon? This made him a little embarrassed. No, I was just talking to myself. Chief Baylock said loudly, just the thought of someone like that being nearby makes me sick. Alan's face darkened, and he covered his ears. Sorry for making you sick. He looked at everyone, thinking to himself, if my hypothesis is correct, then the one controlling these zombies must be nearby. But I don't know how to find that person. Then Alan returned to his room, opened the door, then immediately collapsed onto the bed, letting out a sigh of contentment. His eyes grew heavy. I'll just rest for a bit. Organizing the funeral was really exhausting. The next morning, a piercing scream woke him up. Alan shot up, his eyes half open, pulled open the window, and asked, what's going on so early in the morning? A few shouts rang out. Kidnapping! Kidnapping! The zombies kidnapped someone. Alan was instantly wide awake. Stunned. Huh? Alan stepped out and asked the villagers, the zombies kidnapped a person? Everyone replied with grave faces. Yes, we saw it clearly. I saw it. He recalled. They took advantage of everyone being exhausted after working all night to make their move. Suddenly, there was a scream, and everyone turned in shock. What is it? A girl was being carried away, screaming for help. Please save me. Zombies. The villagers panicked. Wait. Morian. Alan wondered, who is Morian? The man scratched his head and introduced, she's the herbalist. She often helps the villagers here, and she also helps treat the injured. Alan interrupted. Do I know her? The man avoided his gaze, saying shyly, she's a beauty, and she even rejected a prince's confession. At this point, he was helpless. It's that story again. The other person couldn't help but want to continue. Moreover, because of that humiliation, you even once. Alan quickly stopped him. I remember. Don't say any more. This is so embarrassing. The man summarized. Anyway, we need to form a search party to bring her back. He thought irritably, these bastards, aren't they only this eager because she's beautiful? Alan's face also darkened, but I'll have to go see for myself too. This is the first time I've heard of zombies kidnapping people. I have to confirm what happened. Yes. He put on his coat and asked, can the tracks be followed? The man suggested, our village's hunter, Han, can probably help you. Alan agreed. All right, then let's go right away. A few villagers enthusiastically replied, yes. He signaled for the man named Han to hurry over. Alan suddenly noticed Charlotte standing to one side. She came closer, silently staring at him. He quickly moved away, not forgetting to steal a glance at her, guessing, what's wrong? Could it be that she still hates me for pushing her into the water? Then he loudly signaled for everyone to hurry up. If we don't hurry, she might become the zombie's lunch. The two men hurriedly followed. Yes. Charlotte was startled, wanted to say something, but it was too late. Voices echoed throughout the forest. Their tracks are easy to find. We're sure they went in here. The two villagers followed behind, quite relaxed, no doubt about it. Well done, Han, Alan praised. He stood before the cave entrance, deep in thought. His skill at hiding tracks isn't bad either. This cave is filled with evil energy. It wouldn't be impossible to say this place is teeming with zombies, or that this is the source of the plague. Although some places naturally emit evil energy, considering the zombies' actions, it's highly likely there's a mastermind behind it. In that case, Alan muttered, should we just burn this place down? The man hurriedly stopped him. Sir, Morian is still in there. He replied indifferently, oh, all right. He pointed inside and said, but this place looks very suspicious and gloomy. In here, the zombies' enhancement effect will be much stronger. If all of us go in just to save one woman, I'm afraid we'll become a feast for them. Hearing this, the group looked troubled. So how are we supposed to save Morian? But Alan advised, let's just prepare thoroughly and come back. Of course, if we do that, the chances of Morian still being alive will decrease significantly. Suddenly, a growl echoed from behind. He turned around, startled. What? An extremely ferocious bear appeared before him, baring its sharp teeth, preparing to lunge and tear him apart. A bloody scene unfolded. Alan was caught off guard, bitten by the bear. He screamed in pain. Seeing this, the villagers rushed forward. Prince, he gritted his teeth, using all his strength to push it away, but it was useless against its power. He was dragged into the cave by it. Everyone hurriedly gave chase. Alan realized this bear was also a zombie. The bear threw him down a cliff. Cornered, he immediately swung his shovel, unleashing the skill death swamp. A water-like illusion attacked the zombie bear, causing it to scream in pain as if it were being butchered. Alan fell to the ground, immediately placing his hand on the wound, casting a healing skill. Evil Curse. As the water touched the wound, it gradually healed. He calculated. As expected, this is a recovery skill. My holy power is almost depleted. But in a situation like this, having a healing skill on hand is much more convenient. Alan slowly stood up, turning to look at the giant bear. The status window displayed the information. Gluttony King. Age unknown. Traits. Tearing, crushing, clawing, disemboweling. Status. Enhanced by a progenitor necromancer. He suddenly understood. Enhanced by a progenitor necromancer? No wonder it took a hit from holy water and is still standing. But if it's being controlled by a progenitor necromancer, this is going to be a pain. Alan was a bit dejected and helpless. How am I supposed to win against the bear? Before he could even think, the Gluttony King immediately charged forward to attack, startling him. It slammed into him, knocking him to the ground, then quickly raised its sharp claws, preparing to tear him to shreds. Charlotte appeared out of nowhere, stabbing a dagger straight into the Gluttony King's eye. It roared in pain, then swung violently, throwing Charlotte back. Alan came to his senses and realized it was Charlotte. Has she been following me this whole time? No, that's not important right now. He signaled to Charlotte, stall that damn thing. She thought she misheard and asked again, but she couldn't stall it for long before being thrown aside, sprawling on the ground. Its fist swung down, but luckily Charlotte was nimble enough to roll aside and dodge the attack. The Gluttony King roared madly. The moment it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, Charlotte seized the opportunity, stabbed her dagger into its mouth, then used all her strength to push deeper, slicing a long gash from its mouth down its neck. The Gluttony King was slashed and fell to one side, hitting the cave wall, unable to get up for a moment. Alan held out his hand. Thanks for buying me time to use my skill. Charlotte replied unconsciously, no, I should be the one thanking you. But when she saw his purple, corpse-like hands, she froze. A series of questions flashed through her mind. What is this? Isn't this Lord Alan? Could it be he's turned into a zombie? Impossible? The time was too short. Was he bitten by that zombie bear? What on earth is happening? Why are his hands ashen? What's with this zombie arm? Shaking hands with a zombie? He thought calmly. As expected, this is how we should join this battle. A few zombies crawled up from the ground. Charlotte didn't understand what was happening. Alan gave a strange, incomprehensible smile. Standing amidst the zombies he controlled, he said decisively, "With these numbers, it doesn't stand a chance." The Gluttony King was surrounded by the zombies, letting out an angry roar. "It's over." Cracks appeared on the cave ceiling, and a stream of black smoke snaked through them. The Gluttony King was still raging, its eyes beginning to bleed. It attacked the zombies with its claws, and soon 2 zombies were sent flying into the cliff wall, sending rock fragments flying. But there were still zombies that dodged the attack, charging straight ahead. A hand emerged from under the Gluttony King's feet. Then more hands crawled up from the ground, all targeting the roaring Gluttony King. Alan observed the situation, sweating from exhaustion, and sighed. That bear killed quite a few people for me to be able to summon so many zombies. Alan looked at the scene of the zombies frantically tearing at a bear, thinking to himself, "It's much stronger than my zombies." But in the end, the Gluttony King's once sharp teeth were now stained with blood, and its face was also marked with zombie scratches. It approached Alan, opening its mouth full of flesh and blood. A drop of blood fell to the ground. The Gluttony King suddenly froze, as if something was stopping it from getting close to Alan. A dagger flew straight into the Gluttony King's head, causing it to stick out its tongue and fall down dead on the spot. Charlotte had been one step ahead. She had finished off the bear with just a single dagger to its head, which somewhat surprised Alan, who was standing behind. Alan, in the back, widened his eyes, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, the outcome of this battle was already obvious. Alan turned away, covering his face with one hand, but was quickly spotted by Charlotte. She sat down, pulling the dagger from the bear's head, looked at Alan and said, "Prince." Charlotte saw that Alan's face was a bit haggard, stood up, and offered her hand to support Alan. She said, "Are you all right? Let me help you." Alan, his face covered in sweat from exhaustion, said, "I'm fine. I just used a little too much holy power." He looked at the chaotic scene of smoke, dust, and scattered corpses before him, his face darkening as he thought, "Why are you here? Did you come to beat me up?" Alan looked at Charlotte and asked, Charlotte, I've accidentally let you see my full power." Hearing this, Charlotte looked at him, confused. In Charlotte's eyes, Alan's expression became gentle, his eyes sparkled, and he said softly, "I want to live a quiet life, so could you keep this a secret between us?" Charlotte's eyes widened, looking at Alan and saying, "Prince," but in reality, Alan's face was purple, drenched in sweat, looking somewhat playful. He thought to himself, "I won't bother you anymore. Just leave me alone." Charlotte supported Alan with one hand, holding her dagger in the other, and said confidently, "You are my savior, so I will obey any of your wishes." Alan looked at Charlotte, 2 question marks appearing above his head. He said, "Savior? Me?" Alan asked, "Why would you think that?" At that moment, on the cliff behind them, a few figures appeared. One of them called out loudly, "Prince." Charlotte, Han, and the others ran over, holding torches. He said worriedly, "Charlotte, why did you jump down there?" "Prince, are you all right? We brought tools to explore this cave." Han slid down from a not-so-high cliff on a rope. Alan and Charlotte looked at the people before them. Alan thought to himself, "I'm fine. You guys can just go up. They won't be of any help." Han quickly ran up to the 2 of them. He said, "Who killed these zombies and this bear?" They looked at the corpses of the bear and the zombies on the ground. Han said, "Was it the 2 of you? That bear is called the Gluttony King. We don't know how many people it's killed." Charlotte said, flustered, that?" Alan said, "I think there seems to be a progenitor necromancer in this cave." The gazes of Charlotte and Han both fell on Alan. Han said, "Huh?" Alan calmly closed his eyes and said, "This progenitor and necromancer wanted to turn this place into his base and killed the bear that originally lived here. By the time we arrived, they were already dead." Han found this very reasonable. He said, Then Han went over to the others, happily telling them, "That makes sense. A progenitor necromancer. How scary." Alan looked at them, thinking to himself how gullible they were. They're so simple-minded. Alan thought silently. In any case, that woman named Morian is probably already dead. He thought of the mysterious person who had used magic to control the Gluttony King. The progenitor necromancer wants to use her to lure us in, intending to use that bear to kill more people. Han stood there with his arms crossed, looking at him in confusion, and asked, "What should we do?" Alan lowered his head, panting as he said, "We go deeper inside." Han asked again, "Are you sure?" Alan raised his head, let out a long breath, and said, "I'm sure." At this moment, Alan's expression looked incredibly cunning, even a bit despicable. He smirked and said, I want to see just how strong this progenitor necromancer is. He observed the scene before him and said, everything is still going quite smoothly. Let's go. In the dark cave, there was only a faint glimmer of light from a crack in the rock. Occasionally, a drop of water would trickle down the rock wall into a puddle below. Ahead, there was a brightly lit exit leading outside. Alan, Han, and the others hid behind a large boulder, observing. Han looked at the scene before them and said, Prince. Over there, Han pointed to the girl tied to the rock wall, with countless papers drawn with all sorts of shapes in front of her. That's Morian. Han and two others rushed forward, saying worriedly, Morian, we're here to save you. Alan held his shovel, and Charlotte followed behind. He asked in confusion, Huh? Alan showed a rather surprised expression, thinking to himself, she's still alive? The progenitor necromancer is using her as bait. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill her? At this moment, Alan began to use his ability. He opened his eyes wide, a blue light flashing within them. He said, she might actually be Morian. She looked at Alan and asked, Prince? Her face was smeared with dirt, and her eyes were welling up with tears. She said joyfully, Are you all here to save me? Alan didn't answer, rushing straight forward and smashing the shovel hard against Morian's head. The unexpected blow deformed one side of Morian's face, and she coughed up blood, falling to one side. The onlookers were all stunned, their mouths agape as they watched Morian fall. They said, Prince. Han's team and Charlotte looked at Alan. Alan looked at Morian lying on the ground and sneered. Alan's gaze was as cold as ice. He looked down indifferently at Morian and said, I should have used the sharper end to strike you. How careless of me. One of them ran up to check on Morian. Morian, are you all right? Han stood next to Alan, turning to him in fear and asked, What's wrong, Prince? Alan leaned on his shovel and glanced over, asking, What? Alan said, I've seen everything. A status panel interface appeared before his eyes. Morgana, 63 years old. Specializations: seduction, spirit summoning, dissection, cursing, assassination. Status: extremely anxious and agitated. The system's vision focused on the injured Morgana lying on the ground. He looked emotionlessly at the people before him, thinking to himself, Morian wasn't the bait. Morgana said weakly, Prince. She sat up, looking tremblingly at Alan, and said, There must be some misunderstanding. Alan stood before her, holding the shovel, and said bluntly, I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say. Don't be fooled by her, Alan said. She is the progenitor necromancer. This statement stunned everyone, who cried out in disbelief. Alan continued, From her name to her age, it's all fake. Hearing this, Morgana's face immediately darkened, her anxiety showing clearly. She denied it. No, it's not true. She opened her eyes wide and shouted at Alan. The progenitor necromancer brought me here and tortured me. Alan turned his face away, saying perfunctorily, He turned back to look at Morgana and said, You think they'll believe you just because you act innocent? Then he used his spiritual power to take out a glass vial with a seal containing a sparkling blue liquid, incredibly beautiful. He held it in his hand and said, In that case, drink this vial of holy water. He raised the vial to his face, Morgana's face visible through the glass. He said, If you're a progenitor necromancer, your internal organs will melt. But if you're a normal person, this is the best medicine. Your wounds will heal instantly. Alan approached Morgana, his tall figure pressuring her. Her face turned pale, and she stammered, trying to refuse. Please don't give me something so precious. Alan said, It is indeed very precious, so, seeing Alan closing in, Morgana was so scared she broke out in a sweat. He brought the vial before her, his aura menacing. He widened his eyes, grinned slyly, and said, Drink up. Morgana was overwhelmed by Alan's killing intent. Her expression turned ugly, her pupils shrinking until they almost disappeared, and sweat poured down like rain. She thought to herself, my disguise was clearly perfect. She recalled the scene in the village. When disguised as Morian, she had smiled and talked with the villagers. No one suspected anything for a whole year in the village. So how did this damn prince find out? Morgana thought of the scene where Alan and Charlotte confronted the Gluttony King, thinking, what kind of power does he have to be able to destroy that bear? Seeing Morgana silent, Alan started to get impatient. He held the vial of holy water, pointing his other hand straight at Morgana, and said irritably, Oh ho, not drinking? Alan kept pointing at Morgana, scolding. The prince is bestowing a gift upon you. Aren't you going to receive it with both hands? Morgana sat on the ground, her face dark, and said, You? Alan couldn't hear clearly and said, What? Morgana's eyes began to glow red, and a dark magical energy gradually transformed her youthful face into that of a wrinkled old woman. She said, I was originally planning to eliminate you during the death wave. Something suddenly flew swiftly towards Alan, causing him to be unable to dodge, and the vial of holy water in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. From the ground, skeletal and even rotting, hands continuously emerged, densely packed. Morgana said, Your actions now will only make you die faster, Prince. She chanted a spell, summoning countless skeleton soldiers to advance. Morgana began to stand up. She looked at Alan, her face full of hatred, and said, I was originally going to let you live a little longer. Morgana confidently controlled the skeleton soldiers, glaring at Alan. Her mouth opened so wide that a few drops of saliva flew out. But today you will die here. But unfortunately for her, before the skeleton soldiers could even touch Alan, he smashed their heads with his shovel, shattering their skulls. Alan immediately swung his shovel, saying confidently, Who gave you permission to speak to me in that arrogant tone? Get lost, you brute, while I'm still willing to reason with you. Morgana looked at Alan, stunned into silence. The other skeleton soldiers, seeing their comrades so thoroughly beaten, began to cower, not daring to approach Alan. Morgana couldn't believe it. She opened her eyes wide and said, What? While she was distracted, Charlotte quickly rushed in from behind. Soon, Morgana was pinned to the ground by Charlotte. She screamed in pain. In her hand, she still held the dagger, stained with the Gluttony King's blood. Alan, holding the shovel in one hand and a wailing, beaten skeleton in the other, walked up to Morgana and said, Good job, Charlotte. Morgana never expected things to turn out this way, saying, What the hell is this? Pinned tightly to the ground by Charlotte, Morgana shouted, What in the world are you? How could you do that to my skeleton soldiers? That shovel is the source of your power, isn't it, Prince? Alan dropped the skull in his hand and leisurely approached Morgana. He smiled and said, That's right, this shovel has been quite formidable lately. Morgana screamed, That can't be just an ordinary shovel. It must be a holy relic. Alan plunged the shovel straight into the ground, looked down at Morgana, and said, Still worrying about such things now? Alan's voice deepened, laced with a cold glint. Why don't you worry about yourself first? Charlotte's face was filled with killing intent as she pressed the dagger against Morgana's neck, making her hair stand on end. Her face began to turn purple, cold sweat broke out, and she glanced at the dagger. A moment later, a light shone down, and Morgana was tied up again. One of her eyes was swollen shut, and her face was bruised. She said, My name is Morgana. I am 63 years old, and I am a progenitor necromancer. The three men behind her heard this and stared at Morgana with their mouths agape. Alan said, Still not planning to confess all your sins? Morgana's face showed clear evasion. Morgana was tied and kneeling on the ground, with Charlotte guarding her from behind and Alan in front. She said loudly, I'll tell you who wanted me to eliminate you, so don't kill me. Alan looked at Morgana and said, You mean someone ordered you to do these things? Morgana looked anxious and said uncomfortably, That's right. My mission was to lure you in, then fake your death as a suicide. Hearing Morgana's words, Alan had a sudden realization. So it wasn't that she was seeking death, but she was forced. But looking at it from a practical standpoint, Alan crossed his arms, appearing somewhat indifferent. He thought, So she's not that pathetic after all, what a surprise. Morgana looked at the dazed Alan, thinking to herself, Why does he look so cold? Morgana's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. She looked at Alan and said, It was the Dark Order that told me to kill the Holy Emperor's 7th grandchild. Morgana lowered her head, smiling resignedly as she said, Furthermore, from that bear, I can tell that you are also a progenitor necromancer. If the Order finds out, they won't leave you alone for long. Alan moved closer and said, Aha, so you saw me, didn't you? Alan added, Then it seems we have no choice but to kill her, Charlotte. Charlotte replied, Yes. The blade was already pressed against Morgana, terrifying her to the extreme. With Charlotte's knife against her, Morgana raised her head to look at Alan and said, Wait, that was just a slip of the tongue. I'll keep it a secret. Besides, I'll tell you everything about the Dark Order. Alan rushed forward and slapped Morgana, sending her falling backward. He said, If you're willing to tell me everything so easily, it proves your information is worthless. Morgana fell to the ground, trembling and groaning in pain. Alan walked behind her. The villagers will decide your fate. At this moment, behind Morgana, 3 pairs of murderous eyes were staring intently at her. Alan said, There are many people here who have lost their loved ones because of you. Alan continued, You should pay the price for your crimes. She struggled to turn around and said, Wait. Before she could finish, Morgana was dragged away. She screamed, "Spare me." "Spare you?" Alan stood next to Han and asked calmly, "How do you plan to deal with her?" Han watched Morgana being dragged away and said, "Her punishment will be commensurate with the crime she has committed." Han's face darkened as he said, "Her death will be very painful. Then we will throw her in the forest." Han thought of the hungry wolf pack in the forest and the scene of Morgana being torn apart by them. Wild beasts will devour her corpse, and what's left will turn into an undead. For a progenitor necromancer who desecrated the dead, isn't such an end very fitting? Alan looked to Han, then said, He thought to himself, truly a brutal medieval era. Charlotte came up to Alan's side from behind. Alan mused. Sunset fell upon the desolate forest. Alan thought to himself, the Dark Order. Alan pulled out a stack of old and musty books. While in the cave, he had secretly hidden these books in his storage space. Alan said, "Although I can't understand everything, I still successfully stole a few books from the progenitor necromancer." He held up the books as if showing off his spoils. Alan leaned against the window frame and opened a book. He thought, as a progenitor necromancer, it would be great if I could talk to spirits, but I probably can't learn that skill here. He turned a page. Let's see. Alan suddenly recalled what Morgana said when she revealed her true form. He thought, now that I think about it, she mentioned something about a death wave. He propped his leg on the window frame, flipping through the book while thinking, I need to read up on the death wave and this assassination attempt too. But while reading the book, Alan recalled the images of his siblings, those princes and princesses. Could be my siblings behind this scheme? Alan leaned against the wall reading, thinking to himself, at this rate, who would even see me as a prince? So they probably want to eliminate me to compete for the throne. Alan closed the book, looked at his hand resting on the cover, and said, a power struggle, is it? He hugged the book to his chest, his bright eyes welling up with a few tears, then smiled and said, how complicated. Is this what royal life is like? What if I really get killed? Should I find some mercenaries? Alan continued to think. For now, I still have to improve the proficiency of those other skills. But he didn't notice that not far away, someone was sitting, quietly listening to everything he had just said. Charlotte sat on a chair, hearing everything Alan said. She thought, His Highness will be assassinated? Charlotte's body unconsciously slid off the chair. She continued to think, everyone says he has changed. Charlotte recalled the first time she saw Alan through the window. He was only about my height, but he always took the initiative to fight. Charlotte thought of the image of Alan fighting alone with a shovel in the gloomy forest. In this incident alone, he saved so many people and even organized funerals for the deceased. Charlotte recalled what Rio had told her, which had greatly surprised her. Charlotte, while you were bedridden, it was His Highness who took care of your parents' bodies. Tears began to roll down Charlotte's cheeks. She stood up, her hands clenched tightly. Charlotte quietly looked at Alan from behind, thinking to herself, he is my parents' benefactor. I want to thank him, but that's not enough. But Charlotte realized that His Highness was surrounded by danger. He needed a shield to protect himself. She turned her head and saw several books placed on the ground. She saw a white-covered book with exquisite golden patterns, titled Royal Swordsmanship Guide. She thought, if that's the case, Charlotte picked up the book and looked down at it. To protect this great prince. She hugged the book tightly to her chest with both hands, a determined look on her face as she thought, I must become stronger. At the same time, the great Prince Charlotte had just mentioned was sitting by the window, breathing on the glass, and then doodling on it, looking incredibly childish. According to known information, the undead evolve over time. Once an undead's corpse decomposes, they turn into skeletons. But if they can keep their bodies intact, they will evolve into a stronger version, ghouls. From ghouls to Dullahan, from Dullahan to vampires. The higher the level of evolution, the more intelligent and powerful they become. When demonic creatures are in the dark, the magical power contained in the darkness will make them evolve faster. That is why they always crave stronger magical power. Therefore, the goal of all undead is the land of the dead. To prevent warm weather from decomposing their corpses, they will move to darker and colder places. When autumn turns to winter during the cold period, their instinct to seek the land of the dead is very strong. This is called the death wave. December 25th, the coldest day of the death wave, is also the day the monarch of the land of the dead, Amon, passed away, the day the undead hordes simultaneously seek the land of the dead to reclaim their lives. There is only a short time left until the death wave. Alan knew that which intended to use these undead to kill him. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Highness." Charlotte said, "Please give me the book. I will help you put it back in its place." He quickly handed her the book. "Ah, all right, here you go." Alan felt confused. "I didn't even ask, but she comes to the church every day. Besides arranging books, she also cleans, tends to the cemetery, and prepares food, all without accepting any payment. Is it okay for me to just let this be? Whatever. When she gets bored, she'll leave on her own. I heard Rio has adopted her, so she has a home to go back to. That rude guy may look scruffy, but he's not a bad person." Suddenly, a troop of soldiers approached, their gazes sharp. Alan was quite surprised. This orange-haired man is Hammond Dien, vice commander of the Apprentice Holy Knights. Swordsmanship of the Holy Family, protection of him. He spoke up. "I heard you captured the witch Morgana." Alan commented, "Not even a greeting, just straight to the point. They completely see me as an exiled prince. Moreover, if he's heard news about me, there's an 80% chance these bastards were sent to monitor me." Alan said irritably, "That's right, the villagers and I captured her together. So what? Do you have a problem with that?" Hammond explained, "We just came to confirm, but it seems the incident is true. You fought to protect the villagers. Used a farm tool to kill the Gluttony King. And a man named Rio used holy water to kill 30 undead and repel the witch. That's what the farmer told me. I just praised Rio for being a good person less than 5 minutes ago." He was quite surprised. "Actually, I thought it was just an exaggeration, but looking at the traces of this fierce battle, what he said must be true." Alan thought to himself, "Hey, if you're a holy knight, you shouldn't be so gullible." Hammond asked, "Do you know that Morgana belongs to the Dark Order?" Alan said honestly, "Oh, I heard her mention it." She acted as if that order was so mysterious. "Turns out everyone knows about it." He nodded. "Yes, because it is an extremely cruel organization. To date, Morgana alone has destroyed 5 villages. And here I was, unknowingly toying with her in the palm of my hand." Hammond asked curiously, "So, did you really eliminate her?" Alan replied, "Didn't you hear? She was beaten to death, and her body was thrown away." He persisted, "So, was it by your own hand, Your Highness?" Alan shook his head. "How could it be me? I don't have that kind of strength." He thought to himself, "It's true that I subdued her, but revealing my power would do me no good. The villagers also lent a hand, so I'll just go along with Rio's bragging." Alan feigned exhaustion. "I was just there. I was so scared I wet my pants." Hammond also nodded. "Yes, just thinking about it is disgusting." Hammond stubbornly asked, "Then you must know about the witch's magic books?" Alan feigned surprise. "Books?" "Yes, we were supposed to retrieve all the dark magic books, but for some reason, her bookshelf was empty. The culprit had gathered everything into storage and was sitting there, laughing to himself." Alan said, "Perhaps the villagers found the books too evil and burned them all. You can go ask them." Hammond nodded. "All right, thank you. There's another matter that is just as important. This is the reward for capturing Morgana, 80 gold coins. The bounty for capturing her is quite substantial." Alan enthusiastically took the money. "This is all just what I should do," Hammond reminded him. "Please also remember to share it with the villagers." He smiled smugly. "Of course. From the books to the money, what a stroke of luck." Alan picked up a few gold coins and kissed them over and over. Hammond spoke up. "My mission here is complete. Your Highness, please allow me to take my leave. Please pack your belongings." This sentence startled Alan. Alan asked why. "I've already been exiled. Do you want to exile me again?" Hammond sighed. "The death wave is coming, isn't it? We will escort Your Highness away from here." Alan was very surprised. "Because I'm a prince, they still care about me?" He asked curiously, "If we're evacuating, can I return to the palace? Or go to the warm south?" Hammond shook his head. "Neither. You will accompany us to the Lonia domain." Alan didn't understand. "That place is about half a day's journey from here. We're still in the land of the dead. What's the point of going there?" Hammond denied it. "No, there's a point. The Lonia domain is a fortress built to fight against the death wave. To fight the undead in the death wave. We have gathered soldiers and prisoners." He was stunned as he realized. Could it be? The guard admitted, "That's right. Many people will be sacrificed. Please preside over the funerals at the Lonia domain." Janet Laban, 43 years old, Lord of Lonia, a Viscount. Characteristics: gentle, talkative, benevolent. He asked, "Your Highness, how are you feeling?" He answered honestly, "Not good at all." He asked, "Was your journey very arduous?" "Yes. Riding in a carriage is terribly uncomfortable." Janet asked the person next to him, "Oh, right. And who are these two?" They introduced themselves as a servant and a great man. Alan was surprised. They treat an exiled prince like me so well. "All right." He waved his hand. "Stop chatting. Take me to my room." Janet replied cheerfully, "Yes." It's just that Alan's mind was still in turmoil. But why did I have to come here? The Lonia domain is in the land of the dead, and also has the nickname Sacrificial Fortress. The reason for this nickname is because this place gathers sacrifices used to appease the wrath of the undead. The city walls surrounding this land can only hold back the death wave. They must fight the undead for a month to see the spring after the death wave passes. Alan asked curiously, do all the prisoners fight on the front lines? Hammond confirmed, that's right. You just need to help us treat the wounded and conduct the funerals. After hearing this, Alan thought it was acceptable. Oh, I think I can do it. But after hearing the statistics, he immediately froze. Every year, there are at least 2,000 to 3,000 casualties. Alan asked, trembling, is there anyone to help me? Hammond replied, there are about 80 priests who can perform the purification rites. The soldiers will assist you with the funerals, so don't worry. A few might die from overwork, but that's fine. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached. Alan shouted, oh, my lord. He yelled, wine. I need to drink wine. Huh? Janet was startled. What's wrong? Alan threw a tantrum. Without wine, I can't stand this situation. I'd rather die from drinking too much than die from exhaustion. He ordered, Charlotte, go hang out with Rio. Charlotte nodded. Yes. Alan emphasized, remember to come back before the death wave begins. They quickly left. Yes, sir. Alan tried to act like an incompetent person. Because you all have to protect me. He slammed the door shut with a bang. I'm going to rest. Charlotte thought, please trust me, Prince. Hammond thought dejectedly, what matured prince? In the room, Alan sighed. All right, that was a good act just now. Of course, I'm not going to drink anything. Alan touched the wine bottle. The color of the wine began to change, the liquid in the bottle gradually turning emerald green. He held up the bottle and mused, to get through this ordeal, I'll need holy water at the very least. So I filled this bottle with holy water, treating it like an energy drink. Infusing energy into water like this is also a way to train my power. Suddenly, Alan noticed something, that there's also a gun here. I read in a book that guns exist in this world, but who knew they were so common? Because in this world, no one specializes in using guns. The reason people prefer melee weapons over guns is that in a world full of monsters, guns are only for display. To be precise, people here don't use gunpowder, but only magical power. Guns can be used by infusing them with magical power or holy water, but this consumes a huge amount of magical power. Therefore, even a trained mage can only fire 5 shots at most. It takes 5 minutes to create a single magic bullet. No wonder they've become antiques. In movies, you only need 1 shot to the head to kill a zombie. What a pity. He fiddled with the gun. Create a bullet like this? Aim at the undead. And bang, he had successfully created a bullet with holy power, activating divine energy. I'm screwed. There was a commotion outside. Wait, Your Highness the Prince. What was that sound? Hammond's expression was extremely grim. The soldiers murmured amongst themselves. The vice commander's expression doesn't look good. They comforted each other. He's probably just affected by this death wave. Someone else said, I think it's more because of the 7th prince. Suddenly, Hammond spoke up, his face dark. Do I have to remind you? Instead of gossiping, why don't you go supervise the prisoners? They were startled. No need, sir. Then they quickly dispersed. Hammond thought they weren't wrong. The 7th prince? Yesterday, I heard a very loud noise. Alan stuck his head out of the room and said pretentiously, don't peek into the room of a teenager going through a sensitive phase. You're invading my privacy. What privacy? Hammond was annoyed with Alan. This bastard. He must have broken something again. A bastard is still a bastard. But the villagers clearly said that after his failed suicide attempt, he had changed a lot, as if he had amnesia. He had fulfilled his duties at the cemetery and even stood up to face the undead alone. He saved us. Hammond didn't understand. The villagers saying such unbelievable things. It was ridiculous. He must have threatened them. When the knights arrive, remember to answer properly. Got it? How could that bastard defeat a necromancer on the same level as Morgana? It seems that person named Rio is very strong. The misunderstanding is getting deeper. Hammond thought, I should write a letter of recommendation for him to take the night examination. A strange sound was heard. Could it be the prisoners fighting? He turned and shouted, Hey, you lot, the battle is about to happen. What are you still doing? But when Hammond saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be astonished. Over there, Alan was cornering some knights, coldly asking, Don't you know who I am? After arriving at the Lonia domain, people started dying from plague and forced labor. Alan was doing cleanup work. He complained, Damn it, no wonder they treated me so well. Turns out they want me to work myself to death. He wore a strange outfit, with a beak mask enchanted with magic to resist poison on his chest. Why isn't it time yet? It seems the undead refused to come. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey you, the one who just looked up. Why don't you come take a break? This person was Hey Hetron, son of Count Hetron. He looked at Alan arrogantly. You don't look like an academy student. Alan, academy? Hay sneered contemptuously. What? Didn't you come here for breaking the rules? Although those rich kids can easily get pardoned. Clearly, he's just a country bumpkin from the outskirts. Alan sneered coldly. These bastards. Hay's lackeys also chimed in. If you want to live peacefully, you'd better listen to young Master Hay. That's right, he's the son of Count Hetron. He sneered and said, if I didn't need to find another servant, I wouldn't have come here. Hay pointed at Charlotte. Someone like her is very suitable. Is she your servant? Anyway, at the academy, I've run into a beautiful bitch like you before. I said I'd take care of you, but you got scared and ran away. So in the end, I had to take action. Alan thought with contempt, disgusting piece of shit. I'd rather dig holes than associate with this kind of person. He turned to leave. Hay asked curiously, leaving already? Well then, hey servant. Charlotte approached. Are you talking to me? Hay nodded. Yeah. Come here for a bit. He grabbed her hand, his tone somewhat flirtatious. Come play with us for a while. In place of your busy master. Charlotte refused. I'm busy. He remained shameless. Don't you understand the situation? For us to deign to play with commoners like you. Before he could finish, she had twisted his arm behind his back. He screamed in pain. The other lackeys immediately panicked. Young Master Hay. Alan was quite surprised. With that strength, she could break his arm. Hay's face contorted in pain. You crazy bitch. Do you country bumpkins have anything other than brute strength? Alan finally spoke up. That's enough. He didn't back down at all. I see you've inherited that blood from your parents too. It suits you well. Half the residents of this land have turned into undead. And you're next. But the next scene left him stunned. The atmosphere became frighteningly silent. Hay trembled. What are you doing? Alan said nonchalantly. I'm digging a hole. Just slipped accidentally. Sorry, my hands are a bit strong. Hay shouted angrily. You call this slipping? Alan threw a straight punch. Sorry, that was a real slip this time. His men panicked. Young Master Hay. Hay was still defiant. You know who I am, and you still dare. Alan casually stepped on him. What about you? His voice also carried a hint of danger. Do you know who I am? Hammond ran in to stop them. Stop. Are you trying to cause trouble again, Your Highness? Hay clung to him like a lifeline. Holy, Lord Holy Knight. He wailed. This bastard wants to hit me. Please punish him immediately. Charlotte denied it. No, that's not it. He was still defiant. I am Hay, son of Count Hetron. Hammond also frowned. I will not let this matter slide. But at this moment, Alan used his magic to shut the Holy Knight up. Suddenly, Hammond couldn't speak anymore. I can't make a sound. Could this be a spell imbued with holy power? Alan shouted. Hammond Yin, tell that brat who I am. Hammond, astonished, struggled to open his mouth. Alan Onfon, grandson of the Holy Emperor, the 7th Prince. Alan lectured. Do you understand now? The servant you were rude to, and the person you disrespected. Hay was very anxious. That is, Alan comforted. Don't be afraid. If you apologize sincerely, nothing major will happen. But now Alan was locked in solitary confinement. Alan didn't understand. Is there a problem? Charlotte explained. According to the Holy Knight, harming the son of a nobleman is an unforgivable act. He was carried away after fainting. I'm sorry, you were locked up for a week because of me. Alan didn't understand, but I'm also of noble descent, the grandson of the Holy Emperor. This was started by that rude bastard. Don't worry, I'll read a book to kill time. See, this is even better. There's a snowstorm outside. A knight ran in to report. Vice Commander, we've sent the prisoners to clear the snow, but the snow is falling too heavily. We can't keep up. Hammond was still muttering. Unbelievable. I can't believe he used a spell. Does the 7th Prince know he used a spell? Although he's incompetent, he still inherited the bloodline of the Holy Emperor. His subordinate kept reminding him, Vice Commander. Hammond finally snapped out of it. We must continue clearing the snow to reach the optimal height. He stuck his head down to observe. It was very cold, but there were very few undead. The Holy Emperor killed the Lich King on the 25th of December. Do I need to report this to the Holy Family? Hammond stopped him. This is for the best. Gather the prisoners. I need some time to assemble them. The bell rang. The criminals were gathered. On the cold, snowy ground, footprints were soaked in fresh blood. The undead have migrated here. The knight's shout rang out. Close the city gates. They yelled, priests, heal them quickly. A lucky survivor recounted. The undead attacked us from behind. Because of the snowstorm, we didn't notice them hiding there. Those who were behind were all devoured by them. Hammond ordered, all to your positions. To the outer walls. Prepare for defense. He felt confused. Why is it so quiet? The day the Lich King Amon was killed is approaching. The undead cannot possibly escape. Soon there will be 2,000 or 3,000 corpses gathered here. But how is that possible? The undead attacked from behind. Could they have hidden under the snow to suppress their instincts? The undead are the dead. They have no fear, acting purely on instinct. Because they aren't equipped with weapons and don't understand tactics, we can easily exterminate them in large numbers every year. But those undead are approaching. Isn't this a well-coordinated army? This has never happened before. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a voice rang out. O living ones, be afraid. Beg for death in envy and desire. Yes, you should be afraid. I am the manager of this world, the savior who will redeem the world with death. He proclaimed, I am the successor of Udai, the god of death. He was a vampire count, skilled at tearing, soul summoning, and incredibly arrogant. Alan had to close his book, complaining, it's too noisy outside. They're even late bringing my meal. I don't know what happened. Besides, how could they let a prince go hungry? Suddenly, a shout was heard. Your Highness. He reassured, I'm not planning to break out of prison. But the soldier urged, please come out immediately, Your Highness. Alan didn't understand. No, but I'm still in solitary confinement. Janet said anxiously, that doesn't matter now. There's an army of undead outside. Alan, is it because there aren't enough people? The Viscount denied, no. There really is an army outside. A vampire has led an army of undead here. Alan was skeptical. You must have seen wrong, right? Why would such a high-level monster be here? Janet added. He used human language to threaten us. Since he's controlling other monsters, he must be a vampire. I don't know what happened either, but the Holy Knights are dealing with them now. This place could collapse at any moment. You must evacuate to a safe place immediately. I will escort you. Hearing a noise from above, Alan asked curiously, what's that sound? The Viscount thought, it must be the sound of the undead army. We must evacuate quickly through the back door. He was still standing there. The undead are already very close. They want to break through the dungeon door. Alan was horrified. What is that? A ball of undead. He rolled the undead into a ball and threw it at us. The undead have already infiltrated our domain. Alan thought, if we're being attacked like this, the outside must be full of undead already. He said, Lord, calm down and command your soldiers. If the residents of the domain continue to be hunted like this, the number of undead will only increase. Janet accepted the order. Yes, I will find a safe place to hide. Alan was in a difficult position. Damn it, what should I do now? The reason I've been able to handle them so far is because their level was still within a range I could control. But this time, the numbers are completely overwhelming. In this situation, I have no choice but to run. After pushing back a few undead, he had to take the opportunity to run as fast as he could. As soon as he got outside, Alan was panting heavily. Desperate screams rang out. Help, please save me. There's nowhere left to hide. A knight ran out. Everyone fall back now. We'll use our shields to push them back. But there are undead attacking from behind too. Alan was caught in a dilemma. He bit his lip hard, although I don't know how long this little bit of holy water I made can last. Damn it, nothing's going my way. It seems the goddess Gaia is angry that she can't control me. He unleashed his power, beginning to cast a wide area blessing. A huge stream of magic was generated, weakening the army. A heavy rain poured down. The undead that were touched by the rainwater started to smoke. Many couldn't withstand it and collapsed. The knights became optimistic. The undead are melting in the rain. Look, our wounds are healing. The festering wounds have all been cured. They realized this isn't rain. It's holy water. Holy water is falling from the sky. Oh my God, this must be a blessing from the goddess Gaia. But someone realized it's His Highness. Look, the water is surrounding His Highness. Everyone was astonished. His Highness can use holy water like that? Even in exile, a prince is still a prince. After all, His Highness is also the grandson of the holy Emperor Kedon Fawn, the hero who stopped the Lich King, Amon, 50 years ago. A knight shouted, are there any residents who need help? The Lord has opened the manor's wine cellar. I will take everyone to the manor. Follow me. The residents were extremely excited. Yes, we're alive. We're alive. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Thank you. Alan staggered. Just creating one rain shower has made me this tired. The soldiers were still healthy. Alan ordered, follow me. Go help the knights outside. They panicked, yes, but we don't have suitable weapons. Ordinary people's weapons can't defeat the undead. Alan waved his hand. That's why I am bestowing a blessing upon you. This is my first time too, so I don't know how long it will last. Your weapons are now imbued with an aura of holy power. They were bewildered. What's an aura? He sighed. It means your weapons are now effective against the undead. By the way, shouldn't you thank me for saving you? Let's go. We must fight to survive. They stepped out of the gate, where countless ferocious undead were attacking. A single sword sweep, and their bodies were instantly cut in half. The knights marveled. Wow, I barely have to touch the undead's heads. Our weapons really have holy power now. The undead are nothing now. Well, too. At this rate, we can win. We can win. The hero's descendant is with us. The vampire count couldn't watch any longer and finally made his move. A knight panicked. A Dullahan. He started a massacre. Many fell. The knights who were just full of fighting spirit collapsed to the ground. We can't fight this monster. Suddenly, a gun was raised. It was Alan. He was taking aim, saying, "Sorry, this is my first time using this, so I'm not very skilled." The gun fired. I can feel the breath of life. There are piles of fresh flesh, something I haven't tasted in 50 years. How delicious will it be? If I turn them into undead, how strong will my army become? I have waited for this opportunity for 50 years. From a mindless undead ruled by instinct to a ghoul, then from a ghoul to a Dullahan, from a Dullahan to a lich, and then to a vampire. How long have I waited to gain the ability to think and judge? Vampires are ranked based on the amount of mana they possess. Although I've only recently become a vampire and am not acknowledged by other vampires, I am confident that I have obtained the power of a vampire count, because I have this, the skull of the Lich King Amon. Thanks to this skull, in just a few decades, I have accumulated an amount of mana that would take at least 100 years to obtain. Look at this army of 20,000 undead. Soon I will surpass the rank of count and walk the path to becoming a king. I no longer fear ordinary divine power. O weak holy knights, surrender quickly and become my undead. On Hammond's side, he continuously gave orders. Keep throwing stones. Hold on. Don't let them get close. After the sun sets, they will become stronger. So we must kill a few hundred more. If we fall, the village will fall too. He knew the undead had infiltrated the village a few times before, but in small numbers. Damn it, I can't hand over command here to someone else. But what about other places? Will the village here be okay? If something happens, it will all be over. At this moment, if only His Majesty the Holy Emperor could be here. Charlotte appeared. The village will be fine because His Highness is here. Therefore, I will do my best to protect the village where His Highness is. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, seeing Charlotte carrying a pile of weapons by herself, Hammond couldn't stop thinking. Therefore, I will do my best to protect the village where His Highness is. He stared at her blankly, without blinking. Seeing Charlotte throw the pile of weapons down with a thud, he was startled back to his senses and asked blankly, "Right." She picked up a sword and said to Hammond, "I heard you wanted to transport weapons up from below the wall." But he was lost in thought again, not hearing what she said at all. "I thought she was just a maid." Looking at this small and slender girl, Hammond couldn't help but wonder. Even seasoned soldiers couldn't move so many weapons. How is she so strong? A moment later, he returned to reality, slowly walked over, and said resolutely, "A young girl like you is still trying so hard. How can I be weak?" Hammond's gaze was firm as he looked out from the wall. "All right, we can hold on." When the worst-case scenario happens, he directed his gaze towards the fat vampire count in the distance, silently vowing, "I will charge forward and behead that vampire." The vampire count was now preparing to throw another ball of undead towards the city wall. Hammond and Charlotte simultaneously showed looks of astonishment, watching his ball fly over at an astonishing speed. The two shouted in unison. The ball of undead is flying towards the wall. Hammond proactively shielded Charlotte while instructing her, "It's dangerous. Hide behind me." Then he gently raised his sword, which had been activated with holy power, and prayed devoutly. God of War him. With utmost reverence and firm belief, he loudly recited the prayer. "Please grant me the strength to protect these pitiful lambs." But just as he finished speaking, Charlotte shot forward from behind him. She swung her sword, creating a whooshing sound in the air. The dazzling and powerful light on the sword split the ball in two. The unlucky undead died without intact bodies, each letting out only a few groans before breathing their last. Hammond raised his arm to avoid being splattered by undead blood, while unable to hide the astonishment filling his eyes. Watching Charlotte's elegant yet decisive attack, he couldn't stop asking himself, "What? How could she?" Hammond looked around. She cut them to pieces, looking at the undead lying in pools of red blood. He was dazed. Moreover, the undead struck by her sword could no longer get up and revive. A few minutes passed, but Hammond still stood frozen as if nailed to the spot. Questions continuously popped into his head. One must either hit their heads or possess a weapon with holy power to stop the undead. Hammond's eyes began to show suspicion. His forehead beaded with sweat. That sword of hers, those dead undead, still horrified him. What on earth is that? The lightning-fast sword flashes didn't stop. Not a single undead could get close without being touched by Charlotte's blade. Countless undead were now dead. But after a period of arduous fighting, Charlotte began to feel tired. She gritted her teeth, steeling her spirit. Hammond noticed it too. Her technique is not perfect, still a bit clumsy. He watched her movements, knowing full well that she was using muscle strength to compensate for her unrefined swordsmanship. Even so, Charlotte's will to fight was unquestionable. Then, Hammond began to have other suspicions. However, that destructive power, those crude slashes, that is definitely the royal swordsmanship of the Holy Empire, the swordsmanship taught to the Holy Knights Order. On the high wall, Hammond shouted down. To resolve his doubts, he didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Where did you learn that swordsmanship? Are you a member of the Holy Emperor's family?" Charlotte answered from below, "No, I am just the 7th prince's maid." She continued, looking straight at Hammond, her answer exuding frankness. "This swordsmanship, I learned it from a book." After saying that, Charlotte turned her head and cheerfully continued to fight. Hammond, who had been silent until now, finally sighed. "I didn't hear a thing." Inside the palace, a wooden crate full of bottles was placed on the ground with a thud, accompanied by a shout. "Priests, when your holy power is depleted, please use these bottles of holy water to treat the injured." Janet hurriedly asked the soldier, "Wait, where did these bottles of holy water come from?" The person immediately replied, "Sir, His Highness gave them to us. Before coming to this domain, His Highness said he brought a lot of holy water in case of emergencies." After hearing this, Janet breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. So where is His Highness now?" The soldier asked back, bewildered. "Huh?" Then he casually reported, after returning from the battle outside, His Highness took the remaining soldiers and left. His Highness said he was going to help defend the city wall. Janet, who had always been calm, was startled upon hearing this and exclaimed, "His Highness went to the battlefield himself?" The soldier was confused by his overreaction. "I thought you had already given His Highness permission." Janet turned to look at the resting soldiers, then continued, "Everyone is praising His Highness's character and virtue. It's not that I don't trust His Highness. I am worried about Lonia's safety. But in that case, are there any soldiers left in the domain?" On the bloody battlefield, a bright red streak stretched into the distance. On top of it were suspicious rows of footprints. An army wearing moss-green uniforms, with helmets covering their faces and wrapped in white scarves, was silently advancing. Hidden behind the masks were undead with ashen skin. The one leading this army of undead was a human. Seeing this person's imposing figure, a soldier turned back and asked, "You are?" This person was also hidden behind a crow mask. "We are reinforcements." The soldier exclaimed in surprise. "I can't believe there are still living people coming to reinforce us. But the situation at the city gate is more urgent." The other person continued, "I know. That's why I've already sent half of my forces there as reinforcements." It turned out the leader of this undead army was Alan. Hidden under the mask, he felt somewhat more at ease. They had too much to do and no time to check his face. He recalled what happened a dozen or so minutes ago. Because he had given the holy water to the people, he didn't have enough left for himself. Therefore, he still couldn't activate his new skill accurately. But Alan blamed himself, the Demon Legion. "I should have trained new undead soldiers. But that's too difficult, so I just used the undead from the village. If I'm discovered, it's all over, so I have to cover my face." Seeing Alan in a daze, the soldier asked again, "So, did you come to heal us? You should stay in the rear, not come here in person." He quickly replied, "I had a few things to do on the way here." His hand slowly revealed a pistol. "I want to try this." The soldier exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that a gun?" "That decoration is useless here." Alan casually replied, "Ah, just as I expected. This is indeed a good position to observe the battlefield." His gun barrel was pointed straight at the fat vampire count. From here, through the scope, I can clearly see their vampire ringleader. His ugly, coarse face was clearly visible. However, Alan quickly moved the scope down from his face. Bang! He pulled the trigger decisively without any hesitation. After firing the first shot, Alan's face was filled with excitement. This is a great opportunity to let him taste Gaia's blessing. The bullet, carrying holy power, left a trail of blue light as it screamed towards the vampire count. In the thick smoke of the battlefield, with the snow falling ever heavier, an armored soldier turned and asked, "What's the situation, Vice Commander?" Hammond was rushing over. "I heard everyone in the domain had evacuated, so I came over." He gently drew his sword, his determined gaze declaring, "Let me lend a hand." The soldier from before looked around, then continued, "Luckily, the situation hasn't worsened yet." Then he reported the situation. "I don't know why either, but it seems the regular soldiers are all using weapons imbued with holy power, and some of them even have skills comparable to a holy knight. Furthermore, there are reinforcements. Hearing about reinforcements, Hammond was bewildered. He hurriedly asked, "What in the world happened while I was defending the wall?" "No, I'm just glad things haven't gotten worse. We still don't know how to deal with that vampire." As Hammond spoke, he casually lopped off the head of the zombie that was sneaking up on him. "What about long-range attacks?" "We've already tried catapults and arrows." The soldier recalled the scene of the arrows being fired. The arrows flew at an incredible speed, and the aim was very accurate. However, luck was not on their side. Recalling it, the soldier was still a little disappointed, but they were all blocked by the vampire count's magic shield. The soldier continued his report. "Whether we imbued the weapons with holy power or soaked them in holy water, nothing could break through the magic shield protecting that vampire." Hammond looked at the army of zombies closing in on the gate, gritted his teeth, and cursed. "Damn it. Does that mean we have no choice but to break through that horde of zombies to attack him directly?" He observed for a moment, then sighed. "Just holding them back is keeping us busy enough, so that's impossible." Just then, a soldier suddenly cried out in alarm. "What is that? A priest?" Amidst the clamor, Hammond also turned around curiously. "No, look, an ordinary priest can't do that. Vice Commander, that is." The moment Hammond turned around, his eyes immediately filled with astonishment. In the distance, Alan stood quietly, softly praying. "That light, goddess of love and forgiveness, Gaia, please protect this little lamb. Please allow me to use your power to tear apart this evil horde of zombies." He held a long spear, his posture gallant. Below, Hammond was looking up at him, stunned. "Who is that?" Behind Alan, the goddess Gaia appeared with a calm and serene posture. Not only that, but the image of the goddess was also outlined by a halo. This is surely a blessing bestowed by the goddess Gaia herself. Hammond was lost in thought. Even for a high-ranking priest, this situation was extremely rare. He vaguely thought, "I've never heard of such a powerful priest coming to the Lonia domain." While he was bewildered, someone suddenly approached from behind Hammond. "It's His Highness." What? It was Charlotte. She gave a faint smile, her calm gaze directed forward. "I can recognize His Highness's halo." Hearing her words, Hammond became even more confused. His eyes were filled with doubt. The prince who blasphemed Gaia is now receiving the goddess's blessing? This is too contradictory. Looking at the goddess's silhouette high above, along with the embrace of the goddess Gaia, Hammond thought to himself, if that person really is the seventh prince. At this moment, he had only one question. So, the prince is receiving the blessing of the goddess Gaia? As for Alan, he was still excitedly aiming the gun barrel at the vampire count. This was a great opportunity to let that vampire have a taste of Gaia's blessing. The scope continued to aim at the lower part of the count. Then, the bullet flew out along with Alan's sincere prayer. "May Gaia's blessing reach your rotten face, you vampire." The fired bullet zipped past, tearing off the arm of a zombie. Other zombies met the same fate. The bullet continued to scream as it flew towards its target. Unlike other attacks, Alan's bullet contained a blessing, so it easily pierced through the magic armor protecting the vampire. It tore through space, rushing straight at him. The smug vampire count was stunned by Alan's surprise attack. A few seconds later, a bone-chilling pain spread through every cell. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Before, when the chaos had not yet occurred and Lonia was still peaceful, Alan had studied many books. The method of gathering holy power was clearly explained in the book, The Holy Emperor in the Monastery. What caught my attention was the prayer. Mages use incantations and mana. Priests pray and use holy power, while necromancers use lifespan and magic to wield their power. So to use that kind of power, one must sacrifice lifespan and magic. But is that really necessary? As the grandson of the Holy Emperor, don't I have a lot of holy power? Back then, Alan was leisurely sitting on a windowsill, reading a book and muttering to himself, if I can use power without sacrificing my lifespan, then praying is worth a try. I thought so, and tried it right away. And now, he had done what he wanted to try. The vampire count now opened his slimy mouth, letting out pain screams. Knowing he was injured, he hastily gave an order. Over there, retreat, retreat now." Alan lowered his gun and let out a breath. "I just pierced his magic shield, didn't I?" Around him, the chaotic shouts of soldiers rang out. "The zombie legion is retreating. Move the wounded." Alan was still adjusting his gun. It's a pity he didn't die. However, this also gives us more time to reorganize our troops. Suddenly, Alan looked up. The soldiers below, for some unknown reason, all looked at Alan in unison. So Alan continued the act he had started earlier. Alan pretended to be bewildered and asked, "Shouldn't we go treat the wounded?" The soldiers remained standing in place, looking at Alan with worshipful eyes. I've seen the goddess's blessing for the first time. Is he a high-ranking priest? Everyone felt uplifted and joyful. This way, the wounds will heal quickly. Seeing that Alan was safe and sound, Charlotte smiled and said, "What a relief." Only Hammond was still preoccupied with his own speculations. Is that really His Highness? He recalled the previous image of Alan, a useless person only worthy of exile. Yet he could do all of this in a single day. After doubting the prince, Hammond turned his scrutinizing gaze to Charlotte. Why would a child with such superb skills willingly become the 7th prince's subordinate? At this moment, Alan was still leading the zombie army forward from up high. Hammond continued to be lost in his train of thought. Although everyone says His Highness has changed, I still don't believe it. He began to press his lips together tightly and thought further. Did His Highness really change after losing his memory? The more Hammond looked at the current Alan, the more he couldn't stop doubting. Have you forgotten what happened 5 years ago and returned to your old personality? He stared at Alan's back, finally ending this question with the image of Empress Jalisha. I mean, the personality before Her Highness Jalisha was assassinated. The past of the 7th prince, Alan, was revealed. The mother of the 1st prince and the 7th prince, Jalisha, was a country girl of commoner origin. She was also of mixed blood from the Holy Empire and the Southern Atlan Empire. The two nations had been at odds for hundreds of years. Therefore, many nobles and priests, and even the reigning Holy Emperor, did not approve of her. However, the Holy Emperor's son loved her with all his heart. They married and gave birth to the 1st prince. However, under the great influence of the Holy Emperor's family, they appointed 2 young ladies of noble lineage as concubines for the Holy Emperor's son. After that, many princes and princesses were born one after another. Jalisha gave birth to the 7th prince, and in the year the 7th prince turned 10, she passed away. She and her 2 sons were attacked by a vampire while taking a walk at night. Jalisha was torn to pieces while protecting the 7th prince. The 1st prince survived the major attack, but his heart was cursed and he became frail and sickly. The once kind 7th prince was no longer as kind as before. The 7th prince was so traumatized that there were rumors he had gone mad. Thinking of this, Hammond let out a breath, his lips pressed tightly together. Can someone who lost their memory after a suicide attempt return to their old personality? But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, his amnesia has nothing to do with his powerful holy power. Hammond thought as he dragged his heavy feet up the high gate. Even if he really lost his memory, why did he keep his powerful holy power a secret until now? His face showed a pensive expression. If it's because he doesn't want to attract the attention of the Holy Emperor's family, Hammond could only think of one possibility. Could it be that he's planning revenge? Recalling the pitch-black sky in his memory, his mind suddenly became clear. I understand because I was once in that situation too. The royal court did not treat the empress and the princes well. That would be more beneficial for the other princes. But the nobles were always disrespectful to the empress. What if the 7th prince is planning revenge on the nobles and the vampire who killed the empress? What if he deliberately got himself exiled so he could build up his strength without the royal family noticing? Hammond stopped in his tracks, thinking painfully. Since I'm a holy knight close to the royal family, it's not hard to understand why he would act so arrogantly in front of me. Thinking of Alan, he couldn't help but think of someone else, Charlotte. That child most likely also comes from a great family. Hammond's gaze turned profound, but the past tormented him. Empress Jalisha was always so kind and gentle. Even though the 1st prince ordered me not to forget to call for reinforcements, I shouldn't have left my post. To this day, I still regret that decision. No matter how I try, I can't forget that shameful past. Forget that I couldn't protect her and His Highness. It seems the 7th prince is building his strength for revenge, while enduring all the humiliation and cruelty that an exiled prince must bear. Hammond placed a hand on the city wall, looking down from above. The whole of Lonia was engulfed in chaos. If the 7th prince wants to avenge the empress, then of course, I must help, he told himself. But to do that, we must first solve Lonia's problem. Just then, the sound of footsteps startled Hammond. He instinctively turned and asked, "Are you on patrol?" Silence was Hammond's only reply. "The wind is too strong," Did he not hear me? Looking at the staggering figure in front of him, Hammond felt a little suspicious. But wait, patrolling at night without a torch? Is he not human? Hammond felt uneasy, quickly swung his sword through the air, and charged forward. The other soldier also raised his sword to block. The clang of metal on metal rang out. A flash of horror then appeared in Hammond's eyes. Seeing the cracked, grayish skin behind the mask, he realized it was a zombie. In the moment he was stunned, arrows flew continuously from bowstrings. Other zombie soldiers rushed forward. There wasn't just one, but not only could I not feel any mana from them, Hammond fought with all his might, with no way to retreat, nor did he want to. When confronting them, I could even feel the presence of holy power. He showed no mercy to his opponent. Then he raised his longsword. I cannot spare a zombie. Hammond's blade was only a fist's length from the zombie's head. At this critical moment, Alan appeared. Alan was panting, then shouted loudly, "Stop!" Hammond also stopped. He was stunned. The zombie stopped moving. Hearing approaching footsteps, Hammond hurriedly asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Alan took off his mask. Alan stood before Hammond, his expression serious, as he ordered, "Lower your sword." Hammond. Alan walked over to Hammond, questioning him urgently. "Have you reorganized the army? The undead legion will return soon. Your Highness, after tonight, it will be the end of the Lich King Amon. I wonder if the undead army has grown stronger." Although Alan tried to evade the matter at hand, Hammond kept repeating, "Your Highness." Seeing Alan's silence, he didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Are you using necromancy?" Alan was silent for a moment, not rushing to answer. Then he tried to make up an excuse. "I don't know either." However, Alan's mind was in turmoil. He suspects me now. Everything is about to fall apart. Hammond couldn't remain calm, raising his voice. "This isn't something you can speak of so casually. Have you become so desperate that you've even learned necromancy?" But Alan just replied with an even more nonchalant attitude. "Desperate? How can I tell you that I truly don't know?" But knowing he could no longer hide it, Alan had to admit, "As you guessed, I summoned those undead. But after losing my memory, I truly don't remember how I can control those things. I only did it because I thought it would be useful in battle." Even after finishing his explanation, seeing Hammond's pensive expression, Alan was still terrified. "If I tell him I've been reincarnated, will he believe me?" Hammond then spoke up to remind him, "If you have made a deal with a demon." Before he could finish, Alan immediately cut in to rebut. "If I did that, why would those undead have holy power?" Alan scratched his head, explaining further to Hammond. "I'll say it again, I'm not hiding anything. Perhaps I learned necromancy by accident." To quickly escape this awkward situation, Alan proactively changed his tone, his attitude becoming more tense. "Are you going to investigate me?" But as soon as he said it, Alan regretted it. "Of course I should do that. I'm done for." He thought, "If they capture me, will I be tortured? Can Charlotte save me?" Just then, Hammond spoke up, but then he suddenly knelt. Alan was startled, backing away in alarm. Hammond sincerely expressed his respectful and humble attitude. "I will not do that." Alan stared at him in astonishment, without blinking. Hammond, for his part, remained expressionless, looking seriously straight into Alan's eyes. Then he declared loudly, "I will support you to the end, Your Highness." Hearing this, Alan was utterly astonished. I thought he hated me. Why does he now want to be loyal to me? This serious guy. Alan's face showed astonishment, his mouth agape. Has he finally decided to grasp this rope? Gradually, the expression on Alan's face changed from astonishment to terror. "But I'm a rotten rope." Thinking this, Alan showed his distrust of Hammond. "You just want to monitor me, don't you? I can't trust you." Hearing this, Hammond's face clearly fell. "Please forgive me." Hammond slowly stood up and began to pour out his heart. "Your Highness," just like when you were a child. But Alan quickly cut him off. "Let's talk about that later. We have to deal with this first." Under the bright, blood-red full moon, Alan said, "I think it's time." In the distance, the undead, carrying the flames of destruction, were rushing towards the city of Lonia. They would not waste this precious time and such an abundant source of magical power. Alan turned back to look at Hammond and said softly, "Merry Christmas, Hammond, and also wish him a happy Halloween." Hammond heard these strange words, his face bewildered. Christmas? Halloween? On the other side of the city, the vampire count was roaring at the sky. "Oh, undead, our time has come." He turned his earlier pain into resentment, supplying holy power to the undead and ordering them, "Go and devour the living to evolve. I will make you the kings of the battlefield." After speaking, his blood-red eyes stared forward, his mouth clamped shut, his cheeks puffed up, and then a strange purple column of light shot out from his mouth. At this moment, Janet had ridden out to steady the morale of the the troops. He ordered, "Hold the formation." Hey, usually arrogant, was now cowering in a corner. "Lord Genet, I don't think I can do it." He whimpered weakly a few times. The spot where the prince hit his face still hurt. Doing this impossible thing is truly... Genet paid him no mind. He looked ahead with a worried gaze. Is this the right decision? He assessed the situation, making a few predictions. The undead strength is much greater than in past years. This battle is weakening the soldiers' morale. Genet silently made a decision. Perhaps I should withdraw the troops, stop the reorganization. While he was still hesitating, from behind, Alan, wearing the chrome mask, advanced with the undead army he called reinforcements. Genet turned around, thinking to himself, it's that priest. Seeing him, the horses neighed. Ah, Lord Priest, that priest is the one who saved us. In a wondrous blue light, a prayer echoed. Please bless the soldiers who will fight alongside me. Next, a new status was applied, the skill activated. Words that cause pain and injury, like weakening plague before the goddess's light. Everything seemed to slow down, regardless of whether they were undead or soldiers. Genet cheered joyfully, wonderful. He was so happy he could cry. The priest is on our side. Afterwards, all the soldiers, as if invigorated, shouted in unison, the goddess Gaia is with us. Encouraged, the soldiers surged forward, attacking the disgusting undead army. One by one, they were cut down, one spear after another pierced through their fragile bodies. The surroundings were instantly filled with the screams of the undead and the fierce battle cries of the Lanian army. Hammond, of course, could not stand by. He leaped high, unleashing sharp sword strikes, and shouted his familiar slogan, God of War him, please lend me your strength. As soon as Hammond joined the battle, the ground shook continuously from his powerful sword techniques. The undead fell in droves. Hammond's actions now had only one goal. This is an opportunity for the prince to raise the soldiers' morale. His eyes were filled with determination. I can't miss it. My only goal is... Opposite him was the vampire count, radiating fury. The count gnashed his teeth and cursed. That damn priest keeps getting in my way. Watching Hammond slaughtering his army with all his might, he grew even angrier. The wound inflicted by that bastard with holy power wouldn't heal. So only now did he push his heavy body up from his chair. Don't piss me off, or all of you will die without a complete corpse. Hammond heard his roar and suddenly froze. He sped past Hammond, startling him. The vampire quickly shed his cumbersome clothes. His surprise attack threw the soldiers into a panic. Stop that vampire, Hammond shouted. That bastard is heading for the priest. The soldiers immediately formed a line, blocking his path. He now revealed his true form, tall and slender, completely unlike his previous crude appearance. He glared at the soldiers, blocking his way. Then he casually grabbed one to make an example. Try me if you have the guts. Alan remained calm. I knew it. He would try to provoke me first. Alan was running like the wind to a certain place. Just as I can see the flow of his magical power, he can also see the flow of my holy power. So, it's only a matter of time before he finds me. I'd better find an advantageous location. Although his breathing grew heavier, Alan didn't stop following his plan. I'll use the thick walls of the domain to make it difficult for him to track me. However, things don't always go as planned. In the blink of an eye, the vampire's giant figure appeared above Alan. He swooped down like a storm, kicking up a cloud of dust, while Alan lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. He let out a contemptuous laugh. How ridiculous, trying to block me with these ordinary stones. His entire body now radiated evil black smoke, his mouth emitting a threatening growl. Die, you damn priest. A purple orb of magical energy began to condense from his mouth. Alan shouted, I knew it. Life isn't that easy. In that case, plan C. Then Alan called the name of his most reliable comrade, Charlotte. She appeared instantly at his call, holding a massive, heavy boulder. The vampire was dismissive of her appearance, but Charlotte was fired up with fighting spirit. She abruptly threw the boulder down, completely covering his body. Rock fragments flew through the air. Although Alan knew her strength, seeing her attack so fiercely still left him a bit startled. He stood there, calling Charlotte's name. Then he praised her. You are indeed very reliable. But Alan quickly refocused. This magic is too strong. The city wall won't hold. He watched Charlotte grit her teeth and struggle, his heart burning with anxiety. Charlotte still doesn't know how to control her power. At this rate, we'll be incinerated by his magic. Just then, a foot suddenly shot in, helping Charlotte to hold on. This person shouted, Charlotte, with brown hair and a neat but slightly rumpled outfit. It was none other than Rio. Rio gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling. Even though I don't know any magic, I still have to help. Charlotte was a little surprised by Rio's good intentions, but just a few seconds later, she turned back to brace herself with all her might. Both of them hissed from the weight of the boulder, plus the roaring magical power from the Count. Alan was blunt with Rio. Without power, how do you intend to help? While the two were struggling, Alan appeared behind them to provide support. Both Charlotte and Rio turned back in astonishment. Your Highness. Even as he was helping, Alan's mind was in turmoil. I still can't completely control my holy power, but he recalled the moment he held the long spear and shot it through the wall earlier. If I can use holy power to reinforce this wall, just thinking that, determination flared in Alan's heart. Gaia. Seeing his comrades gradually becoming exhausted, he earnestly sent his wish to the goddess. Please grant me the strength to protect these innocent lambs. As the prayer was uttered, for a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Please grant us your protection to stop this imminent death. Alan said earnestly, please grant us your love and mercy. Then, Alan finally erupted. I've prayed with all my heart. Please do something to help us. Immediately after, the goddess's emblem appeared. The vampire also stopped in alarm. What is that? Streaks of light flew before him. In an instant, everything was submerged in a sea of blue smoke. A moment later, the smoke gradually dissipated. Charlotte hurriedly searched for Rio and Alan. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes wide with fear. She saw Rio lying motionless on the ground. For a moment, Charlotte didn't know what to do. Rio. She struggled to run towards Rio, but someone patted her shoulder and held her back. Rio is fine. He just fainted. It's me, Alan. He was panting from the exhausting battle, trying to reassure Charlotte. Don't panic. Charlotte looked at him worriedly. What about you, Your Highness? Alan was blunt. I'm dead tired, but I'm holding on. In a corner of the battlefield, a groan was heard. The holy power in my body. The stubborn vampire Count was still alive, but many parts of his body had been burned by the goddess's blue flames. He was fumbling on the ground, searching for something. As for Alan, he still looks full of energy. It seems this is our chance. Charlotte gently reminded him. With your heavily injured body, I'm afraid it would be too strenuous to continue fighting. Hearing this, Alan confessed, I know, my holy power is also depleted, so I don't intend to recklessly charge forward and attack. What I mean is, this is our chance to retreat. With that, Alan moved quickly. He thoughtfully told Charlotte to bring Rio along. We'll take the tunnel. Although the battle was nearly over, Alan couldn't rest easy. My holy power is depleting much faster than I thought. While running, Alan happened to see a lone skull, even though there were soldiers next to it. That skull still made Alan stop at his tracks. Alan was stunned for a long moment. The demonic power isn't concentrated around the vampire, but concentrated around this thing. Seeing Alan standing there dumbfounded, Charlotte hurriedly called out, Your Highness. He quickly said, Wait, I have to check this thing first. After looking for a moment, Alan vaguely realized this was the skull the vampire wore around its neck. Alan walked over and picked up the skull. What is its use? A status bar immediately appeared. Skull of the undead King Amon. The user's demonic power will be amplified from 20% to 200%, depending on their proficiency. Recovery ability increased by 10%. Effectiveness of all related magic skills increased by 10%. At this moment, the vampire had not given up. He anxiously looked around, searching. While searching, he clutched his head and cursed, Damn that priest, I have to recover as soon as possible. A few seconds later, he clutched his head and screamed. The skull of the undead king is gone. Coincidentally, Alan was holding the very thing he was looking for. So he continued cursing out of habit. You damn bastard. The vampire charged forward, roaring madly. Give that back to me. Alan hadn't reacted yet. He just stared at the skull, not moving at all. Looking at the status window, I get it now. I know how to use this item. Alan slowly put on the skull. Due to the lack of holy power, the enhancement state is unstable, temporarily enhancing equipment. Without the skull, the vampire was no different from a talking corpse. The moment Alan put on the skull, the situation was instantly reversed. He could no longer attack. As for Alan, he was quietly chanting familiar phrases. I am the servant and successor of Gaia. Activation command confirmed. Immediately after, chains filled with the goddess's holy power flew out, intending to bind the vampire tightly. They severed his fingers and tightened around his ankles, fresh red blood seeping out. The goddess's guards appeared, pulling the chains tight together. The goddess's voice rang out. I can feel the lingering aura of death. You are a heretic who has broken the laws of the world. Could this be the reason we were created in this world? Along with the clear voice, undead guards possessing more powerful divine artifacts appeared. All servants heed the holy command. They, including the vampire, all knelt and shouted, "As you command, master." All of them turned in unison towards their new master. Alan, please give us your command. Although the vampire had knelt, he still retained a sliver of consciousness. What is this? Unreconciled with his current situation, he blamed everything on Alan. You're the one who broke all the rules. He looked at the new army, firmly in denial. These are all dead people, yet they have both a sense of self and holy power. I've never heard of anything so absurd. The muzzle of a gun was pointed straight at his head, yet he was still boasting. This goes against the will of the god of death, Judai. Alan spoke calmly. I'm a little confused myself. Alan's finger gently pushed the gun barrel aside, then said cheerfully, but I have a gift prepared for you. The words Alan spoke were gentle, yet full of hidden meaning, as if condemning the vampire count in the name of a priest. His eyes lit up, his voice soaring, delivering the final words to the vampire count. Merry Christmas, you vampire. The bullet was fired, ending the vampire count's life. The attack shot straight into the enemy. A large hole appeared on the vampire count's head, and blood spurted out from it. Alan stood from a distance, coldly observing him. After confirming his success, he holstered his gun. The vampire count collapsed to the ground. The surrounding undead gradually vanished, turning into black smoke. The tense nerves of the soldiers also relaxed. Some even laughed out loud with joy. They lowered their weapons, cheering together to celebrate the victory. Unlike them, Hammond was rather bewildered. He quickly regained his composure and ran toward Charlotte. At the same time, a deep voice rang out. Am I late? Celt Alfulce arrived at the battlefield on horseback. An attendant reported, I'm afraid so. He said softly, I heard there were unusual signs in the land of the dead, and I thought the undead king had been resurrected. But Celt narrowed his eyes contemptuously. It turns out it was just a puny vampire who knew a few cheap tricks. He looked towards the house that had been reduced to rubble and continued, although I don't know how he managed to gather 20,000 undead. Celt assessed Lonia, a place mostly comprised of prisoners and residents. Since that bastard couldn't get past them, it seems that vampire wasn't very strong. Then he realized something, but this is strange. Celt recalled the atmosphere after he arrived. Traces of a fierce clash between holy power and magic. He was a bit puzzled. If that vampire had such terrifying power, Celt wondered curiously, then who stopped him? A soldier guest. Could it be someone who sacrificed themselves like a saint? He sighed softly. It would be good if that were the case. Someone said, those vampires will gradually infiltrate humanity. If we had a priest or priestess to assist, things would be much easier. That person continued, awakening the divine power within each person is not an easy task, which is why not many people are found to possess holy power. Celt nodded, I know this as well. He said, I say this because even in the palace, there aren't enough outstanding people to do such a thing. Then, Celt turned his horse around and ordered the soldiers, bring our healing priests and apothecaries here. Take care of the residents first, then the prisoners. They replied in unison, yes, my lord. Suddenly, a person stepped forward and called out, my lord. He reported that the seventh prince was also here, asking if he wanted to see him. Hearing the name he least wanted to hear, Celt snapped, me? See the seventh prince? He quickly reined in his emotions. Withdraw. The soldier was so frightened he trembled. Yes, my lord. Holy Emperor Celt departed coldly in the snowy wind. There's no need to see his son who insulted his own mother. Holy Emperor Celt Alfulce, 105 years old, still hated Alan immensely. That cursed grandson. He even guessed that Brad is probably trembling in some corner of the mansion right now. However, contrary to Celt's thoughts, Hammond reported something utterly unexpected. The seventh prince has just defeated the vampire that occupied this castle. This made him widen his eyes in astonishment. Celt asked again in disbelief. The people around who heard it also couldn't believe it. The seventh prince? There's a limit to joking. This is the strangest thing I've heard in years. Celt rubbed his aching temples and asked doubtfully, the seventh prince? Are we talking about the same Alan Alfulce? Hammond emphasized once more, yes, your majesty. While waiting to volunteer in the Lonia domain, he defeated the vampire. But Celt lost control to the point of crushing the armrest of his chair. Hammond Dien, I once thought you were an upright and honest man, but you are not. He roared. Are you looking to die, you bastard? Rafa, standing beside him, intervened to defuse the situation. It seems the Holy Emperor is a bit too agitated right now. But Hammond, you also know, Kelt suddenly asked Rafa, do you believe that was the seventh prince's power? He immediately answered honestly, no, your majesty. I just want to prevent the seventh prince from taking credit for someone else's work. Kelt released his hand. Then he issued a holy decree. Hammond, regarding what you just reported, I have yet to verify its truth. But all of you are recognized for your merits in protecting the Lonia domain. I will grant the Lord of Lonia, Janet Laban, the title of Count, and for Holy Knight Hammond, I will grant you a small domain in the northwest. Kelt, for once, showed rare tolerance towards Alan. I will shorten the seventh prince's period of exile. He had other plans. As soon as the seventh prince recovers, I will summon him back to the palace. After his audience with Kelt, Hammond returned to Luan's residence. I have just returned from carrying out my mission, Your Highness. He said softly, come in. He obeyed and pushed the door open. To illuminate the dark room, Hammond carried a half-burnt candle. He approached Luan's bed. Are you feeling better? He replied self-mockingly. Are you serious? First Prince Luan Alfols, 27 years old, was wrapped up like a mummy. He spoke with difficulty. For someone like me, sudden death wouldn't be strange at all. Luan sighed weakly. My sight and hearing are getting worse. I'm afraid we don't have much time left to talk like this. Then he gestured with his hand. So don't be like that, come closer. I've heard about what happened on the battlefield. As Hammond drew near, he heard Luan whisper, Hammond. He suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Luan questioned angrily, you dare protect the seventh prince from his majesty's punishment again. The candle fell to the floor, protecting that piece of trash who tarnished our mother's name. You sacrificed everything for me. A crazed look appeared in Luan's eyes. Hammond, are you in your right mind? Luan asked through gritted teeth. Because I look like I'm about to die, you're planning to switch your allegiance to that bastard, aren't you? Hammond hesitated, calling out, Your Highness? Luan's eyes were bloodshot. Then you've chosen the wrong side. Of all people, you chose a scoundrel. Luan roared. That scoundrel can absolutely not become the next holy emperor. He also shouted loudly, Your Highness. Seeing Luan's hand was bleeding, Hammond reminded him, You're using too much force again, you're bleeding. Hearing this, he froze, his breathing becoming ragged. Then Luan closed his eyes tightly and said, I'm sorry, I know you're not that kind of person. Hammond looked at the hand, slowly loosening its grip on his clothes. You don't need to apologize. From the beginning, none of this was your fault or the seventh prince's. He frowned and said, I'm the one who should be held responsible for the death of Her Highness Jalisha. No matter what orders I received, I should have resolutely stayed at my post. Luan said in a low voice, If you had, everyone would have died. We survived because there were reinforcements, didn't we? His voice was full of sorrow. Even though my flesh has rotted because of that curse, I'm now no different from a dying man. Hammond asked curiously, Do you hate the seventh prince? He looked at the scattered candle on the floor and replied, Yes, I hate him very much. Why would you ask such a redundant question? Luan closed his eyes tightly and continued. He has used the life our precious mother gave him to do shameful and foolish things. Hammond hesitated, recalling something. He proposed a hypothesis. What if the seventh prince intentionally became a scoundrel? He hid his true intentions to avenge Her Highness Jalisha. To build his own power, he acted like a scoundrel and deliberately got himself exiled. Luan suddenly spoke up. Hammond, Luan asked with a deadpan expression, Are you unwell somewhere? You look even more seriously injured than I am. Hammond shook his head. No, Your Highness. Yes, he said sympathetically. If you're tired, go and rest. He firmly refused. I still have some things to do under the Holy Emperor's orders. Luan turned his head to look. If it's the Holy Emperor's order, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice filled with coldness. It's time for that bastard to come back. 3 days later, amidst the ruins of the undead, a sigh suddenly echoed. A shovel was thrust hard into the ground, accompanied by a voice. How much longer do I have to do this? Then Rio raised his head, looking around with satisfaction. After 3 weeks of diligent cleaning, this place had finally returned to being a village. Rio paused for a moment, then frowned and wondered. So there's no compensation? Rio put his hands on his hips and thought to himself, when facing difficulties, shouldn't we help each other? I absolutely can't let Charlotte stay in a place like this. Rio's gaze was drawn to something sparkling in a chest. Huh, are those relics left behind by the undead? It seems Theo collected them. Suddenly, the light in the chest flared a bit dazzling. Rio smirked, a plan already forming in his mind. If these are relics from undead from hundreds of years ago, that means they're ownerless, right? Rio's eyes lit up, his mouth almost watering as his hand reached out. Wipe them clean, and they'll sparkle like new. Well then, let me be your new master. Rio bent down, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. As he took the items, Rio told himself, "That's right, I've worked hard to help the villagers, so taking a few of these things should be fine, right?" Among a pile of items was a piece of paper. Rio was curious. Why isn't this paper torn at all? Rio picked up the paper, observed it closely, and thought to himself, I wonder if this thing is expensive? The scene changes to another place. A voice echoed in the room. Your Highness. Seeing him eat heartily, she offered, Shall I get you more food? Alan, still focused on eating, shook his head and refused. No need. He ate with gusto, even gnawing the meat clean off the bones. Alan was satisfied. This is the first time I've eaten so much. Charlotte, while clearing the dishes, said, Because you just woke up from a 3-week coma, the doctor said the more you eat, the better. He burped and said, Yeah, the doctor told me I need to nourish my body. A heavy look flickered in Alan's eyes. He said, It's truly a miracle that I woke up. At this moment, a voice was heard. How much holy power did you use, Your Highness? He slowly said, The depletion of holy power you experienced was severe enough to cripple a person. But you only needed a little supplemental holy power and medicine to recover, which is truly a miracle. Then he continued, Your body is still very weak, so please stay like this for now. Alan, his entire body wrapped in white cloth, weakly asked, Have I turned into an undead? The man said, half laughing, half crying, Your Highness, why would you say such unlucky things? This is my special treatment method. He, however, ordered, Pull it off. He pushed up his glasses. To be honest, the person next to you looks more like an undead. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. He recalled, while you were in a coma, I also treated the person next to you. Then he asked, holy power and demonic power, have you been exposed to both? Alan's head was freed from the white cloth, and he asked blankly, why? Is there a problem? He explained, normally, a person could be crippled or even die. A normal body could never evolve like this person's body. His voice lowered. It feels like I'm looking at the Holy Emperor from 50 years ago. From what I know, when the Holy Emperor was defeated by the undead King Amon and fell into a coma, he might have suffered great damage from the conflict between holy power and demonic power. So I heard they had to constantly regenerate his body. At that time, his body evolved, surpassing human limits. He frowned slightly and said, I heard that His Majesty was able to defeat the undead king because he possessed an extraordinary body. Alan and Charlotte's eyes met. Is this person the same? A status window displayed Charlotte's information. 16 years old, diligent, highly focused, superhuman physique, and other things. I will do my best to help. She asked, a little confused, what's wrong? Alan thought to himself, someone with a physique like this should have become a hero, not follow a cunning person like me. He looked at Charlotte and made a request. I'm a bit bored, I want to read. Can you give me some books? She immediately replied, ah yes. Alan watched her retreating back and sighed in relief. It's a good thing I have a Mon skull, but this recovery ability is also terrifying. His expression didn't look good. My body can't handle it. Holy power should be used efficiently, but it's very different from demonic power, so it's very difficult to use. Seeing the stack of books Charlotte brought, Alan made up his mind. Let's start with the theory first. First was the book Magic Theory, written by the Holy Emperor. Holy Power and Resurrection, a study of resurrection. Author Rafa. He mused as he flipped through the book. Luckily, everything is written very clearly. But when he saw the line, I dedicate this book to the great goddess Gaia, Alan's expression changed. His faith is too strong. It's like worship. He quickly turned to the next page. Whatever, I need to quickly learn how to control holy power and use those undead effectively. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Alan said, Come in. The person who came was Hammond. He bowed his head and said, You're awake, Your Highness. Alan sighed in relief, wondering who it was. He turned to the other person. I've been awake for a few days. I heard you went to the palace. You're back sooner than I thought. Hammond nodded and replied, Yes, Your Highness. I have some news to report to you. So I hurried back. He was startled and asked, News? Alan recalled, By the way, Hammond, that name, back in Mogana, he gave me a large reward. Countless fantasies appeared in Alan's mind. Will it be the same this time? A vacation bonus? but he hesitated. Well, images of gold coins flashed in Alan's eyes. Hammond hesitated. His Majesty has ordered. His words struck like a thunderbolt. For you to return, Your Highness. With a slam, the door was shut. Hammond was mercilessly kicked out of the room. Hammond still tried to speak to the person inside. Your Highness, you must return. Charlotte spoke up. It seems someone is calling for you. Alan leaned against the door and replied, ignore him. Hammond kept nagging. Your Highness, Your Highness. She hesitantly spoke up. You don't want to return to the palace? He turned away. Of course not. Why should I go back to that dangerous place? Alan was a little regretful. I still haven't found a mastermind behind the Morgana incident. I should have interrogated her thoroughly before killing her. As for Charlotte, she only focused on one word, dangerous. He pointed towards the door. He can take care of himself. You don't need to worry. However, things were not as simple as Alan thought. For the next few days, while he was engrossed in reading, Hammond did not give up. He poked his head in and called, Your Highness. When he was eating, he also found a note hidden in his plate, on which was written, Your Highness, if you see this note, I hope you can return to the palace with me. Even while sleeping, he heard a voice as if calling his spirit, Your Highness. Hammond racked his brains, trying every possible way. Suddenly, he heard the door open. Charlotte came out from inside and said, The prince asked me to give you a message. Hammond asked joyfully, What is it? Has he finally decided to return? She relayed Alan's exact words. Get lost before I perform an exorcism. The atmosphere between the two fell silent. He changed the subject and asked, Are you going home? Charlotte didn't hide it and replied, Yes, I live outside the domain. Hammond suddenly suggested, Let me take you home. It's getting dark. She waved her hand, refusing. There's no need. He coughed to hide his awkwardness. Because I want to hear why His Highness is so determined not to return to the palace. Hammond was curious. Could it be that he told you? Charlotte replied. His Highness said the palace is a dangerous place. His reaction was the same as hers before, asking in surprise. Dangerous? Hammond cleared his throat. Indeed, His Highness's position in the palace is not very stable. But Charlotte frowned in thought. As expected, the relationship between His Highness and his brothers is not very harmonious. Someone wants to take His Highness's life. She clenched her fists. If only I could be a little stronger. As she got close to home, she heard Rio waving and calling. Charlotte! Rio was still wondering, Why are you so late today? He was suddenly startled. Wait, Sir Knight. Hammond also spoke up in surprise. He asked curiously, Are you also acting as a righteous hero here, just like a Morgana? Rio said guiltily, It's nothing. It's only natural to help people in need. Rio opened the door, saying shyly, Well then, I'll be on my way. Hammond made a suggestion, so humble. If you don't mind, could you tell me how you fought this time? Rio scratched his head, flustered. How? Rio stammered in reply. I just destroyed 50 large-sized undead. This answer made Hammond exclaim in astonishment. Good heavens. Meanwhile, Charlotte pushed the door open and entered the house. Rio said, I also just got the claws of a vampire count. Suddenly, she was startled. Charlotte called out, What is that? Rio, still talking to the other person, heard her voice and turned to look inside the house. She held up a piece of paper and asked, Why is this document on the dining table? Rio answered dismissively, Just think of it as a lucky charm I haven't taken out in a long time. When he saw Hammond's gaze also turned to the paper, Rio was so scared he trembled like a leaf. It looks very old, doesn't it? Because I haven't taken it out in a long time. It's definitely not stolen. But Hammond had already recognized it as a family tree. But when he looked closely, Hammond was utterly horrified. The seal of the Hirai family. As far as he knew, Hirai was the family that had protected the north of Lonia 50 years ago. In the bloody battle with the undead King Amon, the entire Hirai family was sacrificed. Hammond also realized they were more loyal to the Holy Emperor than anyone. Why is the family tree of the most heroic family in this region here? The more he thought, the more astonished he was by his own speculation. Because Hammond guessed, could it be that the two of them are descendants of the Hirai family? Meanwhile, Charlotte was asking Rio, Did you bring this out too, Dad? Rio nodded dismissively. Uh-huh. Now he had the answer to the doubts in his heart. Now I understand where their power and strength come from. Despite having to live in hiding due to their fallen family, they still secretly took care of His Highness. It all stemmed from their unwavering loyalty to the Holy Emperor. Then she hugged a pile of things and asked her father, Dad, did you bring all these things home? Rio nodded again. Yeah. Hammond spoke hesitantly. He said with all his sincerity, I deeply admire your determination to keep your mission a secret. Rio was completely confused. Huh? What determination? This misunderstanding is a bit serious. Hammond placed a hand on his chest and said, "Therefore, I hope you can accept this letter of recommendation." Hammond looked at Charlotte and said, "You can train her further. And it seems you still want to follow the seventh prince." Hammond offered, "I will write you a letter of recommendation from a holy knight." Hammond's words stunned both Charlotte and her father. Rio couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Charlotte can enter the palace?" Hammond, "Yes, and obtaining a noble title won't be difficult either." When they heard Hammond say that if she wished, they would teach her the swordsmanship of the Holy Empire, Charlotte was stunned. When Hammond affirmed it so firmly, she felt like fireworks were exploding in her head. She could become His Highness's right-hand woman. Charlotte placed a hand on her chest and spoke without hesitation. "I agree." But she stated a condition. "But if becoming a holy knight means I have to leave His Highness, then I'd rather not do it." Hammond closed his eyes, hesitating slightly. "If you want to protect His Highness." Then Hammond opened his eyes, his thoughts seemingly becoming clear. "I will try to complete this mission with you." Hammond made up his mind. No matter what, I must escort the Hirai family and the prince safely back to the palace. The scene shifts to the seventh prince's residence. Alan spoke up. "All right, let's go." Hammond didn't understand and asked again. He explained, let's go back to the palace." Hammond seemed unable to believe his ears and confirmed once more. "Really?" Hammond rode his horse alongside Alan's carriage. He asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" He leaned his elbow on the carriage window and lazily asked back, "Why?" Hammond explained, "Just yesterday, you slammed the door in my face because you didn't want to go back." Alan slightly opened his eyes. About that. He recalled the moment he was engrossed in reading a book, marveling, this book is so well written. How did they come up with this way of using holy power? If only I could master it. But just as he was getting excited, the book ended, with only the words, "To be continued," left at the bottom of the page. Alan was dejected, because the Royal Library has all kinds of books. "I almost paid for it." Hammond muttered softly, "That's true. What money?" Hammond smiled. "You must have been studying magic very diligently lately." He replied with his eyes half closed. "I tried it and found it quite interesting." Alan sighed. "Anyway, I'll be watched at the palace, so I'd rather lock myself in the library for some peace and quiet." Hammond looked straight ahead and agreed. "I think so too." Amidst the clattering of the carriage, Hammond's voice rang out. "In any case, please relax. It's been a long time since you've been to Lowrance Sit." The city gates opened for Alan's carriage procession. This place was much wealthier than the land of the undead. Charlotte and he both stuck their heads out to look around. She looked at the bustling crowd and commented, "It seems there are many interesting places here." Hammond proudly introduced, "It's very crowded here, isn't it? After all, this is the capital. In your absence, this place has developed and become much more prosperous." Hammond glanced at Alan and asked, "Do you like it, Your Highness?" After a moment of silence, he replied, "It's disgusting." The answer stunned both Hammond and Charlotte. Hammond exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" Alan took out a handkerchief and asked, "Hammond, let me ask you something." He used the handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, pointed outside, and asked, "Could it be that in the capital of the Holy Empire?" Alan looked at the hurried crowd outside. "There are zombies too?" With that said, Alan immediately dashed forward. He didn't notice the person in front of him and bumped right into them. A street vendor was shouting, "Fresh fruit for only 5 coins. Ouch! Behind him, Hammond and Charlotte also gave chase. They hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, we're in a hurry." On the street, people were competing to sell their goods. "I sell them cheap. Please buy something before you go." The bakery in the side alley is very good, especially the croissants. Alan kept running. He looked around as he ran, gritting his teeth in thought. At first glance, it looks like a bustling street, but I'm sure. Suddenly, Alan's eyes widened. He stopped and frowned. This is the smell of a vampire. If I follow this deathly aura, I'll definitely. At this moment, Alan had no mind to pay attention to what they were saying. He was stunned by the sight before him. A young girl's severed head was placed neatly in a wooden crate, surrounded by blooming roses. From the corners of the girl's eyes, streams of tears fell. Standing behind him, Hammond and Charlotte's eyes widened in horror. Hammond stammered. The head slowly opened its blood-red eyes. The tears gradually turned into streams of fresh blood. The head began to moan. Suddenly, the head let out a piercing scream, the sound echoing through the alley. A terrifying force threw Alan's group backward. From out of nowhere, a sword radiating a brilliant light appeared in Alan's hand. Alan decisively swung his sword at the head, which couldn't react in time and could only scream in pain. In an instant, the head was severed by him. Charlotte, standing behind, asked in astonishment, "Is it a zombie?" Alan broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "I've heard a similar story." But on the power lines above, a headless corpse appeared, floating in midair. Alan wondered, could that be the body of the head from earlier? It seems the internal organs have been completely removed, leaving only a layer of skin. While he was deep in thought, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind Alan. "You are being watched." He was startled and immediately turned to look back. Hammond saw Alan's expression and asked with some concern, "Your Highness?" He said something that the other two didn't understand at all, a middle-aged man with red hair. Hammond exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Without turning his head, Alan continued, "Just now, that guy ran away after watching me." Hearing this, Hammond turned to look. "Then it's very likely that's the culprit." Alan ruffled his hair in frustration. "I think so too. It'll be hard to track him down now, because the scent has already spread everywhere." After hearing this, Hammond replied, "I will report it immediately after we return to the palace." Alan frowned and sighed. "I only came here to study magic." The sunset on the horizon was slowly sinking behind the mountains. Looking at the peaceful scene before him, Alan felt a little uneasy. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Loren Sit was in chaos. It turned out that many similar murder cases had already occurred. The streets were in an uproar over the mysterious murders, while the palace was in turmoil over the appearance of me, the Rogue Prince. Everyone was in an uproar for different reasons. As for myself, the one caught in the center of the rumors, I had safely returned to the palace. But Hammond stood before Alan, speaking in an imploring tone. "Please stay here and don't go anywhere." Hammond continued, "I've already reported the case, so please don't go out anymore. The banquet starts tomorrow. Please don't cause any trouble." Listening to Hammond's nagging, Alan looked extremely impatient and turned away. "I know. You're too long-winded." Hammond pouted. "You're still just a child." His face darkened, silent and unable to retort. After speaking, Hammond turned to Charlotte. As for Charlotte, she understood and replied, "I'll go take a look around the palace." Hammond nodded, then instructed, "If anyone asks who you serve, just give them my name, Vice Commander of the Holy Knights." Charlotte replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Alan found an excuse to leave. "Then I'll lock myself in the library." With that, he turned and left. Hammond called after him from behind, "You just need to go to the end of the hallway. It's on the left of the front hall." Charlotte, standing beside him, not to be outdone, said, "I'll come find you after I finish my patrol." Alan was speechless, lazily replying, "I really feel like a child." On his way, Alan walked in thought, feeling a little worried. "By the way, I thought I was mistaken." He looked up, affirming to himself, "But I can still smell the deathly aura." Alan remained lost in thought. The vampire might have already entered the palace. He walked toward the library, feeling uneasy. "I'll just listen to Hammond and stay put." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe I should find a magic book and run away. Instead of getting caught up in these cases, it's better to borrow a book and not return it on time. Abruptly, Alan stopped walking. He felt something was wrong. "I'll just go to the library first. I've been down this path before." Alan looked dejectedly at the statue ahead. That place too. He stared blankly at the statue. "It seems I've been walking in circles." Thinking this, Alan walked towards the statue. He was curious, thinking to himself, whose statue is that? Jalishan? Alan clicked his tongue inwardly. According to the inscription, she passed away a long time ago. While he was deep in thought, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from behind. My back. Alan was startled and carefully hid behind the statue to peek. A muttering voice was heard. Entrusting the work to those kids was a mistake. In the end, it still falls to this old man. Alan guessed suspiciously. Is he a gardener? He suddenly raised a pair of shears. Maybe I should cut their throats and use them as decorations? This sentence made Alan's face turn pale. Is he a gardener or a murderer after all? He suddenly turned his head. "You people live off the people's taxes, yet you're so lazy." Then he shouted at Alan, making him jump. "You too. If you're here, you should at least say hello, you brat." Alan pointed at himself in panic. "Me?" Without caring who he was, the man directly ordered, "Bring me that shovel and the soil over there." Alan tried to refuse, "But I'm not a gardener." Before he could finish, the man warned, "I think this tree looks too plain. Decorating it with your head would be perfect." Hearing this, Alan immediately changed his attitude. "I'll bring it right away." He carried the sandbags and shovel, sweating profusely and panting. Damn it, I should have worn the clothes Hammond prepared. Looking at the man's murderous expression, Alan guessed that it was probably because of his outfit that the man had mistaken him for a gardener. He threw the last sandbag on the ground and asked, "Is this all right?" After that, Alan noticed the thin hands covered in dirt and old scars. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'll be leaving now. He casually reminded him, your hands are very dirty. Let me lend you my handkerchief. With that said, Alan took a handkerchief from his breast pocket and offered it to the man. It's not mine, but Charlotte gave it to me. If possible, don't just bury yourself and work alone. Call some others to help. The man reached out his hand, which hovered in midair, silent. Suddenly, he grabbed his wrist. He leaned in close, making Alan panic. Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish, the man interrupted, as expected of the brat who lost his memory. It's not just your personality that's changed. Hearing this, his face showed suspicion, and he frowned. The old man angrily took off his hat, gritting his teeth and saying, you don't even recognize your own grandfather now? Alan strode down the hallway, thinking indignantly, damn it, the door slowly opened. Damn it all. A servant bowed respectfully to him. The seventh prince has arrived. On the throne, Kel was waiting. He looked at him with a majestic gaze. You've arrived. Alan still hadn't recovered from what just happened. He recalled the earlier incident, still gritting his teeth in anger. Unbelievable. That old man is the Holy Emperor. Just a moment ago, Kelt was wearing clothes covered in mud and even jumped around teasing, remember this muddy appearance of mine. Lost in thought, Kelt suddenly spoke, pulling him back to reality. I heard you performed a great service by defeating the enemy in the Lonia domain. Alan was startled and quickly looked up to reply, yes. He asked sternly, I also heard you defeated a vampire count. Is this true? Hearing this, Alan hesitated slightly, thinking to himself, I have to think this through carefully. He recalled the head from before. Even the people of Lo, Ren, Sit know about this. But Alan looked at Kelt with suspicion. If that's the case, there's no reason the Holy Empire wouldn't know a vampire was behind this incident. That's why, instead of rewarding him now for his service in the Lonia domain, he's confronting him privately in the palace. The atmosphere became silent. Alan looked at Kelt's pensive expression. He's probably scheming to find someone to catch that vampire again. He speculated, while confirming the information about the incident. Alan thought smugly. If that's the case then, at this moment, the nobles had entered the palace. Alan stood before everyone and spoke frankly. Yes, your majesty, I did it. Hearing this, the nobles began to whisper among themselves. Halfway through, he paused for a moment, then continued, but I cannot capture him alone again, not even if I were to die and come back to life. Kelt stared at him, stunned. Seeing his expression, Alan explained, that was an achievement I accomplished with the help of many people. Hammond and Charlotte, Lord Jennet, and for some reason, Rio as well. I also received great help from the people of the Lonia domain. Alan continued his spiel. It was not my strength alone. Sharing the credit to avoid trouble is the safest way. Kelt listened to him, silently watching him, lost in thought without speaking. After a moment, he sighed. Kelt said in a low voice, I understand. I have heard your words very clearly. Alan looked at him, also a little worried. He still looked very displeased, but was that all? Kelt suddenly ordered his subordinate. You've come from afar. You must be tired, so get some proper rest. Alan was a bit taken aback, but still nodded. Yes. If that is the case, I also hope your majesty will hunt down that vampire safely. Upon hearing this, his majesty was astonished, unable to believe his ears, and stared at him in silence. Alan immediately turned and left, slamming the door shut, leaving Kelt and the still bewildered nobles behind. He sat on the throne, wondering in confusion. Did Hammond tell him? He recalled pensively. Just half a year ago, he was an impulsive scoundrel, but now he could proudly acknowledge the help of others, and was even sharp enough to notice the presence of a vampire around the capital. Kelt rested his chin on his hand and thought, if a person loses their memory, does their personality change as well? As for Rio and Charlotte, he thought that, according to Hammond, they were survivors of the Hirai family. But Kelt had a glimmer of hope. If that's true, perhaps they really can hunt the vampire successfully. But the Hirai were not famous for swordsmanship, but a family that used holy power. Thinking of this, he sighed in frustration. The information I received from Lord Jennet. The letter said that the seventh prince used his holy power to save the dying soldiers. Kelt raised an eyebrow. Is that all? There was also the story of a goddess who descended to bless him after he prayed, and that he used a decorative gun to defeat a vampire. A thought flashed through Kelt's mind. Although that person wore a mask, Jennet assured me that it was definitely Alan. Looking at the nobles below, I previously thought it was all just baseless rumors. Kelt suddenly spoke up, startling them. What are your opinions on this matter? Then they came to their senses. One stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, I believe those words are all lies. As soon as the words were out, the nobles started arguing again. The prince said he wasn't on the battlefield for long, but someone said the masked person had the exact same build as the prince. Do you believe him? Perhaps it was a mistake. That person being the seventh prince, isn't that too absurd? But if that holy power doesn't come from the bloodline of the Holy Emperor, what other reasonable explanation is there? Seeing this chaotic scene, he held his forehead and complained, "These three short-sighted fools." Kel was a little worried. The time for my abdication is drawing near, but let alone a successor. There isn't even one person who can help me now. He once again remembered the familiar figure of the black-haired girl. She wore a long, flowing dress, turned around, and gave a radiant smile. Kelt blurted out, "Jalishan." Kelt sat on the throne, suddenly becoming unusually lonely. If nothing had happened that day, I would have chosen Luan as my successor. He bowed his head and thought, "This is more or less my fault, because I placed the safety of the empire above my own children." Acting too cold, Kelt recalled Alan's words. "If that is the case, I also hope your majesty will hunt down that vampire safely." He wondered, does that child still have a chance? Now Kelt sighed. If he could possess the power to lead this empire. The nobles below were still arguing incessantly. I already said, the seventh prince couldn't have done it. Talking to this old man is so difficult. Kelt thought to himself, can the empire develop any further? The noise in his ears continued. What? Want to fight? Kelt was so annoyed he couldn't hold back. Unable to stay silent any longer, he shouted loudly, "If you don't want me to personally give you a beating, then all of you shut your mouths." Kelt glared at the nobles who had fallen silent at his shout. A bunch of useless fools. One person mustered the courage to speak. "Your Majesty, please calm down." The atmosphere became silent and tense. Count Bomo stepped forward. "In any case, we still have plenty of time. Why not investigate a little more?" Count Bomo was Luan's confidant. Kelt looked at Count Bomo with displeasure. Bomo, however, paid no mind to his extremely displeased expression and continued to talk at length. "Lady Jalishan's memorial service will be held in 2 months. It would be better if the seventh prince is in the palace during that time." Bomo stubbornly continued. "In any case, the prince did contribute to the vampire hunt. Therefore, the point Bomo raised made him fall silent. At the upcoming banquet, why don't we let the prince rest until then?" Seeing that Bomo had a point, he sighed. "You are right. We are about to hold a banquet. There's no need to rush everything at once. Let's do that." Alan had only now reached the library he wanted to go to. Finally found the library. He stepped inside, complaining, "Why is the path so complicated?" Just as he entered, someone called Alan from behind, seventh prince. Alan turned his head and silently lamented to himself, "I can't believe there's still someone here at this hour." Alit stammered. Alit apologized. I'm sorry. I'll leave right away." Alan didn't understand. "Why are you apologizing?" "Huh?" Seeing Alan shake his head, signaling that she could stay, Alit asked again in disbelief. "What?" He thought to himself, "She looks very unnatural." Looking at the restless Alit, he wondered, "I haven't even done anything yet." Suddenly, Alan's eyes widened. He remembered another scene from the past, his face showing clear disbelief. Every detail began to appear clearly before his eyes. Alan firmly denied it. Impossible. Alit was someone he had interacted with before. Both were silent. Alit didn't dare to look him in the eye. The status window suddenly displayed Alit's information. Alit Storia, 17 years old, granddaughter of the Archbishop. Traits: benevolent and tolerant. Possesses extremely powerful holy power and magical knowledge. A fragment of the god of prophecy. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Looking at the status window, he frowned. No wonder she felt so unnatural. Looking at the still confused Alit, he thought to himself, she probably thinks that pervert has come looking for her again. A blue book appeared. Author, Rafa Astoria. And the author of the book I'm looking for has the same last name. Alan thought to himself, the author of this book is the Archbishop. He recalled the old Alan, who had made the Archbishop furious, even calling the Archbishop a slave of Gaia. Rafa knelt on the floor, shouting his name in the night. "Your Highness, the seventh prince." Alan sighed and ran his hands through his hair in frustration, startling Alit beside him. "Damn it, I can't believe I found out who the author was this way. But I don't even dare to think about asking him." Feeling he was being a bit rude, Alan quickly explained, "Sorry I scared you. I have amnesia, so I've forgotten almost everyone in the palace." Seeing Alit's disbelieving expression, still somewhat wary, he thought to himself, well, if it were me, I wouldn't believe it either. He didn't care whether Alit believed him or not, and quickly went to the bookshelf to get the book he needed. Just get the book and leave. As he was about to grab another one, he noticed the book on the shelf was gone. Alan was dumbfounded. "The book isn't here." Alit's gentle voice came from behind. "Are you looking for my grandfather's book?" The archbishops? Seeing Alan turn around in surprise. What? Alit walked to his side, no longer as fearful and wary as before. I was reading it, but I can give it to you. Alan replied, speechlessly, but I didn't intend to disturb you while you were reading. Alit shook her head and handed Alan the book he needed. It's all right. Actually, I was about to clean up before leaving. Looking at the book in Alit's hand about resurrection. Resurrection, what an exaggerated title. Alit looked at the book and said, this is just my grandfather's research notes. There's nothing special about it. From the very beginning, resurrecting a person has been impossible. Alan asked in surprise. Why? Hearing Alan's question, Alit didn't understand what he meant. What? He reached out to take the book on resurrection. What is the reason it can't be done? Alit hesitated, wanting to speak, but stopping. That's because, after a moment of thought, Alit explained, no matter how much life holy power can grant a person, you cannot capture a soul that has left its body. Only an arch-necromancer can capture a soul. But because being an arch-necromancer comes with a terrible price, doing it is not a good thing. Alit said, even if Gaia grants us a miracle, it's impossible to resurrect another person. Alan proposed a hypothesis. What if? He voiced his thought. What about a person who possesses both holy power and magic at the same time? Hearing Alan say this, Alit was confused. Then Alit said, that case is extremely rare. If they use both types of power at the same time, their bodies will explode. Alan nodded, flipping through the book. Is that so? But Alan still had some doubts in his heart. But I still think resurrection is possible. Alit asked, confused. What do you mean? Alan explained. The book says that if you want to use holy power better, you should pray more. Pausing for a moment, he continued, mages can use mana and spells, while necromancers use mana in their own lifespan. Is there a way for a person to use their holy power better? Alit still didn't understand and asked again. If you're asking about a method more effective than praying, you could use a magical tool. But you said resurrection is possible. Do you mean? Hearing Alit say this, Alan narrowed his eyes, startled. Oh no, I've kept the girl who was about to go home standing here talking to me for so long. Alan looked at the sky outside the window. It's getting dark. You should go home quickly. Alit quickly shook her head. No. Seeing she was still a bit unnatural, it seems you still feel uncomfortable with me. You don't need to deny it. Regardless of what Alit said, Alan still used the book to block her, pushing her out. All right, I didn't mean it that way. Alan said, I'll remember to blow out all the candles in the library before I leave. So good night. Alit turned her head back, looking at him with a still bewildered and confused gaze as he pushed her out the door. Both fell silent. Alan decisively pushed Alit out and closed the door. Alit looked at the door and asked, what about the conversation about resurrection? Alit frowned and thought to herself, no, the seventh prince was probably just talking nonsense. His Highness is that kind of person. However, at some point, Alit's mind had gradually stopped rejecting him. This time, something seemed different. I sensed a very different aura from the seventh prince. She recalled his focused appearance while reading earlier. As she was walking, someone called Alit's name, Alit. Alit saw that it was Rafa and called out happily, Grandfather. Rafa looked at his granddaughter and asked with a gentle smile, what's my granddaughter doing? Alit happily told Rafa, I was studying in the library. Rafa smiled kindly. You're just like me, full of curiosity. But be careful, the seventh prince has returned to the palace. Hearing this, Alit gave a slightly awkward, forced smile. Yes. With that said, Rafa took a plague doctor mask from his chest and gave it to Alit. Rafa advised, and don't force yourself. Alit happily accepted it. Hearing Rafa say, you were chosen by the goddess and possess great talent, but the things you must do will also come with heavy responsibilities. Alit fiddled with the mask and nodded. I know. Now Alit clenched her fist, determined. But don't worry, grandfather, because I'm strong just like you. Rafa laughed. Now that's my granddaughter. Then let's go inside. The two of them, along with the servants behind them, entered a dark, unlit room. On the bed, a body wrapped in bandages was groaning. Alit said as she put on the mask, let's begin today's treatment session. Afterward, everyone present clasped their hands in prayer, casting holy power. It was a streak of green light in the darkness. Despite being treated, the person let out a more agonizing scream of pain than before. The person arched their back, enduring what they called treatment. That person was none other than the first prince, Luan, who was enduring extreme pain. Luan let out a terrible scream. Alit was still praying with her hands clasped, but she thought to herself, grandfather was right. Facing the first prince's cursed body, even my holy power is ineffective. At this rate, his highness truly doesn't have much time left. Beneath the mask was Alit's worried face. No matter what, I want to find a way. Alit unconsciously recalled Alan's words, but I still think resurrection is possible. Alit thought to herself, I know it's impossible, but for some reason, I keep remembering those words. If only it were true. Meanwhile, Alan was in another place, looking up documents. Is that all? Alan asked curiously. Isn't there any information about my parents? Hammond reported the information he had gathered. Do you need their information as well, Your Highness? After all, you still remember them. Alan raised his eyebrows helplessly. You still think I'm faking my amnesia? I told you I've forgotten everything. So hurry up and tell me. Hammond bowed his head and sighed. Hammond spoke up. When they were alive, their lives were completely normal. Alan looked up at him. Is that all? Hammond nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Alan seemed to realize something, cursing inwardly. Hammond is such an idiot. Looking at Hammond, breaking out in a cold sweat, his eyes unable to look straight ahead. He's really bad at lying. In his heart, Alan wanted to know more. I want to know about the relationships between the family members. But that would be very suspicious. Forget it. This is a royal family matter, so they're probably more cautious when talking about it. Hammond asked. Besides, the banquet is approaching. Why haven't you made any preparations, Your Highness? Alan replied listlessly. Is it necessary? Hammond recalled a time before. Charlotte had to balance a stack of books on her head to practice her posture. If you do anything wrong, you might be ridiculed. Charlotte is still learning court etiquette, so as not to embarrass you, Your Highness. Alan replied helplessly. Can't I even enjoy the banquet comfortably for a bit? Hammond smiled. A small party and a banquet are not the same. At this rate, the first prince might even attend. This sentence startled Alan. Alan asked curiously, who is that? Hammond sighed. The first prince is in the royal family tree. Hammond pointed to the paper and explained, Juan Alphonse, your older brother. The first prince is the person you should be most wary of right now. Elsewhere, Juan, covered in blood, clenched his fists in pain, his eyes wide open, looking utterly terrifying. A banquet. Juan panted heavily and sneered grotesquely. A person like him gets to have a banquet? Back at the palace where the banquet was being held, musicians were playing the piano. A plump man stood opposite Alit, praising her for becoming a beautiful young lady. He smiled and greeted her. It's been a long time. It's a pleasure to see you, Alit. Alit placed her hand on her chest and replied, The pleasure is all mine. My lord. Alit thought helplessly to herself. Grandfather clearly told me not to attend. But then she remembered Rafa's scolding. Whether it's for Hammond or Lord Janet, it doesn't matter. But this is the seventh prince's victory celebration banquet. She smiled shyly, thinking to herself, even if grandfather isn't attending, I should at least be here. Alit thought, grandfather is probably busy taking care of the first prince. Just then, a voice called out from behind as someone approached Lady Alit. Alit was slightly startled and turned her head. Ah, it's Bomo, Count Bomo. Bomo said with a smile, the lady is as beautiful as ever. Even if we told others that you are the incarnation of the goddess Gaia, they would surely believe it. Seeing Bomo approach her, the nobles standing behind began to whisper among themselves. It's Count Bomo. I hear he's been very popular with the common people lately, but it's not easy to win over those commoners. He has no interest in power. It seems his hobby is meddling in charity work. Even while talking to Bomo, Alit could still hear their gossip. Alit was so angry she wanted to lift her skirt and go argue with them. But Bomo, standing beside her, quickly stopped her. Lady Alit, don't pay them any mind. Bomo said with a wry smile. After all, what they're saying isn't wrong. Bomo smiled helplessly. After my wife passed away, the only reason for me to keep living is to do good deeds. With that, Bomo rubbed his neck. Doing so probably doesn't quite fit the style of a nobleman. Seeing that Bomo seemed to have misunderstood her, Alit quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. Alit said, quite the opposite. You are very respectable. But a strange thought crossed her mind. The Count is surely a good person. He once served Empress Jelician, and now he is a loyal subject who supports the first prince. Recalling Bomo's demeanor, he seemed to always be concerned about the first prince's health and never thought about vying for power. He also always spoke up for the common people. But why do I feel so uneasy? She felt unwell, so she smiled politely and excused herself. Please excuse me for a moment. I have to go see some other people. Bomo nodded in reply. Ah, then I look forward to our next meeting. She turned and left with a weary expression. I don't feel well. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Oh my goodness. Ahead were Janet and Rio. Janet was standing there trembling, talking to Rio. A country lord like me receiving an invitation to a place like this. Lord Janet, now is not the time to be nervous. Look at me, I'm just a commoner. She stood behind them. covering her mouth with her hand to hide a smile at their childish behavior. Where did the seventh prince go? How could His Highness leave us here? She thought to herself, it's been a while since I've attended a banquet. It's best not to be with people who are too hung up on etiquette. Then, she stepped forward to greet them. Hello, Lord Janet, Mr. Rio. Ah, both were startled. Aren't you the Archbishop's granddaughter? She smiled and introduced herself, not noticing Bomo's intense stare from a distance. My name is Alit. It seems you already know who I am. Both were a little embarrassed. I've only seen Lady Alit from afar. The corners of Bomo's mouth curled into a dangerous smile, his eyes seemingly harboring some kind of scheme. Bomo's hand suddenly trembled as he felt a terrifying presence. Alan entered the banquet, escorted by Hammond and Charlotte. Under the protection of the Holy Knights, Prince Alan Alfols is entering the banquet hall. Alan appeared calmly before everyone. Bomo noticed him and shot him a ferocious look, his eyes immediately turning bloodshot. Alan sat down on a chair and crossed his legs. How unexpected. He crossed his arms and pondered. A prince like me with no right of succession, and who was even exiled, I thought no one would approach me. But the nobles behind him immediately paid attention to his direction. Alan glanced at Charlotte. She was wearing a long red dress, her hair in an updo. How are you more eye-catching than me? Charlotte was flustered. What? Alan tilted his head and said in surprise, you look more like a noble than I do right now. Those remedial classes were really worth the money. Hammond clasped his hands behind his back and replied, an innate noble bearing isn't something that can be acquired just through study, Your Highness. Alan raised an eyebrow at him. What do you mean? Are you saying my innate bearing is unsightly? He explained, I wouldn't dare say that. Don't you think so, Your Highness? Bomo stepped forward. Greetings, Your Highness, the seventh prince. Bomo came closer and continued, long time no see, Sir Hammond. Alan looked up, eyeing Bomo with suspicion. Who are you? Hammond quickly reminded him, Your Highness, your attitude is not very princely. This is Count Bomo. He added, his name was in the documents I gave you. Haha. It's quite all right. Bomo extended his hand, wanting to shake his. We haven't seen each other in a long time either, so it's understandable that Your Highness has forgotten me. Bomo said, when you were in trouble, I was unable to be by your side. Please forgive my impoliteness, Your Highness. Alan waved his hand listlessly. Oh, you don't need to be so formal. But he still reached out and took Count Bomo's hand. In the past, he had served his mother and had also supported the first prince alongside him. He boldly opened the status window to take a look. I still remember a few people who helped me. The moment he opened Bomo's information, he was stunned. Count Bomo, vampire. Traits, blood-sucking, dismemberment, black magic. Current status, bloodthirsty. Looking at Bomo, who was still smiling at him, his hand tightened its grip on his. Bomo's hand squeezed the back of his hand lightly. This bastard is. Bomo's arm gradually tightened. A vampire. A red aura emanated from Bomo, swirling around him. Bomo smiled and asked, are you enjoying the food at today's banquet? He finally pulled his hand back and replied vaguely, the food is delicious. I unconsciously released my holy power, but he didn't react at all. Bomo bowed and said with a smile, that's wonderful. It's been a long time since you've tasted the delicacies of the royal family, hasn't it? Alan thought to himself. When did he enter the palace? Seeing Alan was a bit distracted, Bomo spoke up, Your Highness. Alan's gaze remained fixed on the nobles standing behind Bomo. A woman was covering her mouth with a fan, her blazing red eyes smiling dangerously at him. The status window in front of Alan gradually faded. He stood up. Bomo asked, are you looking for someone? Alan replied, I just remembered there was one thing that disappointed me greatly during the meal. Bomo asked doubtfully, what would that be? Alan pointed to the yellow wine. This. Give me another glass. Alan walked over and picked up the wine glass. Bomo was bewildered. Alan said, the wine, of course. He swirled the wine in his glass. A meal without wine is such a bore. Their eyes met. The corners of Alan's mouth curled into a smile. Alan asked, won't you have a glass, Count? Bomo took the glass of blue wine and said with a smile, with pleasure. Alan smirked. Drink up. I've poured holy power into it, turning it into holy water. Alan thought to himself, hurry up and drink. Let me see your true face. I'm sure the shadow is this guy. Therefore, if I can figure out the Count's true nature, the mastermind behind it all will naturally be revealed. Alan smiled as he watched Bomo drain the glass of wine he had filled with holy water. Bomo drained the glass, then remained with his head tilted back, silent. Bomo suddenly burst out laughing. It seems I drank a bit too quickly. I'm a little dizzy. Bomo laughed and scratched his head. How rude of me. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I'm not much of a drinker. Alan was silent, raising a questioning eyebrow. You don't look drunk. Bomo also feigned surprise. What? That's because I'm not drunk yet. Oh, is that so? Alan asked again. In a flash, Alan grabbed the bottle of yellow wine. All the nobles present were stunned by Alan's action, only to see Alan smash the wine bottle. Seventh Prince. What is this? Alan held the broken bottle, its sharp glass edges pointed straight at Bomo. Bomo fell backward in alarm. With a cold expression, Alan swung the broken bottle, the sharp glass piercing through Bomo's hand, fresh blood gushing out. Bomo shouted, Your Highness, what are you doing? Alan suddenly stopped, looked at the bloodstain on his clothes, and also wondered, what? Bomo struggled to his feet, trembling as he clutched his profusely bleeding hand. Please calm down, Your Highness. Alan thought to himself, his wound isn't healing, but he's clearly a vampire. Hammond stood in front of Alan. Please forgive him. It seems the seventh prince is drunk. Alan stood behind him, his face pale, not understanding what was happening. Hammond suggested, how about we go inside and bandage your wound? Bomo didn't argue, nodding and saying, I think that's for the best. Then I'll take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Bomo immediately turned and fled. Hammond asked worriedly, Your Highness, why did you do that? Charlotte stood before him and asked with concern, Did you notice anything strange about the Count? Your Highness? Alan said coldly, He seems to be a vampire. His words made them both stare in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. What? Hammond said hurriedly, Then we should capture him. Alan raised a hand to stop him. We don't have any proof. First, give me a pen and paper. Hammond said, Why so suddenly? What are you going to do with them? Alan glanced at him. Isn't it obvious? We're going vampire hunting. Just us. In the hallway, Bomo's hurried footsteps echoed. He was running towards the drawing room. The footsteps stopped in front of a door, which he pushed open more violently than any nobleman would. Bomo burst into the room, slammed the door shut, and clamped a hand over his mouth. After confirming the room was empty, Bomo vomited a pool of fresh red blood. Gulp, wretch! Bomo angrily gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath with his hand over his mouth. Damn it! Damn it all! The blue flame from the holy water was burning his oral cavity. In extreme agony, Bomo reverted to his vampire form, his fangs and claws emerging, and the area around his eyes covered in a web of stitches. Bomo roared in pain. That damn prince. Bomo recalled the scene where Alan handed him the glass of wine. He must have recognized me. Otherwise, who would disguise holy water as wine to offer someone a drink? Gradually, Bomo's eyes turned pitch black, like two bottomless pits on his face. Bomo collapsed to the floor, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Damn it, I have to cut out all my burn organs. Amid suppressed groans, Bomo thought to himself, fresh blood and young flesh. I need those things. Just at this critical moment, as if the heavens had heard Bomo's prayer, a knock and a woman's voice came from outside the door. My Lord Count, the maid announced politely, I've come to clean your room. Bomo glanced at the door. He was panting heavily, a savage smile spreading across his lips, revealing long fangs and a body and mouth covered in blood. Come in. With Bomo's permission, the maid peeked her head in. Then I shall intrude. Bomo replied, You don't need to be so formal. Just clean as you please. As soon as she entered the room, the maid saw a long trail of blood on the floor. The maid, holding a broom, exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Bomo's voice deepened as he chuckled and said, You've come at the right time. I was just in need of someone like you. The door was ajar. Two maids passing by glanced inside. Seeing it was Bomo, the two maids greeted him respectfully. Good evening, my Lord Count. Bomo adjusted his clothes and replied, The dinner was delicious. Bomo smiled in praise. You must all be very busy because of the banquet. The short-haired maid smiled and said, You are the only one who cares about us, my Lord Count. Suddenly, Bomo remembered something and said, About the maid named Milia. Bomo said, She works very well, so I want to hire her for my manor. Please help me relay this to the royal steward. But behind the door lay the corpse of the maid named Milia, of which the other two maids were completely unaware, even feeling grateful. Oh my, to be able to work for someone like the Count. Milia will surely be very happy. Bomo chuckled, then turned to leave. My manor is nothing special. Well then, I'll be on my way. The short-haired maid replied, That's not the way to the banquet hall, sir. Bomo immediately stopped and said, I'm not going to the banquet hall. Now, Bomo wore a sinister smile. I'm going to visit the first prince to wish his highness a good night. Meanwhile, Alan was writing something on paper. Done. I've written them all down. So many? But Alan said, these are just a few of the bastards I saw on the first floor. Charlotte replied, there are so many nobles. Hammond spoke up, because there's no way to prove they are vampires. Things have become very troublesome. But at least none of them are progenitors, so the situation isn't too bad. Alan asked doubtfully, progenitors? Hammond explained, you already know the evolutionary process of the undead, Your Highness. After evolving, if an individual is born a vampire, it is called a progenitor. For example, the vampire count we defeated last time. In many cases, a progenitor will create its own works. They are weaker than the progenitor. Hammond continued, but their special ability is to blend in among humans. Alan asked, can they evade the detection of the Holy Empire? Hammond replied with a bitter smile, to be honest, yes, that's right. Those bastards can use the bodies of the humans they've killed to replace their own. Alan was startled. He recalled the image of the weeping head. You mean the missing bodies with the head still left? That's? Hammond nodded. Yes, it's very likely the vampires took the bodies. That's just what they leave behind. Because they are human bodies, holy power might not react as strongly to them as it would to their true forms. Hearing this, Alan tightened his grip on the pen and paper in his hand. At this moment, Alan asked a question that Hammond didn't understand. Hammond, your position is quite high, isn't it? Hammond replied, my rank is high enough to command a squad of holy knights on my own authority. Alan said wearily, then go and capture everyone on this list. First, assess the situation and, if necessary, just kill them. Hammond took the paper and looked it over, his expression worried. Seeing this, Alan reassured him, I will take full responsibility. Charlotte, you go help him too. But Hammond was still worried about his safety. Will you be all right, Your Highness? Hammond said, using military authority during a banquet, it will look like... Alan quickly cut him off. Why are you only worried about me? You should be more worried about yourself. Because we have absolutely no way to prove they are vampires. Alan's gaze grew bone-chillingly cold, so just kill them first, and then let them see those bastards turn to ash. Alan also guessed that the Count has probably realized that I know his true face. If we don't act quickly, I will be in danger. The two looked at each other in silence. Hammond sighed and nodded. All right. He reminded him, Your Highness, you must be careful. Watching the two of them leave. All right, now I just need to hide. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind, startling him. Alan. He turned around. Long time no see. The person who had arrived was Ruthio Enfant. Ruthio held a wine glass and blinked. My dear brother. Ruthio Enfant, 21 years old, third prince. Cunning personality, master of spear techniques. Normal physical strength, cowardly and weak. I will definitely become the next Holy Emperor because my mother... Alan sighed to himself. What a poor character setup. Alan stared at Ruthio, thinking, his name is Ruthio Enfant? Ruthio placed a hand on his chest and replied, I heard you have amnesia? How sad. Alan asked doubtfully, you are the third prince? Ruthio smiled. I'm the third prince. But he thought to himself, Hammond told me about him. Alan sneered inwardly. He's someone who relies on his mother's connections. Even the Holy Emperor sees him that way. A prince with almost no presence. Ruthio withdrew his hand and gave a fake cough. It seems you still remember me. Alan shook his head in denial. No, Hammond told me. Ruthio clicked his tongue. Is that so? Ruthio shrugged. By the way, none of our other brothers came today. Ruthio said, don't be disappointed. They must be busy with something. So busy they forgot to attend my victory celebration. Looking at him, Alan thought to himself, is he deliberately trying to provoke me? He replied, having you here is enough. Ruthio puffed out his chest smugly, hands on his hips, and said, I only came because my schedule happened to be free. Ruthio clapped him on the shoulder, but you seem to cause a commotion wherever you go. Seeing you're as useless as ever makes me very happy. Ruthio frowned, a threatening smile on his face. If you've come to the palace with aspirations for the Holy Emperor's throne, then I might have to become your enemy. Ruthio squeezed his shoulder as a warning. Alan frowned, showing his cold displeasure, his gaze flicking to Ruthio's hand on his shoulder. As the room grew gloomy, Ruthio said coldly, just go on living the life you never had. After saying that, Ruthio casually turned and left. Well, I'm off. Alan watched Ruthio's retreating back, feeling a bit annoyed. I was thinking the country would do just fine without me. He looks like a villain character. Alan shook his head, pushing Ruthio aside in his thoughts. Forget that idiot. I need to focus on the main task. With that said, Alan quickly left the room. Since I don't know how strong Count Bomo really is, I need to conserve my strength. Just as he was thinking of hiding until Hammond and Charlotte were done, the banquet hall door was violently thrown open again. It was followed by a piercing scream, almost enough to rupture eardrums. Alan Enfant, the furious scream scream continued. Alan on fawn. Get out here. Alan rubbed his temples, a headache forming. Interesting, someone else dares to shout Alan Onfawn's full name. Just how bad is this guy in others' eyes for them to call him out by name like this? Lord Juan, please stop. You shouldn't be moving so much. Alan turned around. Muttering Juan dragged his heavily injured body forward. This is going to be a big problem. Alan mused. The first prince, Juan Onfawn. Juan was covered in bandages, and wherever he walked, blood dripped. The status window displayed information. Juan Onfawn, 27 years old. Personality, benevolent, debauched. Body is decaying. Possesses the swordsmanship talent to become a wise ruler, but also has the makings of a tyrant. Alan Onfawn. I will punish the one who insulted my mother. But Alan immediately realized this stench and magic. He's still alive, even a body that's about to die. While Alan was thinking, Juan strode forward and grabbed Alan by the collar. His willpower is really... Alan was shaken violently by Juan, his head spinning. You dare insult my vassal. The surrounding people screamed in fear, then slowly backed away. Juan roared. The Count once served our mother. I don't believe you didn't know that. Juan's bandaged, blood-stained arm tightened its grip on Alan's shirt. Why do you always insult the gods and do things against the will of heaven? Juan screamed in Alan's face, splattering blood on him. I'm asking you, why do you keep dishonoring our mother? Suddenly, Kelt's calm voice came from the door. What are you two doing? A servant respectfully opened the door for Kelt. Kelt entered the banquet hall, escorted by the Holy Empire's guards, his cold gaze fixed on the two of them. The master of the Holy Empire, the Holy Emperor, has arrived. The entire hall suddenly fell so silent they could hear each other breathe. Kelt asked, why is no one answering me? Kelt took a deep breath. I asked. A pure blue holy power emanated from Kelt. Kelt angrily shouted, what are you doing? Alan was pushed back several steps by the force. He thought to himself, his voice alone contains such powerful holy power. Juan was also affected. Juan tried to grit his teeth and endure it, but a moment later he vomited a mouthful of blood. Someone cried out in concern. First Prince, Kelt said, Archbishop and the other healers. Take the first prince down and tend to him. Rafa nodded. Yes. Kelt stepped forward. Seventh prince, explain yourself. Alan turned to him doubtfully. Kelt asked, I heard you insulted Count Bomo. Is that true? He didn't deny it, nodding, yes. Kelt asked, what was the reason? Alan's expression was grim as he thought to himself, I can't exactly say I intended to hunt and kill him, not just insult him. Then, he turned to Kelt. Should I just tell him he's a vampire? Looking at Kelt's angry face, he thought, he won't believe me. Alan looked Kelt straight in the eye and said, I was drunk at the time and made a mistake. Kelt was skeptical. Made a mistake? Beside them, Rafa was treating Juan. Kelt asked again, is that it? Seeing Kelt's disbelieving expression, Alan wondered to himself, what's with that look on his face? It's as if he's expecting a different answer, just like last time. The two looked at each other, silent. Juan, being treated, gritted his teeth in pain. Kelt asked again, is there another reason? After his body recovered a little, Juan angrily pushed himself up from the table. Juan snatched an empty glass from the table and threw it hard at Alan's feet. The crowd panicked. Your Highness. Kelt shouted, Juan Onfawn. Juan said, please forgive my disrespect, Your Majesty, but my vassal has been insulted. Juan, with a terrifyingly haggard face, said, I cannot let this go. I want to duel him. Kelt said in a reproachful tone, how can you say such things in your condition? Kelt glanced at Juan. Wait until I've investigated the situation, then I will punish him. You may withdraw. Juan unwillingly shook his head. No. Juan's words made Kelt pause slightly. I heard he was credited with great merit for Alan Onfawn in the incident at the Lonia domain. Juan continued, if you let him duel me, wouldn't you be able to see his true colors? Juan stared intently at Alan. Does he truly have the ability to hunt vampires? Or is he just stealing credit from others? Juan asked, aren't you curious? Rafa, who was beside them, spoke up. Your Majesty, you must stop this. Kelt remained silent, then turned and left without a word, leaving Rafa bewildered. Your Majesty, where are you going? Seeing the two preparing to fight, Rafa said worriedly, you must stop them. Juan had already walked up to Alan. Little brother, the Holy Emperor has approved our duel. Juan pointed directly at him. I will definitely teach you a lesson for your arrogance. He looked at Alan with a provocative gaze. You'd best prepare yourself. But Alan just calmly looked at Juan, who was intent on killing him. They didn't even bother to ask for my opinion. Someone worried for Alan. The seventh prince is causing trouble again. A man came over and urged, I think we should go. He seemed to know an endless battle was about to begin. Things are about to get very ugly. Someone from behind suddenly shouted, "How dare you!" Seeing a member of the royal family being badmouthed, Rio couldn't help but get angry. Even if our seventh prince is a bastard, he's still. Janet quickly covered Rio's mouth. "Calm down," he explained sheepishly. "Please calm your anger, Lady Alice. This friend of mine can't hold his liquor, so—" Janet called out again, "Lady Alice," but her attention was elsewhere. Alice was having an existential crisis. The seventh prince seemed to have given Hammond a piece of paper. "Did any of you see what was written on it?" "No, I didn't see." "Is it something important?" She just said nonchalantly, "No, I was just a little curious." Their secretive actions had caught Alice's attention. Why was the seventh prince drinking with Count Bomo just now? It was as if he was waiting for something to happen. She had a bad feeling and wanted to return quickly. Now is not the time to think about these things. I must focus on the first prince. The first prince cannot overexert himself. Alice lifted her skirt and excused herself. "I'll be taking my leave." She was always worried about Juan. What if something happened to the first prince? Their duel must end safely. Alan was completely bewildered, unable to accept this damn fate. Why did I have to possess a body with such a terrible relationship with its family? He held the weapon in his hand, his heart filled with anxiety. Luan is wrapped up like a mummy, and you people are letting a dying patient duel? If he just suddenly fell over and died while walking, it wouldn't be strange at all. Alan looked around, not understanding what was happening. He had clearly seen the attitudes of the three. Each had their own agenda. I don't know what they're hoping for, but it's clear the Holy Emperor has no intention of stopping this duel. The Archbishop only cares about the first prince and is not on my side at all. But Rafa had set a condition before the match began. To ensure safety, the use of holy power is forbidden in this duel. Alan also didn't know why he did that. Is this really that important? Not only because the first prince's body cannot withstand the use of holy power, but if the seventh prince is truly the one who hunted the vampire progenitor, then you surely don't rely solely on holy power to fight. From Rafa's implication, this was for his benefit. You could say this is an opportunity to test your martial skills. Alan was startled. "Don't joke with me. I really only know how to use holy power." Alan was in a complete panic, looking up at the second floor. "I don't even know how to use a sword. I'm screwed." But when Alan couldn't find his subordinates, he fell into a panic. "The two people who were supposed to protect me aren't here either." He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Is fighting for my life the only way? There's only one way. It seems Juan's hatred runs deep for him to show up here. What? So you finally decided to get serious? Despite being covered in wounds, Juan was still bent on revenge. "All right, Your Majesty, please maintain a neutral stance in this match." Kelt heard this, helpless, but there was nothing he could do to change it. Before they went too far, Kelt reminded them, "Do not forget to respect each other as brothers." He raised his hand high, then quickly brought it down, signaling the start. The duel begins. Alan quickly rushed towards Juan. Juan immediately swung his sword, slashing wildly. But Alan couldn't just sit back and wait to die. Alan looked at Juan with a gaze like a bullet. Suddenly, Alan placed both hands on the wooden sword. Just as Juan was about to end the match with a single blow, Alan shouted, "I surrender!" Alan's action left him stunned. Alice and Kelt were both confused. Alan threw the wooden staff to the ground. Alan Enfant, surrendered to Luan Enfant out of fear. The nobility began to have their suspicions, but no one dared to discuss it. The Holy Emperor was also completely at a loss. He couldn't believe Alan. Did he do that to avoid a fight? Or was it just out of concern for Luan's condition? The Holy Emperor always felt that something was not right. On the other side, Luan cursed him to his face. "You bastard." The first prince was trembling with anger. "You said we must respect each other as brothers." Then Luan slashed towards Alan. "Damn it." Luan collapsed to his knees. "Not only did you look down on my subordinate, but you also dare to despise me because I look like a corpse. Right? Juan looked no different from a living corpse. You dare to use that filthy thought to insult me." Juan again used such vulgar words to curse Alan. "Bastard." Even though Alan had reminded him, "Brother, mind your dignity." Dignity. The bandages wrapped around Juan's face were about to fall off. "Forget that dignity crap. I absolutely cannot forgive what you've done." Alan knew he had no way out, which made him panic even more. Luan is using holy power. My body is going to explode. There's no way to dodge that attack. He looked towards the Holy Emperor for help. Are you still not going to stop them? It seems Alan will have to use his power after all. Damn it, the result is... The others were astonished by the strange weapon. Luan was also confused to see Alan use a cheap item to block his attack. Where did that shovel come from? The others could only stand and watch. No one stepped forward to intervene. I had no idea he could use spatial magic. The person next to him asserted, "That's not magic. I don't sense any source of mana. It's an aura." Alan thought to himself, how can Juan still fight with that body? If this continues, Juan will be in danger. He suddenly noticed something unusual behind Juan. Among the crowd of nobles, Count Bomo wore a mysterious smile. It was as if he was provoking Alan, seeing if Alan could find him. Alan tightened his grip on the shovel. That bastard, this was all his plan, wasn't it? If I just kill him, everything will be resolved. Reluctantly, Alan had to fight back against Luan. "Brother, I'm sorry." But Luan was terrified by his energy. Alan used the shovel as a combat weapon. "Please, take this and come to your senses." He suddenly launched a fierce counterattack towards Luan. Alan's words and actions were completely inconsistent. "I will definitely avenge you." Juan, who was already seriously injured, took another blow from Alan. The nobility panicked, seeing Juan about to collapse right in the Great Hall. Someone screamed, but he had no intention of stopping. "Your Highness!" The one Alan wanted to kill was the mastermind behind Juan's suffering. It seems their accomplices in the palace are numerous. Everyone was abuzz with discussion. The seventh prince has conjured another item. Everyone was utterly bewildered by the scene before them. Alan closed one eye. Was that gun also created from holy power? Seeing this, Rafa spoke up. "Your Majesty, you must stop him. Even if it's a non-lethal gun, using it at such close range is extremely dangerous. The direction he's aiming the barrel is very misleading. In the name of the goddess Gaia." "Don't worry, Archbishop. The barrel contains holy power." Alan carefully identified his target. "My target is..." Count Bomo realized he had become the target, but his skill hadn't diminished in the slightest. A shot hit him right in the face. He fell amidst the astonished gazes of the nobility. But before Alan could explain, he nearly fainted. "Because I can only pray for a short time, my power is still too weak." The nobles were in an uproar once again, believing he had harmed an innocent person without reason. The seventh prince is insane. This forced Celt to call his subordinates to intervene. "Holy knights, stop the seventh prince." The knights obeyed the Holy Emperor's command. "Yes, your Majesty." But Alan didn't understand why they were surrounding him instead of pursuing the mastermind. "I was fighting just a little more." Alan dropped the gun, blaming himself for missing a good opportunity. "Just one more time, I could definitely have killed him." Alan struggled to block Luan's downward sword strike with the shovel. That shovel was created by magic. The gun Alan used was aimed at the villain. Luan recalled the moment Count Bomo was shot in the face. The Holy Emperor had a bad feeling. "Something is happening." He affirmed, "I know you think so too." Juan replied wearily, "Yes, your Majesty. I suddenly remembered what Hammond said a few days ago." Juan also recounted. He said that Alan needed to make himself look like a scoundrel and get exiled in order to avenge his mother. Who would have thought Luan was thinking as a prince, not as a brother? Seeing his current abilities makes me feel that it might be true. That's why, in short, I want to confirm whether he is truly qualified to become the Holy Emperor. Everything became a mess. Alice noticed his poor health. Luan stubbornly refused treatment, struggling to speak. "You see, I'm really about to die." He coughed up blood. His illness made Luan feel insecure. "I wanted to do my best to become the next Holy Emperor, but I've reached my limit." She and the Holy Emperor were both stunned to hear these words from the bottom of Luan's heart. "Therefore, if I want to avenge the nobles who mocked my mother, calling her a lowly commoner, I must let Alan become the next Holy Emperor." People have always been prejudiced against him. The seventh prince really intended to kill Count Bomo. Luan's reasoning was very sound. If he really wanted to insult me, he would have aimed at me. Alan seems to be very fixated on Count Bomo, though I don't know the reason why. At this moment, Rafa also spoke up. "Your Majesty, Luan is in dire need of treatment right now." The Holy Emperor had to put the matter aside. "All right, we'll talk about this later." Kel was a little suspicious. "Do you know where Hammond is?" Alice answered honestly. "Lord Hammond left right during the duel. Since then, he hasn't returned." This raised the Holy Emperor's suspicions. The Holy Emperor was worried about Bomo's health. "What about Count Bomo?" "Count Bomo has been taken to the treatment room." He gave Rafa an order. "Summon him to see me." Rafa accepted the command. Yes, Rafa couldn't help but question the Holy Emperor's intentions. "What do you intend to do with a patient?" The Holy Emperor's words sounded gentle, but they held a deeper meaning. "Wasn't he injured because of my grandson? I just want to personally treat him." His hand twitched slightly. But then, the Holy Emperor suddenly had a somewhat frightening thought. Perhaps I should use some holy power and pour it into his head to treat him? Although the Holy Emperor was angry at Alan's rude behavior, he couldn't let his nephew be bullied. He pretended to ask for Rafa's opinion. It's a bit too early to open his skull now, isn't it? The grand banquet was now empty, leaving only Rafa's fear. I don't know what the consequences will be either. Alan shouted in despair. I don't know why I'm stuck here. Damn it, I've been thrown in jail again. Alan kept shaking the iron bars, but no one answered. He was worried that he couldn't completely deal with Count Bomo. I only injured him and left him unconscious. What if he goes and kills the servants again? He thought of Hammond and Charlotte being sent on a mission, and Alan grew anxious. It's too quiet in the palace. Hammond and Charlotte. Did they fail? He recalled the moment Count Bomo gave a sly smile and was immediately certain. Seeing the Count walk so confidently in the banquet hall, he must have been hiding something. Alan quickly saw through their scheme. To them, the palace was no different from the center of an enemy's lair. They probably even have a manual on how to escape critical situations. He worried that the two of them were not capable enough to distinguish the mastermind. Even if that wasn't the case, it would be very difficult for Hammond to harm those nobles because of his status. But Alan knew their plan very well. It was a pity he had no opportunity to hunt them down. The vampires disguised as nobles would use their status to blend in with the knights to delay their capture. Taking advantage of the end of the banquet, the vampires would mingle with the human nobles and leave. He had no regrets about his recent actions, even though he would have to take responsibility for the attempted murder of the Count. Alan was not willing to be locked up here, as it would waste precious time. Damn it, this can't be happening. You're still making a fuss at a time like this? He was startled by the voice. It's the third prince. Alan was cold, not calling his name, nor addressing him intimately. The third prince, Rufio, looked displeased upon hearing this. You should be calling me brother. He stood outside, lecturing. I saw your match. It's not right for brothers to fight like that. Alan retorted without courtesy. You say that, but you still look very happy. He was no stranger to Rufio's personality. It's just your feeling. He knew very well what was on Rufio's mind. It's probably because you have one less rival. You must be very happy. Alan suddenly had a bold idea. Wait a minute, this bastard is also a prince, right? He has the authority to let me out. Alan resorted to his pouting trick again. Brother, can you help me get out? Rufio did not agree so easily. Why should I do that? What if I get punished for letting you out? Alan was not short of reasons. Isn't the first prince in a critical situation? He analyzed it logically. If you owe any debts, it's best to pay them off early. That's why I want to visit the first prince. You know my personality. Of course, he was a little swayed. Alan gripped the iron bars. If you let me out, Alan whispered to Rufio, I'll show you a very interesting scene later. Alan's voice echoed in the armory. That third prince, does he really hate the first prince that much? For a moment, Alan felt a chill down his spine. He not only helped me break out of prison, but he also brought me straight to the armory. Of course, you should go to the first prince. Don't forget to bring a gift for Luan. Alan curiously asked what kind of gift was here. He walked slowly around the room, aimless and uncertain. It's great to be out of prison, but what should I do now? There's no one in the palace to help me. Moreover, I think the vampires have already informed each other by now. Who knows what new plan Alan has come up with? It seems it's time to use a little power. He immediately thought of Luan and his guards. The person I need to borrow must be someone with more authority than me, who can freely use their power and is trusted by everyone. That must be Luan. There's not another second to delay. Alan had used his true power. I also need to clear the way first. After activating his skill, he summoned another group of undead. It seems I have a favor to ask of you. Undead soldiers. Alan carefully reminded them to avoid scaring others. But I think you should put on your helmets and cover your faces first. The undead soldiers thought they were too handsome, so they just stood there posing. His head ached, having to face many enemies at once. I originally intended to handle this as discreetly as possible, but those damn vampires kept coming to pick a fight with me, and the first prince also didn't understand my intentions. After putting on their armor, they looked no different from ordinary soldiers. Alan turned the doorknob. Well then, he repeated his request once more. Now, let's go to the first prince. The servants and soldiers guarding the door to Luan's room were all thrown into confusion. Wait, please stop. We're these soldiers. Just stage a rebellion here. A soldier saw Alan leading the troops and shouted loudly, "The seventh prince is rebelling." Alan commanded them not to act rashly. Don't kill anyone. Just clear a path for me. On the other side, The royal soldiers were extremely confused. "We need reinforcements. Quickly call for more soldiers." Both sides drew their swords. A civil war was about to erupt. Alan wants to enter the first prince's room. The fake soldiers and real soldiers couldn't distinguish friend from foe. It seems Alan's purpose was to create chaos. The scene became chaotic. Good job. They saw Alan's stealthy actions, and everyone was worried. "No, he's about to enter the first prince's room. We must stop him." Before the healer could mentally prepare, he pushed the door open and rushed in. "What's going on, Your Highness the Seventh Prince?" Although they tried to explain, it was useless. "Please stop. We are treating His Highness." In the end, did Alan think it through, or did he choose to take such a risk? "Lock the door. Don't let anyone in." The royal physician pleaded incessantly. "Please don't do this, Your Highness." He didn't want to hear any sound and slammed the door shut. The screams outside made Alan silent. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Juan had been awakened by the noise. "What are you doing?" He turned to blame Juan. "I didn't want to do this either. You shouldn't have ruined my plan last time." Alan finally told Juan the truth. Now, the vampire hunting plan is completely ruined. After hearing this, Juan understood to some extent. "Are you talking about Count Bomo?" He couldn't help but be astonished. "You knew about that?" Juan was very sharp, able to see through the other's intentions with just a look. "No, but from the look of you, I knew something had happened." Juan explained calmly, no longer cursing like before. "Besides, you're wrong too. The priests have confirmed he is not a vampire. If Alan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Are you sure you checked thoroughly yourself?" Juan was extremely surprised to hear his argument. They are vampires with human appearances, so it's very difficult to distinguish who is human and who is a vampire, unless you pour holy power into their brains. "Don't you see that ordinary priests have a hard time recognizing them?" Alan asserted boldly. "But empty words are useless. Right as we're talking so comfortably, vampires have already flooded the palace." Juan was furious, scolding Alan. "Why didn't you tell me he was a vampire?" Alan also had doubts in his heart. "If I had told you, would you have believed me?" Juan's hand trembled uncontrollably, but he still gripped a corner of the blanket. "If you had shown us your true self." Juan believed that Alan himself had wasted time and caused everyone to misunderstand. "If you had told the truth, we would have believed you then." Alan was not surprised at all. The truth? Alan felt extremely tired of living under the rules and suspicions of the royal family. "If you wanted to tell the truth is I don't want to get involved with this troublesome family and those vampires anymore." He materialized a skull. "But it seems I can't do that anymore." Alan quickly put it on, causing a frightened Juan to try to sit up. "So the first thing is, Alan's familiar weapon was that shovel. Please use your life to repay my efforts." Alan's attack came at the speed of light. It was uncertain if Juan could dodge it. "Pay with your life." Rafa rushed over after receiving news from Soldier. "What's going on? It's a complete mess." The soldier answered honestly. "The seventh prince has led troops to occupy the first prince's room. He was also a loss with this situation. I was only gone for a minute, and you couldn't even do the small task of stopping him." In front of him, the soldiers were still fighting. A bunch of useless fools. Rafa tightened his grip on the scepter. A single blow from him could also send several undead soldiers flying. You can't even match an old man. Rafa also never expected to be so helpless one day. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. A corpse. Now, Rafa also had to be wary, no longer speaking recklessly. Are the soldiers with the seventh prince all corpses? Did he trick a necromancer this time? The residual power attracted his attention. These things, they possess pure holy power like other knights. But Rafa felt a splitting headache having to deal with these bizarre events one after another. This kind of creature is beyond the laws of this world. Even magic cannot create them. What on earth did the seventh prince do? He had no choice but to order all the real soldiers. Strict security, control the hallway, no one in and no one out. Rafa already had a plan in mind. I have to rescue the first prince first, then I'll think about exposing them. The undead soldiers were suddenly attacked head-on by him, panicked, but could do nothing but take the blows. Rafa detected an unusual aura on the door. I must find the one who summoned them. The soldiers outside suddenly stood still. He couldn't understand what was happening. Someone explained, "The soldiers are falling." Rafa was confused. "What do you mean by that?" Juan's door had been open for a while, but Rafa didn't dare to enter because he had seen the scene of Alan stabbing Juan to death with a shovel. He seemed to have become a different person. His behavior was also extremely bizarre. "I'll just consider that you've used your life to repay my efforts, brother." Fresh blood splattered to the side. It was unclear what Alan's purpose was in doing this. "Now, be resurrected." Juan lay on the sickbed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, his mind in turmoil. Thinking back now, there were many strange things around him. Count Bomo only reported Alan's bad behavior to me from his sickbed. He recalled every word Count Bomo and the others had said before. They said Alan kept saying his status was low, just like his mother, and that Alan constantly insulted his mother. Juan's heart was filled with regret. I should have known he was provoking me when he immediately reported what happened in the banquet hall to me. But the reason I didn't suspect him was because he had been by my side since I was a child. And when I lost my mother, he was the only one who comforted me. I had absolutely no idea he was a vampire. I was so foolish. The memory of the blue light emanating from Alan's body reappeared in his mind. The image of Alan wearing the Lich King's skull, holding a weapon and charging towards him, made Luan feel even more pain and guilt. So, if Alan chose to kill me, it would be understandable. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from Luan. That white figure seemed to be the first prince's soul embracing Alan and was accompanied by a sound. Well then, I'm counting on you. Alan gripped the shovel in his hand, mustering all his strength. A colossal power emerged from around Alan. He shouted, "I am the army and the successor of Gaia." With that, Juan's white shadow instantly vanished. Before disappearing, the white shadow's expression seemed somewhat astonished by that boundless, dazzling power. Immediately, the unconscious Juan on the bed let out a scream, and all the bandages on his body burst open. Juan shot up into a sitting position, his head bowed low. Hearing the commotion, Archbishop Rafa and a few soldiers rushed in. At this moment, Juan had regained consciousness, looking at his body, feeling everything. "My body doesn't hurt anymore. It's much easier to breathe now." Alan stood up, drenched in sweat, and glanced at the first prince. Alan asked softly, "How does it feel to be reborn?" Juan looked at his hands, utterly astonished. "My skin has grown back." Then he ripped off the bandages wrapped around his body, unable to believe this reality. "My muscles and bones are also in great shape. The curse that has tormented me for so long, is it gone?" Overly excited, Juan stood up completely naked, shouting loudly, "This is truly a miracle." Alan was so startled by Juan's naked form that he had to shut his eyes tightly. Alan spoke up, "I used a lot of power to resurrect you. I'll explain later. So, please help me find Hammond." The first prince was getting dressed. Alan sat wearily on the bed, deep in thought. "I also hope you will finish what I started." Juan asked, "What is it?" Alan replied, "Actually, it's very easy for you." Hearing that, Juan thought to himself, "This bastard isn't cute at all. All right, I'll do what he was doing." He stood up, and as he walked, he resolved to do it perfectly. Outside the door, soldiers were blocking people from leaving. "We cannot let your highness out." The Marquis was furious. The person being blocked was none other than Hammond. He said angrily, "Already said." At that moment, Juan walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "This friend only listens to my orders." Hearing the voice behind him, Hammond turned around. "Excuse me, who are you?" His expression changed instantly, and he stammered, "You are..." After getting a clear look at his face, he shouted, "First Prince?" Hammond asked loudly in disbelief, "The curse has been lifted?" The soldiers outside the door also bowed respectfully. First Prince, seeing his panicked expression, Juan stopped him. "I'll explain the details later. Can you show me the list?" Hearing this, Hammond was also a bit confused and worried. "If you want to see the list," knowing his concern, he continued, "Alan personally asked for my help, so you don't need to worry." He added to be more persuasive, "The miracle that happened to me is the proof." He and Charlotte beside him were silent for a moment. A moment later, Hammond also decided to hand it over. "This is the list of vampires." Juan was quite surprised after reading it. "Good heavens, there are this many?" He spoke up, "Yes, Your Highness. There are even nobles from other countries. My authority isn't great, so I could only control them." Hammond again felt he hadn't fulfilled his duty and said apologetically, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Juan just gently patted his shoulder in comfort. "It's all right, you did well." He felt that this was already enough. "Thanks to you, hunting these vermin has become much easier." Juan was extremely excited. "It's been a long time since I've used my power." A moment later, a formidable army appeared behind him. They shouted in unison, "We follow the command of the first prince." Luan Alfols. Every one of them was clad in crimson, brimming with killing intent. The Heresy Inquisition and the Red Cross have been summoned. They're soldiers specially trained to detect heretics. Only the first prince can summon them, and they only obey the first prince's orders. They're one of the 5 strongest armies of the Holy Empire. Juan, holding the list of vampires, spoke, "Thank you all for gathering here." After a brief announcement, "You all haven't been on a hunt for a long time, have you?" He held up the paper in front of them. This is a list of the names of the bastards who have defiled the Holy Empire. They even killed my mother. Luan Alfols slowly declared an incredibly cruel punishment for them. Rip open their chests, tear out their hearts to examine them. He added to the punishment, smash their skulls, see if there's any magic in their heads. Luan said these words without a change in expression. Let them experience terrible and endless pain, so they realize how meaningless their deceitful lives are. He crumpled the paper tightly, and with a determined expression, he ordered, "This is a vampire hunt." The Heresy Inquisition and the Red Cross immediately carried out the order, attacking them. They immediately fell into chaos. "What the hell is this? Who dares to attack the knights of our family?" One of them shouted angrily, "Do you think you can do this without being punished?" As soon as he finished speaking, his head was in the hands of those hunters. One of them gripped the head and shouted. There's a small amount of residual magic under his skin. The hunt leader immediately ordered. The fact that the people on the list are vampires has been confirmed. The people standing there were so scared they stammered. The hunting squad coldly and decisively shouted, "Kill them all." The horrifying screams echoed endlessly, fresh blood splattering everywhere. One man held a weapon in one hand and the person's head in the other. The other man begged in fear, "Stop, please stop," but they all had to die. They fled in panic, screaming their lungs out. "I'm a real person." How did they know? The order continued to ring out. Capture all the bastards who escaped the palace. Luan stood there calmly observing the situation, not moving an inch. Hammond stood there watching the bloody scene, thinking to himself, they don't care about anything except killing and capturing the people on the list. They are truly hunting. He turned to Luan Alfols, saying worriedly, "Your Highness, Count Bomo is nowhere to be found. We must find and capture him immediately." Luan replied very calmly, "You don't need to worry about him." He smiled, but the smile was a bit terrifying. He has been summoned to a place even more dangerous than here. Luan looked at the scattered body parts on the ground and added, "They must have realized there was something wrong with him." An enraged voice rang out, "Count Bomo, why don't you answer me?" It was the furious voice of the Holy Emperor. Celt stared at Bomo, questioning, "Answer me." Celt gripped the armrest of his chair, trying to remain calm. Celt asked, "Are you?" Count Bomo stood there timidly, his whole body trembling as he heard the Holy Emperor's final question. Celt finished the last sentence in a terrifying tone. "A vampire?" Count Bomo trembled, cold sweat breaking out. What on earth is happening? Count Bomo thought to himself, when I heard the Holy Emperor would personally question me for the disrespectful behavior his nephew suffered, I was planning to politely deny it and let it pass. Seeing the Holy Emperor's fury, he was a little scared. But the situation now, Celt was furious, veins popping on the back of his hand. Celt continued to ask, "What, did I hit a nerve?" Celt stood up. "Forgive my rudeness, but if you are truly human, I will apologize to you later." A terrifying killing intent emanated from Celt's entire body. Celt threatened the Count, "But if you're a vampire, I cannot let you leave this place." Bomo hurriedly tried to justify himself. "Your Majesty, don't you believe in the gods? Didn't the priests already confirm that I am human?" The Holy Emperor continued, "I am doing this precisely because I do not trust those priests." Then Celt added, "Count, I hope you can prove it to me so that I can trust you." Count Bomo stammered nervously, "Your Majesty." At this moment, he was extremely tense, not knowing how to answer, because he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the Holy Emperor. The Count thought to himself, I can hear those sounds. The sounds of death echoing through every corner of the palace. Bomo recalled the appearance of the Heresy hunting squad, still breaking out in a cold sweat. They're even hunting down those who have escaped the palace. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Originally, after throwing the 7th prince in jail, everything should have ended smoothly. But what is this situation now? Recalling the moment each head fell to the ground, Count Bomo was furious. Vampires are supposed to be the hunters, so why are they now in a situation where they're being hunted? His expression was twisted to the extreme, the deep worry in his heart completely exposed. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Count Bomo watched the Holy Emperor's expression while hastily searching for a countermeasure. But now the Holy Emperor was cornering him here. After waiting a long time for the Count's reply, Celt gradually lost his patience. "Count Bomo, look at me." Celt pointed at the Count, enunciating each word. "You're younger than me, so how are your ears worse than mine?" But he didn't seem to pay much attention to the Holy Emperor's words, only focused on finding an escape route for himself. He kept thinking, looking around, there are no weapons here, nor are there any holy knights. Count Bomo's eyes darted quickly around the room. then secretly glanced at the Holy Emperor, a plot brewing in his heart. I know he is the hero who killed the Lich King Amon, but now he's just an old man who doesn't know how much longer he has to live. Count Bomo's gaze gradually became terrifying, seemingly more confident than before, because Bomo believed that, unlike us, beings with eternal life, he is just a creature that will die before long. Count Bomo calculated the plan in his head, smiling smugly. Perhaps for me, who has almost reached the master level. I can't. Seeing Bomo's strange behavior, the Holy Emperor asked suspiciously, "What are you smiling about? Are my words that funny?" Count Bomo didn't answer, instead laughing even louder. Suddenly, the Count shouted, "Damn Holy Emperor, you're nothing but a wretched old man who deserves to die." Celt was astonished. "Why are you suddenly speaking so rudely?" Bomo no longer hid his identity, retorting bluntly, "You ask if I'm a vampire? That's right, I am a vampire." Count Bomo bit his own arm, and fresh blood immediately spurted out. Then said, "Therefore, blood gushed like a spring onto the ground, forming a huge pool of blood. The arm from before had disappeared." Count Bomo taunted smugly, "There's no need to be polite with a decrepit old man like you." Count Bomo had transformed into his true vampire form, shouting in extreme ecstasy, "I am a predator who preys on people like you." Confident of his victory, Count Bomo swung his giant hand to grab Celt, accompanied by taunts. "I will devour your body, a relic of history, and then the remaining master vampires will acknowledge me." His hand was close to Celt, but strangely, Celt's expression didn't change at all. Celt merely glanced contemptuously at that hand. At this moment, Count Bomo had clenched his giant hand, wanting to crush Celt. Seeing no reaction, Bomo shouted triumphantly, "I knew it. You're helpless now, aren't you, old man?" Suddenly, Bomo's hand trembled violently. He looked up at the ceiling, then down at his hand, wanting to know where the sound was coming from. It turned out Celt was standing tall in the palm of Bomo's hand, completely unharmed. Celt swept his ice-cold gaze over him, terrifying Count Bomo. Celt gently tore open Count Bomo's palm and stepped out. The Holy Emperor charged fiercely towards the enemy. With just one punch, he sent Count Bomo flying to the floor. Celt said smugly, "You're not even a master vampire yet. Where did you get the confidence to defeat me?" Looking at Bomo motionless in the rubble, Celt added, "Even the Lich King Amon was killed by me, and I even gouged out his skull. What do you think a small fry like you is worth to me?" After a single punch from the Holy Emperor, Count Bomo lay still, not saying a word. Celt looked at his arm, rolled up his sleeve, and shouted loudly, "I am the Holy Emperor, Celt." Celt immediately slammed Bomo's head onto the floor, intending to end his life. At that moment, he was still struggling and shouting, "Wait." However, Celt paid him no mind at all. The cracking sound of breaking bones rang out. A few seconds later, Count Bomo's head was in the Holy Emperor's hands. Celt stared at it intently, remarking, "It seems you are a bit stronger than the others. Beaten, your head twisted off, and yet you're still alive." Celt calmly added, "All right, don't die, because I need to know the truth behind the Elisha case." The Holy Emperor looked at him, confirming once more, "Just you wait and see." Then, Celt coldly uttered even more chilling words. "I will make it so you can neither live nor die." A voice echoed from somewhere. "It's too chaotic in the palace." A girl with red-painted fingernails gently stroking a flower petal spoke. "The seventh prince escaped from prison, then suddenly started hunting vampires." A servant and the third prince, Rutfio Onfon, stood there without a word. That fearsome voice rang out again. "You were the one who let him out, weren't you?" At this, Rutfio stammered in reply, "I didn't mean to." A bottle was immediately thrown, hitting him right on the head. It looked quite painful. A woman in a red dress angrily shouted, "I told you to stay put." That woman was none other than the 45-year-old crown princess, Rodolina. She roared in a furious rage, "I told you not to do anything that would make the Holy Emperor hate you." She immediately rushed forward, ignoring Rutfio's bleeding wound, grabbed it by the collar and screamed, "You useless son, you've ruined everything. You've ruined all the good things I did for you." Suddenly, she realized something. Rodolina changed her tone, crying as she hugged him. "I'm sorry, my son. Are you hurt anywhere? I love you so much. Rutfio, my son." She continued to lament tragically, "I do all of this so that you can become the next Holy Emperor. Only then will that crown prince look at me. Not that commoner from Elisha, it has to be me." Rodolina continued to ask Rutfio, "My beloved eldest son, you understand your mother, don't you?" He remained silent. After a moment, he stammered in reply, "Of course, mother." Rutfio said the last sentence with a resolute tone, "I will definitely become the next Holy Emperor." 3 weeks later, at the court of the Holy Empire, everything had settled down. On the day the hunt began, more than half of the people on the list were killed, and the remaining vampires were executed in the square. The people of the Holy Empire could now rest easy, while the vampires in hiding would have to live in fear. There were also some vampires secretly. A hunter's voice rang out. I never thought there would be a day we'd have the chance to capture so many vampires. Medicine, magic, and alchemy. Such a large number of vampires will be very useful for research in these fields. It turned out some vampires had been secretly taken away to be used as subjects for countless experiments, taking advantage of their infinite regenerative abilities. The events that occurred in the capital of the Holy Empire spread throughout the continent. Most importantly, the appearance of a person capable of detecting vampires sent shockwaves through the empire. All attention was focused on the seventh Prince Alan. It was also the Archbishop's voice rang out, "Silence, everyone." Archbishop Rafa's shout was heard. "Now, we will interrogate the seventh Prince, Alan Enfant." Alan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He stood in the middle of the grand hall, raising his hand to ask in confusion, excuse me, may I ask why you are interrogating me?" Rafa coughed a few times, then answered, "Seventh Prince, you led troops and caused a disturbance in the palace." He added, "You have violated the laws of the Holy Empire." Alan stood there listening, thinking to himself, should I lock him up with the vampires? But his gaze became unusually sharp and cold. "This joke of yours isn't funny at all." The Holy Emperor, sitting on his throne, was also confused. "Rafa, I have absolutely no idea what you just said." He looked impatient, his hand on his chin, his eyes blazing. Which law in the code of the Holy Empire did the seventh prince actually violate? The Archbishop continued. He mobilized the army without authorization. Then Rafa concluded, therefore his crime is treason. Suddenly, a voice cut in. In an emergency situation, all descendants of the crown prince have the right to lead their own troops. It turned out to be the first Prince Luan Enfant defending Alan. Therefore, what Alan did was not wrong at all. He stood opposite the Archbishop, retorting, "Furthermore, I, who is directly involved in this matter, and the Holy Emperor both have no objections, so what's the problem?" Alan listened quietly, signed to himself, "Blood is thicker than water. That saying is certainly true." He looked at the Holy Emperor and the First Prince, thinking to himself, with the two of them on my side, I feel relieved. Luan Enfant smiled and continued to offer his opinion. "If there is a problem, we just need to call the Heresy Hunter Squad and hear what they say Alan's true intentions were." Holy Emperor Kelt showed a satisfied expression, agreeing. "That's right, let's do that. Let's see if Alan really intended to start a rebellion, or if you simply didn't trust Alan from the start." He continued to question the Archbishop. "Am I right, Archbishop?" Rafa could be seen trembling all over. Suddenly, he gripped the scepter in his hand, shouting, "Please stop." Rafa was angered by their roundabout way of speaking. He spoke up, "I know you were just going through the motions. After this interrogation, you will surely reward him for wiping out the vampires and also reward him for curing the First Prince's illness." At this point, the Archbishop seemed to be fuming, yelling loudly. How can you make a mockery of an Archbishop? In contrast, Alan stood by, enjoying the show. Now this is interesting. He thought to himself, that's right, after the interrogation comes the awards ceremony. Looking at the Archbishop's state, Alan thought to himself, how can he stand this royal family? On the other side, Archbishop Rafa, his face pale, clutched the back of his neck and cried out, "My blood pressure." Alan continued to mock him inwardly. "It's a good thing you summoned all of us here so early in the morning." The Holy Emperor ordered, "All right, now for the next plan." Upon hearing this, Alan showed a look of joy. I've been waiting." Archbishop Rafa had no choice but to helplessly comply. "Very well, I will summarize today's plan." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled strangely. The person next to him saw this and asked, "Archbishop, are you all right?" Rafa secretly glanced towards Alan. Immediately after, the Archbishop spoke. "Before concluding this morning's interrogation, I have one thing I want to ask the seventh prince." Alan was surprised. "Huh? Me?" He said respectfully, "Your Highness." Hearing his next question, Alan's expression changed. "Do you have any connection to necromancers?" Alan stood perfectly still, listening to Archbishop Rafa's questioning. "Do you have any involvement with necromancers?" At this moment, he thought to himself, it's true that when one trouble ends, another begins. Alan recalled the scene from that night, thinking everything had settled down, but unexpectedly, he knew. So many people didn't know. Why did it have to be the Archbishop who knew about the holy undead? But Alan also understood the reason, thinking to himself, because the Archbishop's knowledge of magic is incredibly profound, he would naturally be curious about such creatures. And I'm sure someone has already reported it to the Holy Emperor and the First Prince. After some reasoning, Alan glanced at the Holy Emperor and the First Prince, thinking, but this time, I think they will remain silent on this matter. Suddenly, Alan coughed a few times, breaking the silence. Then Alan spoke, completely denying the Archbishop's accusation. How could that be, right? However, Rafa's expression was resolute as he insisted. Someone saw it. Hearing this, Alan played dumb and asked, "Who? Is there any priest here now who saw it?" Everyone present shook their heads in denial. Rafa felt extremely annoyed by this attitude. Stop joking. He presented the evidence he had. That day in the Grand Hall, there were healers and holy knights. Rafa sternly recounted the event. I am certain that at that time, I bound them, making it impossible for them to escape. But someone confirmed to us that a moment later, they simply vanished. And the person they followed was none other than the seventh prince, Alan Onfawn. The evidence is clear. Do you still intend to deny it? Alan spoke in his defense. There were many vampires in the palace that day. He was unusually calm, without a hint of tension, so they could have used some trick to deceive the healers and the holy knights to escape. These words left the archbishop even more speechless with anger. You! Rafa gripped his scepter and shouted, whatever trick it was, it would only work on those knights. Don't even think about fooling me. An archbishop. Alan knew this well, thinking to himself, that's true. He maintained his initial calm demeanor, because he was sure he would win today, thinking, but we are talking about holy undead. The priests who haven't seen it with their own eyes won't believe his words. Alan thought to himself, so I could still trick them into believing me. If only I could say a few sweet words to entice the archbishop now. Then, Alan changed tack, asking Rafa in return, are you really that curious to know? Alan stammered, speaking in fragments, creating a more tense atmosphere. Should I tell you the truth? The archbishop was stunned for a few seconds by his strange behavior. But a moment later, he returned to the original question. Do you admit to what I just said? Alan quietly lowered his head. Then he raised his head, a cheerful look on his face, and replied, no. Hearing this, Archbishop Rafa, besides being boiling with anger, was left speechless. The interrogation ended. Alan walked outside, sighing as he went. Gosh, it's cold. Outside the door, Charlotte was already waiting with a coat. You've worked hard, Your Highness, she asked worriedly, stepping forward to place the coat on his shoulders. How was your health? Charlotte looked at his complexion and continued, you were in bed for 3 weeks. Being suddenly summoned like this must be tiring. Alan adjusted his clothes and replied, I'm fine, just a little sleepy. Suddenly, he fell in a thought. After using him on Skull, I had to rest in bed for 3 weeks. Alan recalled that moment, reflecting, I didn't expect the price of resurrecting the dead to be so heavy. But never mind, I knew it wouldn't be easy anyway. Suddenly, Hammond approached the two of them. Your Highness. Alan replied, you're just in time. He immediately opened his mouth to give Hammond a task. I have something I need you to do. Hammond heard Alan speak. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Huh? He came closer and asked, what is it, Your Highness? Alan replied, my grand hall has been smashed to pieces. He asked him for his help with a few things. Moreover, it's getting dark, so please help me find a new grand hall. Hammond Yin was doubtful. Are you still planning to use a grand hall in the future, Your Highness? He also didn't quite understand Alan's actions, so he offered his own opinion. Why don't you try learning swordsmanship? Alan was dumbfounded. What does a priest need a sword for? He continued to ask, so is it reasonable for a priest to hold a shovel? Alan was driven mad with anger, shouting, you talk too much. My hands are used to holding a shovel, because all this time I've only used a shovel to dig. It's not like I wanted to. Understanding the whole story, Hammond Yin spoke up. If that's the case, he proposed a new solution for Alan. Why don't you try making a new one? Alan was doubtful. You mean a new weapon? Yes. He continued to explain in detail to him. Yes, in the Northwest region, there's a place full of iron, ore, and magic stones. Its name is... As he spoke, Hammond Yin recalled an old story, the Hilda Domain. That land was previously under the control of the First Empress, and people called it the Armory of the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire signed a contract with the dwarves to produce various items. He then told Alan about how precious that place was. If you go there, you can forge not only ordinary weapons, but even magical ones. Hearing this, Alan curiously asked, then I suppose I could even make a musket, right? Then he turned to Charlotte and said, I think that's a great idea. Once you get permission, let's go there together. Suddenly, Hammond interjected, cutting him off from Charlotte. Actually, before that, I came here because I have something to say to you, Miss Charlotte. Hearing this, they both paused for a moment. Charlotte was surprised. You're looking for me, not the seventh prince? He replied in a hesitant and anxious voice, yes. It might be a bit sudden, but he went on to inform Charlotte, the Holy Emperor is looking for you. She was utterly astonished. What? In the magnificent palace, a voice rang out. Do you think what Rafa said is true? About that divine undead. The majestic holy emperor asked from his throne. Juan replied to him, Your Majesty, I think so too. Alan even saved my life. He looked at his hand, his expression serious. The other priests all doubted Rafa's words, and their reaction made everyone present fall silent. Only I believed Rafa. Juan confessed, staring at the palm of his hand. Hearing this, the holy emperor grew pensive, his expression doubtful. I still can't be certain of anything right now. Is it that someone broke the law, or is Alan himself hiding something? Juan immediately questioned, why didn't he tell me the truth? The Holy Emperor stated frankly, because he doesn't trust you. The scene at that time was of countless undead ferociously attacking Alan. Kel continued, after he was exiled, you abandoned him. Furthermore, when he was threatened by an assassin, you pretended not to know him. Of course he can't trust you. Luan listened to his analysis in silence, not saying a word. Just then, someone from outside came to report, Your Majesty, there is a letter from the First Empress. The Holy Emperor immediately gave permission. Enter. A servant presented a letter. After reading its contents, the Holy Emperor said coldly, I've dealt with those flies. Only the beasts remain. Hearing this, Luan asked curiously, Beasts? Has Your Majesty already sent the knights? Those figures in black cloaks were the ones Holy Emperor Kelt had dispatched. He also answered bluntly, That's right, I have sent the Green Cross to the Hilda domain. When the men he sent encountered obstacles in the forest, their opponents seemed very cunning. Their base is deep in the forest, so the Green Cross was helpless. At this point, the Holy Emperor suddenly sighed. The news of the vampire hunt has spread throughout the country. This, in turn, has only made the beasts more excited. Setting this headache aside, he asked, Is there anything else? The servant immediately replied, Sir Hammond, Sir Rio, and Miss Charlotte have arrived, Your Majesty. He quickly put the letter away. I summoned them. Let them in. Very quickly, the three of them entered and bowed in greeting. We pay our respects, Your Majesty. Upon seeing the three of them, the Holy Emperor greeted them with a cheerful and enthusiastic tone. I am very happy to see you. I have summoned you to reward you for your efforts in protecting the North. Rio was stunned, hesitantly asking a reward. The Holy Emperor looked at him and asked, You are Rio, are you not? I've heard you have always been by Alan's side. Therefore, I wish to grant you a worthy reward. As he spoke, he gestured toward Juan. Juan held up a neatly tied scroll and presented it. He then opened the paper inside and read aloud, From this moment on, I shall bestow a title upon you. The Holy Emperor began the investiture. The current head of the House of Hirai, Rio Hirai. Hearing this, Rio was astonished. Who? Hirai? He listened in a daze as his merits were proclaimed. You not only protected the northern domain, but you are also the only noble who has helped my grandson, Alan. Therefore, I name you Marquis. The more he listened, the more Rio broke out in a cold sweat. His face turned pale, his eyes glazed over, and he was rendered speechless. Next was the proclamation for Charlotte. As for your daughter, Charlotte Hirai, I grant you the title of Holy Knight. You will serve under the army I directly command, the Golden Cross. However, he added, of course, if you still wish to remain anonymous, I will not force you. Having finished reading, he quickly rolled up the paper. Looking into Charlotte's eyes, the Holy Emperor voiced his guess of her thoughts. But it seems you have already made your decision. Towards Charlotte, the Holy Emperor was gentler. I will support you in my name and send the best sword masters to instruct you. Upon hearing this, she immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. She placed her hand on her chest and said with a determined voice, I swear to be eternally loyal to the seventh prince. Charlotte's oath was noted by the Holy Emperor. He looked at her benevolently. Your loyalty moves me greatly. Then he turned to the other two, showing them more favor. Hammond, you are truly a man of talent. I have granted a subsidy to your domain. Use it as you see fit. Hammond also bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. As for Charlotte, after bestowing the reward, the Holy Emperor handed her a document he had written. She accepted it in a daze. Holding it in her hand, she felt as if she had gained a measure of protection. She would be blessed by the goddess Gaia and the Holy Empire. With the matter concluded, the palace doors slowly closed. With the Holy Emperor gone, Hammond immediately turned to Rio to share his joy. Your loyalty has finally been recognized this time. He was still in a daze, not having come to his senses. Huh, what has happened? Suddenly, Rio panicked. He cried out in alarm. He seemed unable to accept the truth, constantly muttering. What did His Majesty say? Hirai? Marquis? Hammond looked at him helplessly. What's wrong? Hirai is your family name. That paper you showed me last time. Rio recalled picking up that paper and reading it, then shouted again. I just picked that up off the ground. Hammond was still bewildered, not understanding what Rio was saying. Rio began to explain in detail. I told you I just picked it up while I was dealing with corpses on the Lonia continent. It looked valuable, so I picked it up. There was a giant bear at the time, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Hammond pressed him. Then what about the monsters you hunted? Rio immediately refuted vehemently. Of course, that was a lie. Hearing this shocking truth, Hammond was also astonished, left speechless. Rio was still tearing at his hair in a panic. I never expected the story I made up while drunk would turn out like this. Charlotte also confirmed if it was about the hunt, that was the seventh prince's doing. I'm just a commoner. How could I become a noble? Rio was going mad. How am I supposed to clean up after making up such an earth-shattering story? This is so wrong. The scene shifts to the Holy Emperor. He said in a low voice, so it was due to Hammond's carelessness. The Holy Emperor had now heard the truth. He didn't investigate beforehand, mistaking a commoner for a noble. Therefore, this kid's promotion must be postponed for a while. Juan, walking beside him, chimed in, he's just too naive. He is as pure as his faith. The Holy Emperor stared into the distance with a vacant gaze. But keeping such a careless kid by his side, I wonder if Alan is deliberately tormenting himself. Juan probed the Holy Emperor's opinion. Does your Majesty really think he has amnesia? The Holy Emperor believed, at the very least, the fact that the child didn't recognize me in the garden is true. Contrary to the Holy Emperor's opinion, Juan offered his own opinion. I don't think so. Following closely behind the Holy Emperor, he analyzed. Alan came from the land of the dead, not just any other place, and he is also hunting vampires. That is not a place where one can discover things by chance. He must have a reason for bringing them along. A dazzling golden symbol. The Holy Emperor did not hide his intentions. That is why I need the House of Hirai. The two walked down a long corridor. Juan spoke up, as if wanting to dissuade His Majesty's intention. But no one from the House of Hirai survived. I know this better than anyone, because I once fought side by side with them. The Holy Emperor's voice grew steady. But that child named Charlotte is not bad. Juan glanced at him. Are you referring to the girl from earlier? The Holy Emperor was expressionless, but he seemed quite impressed when mentioning Charlotte. I heard from Hammond that the child is very talented. I don't trust that Rio fellow, but I believe Charlotte has the potential to grow even more. He placed his faith in Charlotte. If we use the name of the House of Hirai to consolidate power, just like you and Alan, I am certain this child will make the Holy Empire stronger with each passing day. Juan walked silently behind, listening to the Holy Emperor's proud words. The strength of the Holy Empire will be further amplified. Juan replied, his words carrying a probing tone. I was under the impression you disliked commoners. The Holy Emperor instructed Juan, don't let those nobles find out. Everyone only needs to know that the child carries the bloodline of Count. He suddenly glanced over at Juan, recalling the past. I know, in the past, I failed to recognize your mother's true worth. He recounted this story beneath a royal family portrait. The back of a long-haired young woman faced the painting. When the crown prince went missing, your mother was the only one who shed tears. Juan remained expressionless, glanced at the Holy Emperor, and simply replied, yes, your majesty. The two of them gazed out the window into the distance. It turns out recalling family matters is this painful. I should have taken better care of my virtuous daughter-in-law. He brought up another matter. Atlan's movements in the south have been very unusual lately. The signs of war have already appeared. Upon hearing this, Juan's expression also grew heavy. It will be a huge problem if the Hilda domain lacks sufficient weapons. The Holy Emperor spoke his mind, which was also an order to Juan. I need people who can stand against those demons. They also need to possess strong holy power. Juan, standing behind the Holy Emperor, replied, yes, your majesty. People with enough courage to confront those monsters. At this moment, the two, each lost in their own thoughts, gazed deeply out the window. A brilliant golden sunset descended, blanketing a village. Inside a restaurant, people were chatting cheerfully and animatedly. "It's thanks to the Holy Emperor that this village has been revived." Another person chimed in, "You're underestimating the seventh prince's contribution. I heard His Highness has changed a lot, as if he has become a completely different person." The clinking of glasses mingled with everyone's chatter. My friend Enlonius said, "My goodness, His Highness saved the entire domain? A true priest indeed. Let's toast to our priest." The light of the setting sun streamed into the palace through the window. The Holy Emperor and Luan stood silently together, watching the sunset. The tall Holy Emperor looked directly at Juan, handed him a letter, and instructed, "Take this letter to Hilda." In front of a wall of neatly arranged books, Alan was engrossed in reading when a sudden voice made him jump. "Look at my dear little brother. You've been away from home for a long time, haven't you?" On the roof were 3 statues of human heads. 3 weeks have passed since that vampire hunt, a period during which I've been living listlessly. But now I'm in the library instead of being bedridden. The reason being, Alan read his book, his mind in turmoil. "So many people are looking for me." While he was still in bed, many people outside wanted to barge in to see him. "Your Highness, do you remember me? I am Baron Mop." "Your Highness, did you really use a resurrection spell?" Alan held his book, deep in thought. It seems the Holy Emperor asked everyone to keep quiet, but somehow the rumors still spread throughout the village. "They call me a priest, saying I radiate an aura." Everyone in the village clasped their hands, showing him respect. Alan leaned helplessly against the bookshelf. "I really want to go back to the monastery." Just then, someone entered and called out, "Your Highness." Alan reflexively snapped as he had before. "I already said, I'm not answering any questions." Hammond said timidly, "It's me, Your Highness. I'm just here to escort the first prince." Luan smiled and raised his hand, taking full responsibility. "I was the one who told him to come." To hide his embarrassment, Alan raised a hand to cover his mouth. "My apologies, I misunderstood." Seeing this, Luan said with concern, "It seems you're exhausted from having so many visitors." Alan agreed. "Yes, that's right." Alan changed the subject, turning to tease Luan. "It seems my dear brother is having a great time lately, surrounded by beautiful women." Hearing this, Luan laughed heartily. "Haha, it's all thanks to you." Luan's eyes crinkled as he laughed, telling Alan, "I'm sorry, I know you're very tired, but I came to inform you that you have to participate as well." Upon hearing this, Alan reacted strongly. "You should have refused on my behalf. After all, I helped you." He looked at Alan seriously. "I don't know if you're joking or if you're really pretending not to know. The anniversary of our mother's death is approaching." Alan listened silently as Luan spoke. Things having come to this, Alan could no longer avoid it, as Luan had stated with finality. "Of course, you must participate this year." After giving his instructions, Luan also took the opportunity to remind Alan, "Also, remember to take a trip to rest and relax." Alan asked, puzzled, "A trip?" Luan asked sympathetically. "Life in the palace is hard, isn't it?" At this moment, Luan finally got to the main point of the meeting. He held out a letter in front of Alan. "Actually, I just came to deliver a letter." On the outside of the envelope was written, "To Hilda." He instructed carefully, "Go to the Hilda domain, where our sister lives, and give this letter to her." Seeing the letter, Alan thought to himself, "I'm quite interested in that place too." But Alan still asked in disbelief, "Do I really have to go?" Luan replied, "No, but I've already found an excuse to get you out of the palace." Then Luan laid out the plan he had already made for Alan. Luan instructed, "The Hilda domain is preparing for the hunting season. There, you don't need to maintain your princely image. You can craft weapons and wander around everywhere. You must enjoy your vacation to the fullest before coming back." Luan added excitedly, "There are beautiful women there too." As soon as he heard this, Alan cut Luan off. "That's enough, I'll consider it." Luan stopped teasing Alan and said seriously, "Just kidding. Anyway, send my regards to Hilda." Alan took the letter, his expression unreadably vacant. All right, the scene changes to the palace. Everyone is gathered in front of a statue in the large courtyard. The Holy Emperor and Luan are solemnly commemorating. Hammond is also there, and Alan is holding a flower stalk, looking thoughtfully at the statue. It is a statue of a woman holding a bouquet of flowers. The Empress, the woman who protected her son from a vampire attack. Alan stepped forward, bowed, and placed the flower stalk at the foot of the statue. A simple yet elegant stalk of white chrysanthemum. After everyone had offered their flowers, a voice rang out, "Let's go to the Hilda domain." The bright golden sunlight shone on the houses in the distance. Outside was a vast, lush green land. Alan was lying lazily on a chair, looking extremely comfortable. This place is wonderful. Charlotte spoke up worriedly. Forgive my impertinence, Your Highness, but there is a place you must visit. Hammond also said impatiently, I still have a pile of work to handle. Regardless of what they said, Alan kept his eyes closed, enjoying the comfort. How long has it been since I escaped those two? So relaxing. He lazily used his foot to lift the window curtain and look outside. The weather is also perfect for a trip. After saying that, he lazily dropped his foot and the curtain fell, obscuring the view. A few guards outside his room were arranged by lawn. Since you have no escort, I'll have the Red Cross accompany you. Those words kept buzzing in his ear, giving him a headache. It's reassuring, but also too suffocating, dear brother. Suddenly, the space shook violently, causing Alan to shout. He frowned, pulled back the curtain, and asked the person outside, What's going on? The person replied, in front of the carriage. Before he could finish, another loud shout was heard. Stop. I don't care what circus troupe you are. Leave all your goods behind. Suddenly, a few fierce-looking men blocked Alan's convoy. Seeing the situation, a soldier reported, It seems to be a group of bandits, Your Highness. In this tense moment, Alan could still joke. Don't we look like a bunch of lunatics? And they still want to rob us? These guys have some nerve. The soldier naively asked back, You think so, Your Highness? Alan lost all his patience. The bandit repeated once more, What are you doing? If you hand over all the goods, we'll let you go. Alan said leisurely, I heard the Hilda Domain is holding a festival. It seems they think we're a circus troupe, so no need to be too harsh. To the soldiers, the concept of not being harsh was, in that case, we'll just cut their tendons. That should be enough. Alan reacted strongly to that statement. Cut their tendons? I told you not to be too harsh. That's horrible. But then again, I feel at ease with this situation. Turns out it's because I'm too used to it. Facing the bandits, his state of mind was not worried at all. The soldiers began to counterattack the bandits. But in Alan's imagination, it was like the protagonist of an adventure being attacked by a group of bandits. And the protagonist mercilessly breaks the necks of all the bandits. He remained seated peacefully, waiting for some bandit to rush in. Alan's soldiers were very strong. They were gaining the upper hand, surrounding the bandits. Of course, I just need to order people to do it. From the bushes, something dark suddenly appeared, its most prominent feature being its blazing red eyes. It quickly rushed from the bushes towards the bandits, opening its wide maw, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, aiming straight for one of the bandits. Its movement speed was quite fast, and in an instant, it lunged forward and bit a person's head. Those it attacked fell one by one. Someone screamed, A monster! It's an alpha! The horses also began to panic. Alan stuck his head out of the carriage and asked, What's going on? The people attacked by the monster were all missing their heads. He looked at it and recognized it too. I can smell a foul stench mixed with the scent of damp moss. Red eyes and fangs. Someone suddenly called out to him, Your Highness. It's a werewolf. Only now could the monster's werewolf form be seen clearly. Its mouth was still stained with blood, looking extremely ferocious. Alan looked at it, assessing a werewolf. Looking at that half-man, half-wolf form, it must be just an artificial one. Artificial ones are usually weaker. A bandit fell to the ground, trembling with fear. The hand of the person who had just been bitten also began to transform into the shape of a werewolf. Alan realized, but they're highly infectious. Then we must deal with the alpha first. Then, Alan realized the critical situation. He got in a fighting stance and ordered, Everyone, prepare for battle. The soldiers replied in unison, Yes, Your Highness. He was so angry he lost his composure. Damn it. How strong can one werewolf be? But he immediately realized that fighting it would be quite exhausting. I don't want to overexert myself again, since I've only just recovered. Since you have no escort, I'll have the Red Cross accompany you. At that time, Alan was still confused. I'm just going on a trip. Is it necessary to bring the Red Cross along? Juan laughed and replied, No, they're not just going for escort duty, but also for official business. I heard they also have matters to attend to in the Hilda Domain, so it's convenient for them to go with you. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll prepare another carriage for you. So don't fight with Rafa. The situation right now is quite chaotic. Alan shouted loudly so that everyone could hear him clearly. The Archbishop is a werewolf. A voice replied from a red wooden box. I know you don't like me, but can you be a little more professional? Suddenly, a red beam of light shot out, whistling past the soldiers and flew straight towards the werewolf. That red beam struck the werewolf right in the face, causing a shockwave upon impact. Unexpectedly, a large explosion occurred there. Alan stared at the person in front of him. Rafa stood there, holding a scepter. They are undead creatures, half human, half beast. He slammed the scepter onto the ground, creating a palpable pressure wave. Rafa said in a low but murderous tone, "In that case, let me send you to your eternal sleep." Alan was a little worried. "I'm afraid the werewolves will hear the howl and gather in one place." As it turned out, his thoughts became reality. The red-eyed werewolves really did come, but they were quickly sent flying by someone's fists and feet. The person with such power was none other than Rafa. With him here, Alan was much more relieved. "It seems I don't need to worry anymore." Watching Rafa's continuous punches, he finally understood everything. He said he had work to do. Was it hunting werewolves on the way? And is Alice here to heal everyone? Alan's face turned pale, unable to comprehend their purpose. But if so, do I even need to be here? He didn't have a single moment of joy. "No, how can I let my mind wander while on vacation?" Someone shouted a warning to Alan. "Your Highness, watch your right." Seeing the werewolf rushing towards him, he held his gun, but was too panicked to shoot. This damn thing. An arrow suddenly shot out from the forest. Before Alan could do anything, the arrow had already struck its head. While he was still stunned, what was that just now? An arrow. Another piece of bad news arrived. "There's a pack of werewolves ahead of us." Rafa hadn't had time to react, as there were still many werewolves around that hadn't been dealt with. The Green Cross shouted from horseback, "Soldiers, charge! Kill them all." The werewolves growled threateningly at the soldiers, but in the end, they didn't dare to take the risk. "Those bastards are running into the forest." The person on the white horse quickly stopped them. "Don't chase them." She knew very well that the werewolves were deliberately luring everyone into a trap. The dense forest is their territory. Hilda made a wise decision that an ordinary person would find difficult. "We don't need to risk our lives fighting them on their own turf." She dismounted and greeted Rafa. "Long time no see." Archbishop. Hilda also knew Alan. She greeted him. Alan. He still hadn't recovered his senses and just replied politely, "Yes." Then Hilda said, her voice full of emotion, "You become a different person. I heard the news, but I didn't expect you to change so much in just 6 months." Hilda not only knew him, but their relationship was also very close. "You have amnesia, right?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right." But Alan was a bit startled by her next words. "Then let me help you remember." She introduced herself. "I am Hilda. Welcome to my domain." The status window also displayed information. Hilda Onfawn, 24 years old, Lord of the Hilda domain. Excellent weapon skills. They went deeper into the forest. Hilda was not in a hurry either. "We could talk about the rest when we get back to the palace, little brother." Alan and the group rode through the streets. "This is what I saw on the way to the palace." The streets of the Hilda domain showed no signs of life. The shops were all closed. The residents drew their curtains very quickly upon seeing people. He couldn't help but wonder. Just as my brother said, there are some beautiful things here, but the residents are all hiding in their homes, not a single person to be seen. Alan didn't know how to describe it either. There were some scenic views here, but they were all piled with werewolf corpses. He was extremely confused. The hunting season 1 mentioned, was it hunting werewolves? The sight of the magnificent white palace under the sun dispelled Alan's worries. What kind of domain is this? He didn't know what had happened to make him so angry. That first prince. Alan's face turned purple with anger, finding it hard to accept the truth. What kind of festival is this? There's only the stench of blood here. I saved his life, and this is how he sells me out? Alan even imagined Juan teasing him. Yes, that's right. He tried to suppress his anger. Why get back to the palace? That guy is dead meat. Someone was analyzing in detail. Werewolves are very different from vampires. Hilda had already researched information about werewolves. They're the final form of undead monsters, having absorbed magical power long ago to evolve. She even boldly asserted they possess extraordinary intelligence and physical strength. The characteristic that helps Hilda distinguish them is their behavior. There was a time when vampires used magic to neutralize werewolves, then kept them as pets. But here they live in packs. She believed that using force would be counterproductive. If you attack them with magic, it will only make their body stronger. Alan had another reason, but the werewolves we met on the road, they didn't understand what we were saying, right? Hilda has also carefully studied their characteristics at different stages. That's because they're just wolf cubs. I'm talking about their parents' generation. He no longer had any questions. I understand. Hilda being nice to Alan made him suspicious. But why are you telling me these things? She was surprised. Didn't you come here to help us? It turned out Hilda was asked by his family. Your grandfather, the Holy Emperor and Luan said so in the letter they sent me. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Those damn people. Only then did she realize. You don't agree with this? Alan's mind was spinning, feeling like his life was being controlled. I came here just to enjoy the festival, not to go hunting. He didn't need that bit of power either. If you want, I can hand over command of the Red Cross to you. Hilda was extremely confused. Heavens, what a shame. She felt frustrated for having to give up for such a small reason. The festival was supposed to be held next week, but because the werewolves have been lurking around recently, it has been canceled. Alan still couldn't believe it. So, my brother didn't trick me? But Juan always placed heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. Hilda said, "That's right, so don't be angry with him. He did it just so everyone could witness your talent. Besides, preparing for the festival is impossible now. I have many other things to do." Alan was skeptical of life. Were these other things you're talking about? Hilda waved her hand, signaling for someone else to come closer. "Come here, Brat. He may look small, but his skills are not. I am Brat, the royal blacksmith." He was astonished by him. A dwarf? She had special trust in his craftsmanship. "I heard you came here to find a suitable weapon for yourself. Brock can forge one for you." Then she promised Alan, "Although we only share half our blood, I won't let you be in danger either." Hilda was always worried about his safety. "So before the weapon is finished, just stay in the palace, okay?" Alan also gained a bit more trust in his relatives. "I can't believe this damn royal family understands me so well." "Thank you very much, sister." Brat asked for his opinion. "Do you have a main weapon, Your Highness?" Alan's answer made him raise a question mark over his head. "Lately, I've been using a shovel." He explained the reason for using it. "I really don't know what weapon to use. During my exile, I used a shovel for about half a year, so I'm very familiar with it." Brat wanted to verify something, asked, "May I see your hands, Your Highness?" Alan agreed immediately. Here, he was quite surprised. These are indeed hands that have never trained with a weapon. Brat analyzed meticulously and also gave him advice. "It's not that I can't forge a shovel, but don't you think using a shovel continuously in combat would be ineffective?" He thought for a moment. "Let me see." Alan, however, thought, shouldn't a weapon also suit a person's personality? Hilda wanted to find another way, so she said, "Call in the servants, Brat." He asked, "What does Your Highness intend to do?" She decided to act immediately. "I've already had the training ground cleared." Alan was a little worried. Could she be? She warmed up her wrists, preparing for the training session. Hilda was very eager. "It's been a long time since I've sparred with my little brother, and now I'm very eager to do it right away." But Alan could only force a smile, feeling extremely tired inside. Alan felt helpless in the face of Hilda's enthusiasm. I refuse. I only came here to rest." She was just joking a little. "Don't worry, I won't force you." But since Hilda had made the offer, he had nothing left to say. "If you don't want to fight, then you can defend. I won't attack." Hearing Hilda say that, Alan thought seriously. "Actually, if I can find a weapon that suits me, I'll be more at ease. In that case, please go easy on me." She was very satisfied with this answer. All right. As Hilda said, the weapons were already prepared for the training session. "Can we go to the training ground now?" She was eager to show off her weapon skills in front of Alan. He felt it was heavier than he imagined, even though its size wasn't large. Hilda continuously changed weapons, so he could adapt easily. Sword. She was determined to train Alan to become more elite and stronger. Axe. Scythe. We still have many weapons to try. He was extremely bewildered. So many? After that, Hilda just threw out the weapons, while the task of testing them was left to Alan. "All right, now try the bear claws." "Yes." "Next is the chain axe." "Yes, ma'am." Finally, for safety, he had to wear a pot-shaped iron helmet before Hilda brandished her weapons. Alan didn't want this excessive attention at all. "Even though you are my half-brother, I'm very sorry that I've only been able to care for you now." Hilda also stated firmly, "This is the first time we've met since Eurygia's funeral, right?" She couldn't believe the news she had received. "I was too young back then and busy taking over the domain. When I heard you had become a hooligan, I was truly bewildered, not understanding why you had changed so much." Hilda held no prejudice. On the contrary, she was very fond of him. But now it seems that's not the case. "I don't know what you've been through, but thank you for coming to see me, Alan." She already saw Alan as her own brother. "During this time, I will definitely take good care of you." Alan also felt familial affection for the first time. The three blacksmiths all gave him a failing grade. Despite that, Hilda remained calm. "Your current score is..." The gray-bearded old man commented that Alan was very average. He uses all types of weapons at the same level. The black-bearded old man offered his opinion. "Although he seems to use hafted weapons better, that type is not suitable for combat." The brown-bearded old man criticized bluntly. Not only that, his physical strength is also too poor. She was a loss for words. I also agree with their opinions. Alan gradually lost his confidence. "Is this the care you were talking about?" Hilda said that, but still extended a hand to help him up. "Knowing what level you're at is very important, Alan." She had already thought things through for Alan. "I think I should teach you how to improve your physical condition first." Even though Alan refused, he couldn't change her decision. "I refuse if you want to train. I said I came here to rest." He was pulled up by Hilda. but felt uneasy inside. He didn't know where Hilda got her information. By the way, I heard you can use holy power, right? This also surprised Alan greatly. What? Hilda knew a lot of strange things. That thing is compatible with all types of weapons, right? That's right. Holy power allows me to enhance any weapon I use. So this might be your talent, the ability to enhance weapons. Alan was also stunned. He found it hard to believe. She figured it out just by feeling, even though she's never seen it before. With Hilda's talent, this was very normal. Didn't we just finish sparring? She seemed to have touched on Alan's sore spot. Your physical condition is too poor, but you can still control the weapons. That's because you quickly figure out how to use that type of weapon. Alan froze for 5 seconds. Why does everyone keep bringing up my poor physical condition? That's right. The two blacksmiths nodded in agreement with Hilda's analysis. Finding a suitable weapon for you in a day or two will be very difficult. She knew Alan was a special person. That's enough for today. We'll try again tomorrow. It would be a waste to squander your talent on a random weapon. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. He helplessly slumped his head onto the table and sighed. This has been going on for over a week. In the end, I came back here, Hilda's domain library. She gave Alan another chance. Next time, use your holy power. Hearing Hilda say that, Alan's face turned pale under the pressure. It seems this is going to drag on for a while. He tried to find a method in the books to save his image. I'm better at using my head than this manual labor. Is there any magic I can use? Alice suddenly came to find him. Good morning, Your Highness. Alan was suspicious of her presence here. This girl is also with the Archbishop. He suddenly had a thought. I remember you're often in the library too, right? Alice answered honestly, yes. He asked, is the Archbishop doing well? Alice informed him. He is currently participating in the werewolf hunt. The two of them seemed to fall into an awkward silence. Alan could only sit still without moving. This is bad. I don't know what to say anymore. So don't bother me anymore. She guessed with just a glance. You are researching a type of strength-enhancing magic, right? Alan had nothing to hide. That's right. I'm looking for something like that. He didn't know what Alice was planning to do now. Didn't we talk about resurrection magic last time? I think I can help you. He focused on reading, researching all sorts of methods. At the same time, Alice kept gazing at him without looking away. She had developed a different view of Alan. When she woke up, she heard someone calling her name. Alice. It turned out Rafa had come to find her. Why are you dozing off in the library like this? You had me worried all morning. Alice knew she was wrong and said meekly, I'm sorry. He couldn't help but be curious. Why were you sleeping here? Alice didn't dare tell Rafa about Alan, only saying, the research here was so interesting that I lost track of time. He was happy that Alice always strived to improve herself. That's my granddaughter. You're just like me. She thought to herself, if he knew I was here with the seventh prince, he would surely be furious. Rafa's question startled her. By the way, what is the seventh prince doing? He had always been suspicious of Alan. He can use resurrection and even create the undead. Seeing such an evil person, I'm very confused. I don't know if I've made some mistake. Rafa was bewildered. How could he do such things? Alice, in turn, became worried for him. It seems grandfather is very curious about the seventh prince. Looking at the empty chair beside her, Alice was flustered. But because he had bothered me before, grandfather can't directly ask him about these things. I also have many things I want to know about this person. She was extremely hesitant, not knowing whether to tell her grandfather that the seventh prince had changed. Grandfather, Rafa asked gently, what is it, Alice? Alice could answer all of Rafa's questions. Why don't you just ask me directly? Suddenly, she looked outside in alarm. What's that sound? Rafa immediately realized that sound was coming from the training ground. He was stunned for 5 seconds. Only one thought was in Rafa's mind. The seventh prince must be causing trouble again, even though she shouted herself hoarse. Grandfather! Alice chased after him, explaining, wait, it's not the seventh prince. But his figure had already disappeared. Only her thoughts remained. He was very serious yesterday. Alice didn't expect her grandfather's speed to be so fast. The him of now is a completely different person. Rafa saw the spear broken in two. What on earth happened? Alice had never seen such a scene. Did His Highness just break the princess's spear? Rafa chose his words carefully. Is this kid really that strong? He even added a detail. Hilda's spear was a renowned weapon across the continent. It took a long while before Hilda could utter a word, Alan. Hilda refused to believe a weapon she created was so fragile. Let's try again. Give me a new spear. What? Alan quickly asked. My performance just now wasn't bad, was it? Hilda was not satisfied. You use holy power to enhance the weapon just just now, right? Very good. But Graybeard also admitted that was merely increasing the weapon's durability. Blackbeard stated firmly, even if you had swung it randomly, the result would have been the same, Your Highness. He gently advised, anyway, you did very well just now, so don't be impatient, let's try another weapon. Alan now wanted to make things difficult for them. It's easy for you to say, I still don't understand. But he was also tired, hoping there was some other way. Alice was behind them, her eyes full of confidence. He agreed to the duel. All right, come on. Hilda reminded him to fight well. That's the spirit. I'll be serious this time. She held the spear, preparing for the training session, because I will also go all out. So Alan didn't think anymore and immediately charged forward. He finally calmed down. What did Alice say last night? Alan recalled the method Charlotte had taught him. Holy power reacts with life force. He faced a determined Hilda. It could enhance weapons, but the reaction with the body would be even stronger. Alan felt he needed to be even calmer. Therefore, don't be bound by weapons. He had also come to understand many things. He had to try using holy power freely. Alan gently put down the long spear. Hilda couldn't understand his foolish action. Of course, she had never encountered this situation before. You're putting down your weapon? What are you planning to do? The power was in his hands, but Alan didn't know how to use it. I really don't know how to enhance it. He was lost in thought. But if it's like pouring holy power into a musket, Alan clenched his fist, slowly feeling the power. At this moment, a huge amount of energy gathered in his fist. Hilda didn't understand what was happening, so she stood still. A single punch from him actually tore her clothes, and Alan even accidentally destroyed the wall behind her. Rubble flew everywhere before he could even pull his hand back. Even Alan himself was stunned. What is this? It's so powerful. Alan asked, how many points do I get for this punch? The blacksmiths could only stare at the result he had caused. Just one blow punched a large hole in the wall, truly astonishing. Despite their astonishment, the three dwarves still made a decision. But your form is terrible. Besides, you just haphazardly enhanced your body. 0 points. Alan was a little angry, but not significantly. Huh. Hilda turned to praise him. Very good, Alan. She was genuinely happy. It only took you one night to be able to enhance holy power. Alan didn't want to take the credit. I just applied it to myself like I would with a weapon. As for this idea, I didn't come up with it myself. Alice had pleaded, so he also kept quiet. But Alan had truly grown a lot. Ah, thank you, sister. I didn't know it was that strong. Lucky you dodged it. She also joked in response. If I had blocked that punch, the windows here would have probably all shattered. Hilda had always been fair and impartial. Your striking posture is still not good, but that last punch was a fatal blow. He was a little unhappy. Even you're criticizing me. The blacksmiths and Hilda were helpless upon hearing that. So, do I really have absolutely no skill in hand-to-hand combat or using any weapons? Hilda valued attitude more than ability. Try looking at it from another angle, Alan. What's important is the spirit of not giving up. He had found a reason to be confident. Not being good with any weapon means, wait, thinking positively, I can use any kind of weapon, right? Hilda also didn't want him to overexert himself. You've worked hard. Get some rest. We'll train again tomorrow. He was secretly happy, feeling even more positive. Yes, I'll go look at the weapons later. Rafa also had to admit, this kid turned out to be this strong. He felt a little unhappy. This is definitely still the same kid from before, that hopelessly useless brat. Alice gently advised, Grandfather, we should head back too. He didn't understand why she was talking nonsense. I'll return the shawl to you. Thank you. What shawl? I didn't give you any shawl. Weren't you wearing it from the beginning? Alice suddenly stopped talking and just walked forward. She touched the thin shawl on her shoulder. So the prince put the shawl on me? Embarrassed, Alice tried to brush it off. It seems I forgot. It was cold yesterday, so I brought it with me. Let's go home, Grandfather. A loud alarm bell rang out, but Alan hadn't yet understood what was happening. What's going on so early in the morning? He was very surprised to see his sister riding a white horse. Hilda was also joining the battle. A soldier ran up to report. There's trouble. A pack of werewolves is attacking the mine. Although Alan didn't fully understand, he knew that if it was the mine, it must be very important to them. That's why both Hilda and the Archbishop had to personally go into battle. He thought to himself, is Alice helping them evacuate the townspeople? She was assigning tasks to the soldiers. The werewolves have already snuck in. Everyone evacuate quickly. Alan didn't want to get involved in anything. I just need to stay quietly in the palace, right? Suddenly, someone recognized him. Your Highness, you're here. Blackbeard suddenly arrived on urgent business. Alan was still scared from before. Wait, don't come near me. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What happened to the training ground? Alan also explained awkwardly. Sorry, something happened while I was in the middle of training. Blackbeard was astonished. Good heavens. What were you training? But he found it strange. Besides, where did all the weapons go? You, what was your purpose in doing this? You found my hiding spot. Now that I know how to enhance the essence of any weapon, I won't miss this chance. Stuffing everything into the space pocket, Alan turned his head and asked seriously, by the way, do you guys make muskets here too? Alan continued, I wonder if you could give me some? Blackbeard hesitated. We do have them. But he felt looked down upon. He doesn't want to give them to me because I'm a child. Actually, it's also because I wrecked their training ground. He actually agreed. I will give them to you. Alan was also extremely surprised. Really? It turned out Blackbeard wasn't confident in his own skills. The muskets we make are basically just for decoration. But in your hands, it will surely be different because you're the one who can shoot a vampire through the city walls. Alan never thought he was that famous. You've heard about that too? He's no slouch either. Yes, your highness. Therefore, may I propose a condition? Alan was worried. What's this about? Blackbeard wanted him to go and wipe out all the werewolves. I will give you all the muskets you need. Alan confirmed. You want me to go to the battlefield? He felt extremely confused. My sister, even the Archbishop, has joined the battle. Isn't that enough to handle it? Blackbeard had a different perspective. The werewolves' movements have been very strange lately. His preliminary investigation found their numbers have also suddenly increased. This is the first time. They seem to be controlled by someone else. If so, the leader must be very strong. I don't know if what Blackbeard is saying is true. That's why we need everyone to work together, even a cat. This made him suspicious. What are you talking about, old man? But Alan was stunned by his words. The Red Cross is also a main force on the battlefield, but they only take orders from you. Protecting you is their top priority. He nodded in agreement. It's true those people are following me for protection. He pleaded earnestly. Countless civilian lives are being threatened, your highness. Blackbeard's worries had been there for a long time. Hilda and I are both worried that we will fail. My friends are still in the mine. I'm afraid they are also in danger. He didn't dare to bother Alan. Therefore, could you lend us the Red Cross? If you agree. Before Blackbeard could finish his words, he heard the bell. The soldiers shouted the announcement. Enemies. The werewolves are attacking the fortress. Enemies. Alan couldn't help but panic. They bypassed the soldiers and charged straight into the village. He also had to admit, it seems this leader is quite clever. At least please protect the village. Your highness. He was just as scared. Hey, can I hide with you guys? Blackbeard was also speechless at this situation. Your highness. Alan's face was pale, but damn it. The werewolves frantically attacked inside. Alice was not afraid at all, still gently helping the townspeople. Please evacuate calmly. She was truly very brave. The soldiers will protect everyone. Suddenly, someone announced, help me, a child is injured. The maid also didn't know what to do. This child got lost in the crowd. She gently lifted her skirt and went to the side. It's okay. I'll take care of you. Be good now. I'll be gentle. It won't hurt. But she didn't know. A werewolf had breached the wall and was right behind her. The little boy shouted, run. The maid hugged the child. When she turned around, she panicked. Miss Alice. She had no weapon in her hands. There was nothing she could do. Who would have thought that in the next second, Alice would use her bare hands to slam the werewolf's head to the ground? The maid and the child were both safe. She felt indignant. How dare you attack this peaceful village? Of course, she would absolutely not let such an evil thing happen right before her eyes. I am the granddaughter of the Archbishop. I will not let you run rampant. The status board announced, Alice Raffa, granddaughter of the Archbishop. Abilities, love and benevolence. Holy power and magic knowledge. High. Combat skills, average. The soldiers were worried about her situation. Miss Alice, they're getting close to you. But Alice faced them alone. Everyone get behind me. In truth, she wasn't confident in herself. I've learned a few basic moves from my grandfather, but I've never fought so many monsters like this. But Alice was very hesitant and couldn't feel at ease. Who can I protect? As the werewolf flew towards her, it was time to make a decision. There was no more time for hesitation and weakness. Alice made up her mind. I must protect everyone. From the palace behind her, a flash of light appeared. The flash of light sent the werewolf that was about to harm Alice flying. She was astonished by the scene before her. Magic? Who attacked? Alice only trusted him. Could it be the only person who can attack from a distance with such power is the seventh prince? Alan had gotten his weapons. The guns made by the dwarves were indeed different. He had just aimed and hit his mark every time. This is really good stuff. The status board displayed the skills Alan possessed. He was using holy power to instantly enhance his weapon. The penetration skill has been activated. The move was so fast they couldn't even detect it. When the werewolves were hit, their heads were pierced through. Now, Alan simultaneously attacked the entire pack of werewolves. He finally stopped resisting. My brother was right. When they were hit, the werewolves were left with only horrified expressions. For the first time, Alan felt a sense of excitement. This trip is going to be very interesting. The soldiers also actively fought the werewolves. The sky became clear again. Even he had to exclaim, "This year's werewolf hunting season." Blackbeard was astonished. "I can't believe it. You succeeded in the blink of an eye." Alan felt it was only natural. "What's so surprising? Isn't this why you made a deal with me? By the way, I like this musket. It consumes much less holy power and even comes with some skills." Of course, he was a little confused. Skills? As long as you like it, that's all that matters. A knight suddenly arrived to report, "Your Highness, the werewolves are bringing in reinforcements." Alan, however, thought they were scared off by the gunshots. Now Alan began the work of saving people first. "I will evacuate the villagers first. You go and stop the werewolves." The knight obeyed. "Yes." Alan was much calmer than before. "It seems I'm gradually being targeted by those monsters." Blackbeard praised him with all his might. "I'm afraid even the god of death would applaud you." Alan really couldn't accept it. That would be too much trouble. He no longer had any doubts. Although His Highness sometimes says foolish things, but being able to make such a deal with the prince was probably the best decision of my life. Then Blackbeard saw Alan open fire. Who could have guessed His Highness was so talented? He was overjoyed. "Princess Hilda and all the brothers, are you all still safe?" It was unclear what had happened, but Brat was tied up. Hilda was helpless after hearing Brat's apology. "It's our fault, Your Highness the Princess. We have no face to show you." She gripped her weapon tightly, her teeth clenched. Hilda had a contemptuous look on her face. "Now you're resorting to taking hostages?" The werewolf leader heard this and sneered. "Hostages? There's no way." He spoke up. "I want to negotiate." The leader also addressed her, "Princess Hilda. He is Hong Noyet, the leader of the werewolves in Hilda's domain. Can we discuss the details now?" Hilda said scornfully. "Negotiate?" She continued, "After taking civilians hostage like this, you still demand to negotiate?" Hong Noyet tried to placate her. "Calm down, princess. If you cooperate with us, we will certainly release them." He proposed, "We want you." Hilda, she was utterly astonished. "What?" Rafa said angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard? You think we'll do as you say?" Rod also cursed. "You damn monsters." Hong Noyet was unconcerned. "The decision lies with the princess. What are you making a fuss about?" The two of them fell silent upon hearing that. Hong Noyet lifted him up. "Watch your mouth. We're not like those vampires. Even though we are monsters, we have our honor." Hilda ran over. "Are you all right?" "Bolt?" Hong Noyet stated his condition. "Choose, princess. See, we just released a hostage safely." Everyone there shouted to stop her. "Princess, you can't go with him." Rafa said worriedly. "If you go, your domain will be doomed. But we still have you, don't we? And there's me and my little brother too." Hilda provoked. "Right, Hong Noyet? I'm very curious why you want to trade for me. Is it because I'm a more valuable hostage?" He nodded. "Valuable? You could say that. Right now, it's for peace and freedom." Hilda was astonished. "Peace and freedom?" Hong Noyet explained. "As you all know, vampires are our enemies. We no longer want to be pets for those damn vampires. We want to free ourselves. And the Empire also wants to destroy them. Why don't our two sides form an alliance? That is the reason, Princess of the Holy Empire. This is a very tempting offer, isn't it?" At this moment, elsewhere, Alan lamented. "Good heavens, there's gunpowder everywhere. Did I really kill that many people?" A knight came to report. "Your Highness, we have eliminated all the monsters around the village." Alan praised. "You all did well. So from now on, these muskets are mine, right?" He nodded. "Of course, Your Highness. If you agree to come to the mine, I guarantee I will craft an even better musket for you later." He angrily retorted. "Don't even think about manipulating me." Alan noticed something, the sound of hooves. "Look, without me, everyone was able to return safely." The dwarves said joyfully, "The princess did it." But suddenly, a knight reported again. "Your Highness, but something seems wrong. I don't see the princess in the convoy." He was startled. "What?" Arriving at the city gate, everyone hurriedly arranged things, tend to the injured first. "Thank God. Everyone is safe. Where's Princess Hilda?" The returning people recounted. "Please forgive us. Because we were taken hostage, Princess Hilda has become a prisoner of the werewolves." An agitated person rushed forward. "Damn it. How dare you still call yourself a dwarf?" The people around were horrified and quickly intervened. "Hey, stop." They scolded. "How could you leave the princess behind and just leave like that?" Alan observed and announced. "The hostages are only lightly injured. It seems they didn't fight." Hammond came to report. "Your Highness." Alan was surprised. "The Archbishop is with my sister?" The knights confirmed. "Yes. He said he couldn't leave the princess alone. Why would he do that? So who will lead now? I think he anticipated that you two would return. Alan didn't understand. What does he mean? Moreover, these people look very calm, even though their commander was taken. Why? They spoke up. We know where Princess Hilda is. We will gather here, then go together later. He sighed in amazement. What? What if I refuse to go with you? Everyone became pensive upon hearing that. Then, I will kneel and beg you. Someone complained. Is it really okay for us to dawdle like this? In the end, Alan still agreed to go with them. The dwarves looked extremely anxious and panicked. But you look calm. Hammond explained. The dwarves have a strong bond with Princess Hilda. But we believe in Princess Hilda's abilities, and with the Archbishop there, nothing will happen. Alan confirmed. That's right, that old man looks very strong too. Looks very strong? At this moment, they just remembered, His Highness has amnesia. Moreover, the dwarves don't care about the outside world, so they probably don't know either. Alan asked, why is he suddenly being so vague? About Archbishop Rafa. He has published many books, and many history books have recorded his name, because he is one of the great heroes who fought side by side with the Holy Emperor against the King of Death. Alan was quite shocked. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Hammond comforted. Just having him by her side is enough to turn those werewolves into puppies. Night fell. Hong Noyet exclaimed, how beautiful. Hilda continued, the beauty of peace and freedom. Is this what it's like? He spoke up. Princess, don't be angry. I have had my eye on you for a long time. When you killed my creation, that appearance of yours was truly beautiful, making me want to take a bite out of you, to turn you into one of my creations. But as I said, for the sake of peace and freedom, I restrained myself and negotiated with the Holy Empire. Hong Noyet had the complete upper hand. Now you don't have to follow that weak old man anymore. If you ally with us, I will let you command a powerful army of werewolves. To commemorate the formation of the alliance, I will take you as my wife. If you wish, I can even wait until you live out your natural lifespan. After your life as a princess ends, I will give you the life of a true werewolf. But at this moment, a burst of holy power was released. Rafa said angrily, I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. Hong Noyet's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. How could a normal human break those chains? Hilda let out a cold laugh. It seems he doesn't know who you are. The Archbishop rubbed his wrists. Well, it's been a long time since I've stretched my limbs, not since I was at the Holy Temple. Stretching my muscles after so long feels really good. Hong Noyet was stunned. What? He added, my body is still quite flexible. I still don't understand why the Holy Emperor kept me in the palace. The Holy Emperor always worries me. I wonder if His Majesty is doing well recently. Hilda said with a smile. That's because the Holy Emperor has great trust in you, Archbishop. Hong Noyet interrupted. Hey, that's enough. The two of them paid him no mind and continued chatting. Now that things have come to this, we must handle it cleanly. He shouted. I said that's enough. He was furious. I don't know what tricks you used, but are you toying with me? Do you know I can tear you to pieces? But suddenly a brilliant light flashed. Hilda retorted. So you think you could just kill an old man and a girl like me? But we came here unharmed. She asserted, we came here to save everyone. And now I even have the chance to destroy your den that is harming my domain. For me to personally come here to clean up, what a wonderful idea. Hong Noyet thought to himself, this is not good. I can feel their holy power surging, as if it's about to explode at any moment. Rafa asked, they've taken our weapons. What should we do now, Your Highness the Princess? Hilda said calmly, you can use magic, and I'll use these fists to deal with them. Hong Noyet didn't understand. What's with their carefree attitude? Even if they are both royalty, they're still just an old man and a normal girl. So what if I turn and run? He thought it, and he actually did it. She was quite surprised. Rafa decided. We must end this quickly and lock him in the dungeon. A wild beast's ability to sense danger is not bad at all. He focused his mind, gathering energy to attack the target. A powerful energy burst forth, aimed straight at the pack of werewolves. Many of them were hit, screaming horribly. Hong Noyet exclaimed, that was dangerous. I managed to dodge it. Otherwise, I would have almost lost my life. Rafa was not surprised at all. Oh, as expected. That power just now wasn't strong enough, because I haven't chanted the spell. Now, I will offer a prayer to the goddess Gaia. Hilda reminded him, don't forget to thank the goddess for me. He began to pray, O beloved goddess Gaia, the living god. Hilda clicked her tongue. What a pity, Hong Noyet. I actually quite like you. He was astonished. What? Do you mean you like my previous proposal? She denied it. No. Actually, I need a few stuffed animals to decorate my palace. His eyes widened. She continued, the dwarf you released is a great artisan. If I capture you alive and let them dissect you, they would be very happy. At that time, I will gift your pelt to him. Hong Noyet angrily clawed at the ground. He screamed. Hilda stopped him. Stop if you don't want to die. Unbelievable. He gave up his own arm, but he was still incredibly frantic, rushing out and jumping off the cliff. Clean this up quickly, Rafa. She waved her hand. I want to send some of these clean monster specimens to the Holy Emperor. Alan's voice rang out. Wait a minute, then why did you bring me here? If that's the case, just having my sister and the Archbishop is enough to clean them up. They explained, to ensure the complete success of the subjugation, and to help you gain more combat experience, Your Highness. Princess Hilda believes this is necessary for you. Letting Alan experience a real battle will be very helpful for him. Alan thought to himself, Sister, you don't have to favor me like this. He sighed, what the hell? So I came with you all for nothing. Hammond denied it. Your Highness, please don't think that way, because this is all for your future benefit, and it is also Princess Hilda's wish. We will do everything to help you. They recounted. Princess Hilda first came here when she was only 12 years old. She saved the dwarves from a fate of slavery. She worked with everyone to build this once barren territory. Later, we of the Green Cross, after Princess Hilda came of age, joined her in battle. At that time, she had become a very special person. Alan thought to himself, does he mean that Sister Hilda has become his own family? Her ability to pursue enemies without leaving a trace was probably learned from them. This army is famous for its superior tracking and reconnaissance skills. I didn't expect them to have followed her for so long. Only now do I know how long they have accompanied the princess here. Suddenly, Hammond spoke up, Your Highness. He warned that there was something ahead of us. The leaves suddenly began to fall faster. It's Hong Noyet. He was panicked for being pursued. I have to escape first. This is my territory. If I'm given a little more time, I can fully recover and attack them again. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone prepared to attack Hong Noyet. Unexpectedly, there's another army. He thought to himself, this is a chance to get some human flesh to recover my strength. No, I can't underestimate those royal bastards anymore. The priority now is to escape first. Alan took aim. Is this the prey that escaped my sister's grasp? Hong Noyet froze in place. Something was flying towards him again. It was Alan who decided to attack head-on. Hong Noyet seemed to see Hilda's silhouette. This kid, he's also a member of the royal family. Hong Noyet was fiercely attacked. He never expected to receive such an attack, but it seemed the blow didn't have a major effect. Alan was astonished. A shot to the head did nothing. Is he one of the subjects? Or are my bullets too weak? He thought to himself, it seems the firepower disperses after 100 meters. The muskets in this world are really weak. It's only thanks to my aura that I can shoot farther. If I shoot one more time, but suddenly, many ferocious werewolves charged out. What the hell is this? It seems that while fleeing, they summoned their kind to divert attention. Damn it, if he gets into the forest, it'll be very hard to catch him again. Alan swallowed. Alan suggested, I have an idea. Rahama asked back, what do you have in mind, Your Highness? Alan spurred his horse forward. Split up. I'll chase after that leader. Everyone called out in alarm, Your Highness. Rahama quickly deployed the Red Cross. Half will stay here and fight. The other half will follow me to protect His Highness the Prince. The Night Knights acknowledged the order in unison. Alan looked back and saw those men chasing after him to protect him. He thought to himself, the fewer people who see me use my skills, the better. Facing a leader this week, he's a perfect opponent to test my skills on. Alan activated the skill Swamp of Death. He shouted, Stop, you werewolf. I heard werewolves pride themselves on being honorable warriors. Are you really running away just out of fear? Alan provoked, Looking at you running away like this, you probably don't have any honor to protect, do you? Hong Noyet roared, Shut up, you bastard. Fine. Even if I run, I'll still die if you use that strange stick. He said coldly, Then it's best I drag you to hell with me. Alan said with a smile, That's exactly what I wanted to say. Alan jumped off his horse and ordered the Red Cross. All of you, cover your eyes and ears. They were stunned. What, sir? He spoke. Isn't the word of the royal family a holy decree to you? I have my reasons. Just do as I say. Don't you trust me? Rahama denied. No, Your Highness. He recalled the power he had displayed, that strong will to save others. I trust in everything you do, Your Highness the Prince. Rahama dismounted and bowed. We obey. Meanwhile, he sighed to himself. I don't really have any grand will, but their loyalty to the royal family is truly immense. Alan took out the skull. There's no one else here. Let's begin. Werewolf. Alan placed the skull on his head. Anyway, I have many things I want to try. Hong Noyet asked curiously, You want to use my body for your experiments? He charged forward. What a shameless bastard. Alan also rushed forward, telling himself to stay calm. He pulled the trigger. As long as I stay calm and use the weapon skillfully, there's no reason to fail. Skeletal hands rose from the water's surface. Those hands reached out, trying to grab the werewolves. They were quickly submerged in the azure water. Then, a figure rose from the water, followed by many others. Their hands were long and thin. He knew that even though he had no talent for using weapons, looking at the emotionless undead standing there, the undead could use them for him. One by one, the undead were summoned. I'm a necromancer. Alan activated the undead warrior skill. As the leader of those undead warriors, he released a flash of light. Activate aura. Activate piercing effect. The werewolves howled in agony. Hong Noyet couldn't believe it. Holy water was flowing out on its own. He couldn't believe his eyes. Now, even skeletons were crawling up from the empty ground, and they even carried holy power. Hong Noyet broke out in a cold sweat. I thought he was just spouting nonsense. He looked at the horrifying scene before him. But this was truly a massacre. Hong Noyet panicked. What did you do? He replied, I used quite a bit of holy power, but it seems it was worth it. Alan gripped the gun in his hand. Your role ends here. Monster. Alan raised his gun. This is the final test. Hong Noyet covered his face and laughed loudly. He peeked through his fingers. One of Hong Noyet's feet quietly stepped back. You think you can kill me that easily? He exploded. Even if I die, I'll definitely drag you down with me. But before he could finish his words, a group of warriors continuously attacked Hong Noyet. Alan praised. Oh, well done. Alan pressed the muzzle of the gun against his neck. By your blessing, grant me a weapon. Alan sneered. A weapon that can tear the dead to pieces. He pulled the trigger. Goodbye. Beast. A blue light shot out at an extremely fast speed. Hong Noyet's mouth fell open, feeling an unprecedented pain. His pupils slowly constricted. A huge flash of light appeared in the forest. Alan stood there calmly. Then he slowly took off his mask. Alan turned back to look at the men of the Red Cross. He saw their whole bodies trembling. Even with their eyes closed and ears covered, they could still feel that overwhelming holy power. As such, they couldn't simply pretend to ignore this holy power. Alan fell silent. I just prayed a little, and now everything around me is in ruins. He sighed. What excuse should I make up now? Alan ordered. You can open your eyes now. Alan's voice sounded serious. Just don't be too surprised. Alan put his hands on his hips and said with a wry smile, it's a little messy around here. They retorted, it's not just a little, you nearly burned down the entire forest. Your Highness. Then Rahama asked, did the werewolves do all this? But the holy power we felt just now? Alan quickly covered his ears and interrupted, I don't know. The only issue here is that I want to catch him. None of this is my fault. Okay. He let out a breath. I'm heading back. Lead the way. Let's get back before dark. They rode away from the place. At this moment, Rafa, hiding behind a bush, exclaimed, I saw it. I saw the holy undead again. He remembered them. They can't even be compared to the ones at the palace last time. Compared to what I just saw, these holy undead, they're an army. They can even use weapons. Rafa was doubtful. How could two opposing powers be combined? He stroked his chin, pondering. Impossible. Rafa guessed. Is it because of his Atlan bloodline? The Atlan Empire is in the Southern Empire. Atlan is an empire that worships the god of death. He knew this was also the reason Lu and Alan's mother, Yalisha, was ostracized. Not just because Yalisha was a commoner, but also because she came from Atlan. But Rafa wondered, did the seventh prince inherit that bloodline too? But looking back at the history of the Atlan Empire, no one has ever possessed such an ability. He asserted, I bet you couldn't find anyone like that, even if you scoured the entire empire. Rafa had a serious expression. I can't believe there's something I don't know. This truly piques my interest. Rafa thought of his granddaughter. Wait a minute, he muttered to himself. I shouldn't be amazed by someone who harasses my granddaughter. But a conflict arose in Rafa's heart. But I want to nurture him myself. If I teach him stronger magic, how powerful will he become in the future? He was restless, his mind filled with wandering thoughts of his granddaughter's voice whispering in his ear, Grandpa, Grandpa, while Alan had a sly look on his face. Those holy undead combined magic and holy power. Rafa's hands clenched, his inner conflict raging. A large explosion occurred in the forest. Perhaps he was venting his anger. Rafa looked at the tree, trunk snapped in two, then decided, I must report this to the Holy Emperor. He clenched his fist. If His Majesty orders me to nurture him, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to obey. Holy light surrounded Rafa. This isn't my idea, you know. Just you wait. Alan Enfant. The scene changes to another location. And just like that, the problem of the werewolf army was resolved. Hilda scratched her head and laughed. If it weren't for the Red Cross, I would have gotten lost. Meanwhile, Rafa muttered to himself, "Sigh, I really don't want to take him as a student." In short, afterward, Hilda and Rafa, who kept muttering all the way, finally returned safely. At this moment, Brat boasted, "Take a look at this, Your Highness." Then he introduced, "This is the normal firepower of a musket, Your Highness." Alan examined it. "Using rapid fire only causes this much damage?" Brat replied, "It's precisely because it's rapid fire that it only causes this much damage, Your Highness." He said, "But if the same musket is fired by you." He took the gun for a live fire test. The target shattered. They clapped and praised. "Wow, isn't His Highness too amazing?" "That was wonderful, Your Highness. It's as if that gun has a life of its own." Alan smiled. "It finally feels like the musket I know." He caressed the body of the gun. "It seems that if I use my power, the musket will change its own structure." Brat added, "If you need to pray to concentrate holy power, then you must prepare to act beforehand." He smacked his lips. "Ah, I can use undead warriors as shields when needed." Brat remembered, "You can also use holy power to strengthen your body, right?" He asked, "So about the armor?" Suddenly, someone came in to report, "Your Highness." The person said, "The preparations are complete. Princess Hilda wishes to see you." Alan was confused. "My sister?" Brat quickly said, "I will give you the things I just mentioned as a gift." "Your Highness," he assured, "please leave it to us with peace of mind. We have prepared a special celebration for you." "Your Highness." Hilda cheerfully raised her glass. "Well done, everyone." Then she tilted her head back and drank it all. Hilda said happily, "Let the blood festival begin." A tomato hit someone's chest. Alan observed, "A festival to ward off bad luck by smashing red fruits, not throwing blood." "Really?" He whispered to himself. "It's just like the tomato festival from my past life." But Alan noticed the men of the Red Cross. It seems those guys are also enjoying the festival. This is a bit surprising. He thought curiously, but why don't they take off their cloaks? Will they die if they take them off? Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. "Watch out." A tomato suddenly flew straight at Alan's face. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Alit stammered, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." The more she spoke, the more scared she became. "I was just playing with the children. I didn't do it on purpose." He wiped the juice running down his face into his mouth and exclaimed, "This is delicious." Alan comforted her. "It's okay. Just keep playing." He thought to himself, "With what I've done in the past, I deserve to be hit." Alit hesitantly began, then Alit suggested, "Could we sit down, talk, and have a drink?" He was quite surprised. "What?" Alit blushed. "I want to hear more about the resurrection magic you used." And Alan laughed loudly. "There's not much to say about that." He explained, "I just created it based on the hypothesis you proposed. I infused a large amount of holy power, grabbed the soul that was about to leave the body, and then fixed it in place." She replied doubtfully, "Is that so?" Rafa stood behind a wall, watching Alit. "What are you doing with that kid?" He took a drink from a servant and praised, "I mean, it's all thanks to you." Alan raised the drink in his hand. "I heard you were one of the people in charge of treating my brother." He encouraged, "Take this. This is to commend the excellent healer who persevered until the end." Alit shyly accepted. "I know it's late, but thank you for helping me at the palace." She smiled and clinked glasses with Alan, and in the Hilda domain as well. The people around cheered. "The monsters are all gone. Long live Princess Hilda and Prince Alan. Long live the Archbishop." Alan chuckled softly. "Being this noisy once in a while isn't so bad. Now, I kind of miss the people I left behind." He took a sip from his glass, then wondered to himself, "Are Charlotte and Hammond doing okay?" At this moment, in another place, blood was dripping down. It was Charlotte. She was panting, out of breath. A contemptuous voice rang in her ear. "Is this all the skill you have?" This person was Oscar Bond, 84 years old, vice commander of the Golden Cross. He spoke, "A useless person named Irai." She staggered to her feet. Charlotte recalled Celt Enfant's offer. "Follow me. I will recommend you to Oscar." He spoke, "I heard he's farming in the Humid region, probably enjoying his long vacation." Celt Enfant said, "As the vice commander of the Golden Cross, he once fought shoulder to shoulder with me against Amon's army, hailed by the world as the Sword King." Charlotte was quite surprised. "The Sword King?" Celt smiled and nodded in confirmation. When she heard Celt say, "I hope you will get along with him," she narrowed her eyes slightly. Back to the present. Seeing her stand up, Oscar clicked his tongue. "TSK, still want to be stubborn?" He asked, "What do you want anyway?" Oscar sneered, "You're so stubborn. Not like your name at all." Charlotte said resolutely, "I want to become stronger." He asked, "What do you want to be stronger for?" She answered honestly, "To be able to protect the seventh prince." Oscar asked again, "What if he tells you to die?" She answered without hesitation, "If not for his highness's kindness, I wouldn't have lived to this day. Therefore, my life is entirely for His Highness to decide. He pressed on, Oscar's voice turning serious. What if someone with more power tells you to kill him? Charlotte stammered that. He laughed loudly. Naive child. We are all puppets. Oscar approached her. If a member of the royal family orders us to do something, we must obey. He placed a scythe against Charlotte's neck, even if the request is to kill our own master. Their word is an absolute command. A dog can never defy its master. Charlotte felt the coldness of the scythe blade against her neck and replied, I will forever follow any command from the seventh prince. She gripped her weapon tightly. Charlotte suddenly knocked the scythe from her neck. I will absolutely not attack His Highness. Oscar didn't understand. So stubborn. I thought you understood what I just said. He pushed the blade that was pointing at him. Now, I will train you to be a loyal puppet of the royal family. Attack me. Hirai. Hearing this, she actually did as he said. A series of attacks flew out, creating a clanging sound. In the palace, Lewin held the beautiful woman beside him in his arms. Lewin asked the two girls, Do you hear a sound like I do? The two girls replied, Yes, and the sound is getting closer. Your Royal Highness. He glanced outside. At that moment, Alan had kicked the door open. Alan raised his gun straight up. I'm back, my dear damn brother. The two girls scattered in fear. Alan said, half jokingly, half seriously, I'll shoot this holy power bullet in your face soon, brother. Lewin tried to remain calm. Alan, I'm glad to see you're still safe and sound. Why don't we talk? Alan cut him off. Don't worry, brother. Then he immediately fired the gun. A powerful stream of holy power shot out. Alan said with a laugh, Holy power is good for your body, Lewin Onfon. Lewin smiled wryly. I'm not even ready yet. Even so, it's all over. Lewin held his head and complained. Don't you think you were a bit too rough with that shot? I'm your older brother. Alan impatiently exposed him. Stop complaining. Your body isn't affected by holy power. Alan frowned. It just hurts a little due to the impact of an overdose of holy power. Lewin still argued. It's still pain, though. Lewin said gently. Anyway, let's call it even. Welcome back, little brother. Alan said nonchalantly. Fine. Alan pouted and declared, By the way, I'll be staying only in the palace from now on. Lewin didn't understand. Why? Lewin suggested, You should take a walk around the capital. Alan refused. No. Alan muttered, I don't know why, but on the way back, the Archbishop's behavior was quite strange. First, before Alan got into the carriage, Rafa called out, Your Highness. He stopped and asked, What is it? One of his eyes lit up. Rafa spoke. Would you like to learn magic from me? He refused. No need. At that moment, Rafa's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Alan bowed his head in annoyance. After that, he kept following me, asking over and over, making me just want to dig a hole and hide. Lewin comforted him. Calm down. Rafa is doing that because he likes you. Lewin added, He's a great mage. Learning magic from him isn't a bad idea. He said angrily. I said I don't want to. Alan said irritably. If I want to learn, I can learn magic myself from books. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Your Highness, I've come to deliver a document. Lewin said, Come in. Alan knew that no matter where he hid, he would definitely find him. The servant's words reached his ears. The Black Order. It is the most urgent matter at present. Your Highness. Alan realized. The Black Order? Lewin Onfon showed interest. You know about it too? The Black Order, it says, was last discovered where you captured the Witch Morgana. Lewin Onfon flipped through a few pages. This time they were discovered in the Humit region. It seems His Majesty is very concerned about this, because Humit is a densely populated area. The Black Order, he muttered, it's quite a headache because this matter is related to necromancers. Alan thought to himself, necromancers? He pondered. I learned a lot of useful knowledge about necromancy from the book I received after defeating Morgana. Could it be? Alan asked, after those necromancers are captured, how do we handle those magic tools and magic books? Lewin Onfon replied, since we can't bring everything into the palace. Lewin offered different methods. So those things will be gathered and destroyed, or sent to the basement of the Humid Academy. Alan imagined the scene in the palace. Rafa relentlessly chasing him, shouting, Student, be my student, while he ran and screamed the Archbishop is crazy. Then Alan imagined the scene at the Humid Academy. A pile of magic books, necromancers weaker than monsters, living alone, free and unrestrained. He spoke up, brother. I have a deal to propose. Lewin asked curiously, what deal? Alan flashed a radiant smile. I want a long vacation. He winked and promised, after I get back, I'll help you handle the Black Order matter. The letter sent to him read, traces of the Black Order have been discovered in the Humid domain. As proof, their minions, the Red Devils, have been spotted in the area. Kelt said angrily, like a bunch of cockroaches. He frowned. Although compared to our holy empire, They're just newborns. We still can't catch them. Kelt mused. Of the ones the Red Cross interrogated, not a single one knew about their organization. He felt a sense of relief in his heart. I sent some of the strongest Holy Knight orders to search for them to ensure there were no mistakes. But in the end, I lost contact with the second team. Kelt's hand clenched the letter. He cursed inwardly. These guys are bastards who always hide behind the scenes. They might be a larger organization than I thought. Kelt stroked his beard. Although the issue of my heir has been resolved, other problems keep popping up one after another. He listed 3 names, Ren and Hilda, and also Alan. Besides these 3 children, everyone else has been eliminated. Kelt flipped through the letters, examining them closely. If one of these 3 children becomes the next Holy Emperor, I'm certain they will not betray the Empire. His finger pressed firmly on the letter. Instead of worrying about these 3 children, Kelt recalled a rumor. Near the market of the southern Atlan domain, a person very similar to the Crown Prince was discovered. He vaguely wondered, are you still alive? Doubt arose in Kelt's heart. The son who had disappeared without a trace after the war with the Atlan Empire. His finger fiddled with the letter. Atlan's move is very suspicious. Why appear in the south at this time? After exterminating all the monsters, humans started to go crazy again. I'm already this old. Why do I still have to work so hard? His gaze lowered slightly. That crown prince disappeared after his coronation, not even giving me a chance to abdicate. And so Kelt angrily threw the stack of papers in his hand. You damn kid, he roared. Can't you just behave for once? If you're alive, at least show yourself. If you're dead, I should at least see a body. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out, Your Majesty. Lewin pushed the door open and entered, asking, Are you all right? He said unhappily, I already told the messenger to give the work to you. What are you doing here? He replied, I came precisely for this matter. Lewin spoke up, I am considering sending Alan to Humid. Your Majesty. Kelt was suspicious. Is it related to the Black Order? He nodded. Alan also said he wants to go there personally. He said he has a score to settle with the Black Order. Kelt recalled. Is he talking about the time he was almost killed by the Witch Morgana? If he wants revenge, it's reasonable. Or perhaps he intends to... He recalled Rafa's words. The 7th Prince controlled the Holy Undead at that time. Kelt asked, somewhat astonished. Holy Undead? Rafa nodded. That is proof of Gaia's power. He said excitedly, If your Majesty commands it, I have no choice but to personally teach the 7th Prince. Kelt remarked, This is truly a story that is both amazing and worrying. He felt a little uneasy. An army of undead bearing Gaia's holy power. Gaia's power could even threaten Udai, the death god who can escape death in his own destiny. Kelt thought of a hypothesis, a chill running down his spine. Necromancy is a forbidden power only used in the south. But what if this power has a variant that can be used in the Holy Empire? Then, they would have the ability to cause a schism in the Atlan Empire. He asked Lewin, was it Alan's own request? He nodded. He asked me about some books, Your Majesty. Kelt pondered for a moment. Lewin recounted. After the battle, what will happen to the relics of those necromancers? He finally agreed. All right, send him. Kelt's foot stepped on the scattered papers. As for the unusual movements of the Atlan Empire, it seems to be related to the Black Order. He frowned slightly and said, if Alan can stop them, wouldn't that be a great thing? Lewin agreed, yes. He stroked his chin and asked, was this mission this important from the beginning? Kelt was surprised. You didn't receive the document about this matter? Lewin said, I only read the first page. I think Alan took this mission without knowing. He urged, then before he finds out more, send him off quickly. A glint flashed in Lewin's eyes. He assured, please leave it to me, Your Majesty. 3 weeks later, on the way to Humid, Alan cried out in misery. I've been tricked. After leaving the palace for Humid, Alan began to read the document. Alan sighed. This job is a total scam. The man riding beside him spoke up. It's time to accept reality, Your Highness. Hammond glanced over, announcing, we've been on the road for 10 days already. He asked again, by the way, is it enough for me alone to escort you? Alan angrily slammed the carriage wall. Of course it's not enough. I left without knowing anything. Then he fell silent, letting out a long breath. Wait, maybe this is better, since you already know my power. Alan felt uncomfortable without the fanatics of the Red Cross. It will be easier for me to use my power. Hammond explained, please don't be too harsh on the Red Cross. They are people who are willing to do anything you command. He recalled, the Holy Emperor himself has granted you the authority of the Heresy Inquisition, Your Highness. Alan spoke up. I heard that if one wishes to oppose my decision, it requires at least 3 archbishops. Hammond nodded, yes, Your Highness. That also means, in cases involving demons, you have full authority. He asked, so what? But Alan said, I don't think that's helpful for finding the missing Night Squad and dealing with the Black Order. Alan asked curiously, by the way, what exactly are the Red Devils? Are they stronger than vampires? Hammond said dejectedly, even if they attack you in a swarm, they are much weaker than that vampire count. He said, the Red Devils are a type of goblin minion that the Black Order mainly uses. Since ancient times, they have been known as demons who specialize in kidnapping children. Hammond turned his head and asked, have you never heard the story that you'll be taken by the Red Devils if you're a bad child? Alan laughed. I've never heard of it. I was a bad child too, but aren't I still alive and kicking now? He explained, they have round bodies, bushy beards, wear red clothes, carry a sack used for catching children, and climb between rooftops. Hearing this, Alan's eyes grew dreamy, imagining a red devil carrying a sack, humming as it walked. Bad children must be punished. Alan found it hard to understand. Can the Red Devils really do this? Alan mused, but is that really Santa Claus? Meanwhile, Hammond continued to describe, their strength is astonishing, but they're not too great a threat to us. He sighed, the problem is how to catch them. Alan didn't understand. Aren't they easy to spot since they wear red? Hammond didn't think so. Those bastards are very good at hiding. Even well-trained holy knights have a hard time detecting them. Alan understood. I see. He secretly guessed. Do they emit a foul smell like other monsters? It will be a hassle if I have to keep opening the status window. Alan suggested. Then what about using bait? He was startled. Bait? Alan repeated. It says here they mainly capture children under 16. Hammond broke out in a cold sweat and asked again, you mean using an innocent child? Alan helplessly pointed at himself. Of course not. Don't you see the bait is right here in front of you? Hearing this, Hammond froze on the spot. The person's clothes had a hint of red, mixed with strange laughter. Someone was watching them from above. A dagger glinted coldly in the darkness. Written on the paper, beware of the Red Devils. If anything happens to the children in your home, please report it immediately to the nearest guard. Alan commented as he walked. How gloomy. I can also smell a foul stench around here. Hammond asked curiously, you can smell the Red Devils too? He nodded, yes. But these demons are quite weak, so the smell is very faint. Alan turned to look at him. I'll try following that stench. You go to the guards and ask about the situation. Go now. Hammond had another idea. I think it's better if we act together. He laughed. You think those weaklings can defeat me? Just go. He had no choice but to agree, as you command. Your Highness. Before leaving, Hammond didn't forget to remind him. Then please be careful, Your Highness. Alan nodded in reply. All right. Then he drew his gun. The two had to split up. Alan hoped he could catch them faster than expected. He slowly moved forward. Once I smell their foul stench, I'll be able to get closer. Alan carefully sensed his surroundings, then looked up and finally spotted a figure crawling into a chimney. Found it. He immediately rushed forward. Is it the magic they use to become invisible? If I hadn't used holy power to enhance my vision just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see it. Alan forcefully pushed the door open. Hey, sorry to bother you. Seeing two people lying motionless on the floor, he knew there was a red devil in this house. Alan sighed, damn it, I'm one step too late. He approached the window to observe a child. Just as Alan stuck his head out, he saw a red devil carrying a sack. He noticed the sack on the red devil's back moving, but it made no sound. Even if the child screamed, nothing could be heard. Are they using soundproofing magic? Seeing that he wasn't afraid and didn't try to dodge, the red devil took the initiative to attack. Alan also pointed his gun straight at it. With a bang, he shot the red devil, sending it flying, and the sack on its back also fell. That red devil was consumed by holy power. The child in the sack coughed violently and then poked his head out. Alan asked worriedly, Are you okay? The boy asked in surprise, Who are you? Alan replied calmly, We'll talk about that later. For now, close your eyes. The corpse from before was now staggering to its feet behind him. Alan hadn't expected this. The Red Devils also poisoned their victims? He stood up, tightening his grip on the gun. If their zombie-like state continues, healing or resurrection will be useless. Another gunshot rang out and fresh blood splattered. Hammond had returned. I have successfully cooperated with the guards, but when he saw Alan sitting on a Red Devil, he stopped. Your Highness, it seems you've caught a Red Devil. He mused. Yes, but I was one step too late. Alan was a little dejected. I couldn't save the child's parents. Hammond comforted him. Your Highness, at least thanks to you, we saved this child. Let the guards handle the rest. He sighed. Clearly, the Red Devils are a species that specializes in kidnappings and assassinations. Whether the Black Order summoned or tamed them, their purpose now is all too clear. Alan asked, In Humid, can we only rely on the guards to maintain order? Hammond explained, because this place is near the border with the Atlan Empire. So, he continued, my golden cross is stationed on the outskirts. Alan didn't understand. If the Holy Emperor's army is here, why are they stationed in a place like the outskirts? Hammond said patiently, because they need to be on guard against the Atlan Empire at all times. The border situation has been quite tense recently, so it's difficult for us to disperse this force. Hammond said in frustration, moreover, the cases involving the Red Devils have only occurred recently. Hammond suggested, if necessary, I will write a letter to the Golden Cross and ask them to help us. Alan objected, there's no need. If we ask the Royal Guard to come, they will immediately find a way to hide. Alan said, if I can handle this quickly and efficiently myself, the result will be much better. Hammond asked curiously, Your Highness, have you found any clues? Alan simply replied, if you have a dagger or a similar weapon, give it to me now. Hammond indeed had what he needed and gave it to Alan. He carefully observed the new weapon. The Red Devils are forced to obey the Black Order's directives. Alan stabbed through the Red Devil's chest. Behind this control, there must be some kind of magic. Hammond was astonished. You're stabbing into their bodies with your own hands? Please act in a manner befitting a member of the royal family. Alan didn't want to say much. You know, we don't have time for that. His voice became cheerful. Found it. Alan held up the Red Devil's heart to observe it. I can feel the necromancer's magic in this one's heart. He muttered, this flow, this structure, how can I use my holy power to replace it? Hammond was horrified. Are you planning to use this demon? Alan confirmed, yes, I plan to recycle it. Hearing this, he became even more frightened. You're going to recycle this creature? If others find out about this, it will cause a huge problem. The status window lit up in front of Alan, stunning him. It displayed a notification, new skill created. He was astonished. A new skill? Hammond asked blankly. Your Highness, is something wrong? Alan denied it. No, it's nothing. He looked at the heart in his hand. There's no more time to waste. Alan gave a sly smile. Perhaps I should get myself kidnapped? In the darkness, someone was muttering. Corpses, corpses, more corpses. Oh, a rotten skeleton. The necromancer wondered curiously. What on earth are they planning to do that requires so much preparation? The corpses lay in disarray. Whispers arose. I don't know either. Not just in Humid. It seems they're preparing in other places too. They looked at the mountain of corpses and exclaimed, it seems the Black Order is about to launch a large-scale attack. A frail, old necromancer said, even so, how can they treat us like this? It's tiring to walk around with a cane like this. The person next to him comforted him. The Red Devils will be back soon. Just wait a little longer. They will bring us fresh, living sacrifices. A savage laugh rang out. Just as they say, children are always the best sacrifices. Hot blood and a long lifespan. I'm about to regain my strength. Just then, a Red Devil returned to the window. He turned his face smugly. You've come at the right time. As it jumped down, his voice rang out, our dinner. The Red Devil was silent, and Alan's hand reached out from inside. He climbed out of the sack and spoke. Hello, everyone. The man said irritably, what kind of trick are you playing? I told you to bring back a healthy child. Why did you bring back such a weirdo? Alan interrupted. It doesn't listen to you anymore. He placed his hand on the Red Devil's shoulder, his palm glowing. If you want to know why, the Red Devil gave a wicked smile. Alan spoke. That's because I am its new master. They couldn't believe it. What nonsense are you talking about? How could he infuse holy power into a Red Devil's body? As soon as the words were spoken, a flash of a sword's light appeared, splitting that person's head in two. Many Red Devils under Alan's command charged out to attack. Kill all the necromancers. Release the children. Gather those you're unsure about in one place. A moment later, he stood before a bookshelf and spoke. Look at what you've all done. Alan calmly looked around amidst the tragic screams. They collected a lot of books, research results. I wonder if there's anything that can help me. Splattering blood made Alan remind them, don't let blood get on these. He pulled out a rather strange book. What is this? The book cover had a strange pattern and the title, Chaos Plan. The guards shouted, it's true. The knight was telling the truth. They cheered excitedly. All the missing children have returned. The guards quickly ran to ask the children. Thank the gods for helping us. Are you okay, kid? How did you escape? The boy replied while crying. They locked me in a place like a prison. Then someone let me out. The guard pressed. Who was it? The boy immediately answered. An uncle who wasn't very tall. No, he looked like the Red Devils that took us. The boy added, but he wasn't wearing red like them. Hearing this, the guard affirmed. Then they weren't devils. The boy immediately confirmed. Yes, I already said they weren't devils. They were angels. The boy seemed extremely grateful and admired them. It was the blue-clothed angel who saved us. The guard were very confused. A blue-clothed angel? Hammond, who had just arrived and overheard their conversation, thought to himself, it seems His Highness's plan was a success. Suddenly, a hand reached out, catching his attention. The Red Devil waved. signaling for Hammond to follow it. Alan was holding a stack of papers and spoke as soon as he saw him. "You're here, Hammond." Hammond stepped forward and said, "These corpses, you've worked hard, Your Highness." Looking from the outside, this place looks just like a normal house. Alan stood up, holding his gun, and remarked, "Is that so? It seems they prepared this place very meticulously." He didn't understand. Prepared? Alan immediately handed over the stack of papers. "Read this." Hammond took it and exclaimed in some surprise. "Chaos Plan?" It read, "Members of the Black Order in various regions must attack their assigned areas, harass, cause chaos, and terrorize the people there, to prolong the chaos for as long as possible and cause as much damage as they can." Hammond couldn't believe it. What? Are they discussing terrorizing the Holy Empire? Alan didn't deny it. Yes. And it seems they're not just targeting Hemet. Hammond realized they didn't write their true purpose here. He looked ahead indifferently and said, "I was thinking about this too, which is why I called you. Hey, you who are still alive, wake up and answer my questions." Alan was speaking to the ones playing dead at his feet. Seeing they didn't move, he immediately lifted his foot and stomped hard on one's head, shouting, "It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you?" Alan questioned relentlessly, "I know you're holding your breath. Besides Hemet, you're targeting other regions as well, right?" His firm deduction made them flinch. "Your numbers are too small for a city this large, and the riots you caused. Also, there are a few missing holy knights who still haven't been found." One of them mumbled a condition. "If you guarantee you won't kill me, I'll answer." Alan turned to Hammond and asked, "Hammond, what about the missing children?" He answered immediately. "The guard are finding homes for those children, but some still haven't returned." Alan quickly pointed out, "Did you hear that? The number of children still doesn't add up." As he said this, Alan's expression grew even darker. Necromancers use the lifespan of others to cast magic. He speculated, either to tame the red devils or to conceal this place. Besides those two things, you use magic for everything, so you need a large amount of magical power. Next, Alan walked over to one of them and squatted down, frightening him until he trembled. Alan forcefully grabbed the man's head and questioned, "So you absorbed those children, didn't you?" Alan even knew something more disgusting. "I'm afraid you didn't just take children, but also the young and the old." He was terrified by these accusations and could only mumble a plea, "Please spare me." But he showed no mercy. "When the children begged you like that, did you listen?" Alan assured, "Don't worry, I won't let you go that easily." Then, Alan mercilessly threw the man onto the pile of corpses. Alan added a threat, "I will let you die a slow and painful death until you stop breathing completely." Alan ordered Hammond, "Hammond, take the survivors of the Black Order back to the palace." Alan mentioned a name. "Hand them over to the Heresy Inquisition for processing." Hearing this, the members of the Black Order begged in terror, "Please, sir, don't hand us over to the Heresy Inquisition." Hammond also wondered, "Is it all right to do that?" He said coldly, "They won't live much longer anyway. They can only continue to live by becoming the undead." He spoke with some hesitation. "I'm not talking about them, Your Highness. I'm talking about the demons. I mean the blue ones." Hammond was a little worried. "Those creatures could expose the fact that you can control holy undead." "Your Highness." Alan scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "I don't care. The Archbishop already knows about it anyway. He even caught me red-handed right in the palace." He continued, "Having to explain everything and find an alibi is too much trouble. Besides, it seems His Majesty has already taken notice." Hammond was slightly startled and asked, "You mean His Majesty the Holy Emperor?" Alan didn't deny it. "Yes, but since the Holy Emperor hasn't said anything, it seems he'll just observe me for the time being." He looked at the red devils cleaning up the remnants of the Black Order, then decided, "So we must act quickly. In addition, we must mobilize forces in the major cities." Alan continued his request. "Also, tell His Majesty that I need to extend my vacation. I have too much to do." He immediately nodded. "I understand, Your Highness." He walked up to the bound members of the Black Order. "All right, now." Alan drew his sword. "Whoever answers my question will get a painless death." He smiled cruelly. "The rest of you bastards, which corner of Hemet are you hiding in?" At the same time, news of the failure had reached the Black Order stronghold. "Sir, our allies in Western Hemet seem to have failed." Murmurs echoed through the church, and in several other major cities, it said that troops consisting of holy knights and priests have also been mobilized. What? It seems the Western branch acted too conspicuously and got caught. An angry voice shouted, "Those stupid bastards. They should have been more careful." Another person suddenly exclaimed, "There's also news from the border. This news threw the Black Order into a panic. The Heavenly Army has been mobilized. If the Heavenly Army you speak of is that army, then it's a force only mobilized in times of war. They are the Holy Emperor's trump card. An angry voice ground his teeth. We were planning to hold back the Golden Cross. Now, even the Heavenly Army has come. They asked each other in terror. We can't defeat them like we do ordinary holy knights, can we? The last battle we managed was because we had many sacrifices. But now it's difficult. Someone looking at a magic orb reported. Moreover, since the Heavenly Army is stationed near the border, Atlan must have received the news as well. He relayed, they say they want to delay. Hearing this, someone even punched a wall to vent their anger. Damn it. The whispers grew louder. It seems the royal family has sniffed something out, so they want to pretend they're not involved with us? We thought we could finally escape this life of hiding in the shadows, but now they're making us wait longer? Everyone vented their anger on Alan. It's all because of that seventh prince. A skeptical voice asked, isn't he just an idle good-for-nothing who was abandoned in the north? He wondered, why did he suddenly appear and ruin all our plans? Someone muttered regretfully, if we had known, we would have killed him from the start. Suddenly, a deep and resentful voice echoed. Failure? Naxos materialized and questioned. Do you think the great Atlan would fail like this? A startled member asked, what should we do? Someone asked doubtfully, sir, are you planning to handle it yourself? Naxos ordered in a low voice, inform all my people. He spoke, the opportunity may be delayed, but everything will proceed as planned. I will take full responsibility for the failure in Humit. Naxos approached one of them and pressed. Also, you said the seventh prince is also a problem? He trembled and nodded. Yes, sir. Naxos immediately understood the reason. We failed because he found our stronghold. Naxos vanished in a thin air, leaving only a sentence behind. I will go with you to the city of Humit. He said with hatred, I will find that brat and kill him. After Naxos disappeared, the members of the Black Order breathed a sigh of relief. They whispered, even though it's just a clone, I didn't expect him to come personally. His only chance of escape has vanished. Of course, he has no choice but to run. One person stepped forward and decided, we will recreate the plan here. He continued, we will gather new sacrifices and create an even more terrifying chaos in the Holy Empire. Just then, strange flashes of light suddenly appeared. Seeing this, the members of the Black Order shouted in panic. What the hell is that? It seems someone has broken in. Someone noticed a subordinate's orb was glowing. This thing only reacts when someone with powerful magic or holy power enters. They guessed. Is it Oscar the Golden Cross? The leader immediately ordered. A direct confrontation with him is not to our advantage. Have a necromancer's inside retreat. Send the holy knights to confirm the intruder. But this decision greatly surprised the others. What? The man asked in panic. Go right now? Weren't we planning to use them for the plan? He replied, we have to survive first. Then we can proceed with the plan. Someone spoke up. Oscar is no ordinary enemy. Instead of sending the holy knights, wouldn't it be easier for us to leave? He was still muttering. If we anger the royal family? Before he could finish, the person looking at the magic orb spoke in astonishment. I don't think it's the Golden Cross. A questioning voice rang out. If it's not Oscar, then who could cause such a huge commotion? He answered in terror. It seems to be the person we just mentioned. The resentful voice once again filled the space. It's that brat, the one who killed the vampires and all the werewolves. Someone clenched their fist, expressing their anger. I heard he was in Humit. Has he chased us all the way here now? He suddenly gave a vicious smile. It seems he doesn't want to let us live. An angry voice shouted, the seventh prince, Alan Fawn. At this moment, Alan was standing before the entrance to their stronghold, muttering to himself, I'm very curious. So many corpses. Alan didn't understand. The things the Red Devils did they really require so many sacrifices? He looked at the lifeless bodies before him, his heart aching. But it turns out the ones who needed the sacrifices were you yourselves. Alan faced the troop of holy knights charging aggressively towards him, turning an entire troop of holy knights into the undead. Alan was a bit confused. Did they do this after hearing about my holy undead? Or do they just want to cause more chaos for the Holy Empire? Alan quickly summoned his gun. Whatever the reason, Alan recalled the necromancers he had dealt with before and remarked, it's not hard to deal with a necromancer. Alan stated decisively, weaker than me. A strange light flashed, illuminating the distorted faces of the holy knights. I don't know what you all went through, but once you've become undead, you can't be healed or resurrected. But at least the light gradually returned to their dull eyes. The Holy Knights lowered their weapons one by one. They began to turn around. Alan promised, "Let me help you get your revenge," he declared in a loud voice. "Now it's our turn." Alan led the army of the undead forward. "Let's go." The wronged souls began to condemn. They didn't let us live. They killed us in the cruelest way. After hearing this, Alan strengthened their resolve. They will pay the price. Kill them in the most terrifying way you can imagine. The Black Order's line of defense was quickly broken. The troop of Holy Knights flooded in like a torrent, capturing them one by one. Someone let out a desperate scream. "Save me." His hand was stepped on by someone. He trembled and said with hatred, "It's you. No matter how you obstruct us, the gods will save us." Alan pointed his gun at the man's head and sneered. "Save you?" He cursed inwardly. "After taking countless lives, now you're begging for salvation?" Thinking of this, Alan pulled the trigger without hesitation. He spoke coldly, "Then let me grant you salvation. This God's blessing will guide your way to hell." The Black Order stronghold had finally fallen. Alan stood amidst the scattered corpses. After learning of the Black Order's chaos plan, the Holy Empire mobilized its full forces. Not only were troops reinforced in every city, but the Heavenly Army at the border was also strengthened to guard against interference from the Black Order and Atlan. Under orders, Hammond brought the surviving necromancers to the capital. With the Red Cross in charge of the interrogation, more information about the Black Order would be revealed. The Atlans captured near the border seemed to have connections to higher-ups. Although the case in Humit was closed, the Empire was more tumultuous than ever. Alan had now found a truly quiet place for himself. Amidst this chaos, "I came here to rest, in the Academy's library." Rufius suddenly approached and asked, "Didn't you come to see me?" He even joked, "We haven't seen each other in a while, and you've lost all your manners." Alan said coolly, "Good afternoon, brother." Alan asked coldly, "Why is brother Rufius in the Academy?" Rufius chuckled and replied, "Did you forget that both Atlan and Humit are under my jurisdiction?" He wanted to say a few more words. "Besides, I also have something to say." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Alan. "Brother," he reminded, "you must be quiet in the library. Don't talk to me." Rufius pouted, saying softly, "I came here because I have something to tell you." But Alan was just annoyed, both troublesome and clingy like a leech. He didn't care whether the other person was paying attention or not, and just kept talking on his own. "Humit is under my jurisdiction. I heard you caused trouble in my territory, didn't you?" Alan immediately retorted, "I didn't cause trouble, but solved it." He looked at Rufius with dissatisfaction, and it was also permitted by the Holy Emperor. He coughed lightly, "But the problem is that matter should have been handled by me." Rufius rubbed his chin and remarked, "Besides, your way of handling it was very strange." He asked curiously, "Your blue-robed angels, what are they? Are they like the Red Devils?" "I didn't touch them because they were going around helping the villagers." Alan replied, "I got them from a necromancer. Do you have any other news?" Hearing this, Rufius scolded, "This brat? Are you treating your older brother like a reporter?" But even so, he still revealed nothing special. In the current situation, the Holy Emperor believes the Black Order and the Atlan Empire are working together. Rufius continued, "There are signs of war breaking out on the border." Alan asked, "What does Atlan say?" Rufius spoke slowly. "They say they have no connection whatsoever with the Black Order. But do you think the Holy Emperor believes them?" He added, "The Atlan Empire has sent an envoy to explain. They will arrive in Humit in about a month." Alan picked up a book and thought, "I don't have time to hide my true strength anymore." He calculated, "Anyway, I don't have time to stop those rumors. But it's time to use that power." Alan analyzed inwardly. Even if Atlan says they're not involved with the Black Order, is the Black Order really capable of doing these things on its own? He guessed. Without Atlan's help, the Empire of Necromancers? Alan quickly closed the book. Then he informed Rufius, "I'm going to see their envoy." This surprised him a little. "Huh? You plan to stay here until then?" Alan sighed and replied, "I'm sick of the palace. I want to learn some more magic here and do a little more research." He said to himself, 1 month? Alan thought to himself, "I must go see their envoy with my own eyes." His gaze gradually became determined and exposed Atlan's true face. Alan's hands hung limply. He was tied to a giant tree trunk. Alan struggled to open his eyes. He looked up at the distant canopy, his mind in turmoil. I don't know how this happened, but that was definitely when all began. Back in the present, Rufius was lecturing Alan. "Alan, at least until the Atlan envoy arrives," he demanded, "you will behave yourself for me." Alan, of course, refused, retorting, "What does behaving myself have to do with the envoy's visit?" Rufius said loudly, "Atlan is not like us. If you make any mistakes, we'll be in big trouble." He explained in detail, "Atlan is an organization that worships the god of death. You die. Therefore, To them, a necromancer is both a priest and a noble. Rufius continued, if the Holy Empire pressures them, how will they react? What's more, if they see you, the one who single-handedly dealt with an entire army of necromancers, they will be even more furious. Alan asked in confusion, so what should I do? This is the Holy Empire's territory, after all. Alan frowned in annoyance. Am I supposed to just ignore the Black Order? Rufius quickly denied it. No, don't do anything provocative. Rufius tried to find the right words to convince Alan. Anyway, they're coming here in the first place to prove they're not involved with the Black Order. They will surely overlook your actions. Rufius pointed at Alan's face and warned. Therefore, you just need to behave yourself. We already have enough to worry about. Alan said, if that's the case, I have a request. Rufius narrowed his eyes slightly. You want to negotiate? Alan's next words astonished him. I need the grimoire of the Necromancer King Amon. Alan held up a book. Aren't there many books by other necromancers in the Academy? I've read them all. This put Rufius in a very difficult position, but His Majesty has issued a ban on Amon's grimoire. Alan persisted. So, can you get it or not? He had to compromise. I have to ask for His Majesty's instructions first. Alan continued to bargain, making him turn pale with anger. Even if this is the only way to make me behave? Finally, Rufius had a promise. Fine, I'll find a way to sneak it out for you. Hearing that, Alan praised him cheerfully. You're really something else. Rufius cursed in frustration. This troublesome brat. After talking with Rufius, Alan left the academy in a cheerful mood. I was originally planning to behave, but who would have thought I'd get a chance to access Amon's book? What should I do before then? He thought as he walked. Charlotte must be training nearby. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Charlotte suddenly stepped out, calling, Your Highness. But Alan was quite surprised to see her. Charlotte? He suddenly said, Wait a minute. Alan asked with concern, What's wrong with your face? Hearing this, Charlotte subconsciously raised a hand to touch her face. Ah, that. She was about to say more when Alan interrupted. All right, don't call me that for now. Alan quickly explained, I plan to stay in the Academy's library for a while. It will be very troublesome if my identity is exposed. He instructed, from now on, just call me Sharon Lappin. Charlotte understood immediately. You are the son of Lord Chena of Ronia, aren't you? She immediately changed her address. Charlotte Hirai, greetings, young Master Sharon. Alan was quite satisfied with her performance. Just as expected, she reacts so quickly. Thinking it over, he suddenly noticed something strange. But, Hirai? Alan asked curiously, You have a surname now? Charlotte nodded slightly. Yes, it was granted to me by His Majesty. He thought pensively. I've seen this surname before when I was studying royal history. Alan recalled that it was the surname of a family that had been wiped out by the Necromancer King 50 years ago. Besides the Heavenly Army, the Red Cross, the Green Cross, the Holy Cross, and the National Cross. Those are the 6 powers that can mobilize military forces at will. So that's how it is. But I really don't know how strong they are. So he asked again, and then? This question made Charlotte pause. Alan explained, I mean your injury. Is it related to you being granted a surname? She lowered her head, fiddling with a lock of hair. No, it's nothing. He questioned angrily. Did someone in the academy bully you? Or was it that bastard Rio? Charlotte quickly denied it. No, it wasn't. Rio is a very thoughtful father. She shared shyly. Besides training, I only attend classes for a very short time. Therefore, I haven't had a proper conversation with anyone in the academy yet. Charlotte said softly, I just got injured during training. Alan continued to chide. Then why didn't you get treated? A vial of holy water would heal it right away. She had to tell the truth, that I'm already used to pain. It turned out, Oscar once told Charlotte that a knight who isn't used to pain will hesitate when injured. He criticized sternly, the royal family doesn't need a knight like that. Standing before Alan, she frankly expressed her will, Your Highness. I want to become the knight who serves you. Charlotte subconsciously touched her face to become your shield and sword. She murmured, I need strength, the strength to get back up even when enduring pain. Alan couldn't listen anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Charlotte cried out in panic. Your Highness. Wait, but he had already quickly touched her cheek. Alan's warm, holy water flowed out, enveloping Charlotte's body. He said gently, Why do you have to endure pain? If you get hurt, I can heal you immediately. Didn't you say you were my knight? Hearing that, Charlotte froze for a moment. Alan also noticed the strangeness between them. He turned away, instructing her, In short, I will heal you, leaving no scars. So next time, you must come to me right away. Do you hear me? She was deeply moved by Alan's warmth, and only after a long moment did she reply with a yes. Charlotte quickly chased after him. I understand, Your Highness. Young Master Sharon. When Hammond arrived, it was already dark. He questioned Alan in annoyance. Did you call me here because Charlotte want to train? Are you that free? Alan leaned back on the wooden chair and sighed in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? How can I possibly stop her from training? At this moment, Alan again remembered when Charlotte expressed her determination to him. Your Highness, I will become stronger for you. He looked up at Hammond. Ah, I forgot you're free too. He retorted angrily. Is that what you say to someone who abandoned his mission to rush here for you? Alan asked curiously. How are things going? Hammond replied flatly. Same as always. Hammond said, although we destroyed the Black Order's branch in Humid, necromancers still keep appearing. Hammond added, even if we capture and interrogate them, we can't find any leads. After hearing this, Alan exclaimed angrily, how stubborn. He speculated, they're so stubborn, perhaps their chaos plan is still working. Next, Alan sat up straight and asked, what about the envoy from Atlan? Hammond answered truthfully, they will arrive on schedule. Hammond pondered for a moment. I have a bad feeling about this. Just then, someone approached. Isn't this the seventh prince? Hearing someone mention him, Alan peeked out curiously. Who is it? Hammond quickly bowed. I greet the crown princess. This statement utterly astonished him. The princess? Alan immediately used his ability to search for information. The status window appeared. Rodalina, 45 years old. Physical trait, frail. Mental trait, weak. But a contradictory line appeared, disordered and chaotic. Manic obsession. He was extremely hesitant, hiding behind Hammond and guessing to himself. With these traits, is she even sane? At this moment, Rose stepped forward and spoke. It's so good to see you here. She then asked Alan, what has the seventh prince been doing these days? Hearing this, Alan replied, I plan to join the academy soon. Immediately after, she asked a question that stunned him. Did Rufius allow you to do that? Her face looked incredibly sinister. Then she said sarcastically, that boy is really... Hearing her say that, Alan was extremely suspicious, thinking to himself, what does she mean? Could it be that because I'm a prince like her son, she's also keeping an eye on me? Immediately after, she laughed sinisterly and said, I'm a little disappointed because I didn't hear about this directly from the second prince. Hearing her say that, Alan was completely stunned. Huh? Just as Alan was about to say something, Rufius's frantic call echoed from a distance. Mother! Rufius asked her, asking, what are you doing here, mother? Why didn't you contact me? Seeing Rufius, she was overjoyed, hugging him and exclaiming, Rufius, my dear son, you obviously didn't come to see me, so I came to see you. Feeling her hug was too tight, he cried out, Mother, there are many people watching here. Afterwards, Rose said happily, if the crown prince saw you this grown up, he would surely be very happy. Just then, someone came over and handed him something. Here, take this, Alan. Hearing that, Alan stepped forward, exclaiming in surprise, that's... He looked at the book, utterly astonished, horrified in his heart. The grimoire of the necromancer King Amon. Rufius then said to him, isn't this what you wanted? I got it from the academy's basement. Then Rufius frowned and said to Alan, I have to go out with my mother. Remember to keep your promise. Hearing this, Alan happily promised, I'll stay here until I die, so hurry up and go. Immediately after, Rufius turned to see his mother off. Mother, I'll walk you to the carriage. Alan hugged the book and replied reluctantly, all right, Rufius. As soon as they left, he spoke up, Hammond. Seeing him call, Hammond replied wearily, yes, my lord. At this moment, he recalled the conversation with her, wondering, why did the third prince suddenly become the second prince? Then he turned away and asked again, wouldn't it be better if you just told me everything? Hearing this, Hammond replied wearily, this is a matter that even the nobility avoids mentioning. He continued, the crown prince's second wife, Rodalina, had an incredibly blissful marriage, even becoming pregnant not long after the wedding. But fate is unpredictable. The child in her womb was born with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. In the past, the crown prince once stood frozen before that child's coffin. Hammond continued, because the crown prince pitied this short-lived child, he granted it the title of second prince. At that time, both parents were deeply grieved, but that imperial concubine seemed to have been hit too hard by this shock, unable to accept the truth. Afterward, she grieved excessively over the loss of her child. In a dark room, she always treated a teddy bear as her child. Whenever she saw something that resembled a child, she would call it the second prince. Seeing this, the crown prince decided to have a second child with her. At this point, Hammond continued, the child born after that is... Hearing this, Alan replied, Rufius. Alan then asked, but that imperial concubine still sees Rufius as her first child, right? He immediately confirmed, yes, but that's where the problem lies, my lord. Hearing this, Alan said in great surprise, a problem? Hammond continued, before the third prince was born, that imperial concubine did something she shouldn't have. At that time, she tried every means to save the prince. She tried to resurrect the second prince. Hearing this, Alan turned back in utter shock and asked, "What?" At this moment, he sank into thought. "I heard I was the first to successfully perform resurrection magic." At this time, Alan then asked, "As an undead?" Hearing this, Hammond calmly replied to him, "That is a forbidden act in the Holy Empire." Immediately after, Hammond had to face a series of questions from Alan. How did she do it? Was she a necromancer? He then confirmed and answered, "Yes, they still haven't found anything out to this day." For a time, all the necromancers in the Empire were slaughtered, because some speculated that they were the ones who manipulated the imperial concubine. Alan frowned at this, hesitatingly thinking. The status board says disorder, chaos, and crazed obsession. Alan deduced further. Could all of this be her feelings towards Rufus? The scene changes. That carriage is speeding down the road. The atmosphere inside the carriage was quite tense. Rodolina spoke up. "Alan Fawn is quite healthy, isn't he?" Then she rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and said, "It would have been so much better if he had died with Elisha." Seeing that his mother's words were a bit too much, Rufus spoke up. "Mother, he is my brother. After all, your words are a bit." His mother looked out the window and said, "Oh no, wait. It would have been better if that damn Black Order had killed him during his exile." Then she calmly replied, "I don't like that kid at all. A piece of slow-witted trash." Immediately after, she turned to remind him, "You absolutely must not lose to him. For the sake of the Crown Prince, you must become the Holy Emperor." At this point, she lowered her head and said in a weak voice, "Then, will the Crown Prince care about me again?" She sat there sobbing, the maidservant standing beside her helplessly. "Let's see what happens at the Atlan border." The carriage sped on as her voice said, "I need to see the envoy." The scene changes. A sword fight is taking place. Charlotte is trying to block Oscar's attacks. The two are currently engaged in a fierce duel. Immediately after, she parried his sword away, making Oscar nod in approval. "Your stance is not bad." He immediately counterattacked and said, "Have you attained some enlightenment?" At this moment, the two were having a terrifying sword fight. Immediately after, he stepped back and said to her, "Not just me, even His Majesty, we at our age did not improve as quickly as you." Then he asked her, "How do you feel about becoming the successor?" She was extremely tired at that moment. Panting, she replied, "I don't want to." She looked him straight in the face and answered firmly, "I have no intention of swearing loyalty to the Holy Emperor." Hearing this, he was quite surprised and asked, "What did you say?" Then he looked at her and said, "How insolent." Immediately after, he angrily scolded her, "You are already a member of the Golden Cross. You must always be prepared to die for the Holy Emperor." Hearing his reprimand, she replied very calmly, "I know, sir. I am still training to carry out all assigned missions." Then she bandaged her wound and said, "But I have no intention of doing so." At this moment, she recalled her encounter with Alan, "And I know I don't have to, because there is only one person who can give me missions." At that time, he had placed his hand on her mouth, causing her whole body to freeze. At this moment, only Alan Fawn was in her mind. "Yes." Then she quickly got in her stance and answered firmly, "He is my only master." Hearing her say this, he looked at her and asked, "So, you don't want to swear loyalty to the Holy Emperor, but you still want to be a member of the Golden Cross, is that right?" Hearing this, she explained, "That's because I can be of great help to the Seventh Prince." Hearing this, he said disbelievingly, "Stop talking nonsense. We exist for the sake of the Holy Emperor." Seeing him about to leave, she replied without a trace of fear, "Then I just need to make him the Holy Emperor." After that, she looked at him with a challenging gaze. "Isn't that right?" Seeing this attitude, he questioned her with an emphatic tone. "Do you know what you just said?" At this moment, she was extremely confident. His face darkened, and he said in disappointment, "Unbelievable. Do you think what you just said can be easily accomplished?" Then he looked at her and said, "You can no longer be a member of the Golden Cross." Hearing this, she retorted in utter shock, "That's impossible." He immediately threw something at her. She quickly caught the box, her face stunned. At this moment, Oscar said, "Take it." Immediately after, he turned and said, "You are expelled from the Golden Cross." Charlotte Hirai. She looked at the box, her expression grim. At this moment, he continued, "I will assign you to the forgotten 6th Royal Army, which the Hirai family once commanded." Then she opened the box, and inside was a white cross sword. At this moment, she picked up the sword and asked him, "Then what about this sword?" He then said, "That is the sword the Hirai family once used." He continued, "I had originally planned to let it be a decoration if its master never appeared." Hearing this, she stared intently at the sword. He then encouraged her, "Well then, do your best." At this moment, he had great faith in her and said, "Protect the one you serve, if that is your reason for existence." The scene changes. A few days later, a procession of people and horses was now entering the main gate. He was the envoy from Atlan, smiling as he entered. The scenery this morning is wonderful. Sunlight scattered through the leaves. At this moment, a voice rang out. Is this the land of the gods? The door then slammed shut. The man named Haima spread his arms, breathed in the air here, and said, "Unbelievable. It feels so different. Just gentle rows of trees and a cool breeze." Right behind the city wall, he glanced around. This must be a blessed land. Then he looked at the soldiers in iron armor, a sinister look on his face, thinking to himself, but there's no need to covet it now, because that heavenly army is very troublesome. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Welcome." It turned out to be Rufius. He smiled and greeted him. "Thank you for coming all this way." Hearing this, he also immediately introduced himself. "I am Haima, the envoy of Atlan. It is a great honor to meet the third prince." Seeing that he knew who he was, Rufius asked in great surprise, "You know me?" Seeing his surprise, he replied, "Of course, I have heard a lot about you." Then Haima gave a very benevolent smile. The sky was clear, and leaves slowly fell, looking very poetic. Then he said, "I hope to receive your assistance during my stay here, Prince Rufius." But in another place, notices were posted everywhere, welcoming party for the Atlan envoy. Seeing the notice, Alan said in great surprise, "What is this?" Alan stared intently at the notice, wondering, they're holding a party? Seeing that he didn't know, Charlotte said, "I heard it's a custom to entertain envoys from other countries." Hearing this, he replied thoughtfully, "I know, but Atlan is a hostile empire. And they're even publicizing this. This means they want the children of the nobility to participate." Hearing his analysis, Charlotte pouted and said, "It seems they're planning a large-scale event." Hearing this, he looked at the paper with a scrutinizing gaze and replied, "To show off? After all, the level of education also reflects the strength of the empire. They're trying to show off everything they have." Immediately after, she asked him, "Are you planning to attend the party?" Sharon. Alan immediately replied bluntly, "I'm not interested." At that moment, on the other side, two people pushed open the door and entered. Then he asked her back, "What about you, Charlotte?" As soon as those two guys entered, they pointed straight at the two of them and shouted, "They're here." At this moment, the guy asserted, "It's them." Alan heard the noise, turned around, his face blank with surprise. "What?" Those guys were extremely arrogant, pointing straight at him and asking, "What family are you from? I've never seen you before." Seeing this, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "They're the sons of a duke and a marquis." Hearing this, he didn't want to cause trouble either. "I really don't want to run into them." Seeing the two of them whispering, those guys provoked. "So you two are pretty close, huh?" Those guys looked at him with extreme arrogance, sizing him up, which made Alan feel extremely tired and annoyed. "Looks like you just came up from the countryside. We didn't see you in class, so we came here specifically to find you. With that attitude of yours, people might think you're a prince." Alan immediately turned and said, "Just ignore them." Seeing his indifferent attitude, those guys shouted in anger, "Hey!" The guy felt insulted and roared, "You don't seem to understand the situation, do you?" Alan was too lazy to bother, sighing in disgust. "You run into this type of person everywhere." Immediately after, the other guy quickly rushed towards Alan, swinging his fist and cursing, "You son of a bitch." He paid no mind and still calmly replied, "I can't believe this kind of person could become the head of a family in the future." Just then, a hand grabbed the guy's fist. Alan continued nonchalantly, "I'm really worried about the future of the Holy Empire." The one who grabbed the guy's fist was Charlotte. This made the guy say in great surprise, "Huh?" Immediately after, she quickly delivered an extremely powerful punch, sending him flying, his head hitting the ground hard. Seeing this scene, the people with him cried out in fear, "What the hell?" At this moment, Alan said gently to them, "Haven't you heard the rumor?" Hearing this, the two guys were terrified, their faces turning dark, and they stammered, "Huh? What rumor?" Alan immediately snapped his fingers. In Humit, there's a rumor that disobedient children get taken away by fairies. Two red demons quickly appeared behind Alan. The demons now wore smiles that couldn't be more friendly, scaring the two guys into screaming, "Ah, it's the red demons." Immediately after, the two demons quickly rushed towards those bastards. Those guys were quickly knocked unconscious. Before passing out, they said doubtfully, "Red? Hey, they're blue." At this point, the matter was resolved. Alan turned to the demons and said, "Hand them over to the guards. Hammond will take care of them." She immediately obeyed. "Yes." Sharon. Then she reminded him, "You haven't forgotten your promise to the third prince, have you?" Hearing her, he reacted and replied, "As long as I don't get caught, it's fine." Those demons quickly dealt with the bastards. Alan thought in great confusion, what should I do? Suddenly, he had an idea, then ordered the demons, strip them naked, and tie them up in the square for the whole day. Hearing this, the faces of the tied-up guys turned pale. And before they could beg, they were dragged away by the demons. Wait. At this moment, he turned to look at her and said, "That should be enough to re-educate their morals, right?" She immediately replied, "Yes, it's perfect." With the matter settled, he invited her to get something to eat. She immediately agreed. Okay, the scene changes. Just then, Rufus, who had just returned, pushed open the door and shouted, "Alan Fawn, what about those guys in the square? Was it your doing?" Seeing him so flustered, Alan reluctantly reminded him, we're in a library. He thought with utter helplessness, why do I still have to bother hiding my name? Then he picked up a book and explained, it was indeed my doing. But calm down, they started it. Before Alan had a chance to explain, Rufus flew into a rage and scolded him. Just because they started it, you did that to them? Are you insane? He very anxiously scolded Alan. Do you have any idea how angry the envoy is? How are you going to handle this? Alan raised his hands in surrender, utterly helpless, thinking, is it just because I stripped them naked in public? Come on. Seeing that Alan still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, Rufus shouted, what if he demands that the necromancer be hanged in the square? Upon hearing this, Alan was completely stunned. Then he asked blankly, what did you say? Rufus knelt down in great distress, sobbing without a sound. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Alan quickly went there, assessed the situation, then looked up and exclaimed in astonishment, the one who did this crazy thing. Alan grimaced at this moment, thinking, what kind of madman was it? Just then, Hammond ran over, approaching him and asking, Prince, did you come alone? Seeing his question, Alan replied, I took Charlotte to her class. Tell me what happened. At this moment, Alan looked at Hammond with great suspicion and asked, was it the royal family? They wouldn't do this while hosting the Atlan envoy, because that could cause a war. He turned to look at the head hanging there and continued, the guards have checked, but there are no witnesses. At this moment, Hammond looked suspiciously at Alan and said, it couldn't have been you, could it? Hearing this, Alan covered his face in astonishment and said, what in the world do you people think I am? He cried out with an aggrieved expression. Perhaps Atlan is the one behind this. Hearing this, Hammond asked, are they looking for an excuse to start a war? Alan then said, but from what my brother said, the envoy seems to be genuinely furious. Immediately after, Alan voiced his thoughts. Causing internal strife before a war breaks out is very illogical. If it's not the royal family and not Atlan, then Alan thought to himself, was it someone else? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, causing him to freeze. His face looked as if he had lost his soul, standing there in a daze. Then Alan looked around very anxiously, thinking, what's going on? Suddenly noticing Alan's strange behavior, Hammond called out, Prince. He paid no attention to Hammond's call, only looking around, searching. It's not a normal stench. Alan's eyes stared blankly into the distance as he determined, it's the breath of true death. A face appeared in his mind, looking incredibly terrifying, which made him shudder inwardly. Well, I didn't expect this. Hammond then asked Alan with great concern, are you all right, Prince? Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke spoke. I can't believe you can see me. Appearing before his eyes was a skeleton looking utterly terrifying, which said, in that case, you must be. Alan looked at him, thinking with great suspicion, an angel. Just then, a gunshot rang out. It turned out that the first person to open fire was Alan. Suddenly seeing him open fire, Hammond cried out in alarm, Your Highness, what happened all of a sudden? Alan thought to himself, this person is extremely dangerous. Alan stared intently at the person named Naxus, pointing his gun at him, thinking, Hammond can't even sense his presence. Even it took me a while to notice. He's more dangerous than anyone I've ever met. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a red light, looking incredibly frightening. In an instant, Alan threw a blue orb of light towards Naxus, shouting, Oh, Gaia, please bless us. The blue orb of light was now closing in on him. A red orb of light immediately formed on his body, enveloping him. Alan had blocked the power of the blue orb of light. This force created a powerful gust of wind, causing a startled Hammond to ask, Your Highness, what's wrong? Alan cursed inwardly. Damn it. At this moment, a scepter with a red orb of light at its tip appeared. The status window quickly displayed the scepter's information. Divine Scepter of the necromancer king Amon. Enhances the user's magic. Enhances the user's recovery ability. Enhances the effectiveness of all skills. He immediately grabbed the scepter and said, I can't believe the protective barrier was broken. A red electric current flashed across Naxxus's face as he continued, as expected of an angel. Hearing this, Alan immediately raised his gun and pointed it at Naxxus, cursing, damn it. Alan thought with great anxiety, I'm still not ready. I need to cast a proper spell. Then, Alan called out loudly to Hammond. Hearing Alan call him, Hammond impatiently questioned him. Why are you doing this? As he fired wildly at the person, he shouted out an order. You and the guards, stop anyone from getting close. Make sure no civilians get in. Hearing this, Naxxus replied, I don't intend to harm anyone today. Alan kept his gun pointed decisively at him. He said, I don't think I can beat you right now. He quickly continued, see you again. Immediately after, Alan shouted, Who gave you permission to leave? The muzzle immediately flashed, and the bullet instantly pierced through the person's body. Naxxus's eyes widened as he replied, Don't be hasty. With that, he summoned a strange magic circle, saying, Even if you didn't do that, the next time we meet. Alan's expression was heavy at this moment, his hands tightly gripping the gun. Naxxus continued, I will kill you, root and stem. Alan stood frozen on the spot, letting out a curse. Bastard. Alan frowned, feeling extremely frustrated. I can't believe I was so helpless. Perhaps from the very beginning, that wasn't even his real body. Just then, Hammond hurriedly returned to report, Your Highness, I have followed your orders. But why is this magic circle here? Alan then asked him, Do you recognize it? Hammond sighed and said, I'm not very sure, but it seems to be related to teleportation magic. He continued to describe the magic circle. It's a space-distorting circle. I fear only a handful of people on this entire continent can use this ability. After hearing this, Alan fell into deep thought, speculating. There's someone so skilled that they can escape a binding circle and distort space to flee in just a few seconds. Naxxus's words echoed in his mind. Are you the angel I've been looking for? Alan thought in confusion. Some powerful being knows of my existence. He looked at the magic circle and pondered. I've been quite famous lately, but the only one targeting me directly is the Black Order. Is he a member of the Black Order? Then he rested his chin on his hand and speculated. I've been too complacent. Also, Alan's expression darkened as he uttered two words, Atlan. Hearing this, Hammond cried out in horror. What? He immediately turned and said, The Black Order is connected to Atlan. Hammond was extremely surprised that he knew. How do you know? He then turned back and replied, You would know if you met that living corpse just now. In front of him was all the information related to Naxxus, or rather his status window. The status window displayed a series of information related to him. Naxxus, traits, destruction and dispel, necromancy, black magic. Absolutely loyal to Atlan. Immediately after, Alan ordered Hammond, Hammond, give me something to write with. I need to send a message to the palace. The magic circle reappeared in a flash. Naxxus materialized in the middle of the magic circle. A voice rang out, You're finally here. That person questioned with a stern expression, What happened to your face? Hearing this, he was a bit flustered, not knowing how to answer. I don't remember you saying you wanted to see me. At this moment, Haima asked helplessly, I have a question. The incident in the square was your doing, wasn't it? You have tarnished Atlan's reputation. Hearing Haima's words, Naxxus paced back and forth in the room. Seeing that he didn't answer, Haima roared in extreme anger. Hey, are you ignoring your commander? Then, Haima angrily questioned, Do you know how many priests have died? Just for a failure like you. After hearing this, Naxxus turned his face away and said, Failure? Naxxus stared at the other person with his blood-red eyes and asked, Like you, for example, Mr. Envoy? What have you done for Atlan? Naxxus moved closer to the envoy and said, My loyalty to the god of death is not false, only Atlan. Then he roared terrifyingly, By Rahama's command, I will take my orders here. Hearing this, Haima retreated continuously in fear, stammering, What did you say? I am the envoy of Atlan. Naxxus looked at Haima and said, Rahama has also granted me the authority of an envoy. Naxxus closed in on Haima and said, Once the banquet begins, use the third prince to hold back the heavenly army. Hearing this, Haima said fearfully that Naxxus brought his face close and threatened, I will not spare anyone who stands in my way. Then Naxxus turned and said, I will wipe Humid off the map. Be careful not to get caught in it. Naxxus recalled the head hanging in the air and continued, The end of the Holy Empire is not far off. The deaths of the Atlan priests are reason enough for this. At this moment, Naxxus continued speaking, making Haima feel terrified. We are the only ones who know this. He said with extreme conviction, This green land will soon belong to Atlan. Immediately after, Naxos emphasized that name, Alan Fawn. Hearing this, Haima hurriedly said, assassins have already been sent after him. After hearing this, Naxos replied, I know. He summoned a notice and answered, but the interesting thing is the mastermind is. At this moment, he looked at the paper and replied, Rodolina. Hearing this, Haima asked in horror, we didn't kill the seventh prince, did you? Hearing this question, he immediately denied it. No, I couldn't do that. Naxos recalled Alan's appearance and said, the crown princess seems to see him as just an amateur. Then, Naxos described Alan holding the gun. His skills cannot be underestimated. Then, Naxos continued, someone who uses two opposing powers at the same time? What an unexpected harvest. Hearing this, Haima was astonished. Seeing Haima's blank expression, Naxos turned to explain, I mean, he might be the one Atlan needs. The scene changes. The paper is now in someone's hands. Alan read the paper, then said to Hammond, is this really the reply from the Holy Empire? He quickly admitted, yes, I received it with my own hands. The paper clearly stated, meet with the envoy and establish diplomatic relations. After reading it, Alan cried out in a daze, is this really their answer? He angrily crumpled the paper and said, this is unacceptable. Then, Alan looked at the two of them and asked, what do you think? Hearing this, Rufius cried out in utter astonishment. What? He immediately placed the paper on the table for Rufius to see, saying, you heard everything. I just told you Atlan is involved in this. Then, he questioned Rufius, and you, the one in charge of diplomacy. What are you going to do now? Upon hearing this, Rufius finally roared in anger. What can I do? Rufius frowned and continued. We will proceed with the banquet as planned. He calmly explained, because this is Atlan's request to soothe our relationship. Hearing this, Alan felt it was meaningless and asked loudly, does this make any sense to you? Rufius remained very resolute and said, why not? Do you want them to blame us for the incident in the square? Then, he continued to explain nonchalantly, we need to control public opinion. Stop doing unreasonable things now. Immediately after, he comforted Alan. Besides, don't worry too much. Rufius continued, the vice commander of the Golden Cross. Oscar is also here. Hearing that, he curiously asked, is he that strong? Rufius quickly confirmed, of course. Then, Rufius said to Alan, that man has even fought vampires countless times. So, don't worry about those undead anymore. I'm not worried about those undead. Alan, crumpling a piece of paper into a ball, replied, what I'm worried about is, in his mind, an image of incredibly terrifying undead appeared. Guessing, the undead are not the problem. I've been through countless battles. I believe I can handle all of them. But I'm worried about the civilians. Alan thought with a heavy expression, I don't want to do anything that would be disadvantageous to me. But the scale this time is completely different. Seeing his worried expression, Rufius spoke up. I know you're not happy about this, but I'm doing this for everyone. Alan stood up and remarked, what a load of nonsense. Seeing his attitude, Rufius exclaimed in surprise, Alan. Then, Alan turned and said, do whatever you want. He thought to himself, I will, as a heresy inquisitor appointed by His Majesty, exercise my authority. Seeing this, Rufius called out loudly to him, Alan, I already told you. Alan immediately called for Hammond. Seeing himself being called, he replied, a bit bewildered, yes. Then, Alan ordered Hammond, deploy the army to the Atlan border. Rufius's face immediately turned pale, and he stammered, what did you say? Rufius immediately stood up in anger, roaring, Alan. Without turning his head, he just replied calmly, if you have trouble fulfilling the request, you can use the authority of Juan and Hilda when necessary. Right after that, Alan continued, they will support my decision. Hearing this, Hammond replied, a bit confused, understood. The Red Cross, the Green Cross, the Dwarven Army. Alan, while walking out, said, send a letter to Lord Genet in the north. Gather all the troops that can be mobilized. Rufius, still in shock, shouted, are you really going to do this? Rufius still couldn't believe his ears, roaring, you want to start a war? Alan still didn't turn his head, only replying, I'm doing this to prevent a war. Then, he turned around and declared decisively, I guarantee that Atlan cannot breach the fortress walls, even if they manage to invade. At this point, Alan continued to reassure Rufius, until now, for your sake, I have left things as they were. But I have no intention of letting Atlan off the hook. Right after that, he opened the door and walked out, saying, so, go tell the envoy. Alan continued speaking amidst the others' bewilderment and anxiety. If they want peace, They'd better not try anything. Then, Alan called for Hammond. He immediately turned and replied, yes. Soon, he also followed Alan out. Just then, Alan said to him, before sending the letters, summon Oscar for me. Alan then said with a heavy expression, it's about to get busy. The scene changes to the outside. A loud stomp on the ground. It turned out to be the army of white, iron men gathering outside the gate. They were lined up in extremely neat, imposing rows. On another side was a group of people in red and green cloaks, holding long spears, standing solemnly, looking incredibly fearsome. On another side was a militia unit ready for battle, and on yet another side was an army of dwarves in black armor. Finally, there was the army in gold-plated iron armor. They formed neat ranks and marched forward in unison. Up above, a hand gripped the railing, a mouth stammering in astonishment. What is this? That Haima saw the situation below and shouted in panic. This is not what you promised. He furiously questioned Rufius. Isn't this supposed to be a banquet to connect our two nations? Rufius, having a massive headache at this point, said to Haima. He said helplessly, unfortunately, the seventh prince is the one who truly holds military power. Then, to the other's bewildered gaze, he continued to explain, I tried to stop him many times, but there was nothing I could do. Hearing this, Haima's expression darkened, thinking to himself, seventh prince, Alan Enfant. He was now extremely confused as he analyzed the situation. Because of all the nicknames he has, I thought the stories about him were somewhat exaggerated, but can he really command an army of this scale? Haima thought with a headache. This will ruin the plan. Seeing Haima's headache, Rufius called out, Envoy Haima. He asked the envoy, should we postpone the banquet? Haima immediately turned and shouted, no, we can't do that. He turned back to Rufius and said, we've gone through a long and difficult time to get to this point, haven't we? I'm sorry, it was me being too sensitive. Hearing that, Rufius replied, I understand. At this moment, Haima made a request. May I ask a favor of you? He quickly agreed and asked, of course, what is it? Haima looked at the soldiers in iron armor, requesting, I hope you will at least have the golden cross withdraw. Haima approached him and continued, if you can do that. He leaned into Rufius's ear, making him extremely bewildered and anxious. He was incredibly panicked at that moment, shouting, what are you doing? In the dark space, a drop of blood fell to the ground. At this moment, Ket sat on a chair, saying casually, I hope you're not lying. Ket looked at the chained man and asked, because of you, I couldn't even properly reply to my nephew's letter. Do you know that? His voice was filled with hatred. Looking at the bound count, his body pierced by a spear covered in blood. The bound Bomo couldn't resist, only able to groan weakly. Right after, Kit stood up and said, the greatest vampire couldn't have snuck into the royal center alone. Kit then closed in on Bomo, continuing in an extremely dangerous tone. That's why I'm asking you, who is behind you? One of the strongest in the empire. Kit pressed close to Bomo, making Bomo too scared to lift his head and look directly at him. Kit's voice was full of hatred, saying, but you said it was Rodolina. Bomo, trembling in fear, admitted, yes, I am only telling the truth. Hearing this, Kit took a few steps back and ordered, Red Cross, that's enough for today. A few people in red cloaks entered upon his command. Tell Juan to watch over the palace. Right after, Ket channeled his power. I must. Ket's face was extremely determined as he thought to himself, go and pass judgment myself. The banquet finally began grandly, packed with guests. Alan stood on a high place, observing the crowd below, saying, I guess magic can do anything. Then, he took a sip from his glass and calmly continued, it's much quieter now. He then fell back into thought. I changed the banquet location at Rufius's request. It doesn't matter how I deploy the troops. Alan thought in frustration, but I always feel like something is wrong. Just then, a voice called him from a distance. Alan? It turned out to be Rufius, who looked quite tense, asking, were you with Envoy Haima? I made a trip because of Oscar. Rufius continued. I thought he was going to carve a hole in my face. Rufius seemed very angry at this point, saying, it was your request, wasn't it? Hearing that, Alan turned and replied, well, Haima is from an enemy nation, after all. Then, Alan reminded him, you need to reconsider your stance. Hearing this, Rufius leaned into Alan's ear and asked, are you still against this banquet? Alan didn't beat around the bush and answered frankly, I'm not happy about it. Then, he continued, I'm only being quiet because nothing has happened so far. Hearing this, Rufius asked, extremely confused, Alan, let me ask you something. Right after, he pointed down and said, that woman over there. Alan looked in the direction he pointed, asking in surprise, huh? Why all of a sudden? Alan asked, confused, your mother? Rufius said, not her. and pointed to the servant. No, the black-haired servant next to her. Then, Rufius asked him a question that left him very confused. What do you think of her? Alan, now very curious, asked, is she your type? The status board immediately displayed her information. Saren, 25 years old. Traits, a beautiful, charming girl. Nature, sneaky, scheming, blackmail, drug addiction. Then, Alan assessed the servant. She's definitely not normal, but she doesn't look like a vampire. Suddenly, Haima ran over from a distance, shouting, Your Highness, I've been looking all over for you. Haima approached, smiling and saying, So you were here? Rufius, seeing them both there, panicked a little. The envoy, Alan, you're both here. Haima explained, Because of an urgent matter, I searched the entire banquet hall to find you. Hearing this, he exclaimed in great surprise, An urgent matter? Then, Haima signaled to him, It's time. Prince Rufius. Alan, standing to the side, heard this and thought, It's time? Instantly, Alan and Oscar were both stunned by the person's voice. Welcome, everyone. The entire room suddenly shook violently, causing the people below to scream in panic. An earthquake? The floor then shattered into pieces. Everyone saw this scene and screamed in terror. The floor. At that moment, Naxos appeared in a cloud of smoke, greeting all those present. It's time, humans. The scene changes to the outside. Charlotte was standing guard. Hammond said, I've never seen that armor before. Seeing his curiosity about her armor, she explained, The Emperor bestowed this dwarven forged armor upon me. Hearing that, he guessed, It seems it's quite good indeed. Then, she turned, emphasizing the importance of this armor. This is too precious to me. Hearing that, he immediately spoke his mind. That's because His Highness values you. Don't see it as a burden, just accept it. At this point, he said to her thoughtfully, but then again, your rank is already too high. He is only the vice commander of the Holy Knights, while she is already the commander of the White Cross. Then he continued, this is a 7th prince, so don't. Before he could finish his sentence, small pebbles started to fall sporadically to the ground, followed immediately by larger rocks, causing them both to exclaim in great surprise. What? Just then, something fell, attracting the attention of both. A horde of ferocious-looking monsters stared at the two of them. He exclaimed in great surprise, Monsters! Hammond immediately shouted, Everyone, evacuate into the palace. Suddenly, Charlotte cried out, Look! She pointed to the ground, where a magic circle had appeared, saying, There's a magic symbol on the floor. Is it a magic circle? The monsters quickly leaped forward to attack the two. She immediately drew her sword and fought the monsters. There are too many of them. Hearing her, Hammond replied, while fighting the monsters, They're definitely targeting the crowd at the banquet. At this moment, they both said in unison, the 7th prince was right. Soon, she decisively drew her sword and cut down a monster, and asked again, So what's the plan? He then reminded her, Don't overthink it. This made her a bit discouraged. Let's focus on evacuating the people first. And right before their eyes, more monsters appeared, preparing to approach and attack the two of them. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Alan remained very calm and said, The stench is getting stronger. Behind him, the envoy had drawn a knife and held it to Rufius's throat. But Alan didn't seem to care, saying, Is that the chaotic plan you've prepared? Envoy Haima. The envoy then laughed sinisterly. Yes, it's all for Atlan. At this point, Alan turned and questioned Rufius. Rufius, how did you get caught so easily? Seeing him turn, the envoy raised his knife and shouted, If you want the 3rd prince to live, then don't move. However, Alan remained very calm and asked the envoy, Let me ask you something. Do you really think capturing my brother is that big of a deal? Hearing this, Haima asked back, quite surprised, What did you say? Below, Rufius's mother was also being held at knife point by the envoy's man. Alan then said, Do you know that the person you're holding? Alan's calm words made Rufius extremely anxious. Is a traitor? Hearing this, Rufius went mad and shouted, My mother and I are traitors? Seeing his attitude, Alan replied very calmly, Don't be angry with me. I heard it from Oscar. Oscar then raised his hands in surrender. Count Bomo has already confessed. Afterwards, Alan advised his brother in an extremely sarcastic tone, Brother, it's best you confess now. Hearing this, the envoy, still in disbelief, said, In any case, the title of prince still holds value. Alan heard this and also admitted, That's right. In any case, whether one is a traitor or not, is ultimately our own problem. Alan then explained, Envoy, among the things you displayed at the banquet, did you see a storage device? Below, a few guests were being held by the envoy's subordinates. Alan then said, that device can record this entire scene. This is clearly Atlan declaring war, isn't it? Alan calmly continued, you have given us a just cause. Immediately after, Alan slowly advanced towards the envoy, saying, I never liked this banquet from the start. I will make Atlan regret every plan it has tried to execute. His face was extremely sinister. You won't be able to control these armies. Instantly, a terrifying voice rang out. Who says I can't? Everything inside the building began to shake, and rubble rained down. Seeing this, Alan exclaimed in utter astonishment. Envoy, a person in black holding a staff, had caused all of this. Alan thought to himself in confusion, what is that? What is this tremor? The floor now cracked with more fissures, and soon that section of the floor shattered, startling Alan. Alan fell, cursing, damn it. Suddenly, Alan was no longer falling. His eyes met Naxxus's directly. He smiled and said, "You've finally come." Immediately after, he tightened his hand around Alan's neck, saying, "I've missed you, Angel." He looked at Alan and said sarcastically, "Come with me." At that moment, outside, the bug-eyed monster had been knocked unconscious. At the same time, several other monsters also died from arrow strikes. Hammond saw this scene and said, "It's almost settled here." Hearing this, Charlotte added, "Thankfully, we have the prince." Suddenly, a soldier rushed over to report Lord Hammond. Miss Charlotte, seeing the soldier arrive, he asked, "How is the Great Hall?" The soldier immediately reported, "There's no one in the Great Hall." Hearing this, Hammond, still not understanding, asked again, "What do you mean?" The soldier immediately explained, "There's a large hole in the Great Hall, said to be a space gate." The soldier continued, "Not just here and in the Great Hall, space gates have been discovered in many other places." Hearing this, worry was clearly visible on both of their faces. She then stammered, "You mean?" She said in fear, "The seventh prince is missing?" In another place, Alan had just regained consciousness and was trying to crawl up. He thought to himself, "What's going on?" He then recalled the scene of facing Naxxus and guessed, "I thought I fell into a pit with the undead, but was that a space gate?" Immediately after, he stood up, got dressed, and continued to wonder, where did he take me? Suddenly, a piercing voice shouted, "Damn brat." Hearing voices, he quickly squatted behind a rock and listened to them talk. The envoy roared in fury, to think the plan was ruined by him. At this, Naxxus beside him comforted him. "Calm down, envoy. Didn't you already know this was one of the possibilities?" Instead of complaining uselessly, "Let's go find the seventh prince." He then said, "We came through the gate together. He must be nearby." Hearing many different voices, Alan then realized, wait, there are a lot of people here. He thought to himself, quite annoyed, "Am I going to die here all alone?" Alan hid behind a rock, thinking, no, even if it's just an incomplete teleportation gate, isn't this unfair? Then he recalled the scene of his fall and thought furiously, Rufius and Oscar should have been with me. Even for him, it would be difficult to protect himself. Suddenly, Naxxus spoke up, "Seventh Prince, I know you're listening." Hearing this, he quickly ducked down, preparing to sneak away to hide elsewhere. "I have to hide." Then, Naxxus's next words made him stop in his tracks. "This is the lair of the Black Order of Atlan. We have been preparing this plan for a very long time." At this moment, Alan looked at his hand, which was covered in something black and looked very disgusting. He then continued, "Do you know? It turned out he had stepped in the blood of previous victims, who were now dried skeletons." Naxxus then said gently, "Do you have any idea how many lives we sacrificed for this plan?" He continued in a reproachful tone, "To think that everything turned to dust because of you. We had to capture Humit and then drag Oscar here to kill him." Hearing Naxxus's words, he remained silent, taking no action. Naxxus continued to blame him relentlessly. "You dared to destroy Atlan's chance to escape this wasteland. Looking at the skulls here," he said, "and what a fertile land." Then he turned around and threatened, "I will kill you and tear you to pieces." He then continued to threaten and destroy all of your power. Suddenly, a stream of blue power grazed the envoy's shoulder, giving him no time to react, and his arm was injured. Only then did he react, groaning in pain. From behind a rock, Alan stepped out holding a gun, saying, "I don't understand." Immediately after, he put on a mask and said, "Someone like you, who treats human lives as worthless, dares to scold others?" In an instant, Alan summoned a book into his hand. Seeing that book, Naxxus exclaimed in utter astonishment, "That's..." At that moment, he opened the book before Naxxus's stunned eyes. "You want to tear me to pieces?" Instantly, a terrifying power poured out from the book. A skeletal hand then appeared. Alan just replied calmly, "Then give it a try." Soon, It quickly killed several of his subordinates. Naxos saw those soldiers, utterly astonished. He was completely shocked, crying out in panic, "Impossible! How can a user of holy power possess 2 relics of the Necro King?" However, when Naxos saw several undead soldiers emerge from a book, he was terrified. He then said in a daze, "Moreover, how can he use them so naturally? I am the army." Immediately after, undead soldiers continued to emerge from the blue smoke. Inheriting the goddess Gaia, Naxos thought to himself, "Moreover, every single undead here." At this moment, Naxos raised his red scepter, each containing immense holy power. He immediately fired a stream of red power towards Alan. Then, Naxos exclaimed in amazement, "Just now a vampire, and now a lich." Afterwards, he said resolutely, "I will destroy it." Suddenly, the status panel displayed a notification, "Holy Night." The undead soldiers immediately charged forward, preparing to engage Naxos. Seeing this, he said, "Undead with holy power and consciousness? How ridiculous!" That undead soldier immediately rushed to attack him. He instantly deployed a defensive shield. At that moment, the shield cracked. The situation at hand didn't look good. Not good at all. His face grew heavy. In other words, he is very important to Atlan. I was too arrogant. He looked at Alan standing amidst the undead soldiers, holding a book, and thought to himself, "My power isn't helping Atlan, but on the contrary, is about to destroy it." Naxos immediately slammed his scepter on the ground, and an incredibly terrifying power spread out. "I must kill him here." At this moment, the envoy warned in a weak voice, "He's not an enemy we can handle. Running is the best option." After hearing this, he replied, "This is our lair. On what grounds do you think we should flee?" Hearing that, the envoy said with great anxiety, "What can the 2 of us do? Besides, I'm injured." He immediately pointed the scepter at the envoy's face and said firmly, "Of course there's a way." Immediately after, he summoned a magic circle and said loudly, "Give me your life, envoy." Hearing that, the envoy's face instantly darkened and he stammered, "W." Seeing him so tense, he said, "This is for the great Atlan. Don't tell me you're unwilling." Naxos immediately let out a roar, scaring the envoy out of his wits. "Show your loyalty to Atlan, envoy." Naxos then revealed his plan. "I will exhaust my magic to seal that brat here." Alan, standing behind the undead soldiers, spoke up, "I've had enough of this. You think sacrificing a few lives can stop me?" Immediately after, he shouted, "You're still so arrogant at a time like this." Then Alan challenged his opponent, "Fine, just you try." At this moment, a skeletal hand grabbed Naxos's calf. Alan then said, "Let me see how marvelous the power of the great Atlan is." Spider-like legs immediately sprouted from Alan's back. Alan then became incredibly large and laughed menacingly. "Ha ha ha." As for the envoy, seeing his appearance, he was so scared he stammered, "He's a true madman." At that moment, Alan opened several books. The legs that grew from his back transformed one by one into spears. The envoy was now stunned, saying, "You really want to destroy him." Then, Alan chanted a spell, and an extremely powerful beam of blue light shot straight towards Naxos. It immediately caused a terrifying explosion. Naxos stood still watching that beam of light, knowing no fear. He created a giant shield to counter his opponent's attack. Things did not go as Naxos had thought. What in the world is this? Seeing his men being blown away by Alan, he couldn't help but fall into utter confusion. I know he's no ordinary person, but he doesn't just use 2 types of external power. His holy power is nearly limitless. Naxos trembled with fear, but still tried to resist. "I will kill you here at all costs." Naxos held Alan's skills in very high regard. "You are a threat to Atlan." Alan hid his identity under the Necro King's skull. Naxos decided to go all out, pouring all his strength into this blow. "I will sacrifice my own soul." His weapon was enveloped by a terrifying power to seal you in this place. It was unclear where Naxos got the confidence to be so decisive. "I may die here, but Hama will definitely kill you." Alan stood still and observed, perfectly calm. "So, Angel." Naxos revealed a ferocious expression, a look that was enough to make one's hair stand on end. "Let's rest in peace here together." Alan's mood was hard to describe. Are they planning to sacrifice all those souls? Alan thought to himself, "Yes, I have to admit his skill. Strong enough to be called a god of death." Naxos refused to give up, determined to deal with Alan. "You may have ruined my plan, but in the end, Atlan will devour everything." His form was constantly changing. "I, Naxos, will take responsibility." Naxos prepared to unleash a fatal blow to end it all. granting you death. No matter how great his lightning power was, Alan could dodge it. Alan was startled by the sudden attack. However, Alan was all too used to acting recklessly. Hey, Death God. Alan doesn't like to talk much, but he's certainly not short on contemptuous words. Stop spouting that nonsense. Naxos had never been so insulted. What did you say? Alan gripped his wrist tightly. Your words are so ridiculous, I don't even know how to respond. Naxos was just as condescending. Grant me death? Death is already in my hands. Alan would absolutely not allow anyone to touch his subordinates. I'll show you. Naxos was astonished by his extraordinary power. He can summon them too? But he stubbornly refused to believe it. No, he's just tricking me. It can't be real. If I can break free from it, I'll win. It seems Naxos had accurately judged Alan's true strength. He may have infinite holy power, but his body is merely that of a mortal. Naxos attacked relentlessly. He can't possibly not get tired. Naxos suddenly fell silent, and the air grew still along with him. Unexpectedly, Alan's voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, Death God, you've committed too many sins to be allowed a normal death. So I've prepared something special for you. It was unclear what Alan was planning to do now. I will kill you in the way of the Necro King. Alan materialized his familiar weapon, a shovel. A skeleton that had just appeared quickly crumbled to dust. It was too late for Naxos to stop him. What are you doing? Stop. I told you to stop. Alan Fawn. Alan really knew how to provoke people. You will not be able to die, but must become my subordinate. Then, Alan forcefully struck Naxos's leg. Next, Alan launched a block of ice, an ice block ready to charge forward. It relentlessly pressured Naxos's shield. Looking at Alan's fighting posture, he didn't seem to be expending any effort at all. Under the brilliant light, Alan looked magnificent. He kicked Naxos away without any mercy. You can't even decide your own life and death, and you want to what? Grant me death? What an arrogant fool. Everyone didn't know what to do now. We have to follow the prince. Calm down. This magic circle can also take us to other places. Charlotte always felt uneasy, but we can't stay here forever. A knight ran up to report. Commander, Vice Commander, you're both here. Emma knew something was wrong just by looking. What's wrong? Upon receiving the news from the knight, both of them were stunned. The Atlan army is advancing this way. Charlotte and Hammond rushed forward. Damn it. After searching through a book, she discovered something astonishing. So this was the chaos plan. They intended to create a chaotic situation before attacking. They're only targeting the princes. In other words, they planned to take the princes hostage? Charlotte was furious, but could do nothing. They must have prepared this plan when the war turned against them. How dare they? She was horrified by the chaotic scene before her. The knights had gathered outside the city gate, preparing for battle. Sir Hammond, the main gate of the fortress is open. Could it be that they've already attacked inside? He ran over in a panic and asked, Hey, what's the situation now? Why is everyone just standing here not moving? The knight replied awkwardly, Vice Commander, we received orders to open the fortress gate and stand our ground. Hammond didn't understand what was happening. What? Who would give such a strange order? Before the dazzling light, everyone had to shield their eyes. He squinted. That light, could it be? Charlotte was overjoyed. That's right. An iron gauntlet hand gripped a spear. Just by seeing his back, she recognized him. The Holy Emperor has arrived in Humit. The Atlan forces hovered in the air, each one wreathed in the power of lightning. But Ket's giant hammer was ready to strike at any moment. With just one blow, he sent thousands of enemy troops flying. In the end, Ket stood alone amidst the swirling dust. He normally wouldn't bother with these small fries, but they came looking for a fight. One of them shouted, Monster, get out of our way and go die. Ket gripped the sword tightly, unafraid that the blade would injure him. It seems you're still too green. He said, but I clearly aimed for your blind spot. He opened his mouth to curse. Monster! This pushed Ket to his limit. Do you know how great your crime is? When he saw the sword shatter into 100 pieces, he was terrified. Coupled with Ket's extraordinary aura. You dare waste my precious seconds? The man could never have imagined that this was the final moment of his life. What in the world is this monster? He didn't even need a weapon. Just a gentle twist of the man's neck was all it took. Charlotte and Hammond couldn't even withstand the wind blowing from outside. The knight standing at the forefront struggled immensely. Meanwhile, her train of thought was too extraordinary. As expected of His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, Charlotte had always admired his fighting skills. So, that's the level I must reach, huh? Ket looked at the cut on his palm from the sword, showing no reaction. Kit thought his combat abilities had declined. An attack of that level could actually injure me. I'm really getting old. He turned his head and asked, "Where's Oscar?" The knight could only answer honestly. Oscar was pulled into the vortex, so we don't know his location. The knight continued, "The mages are investigating this matter." Hearing this, Kit spoke up. "All right, that's enough. I'll go ask Alan." Upon hearing the bad news, Kit froze. The seventh prince was also pulled in there with Oscar. The knights in the squad didn't dare to make sound. With no other choice, Kit tried to remain calm to command the army. "So Oscar and my grandson are both missing, and the traitors who disgraced the royal family have retreated. Retreat quickly." The reassembled army had gone somewhere unknown. His eyes were filled with fire. Where am I supposed to vent this rage? Kit's giant hammer slammed into the ground. Alan started this. He saw the determined look on Hammond's and Charlotte's faces. "If they want a war, I'll give them one. My holy empire has every reason to do so." He called on everyone to unite against the enemy. "Knights of the Holy Empire, hear my command. Brimi, the head of Rahama." The knights shouted in unison, "Yes, your majesty." The Holy Emperor, thanks to the bright moonlight, countless intertwined branches and leaves could be seen. Alan was severely injured. "Why am I here?" He recalled the battle with Naxos, and his head throbbed with pain. "That warlock. That's right, to subdue him, I attacked with all my strength, but I don't remember what happened after that." Alan tried to sit up, keeping himself conscious. "I'm already used to fainting." When he discovered he was tied tightly to a tree trunk, he couldn't help but be confused. But what is this tree? Before Alan could think clearly, a basin of water was splashed in his face. Did I lose? A native called him Lord Angel, which made him even more bewildered. What world have I ended up in? It seems they aren't bad people. He's awake. Alan was a bit critical of their style of dress, like primitive people. "What is this? Why are you all nearly naked? Don't come near me." The natives cheered joyfully. "Our savior is awake." But Alan was still dazed. "Can someone explain this to me?" The chief explained why they lived here. "Allow me to greet you. We are all slaves imprisoned here. They performed all sorts of experiments on us, sacrificed some, and took our lives." He was amazed by Alan's power. "But one day, Lord Angel, you appeared and punished the warlock who oppressed us. We witnessed that miracle with our own eyes." They cherished everything related to him. "The holy water you created has restored our lifespan." The bald-headed boy scooped up a full bucket of water. "Lord Angel, you're the best. Holy water, super amazing." The chief clasped his hands in gratitude. There is no other way to restore a body aged by the ancestral spirit master. Alan also didn't expect it to have such an effect. "Congratulations." He had a few questions for them to answer. "So you took care of me after I passed out?" The chief thought in a different direction. "Of course. We not only thank you for saving us, but also believe you descended for Tinda." But this was the first time Alan had heard this name. Tinda? The natives kept urging Tinda. "You should greet the angel. Hurry up." A red-haired elf appeared. She was a little nervous, but still spoke to greet him. Alan was extremely surprised. A dark elf? The chief introduced. "Tinda is the true heir of Atlan." He could somewhat guess Tinda's identity. "So, you are Rahama's daughter?" Her attitude was completely opposite to her father's. "Yes, but Rahama would deny it." Deny it? If Rahama knew Lord Angel had descended, he would also... Alan felt a dull ache in his head. "Just answer my question. Where's the exit?" He didn't want to waste time here. The chief offered advice. "Are you planning to leave?" "It's very dangerous to leave now." He was worried about Alan's safety. The Holy Empire is currently at war with Atlan, but he didn't know that Alan was that very war prince. Alan sank into thought. "Have I been unconscious for that long?" The chief briefly recounted everything. "Since you passed out, we moved you from the altar. It must have been about 3 months." After hearing his words, Alan was stunned for 5 seconds. He was astonished. 100 days have passed. Only a pair of legs appeared in the dust. Kay seemed to be lost, unable to see the direction clearly. "I clearly follow the map. Where am I now? Damn it. It was unknown who he was talking to in this cave. I'm looking for my son." In front of Kay was a giant dragon. He must know something, right? Its eyes looked ferocious, and red smoke emanated from its mouth. Yes, he was also completely out of options. "All right, I won't ask you anymore." Kay had always been looking forward to meeting him. Good heavens, it's so hard to meet my son just once. Alan still couldn't accept the fact that he was tied to a tree. "I've been unconscious for about 3 months." When he asked them how they had taken care of him during that time, the bald-headed native insisted they only gave him holy water to drink, and he didn't know how to react. Alan could feel the power emanating from the tree. In that unavoidable situation, it was impossible to recover so much just by relying on holy water. It seems this tree also helped me recover. Only now did he remember. When I fought Naxos, this tree wasn't here. Alan wasn't sure if all his guesses were correct, but I discovered that it appeared thanks to the power of an elf named Tinda. The status board updated the information. Tinda, trait, half-dark elf, necromancy, nature-friendly. He learned some information about dark elves. The ruler of Atlan, Rahama, has countless children, and Tinda is the 32nd child. Alan had an existential crisis. Just how many wives does he have? She answered decisively, 1. She didn't look like she was lying. There was one thing that surprised Alan. When he heard Tinda talk about her true identity, he was stunned. We are the children of slaves, born without love, just experimental subjects. Rahama conducted countless experiments, mixing his bloodline, which carried immense magical power, with other races to create powerful children to help him achieve his goals. After listening, Alan was lost in thought for a moment. Tinda said she didn't meet Rahama's requirements. He imagined the scene of Rahama scorning her. The Black Order needs a healthy and long-lived slave. He resolutely refused to acknowledge this relationship. Send it there. The servant tried to explain, but Lady Tinda's development is slow only because she is an elf. But Rahama paid no mind, instead shooing the man away. Daimon, your intelligence has declined. Go with it. Daimon was dragged into this for no reason. Lord Arehama, please reconsider. As a result, he was forcibly brought here. But Alan didn't quite understand and didn't dare to ask anyone. But miraculously, this place uses necromancers, yet she has a nature-friendly skill. You want to know why they had hung him on a tree? She said that tree just grew normally. But Tinda's answer was as good as no answer. We couldn't put you on the ground, so we hung you on the tree. This left Alan speechless. Do you think a tree is softer than the ground? He quietly looked around. Alan couldn't stay here without shouldering the responsibility of protecting others. I understand everything you're saying, but I'm leaving. The natives still saw him as their savior, Lord Angel. He explained everything clearly to them. I told you my name is Alan. I'm not an angel. I'm just an ordinary person. But it seemed the chief was lost in his delusion and couldn't break free. We witnessed the miracle with our own eyes. How could? Alan was also at a loss with the situation. It's hopeless. He recalled Naxxus's words. I told you, creating a little faith isn't hard. But Alan didn't belong here, and he longed to reunite with his family. I have to go home. Please understand. Tinda understood his feelings. In that case, Lord Angel, can we go with you? This flustered Alan. What? Tinda looked at the tree, worried about the natives' future. We can't stay here for too long. This is a base of the Black Order. They will send more people soon. The chief stepped forward to assure him, we won't be a hindrance to you. Tinda pleaded earnestly, hoping he could give them a new path. Angel, Sir Alan, we will travel with you. And once we find a good enough place, we will leave. Alan considered it carefully. Actually, I don't mind. Besides, that elf girl's ability is also very useful. He didn't want any more trouble. But only the two of you. The chief and Tinda were overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. The sandstorm just kept swirling around them, and in the blink of an eye, Alan was lost to sight. I heard Atlan doesn't have much habitable land. He started to feel that something was wrong. Walking against the wind like this isn't very good. But this, are you kidding me? Since Alan was unfamiliar with the terrain, he had to ask them, which way is the city? Unexpectedly, the chief was even more clueless than him. For all these years, we've accepted our fate as slaves and never thought of going outside. So, we don't know the directions either. He wished he could turn back time. Was it too rash of me to come here? A noise from below caught the attention of all three. Alan quickly sat down. What is that? Tinda's hearing was very sharp. She could pinpoint the source of the sound. Wait a moment. After listening for a moment, she confirmed it's the sound of carts and screaming. There's also the roar of beastmen. Alan realized the situation in the distance was not good. It seems a merchant caravan and beastmen are fighting nearby. Let's go there. The chief was worried. Are you serious? What if we get killed? He's never normal for a moment. You want to save those in distress, don't you, Lord Angel? Alan was about to lose his patience with this old way of thinking. I should have gone alone, in the middle of the sandy desert. He had an idea. Oh my God, we have to go check out the commotion. The chief, unfamiliar with the new slang, was a bit slow. What does that word mean? He was too lazy to explain. It's nothing. Let's go. Everyone praised him profusely. Thank you so much. Really? But Alan thought it was just a normal thing to do. Don't worry, it's no big deal. But we don't have to be afraid anymore. This is the big deal. It turns out Alan had protected the people from the beastmen's attack. I've never seen so many skeletons. You are definitely the strongest necromancer I've ever seen. Alan pretended to be modest on the outside, but his inner thoughts were soaring. That's right, this is the reaction I should be getting. However, he didn't show off his talent because of it. They couldn't even imagine that a prince of the Holy Empire would be wandering around outside like this. It seems they can't even distinguish between demonic power and holy power. Just then, Alan noticed the person standing behind. Looks like that guy knows. Han, having been noticed by him, was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. The people introduced him. He's our client. At this point, they immediately blame Han. We shouldn't have taken him on in the first place. You should never trust an alchemist. He shouted angrily. How can you say that? Han insisted on his talent. I'm a great and talented alchemist. The status window also confirmed Han's identity. 28 years old, an alchemist. Traits: passionate alchemy, loud voice, lucky. Alan stared at him without blinking. An alchemist, huh? He started taking interest in Han. We should have a talk, don't you think? Han was stunned. Me? The people around immediately gathered and whispered in Han's ear. No, you can't. Hey, didn't you see him use necromancer abilities? Having that skill means he's definitely a noble. By the time he reacted, he had already been pushed forward by them. No, you guys really? The people didn't dare to get involved with a noble, afraid of offending him. We're leaving now. Han was furious, but could do nothing. Hey, I'm the one who hired you. Tinda immediately asked for Alan's opinion. Should we leave? But his answer brought the conversation to a standstill. Up to you. She longed to hold it in her hands. Can we have a skeleton? Alan became suspicious. Why? Tinda had such a peculiar hobby. Every time I see holy bones, I want to touch them. He started to get a little scared. She's not very normal, is she? Alan had to satisfy her wish to end this. All right, go play in that corner. Don't let the mercenaries notice. Tinda became much happier. Thank you, my lord. Han also watched in amazement as the chief and she ran over to the skeleton. What the? Alan's question pulled him back to reality. You can distinguish between magic and holy power, can't you? He didn't beat around the bush anymore. So you also know who I am, right? Han didn't have time to. I didn't say anything. He mentioned the war between the two countries. There's a war going on outside right now. Atlan has lost to the Holy Empire. Alan felt that he wasn't simple. Why did you suddenly bring that up? It seems Han was like someone just out of the army, easily knowing all the important information. Atlan was pushed into a corner, so they used the princess and the crown prince as hostages to buy time. The Holy Empire agreed to a ceasefire if they guaranteed the hostages' safety. But Atlan didn't respond. After these inexplicable actions by Atlan, rumors began to spread. With his intelligence, it was perfectly normal for him to guess this. There are rumors that they used fake hostages to buy time, while they're trying to find the real princes and use them as leverage. You might be the prince of the Holy Empire. But then Han quickly denied it. I've never once thought that. In fact, I find it impossible. Alan couldn't help but exclaim, your lying skills are terrible. Alan was strangely calm. Thanks to you, I've grasped the situation. He never joked with anyone. This decision was also made out of necessity. So, can I bury you? I mean, you already know who I am. I need to. Han was terrified. Why would you do that? Please spare me. He hurriedly rummaged through his pockets. In that case, I'll give you this. Alan took the opportunity to feign a threat. If it's useless, I'll bury you immediately. Hey, Han actually had this in his hand. This is a dragon scale. He also knew its value. Han's mind was now filled with gold coins. I will take you to the dragon's lair. It's filled with treasure. Tinda asked the skeleton, do you need to eat? It shook its head, indicating no. Tinda asked again, then what are you made of? The skeleton wrote 2 words on the ground, holy power. Seeing this, Tinda guessed as much, thinking to herself, just as I thought, the Lord Angel's skeleton moves because of holy power, not demonic power. She asked it again, do you have a soul? Hearing this question, the skeleton didn't answer, but stared at Tinda. Then it wrote the word no on the ground. Seeing this, Tinda asked, then why do you have all sorts of senses? The skeleton wrote in reply, I can move because of will. Holy power, demonic power, or magic all contain will. Seeing this, Tinda thought to herself, I don't understand that at all. These undead of the Lord Angel have the full senses of a human. Those senses are obtained through will. But the undead summoned by necromancers don't have them. Moreover, I've seen a priest use regular water to create holy water, but creating holy water from nothing is just too strange. The Lord Angel's power is truly extraordinary. It's really strange, as if it doesn't belong to this world. That's right, it's as if the Lord Angel used the divine power of the Creator. Tinda then asked the skeleton, is Sir Alan also an angel? It shook its head, I don't know. At this moment, suddenly someone called out to Tinda. In the distance, someone was waving and calling to her, "Ah, come back here." Tinda replied, "Yes, wait for me a moment." Returning to the camp, Tinda entered a room. "Sir Alan, are you done talking?" Alan told her, "Ah, wait a bit. We're almost done. I've just obtained quite a bit of useful information." Tinda didn't know what he was going to say and felt a little worried. Alan said, "He said there's a dragon's lair to the northwest." Hearing this, Tinda was very surprised. A dragon's lair? Just then, the skeleton and the chief also walked in. Han was also there at the time. He stood up and shouted, "To be precise, that place used to be a dragon's dwelling. I heard that a lot of treasure is hidden there, and I also picked up a few dragon scales there. I've even been there with other mercenaries. Please believe me." After hearing this, Tinda stammered. The place he's talking about, it might be the ancient tomb of Atlan. There are quite a few dragon scales there too. Hearing that, the chief also said, "I've also heard that a dragon once served as a guardian for that tomb." Alan curiously asked him, "The Atlan Empire used to raise dragons?" The chief told him, "That's just a very old rumor. I don't know if it's true either." After hearing this, Alan looked thoughtful. At this moment, Han knelt down and said anxiously, "Please believe me. Everything I said is the truth." Alan muttered, "Maybe I should go check it out? That place is also suitable for everyone to take temporary shelter." Hearing this, the chief said happily, "That's great, Lord Angel." Alan then gave an order. "All right, you lead us there." Seeing this, Han was so happy he cried, "Thank you, my lord." "Yes, sir." Before he could bask in his joy, Alan slapped Han on the head and threatened, "But remember this, if you dare to lie, I'll kill you on the spot." Han was so scared he broke out in a sweat and replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll do my best." At this point, the group set off. Alan asked Han, "Where did you get the information about this place?" He replied, "A man selling dragon scales told me. Because I gave him food, he wanted to repay me, but he had no money, so he told me everything he knew about this place and said I could find some valuable things." The group walked while listening to his story and then arrived in front of the cave entrance. After listening, Alan asked again, "You just believed a stranger like that?" Han explained, "I didn't see any reason for him to lie, but when he said he had fought a dragon here, I didn't really believe it." At this moment, they arrived at a place as vast as a palace. Han shouted happily, "I told you it's real." Alan was observing the surroundings and said to him, "You're right, there really is a dragon here." Han said, "I said they used to live here. There are no more dragons in this era." Just then, a giant shadow flew past over everyone's heads. The dragon then swooped down, letting out an angry roar that sent debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Tinda couldn't help but gasp in admiration. As for Han, he took a step back and said nervously, "So that means if they didn't used to live here, they're still living here." The dragon then spewed a huge stream of fire from its mouth. Alan thought with silent frustration, "Damn it, why did I believe him?" The dragon continued to prepare to attack everyone. Alan used his magic to block its stream of fire. Then, a powerful burst of light erupted, blinding everyone and flinging them backward with an extremely strong force. Han fell flat on his face, trembling as he said, "Am I still alive?" He lifted his head and asked everyone, "Is everyone okay?" The chief was also a bit dazed. He lamented, "Good heavens, why did I get into this mess?" "Tinda, are you okay?" Tinda at that moment looked as if she had seen something terrifying, sitting motionless on the spot. The chief called out to her, "Tinda." As for Alan, he was coughing violently from the dust, thinking to himself, what just happened? He walked over to the dragon's corpse, which had now been turned to stone. This dragon had already suffered a fatal wound. Strange, the merchant who sold the dragon scale to Han hadn't lied. But how could an ordinary merchant inflict such a fatal wound on a dragon? Just then, Han ran over to him and said, "Lord Alan, there's something over there." But Alan turned to scold him. "You still have the nerve to ask? Who was it that just said there were no dragons here?" Han pointed in a direction, saying in a panic, "No, I'm not talking about the dragon. In front of Miss Tinda, there's something." Alan also turned his head to look. His eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out, the one standing before them now was Damdanchat, the Skeleton King. Alan stared at it in amazement, not expecting it to be so enormous. Alan turned to Han, asking with a suspicious look and tone, "Don't tell me I'm the one who called it here?" Hearing this, Han was on the verge of tears from the injustice, saying, "Who else here could summon such powerful holy power? It's looking at us, Your Highness. Please do something." Alan hesitated. At that moment, the ground around them began to crack and collapse. Dom Danshat spoke. I'm the wielder of death and also the giver of life. My name is the Skeleton King, Dom Danshat. Hearing this, Alan felt confused. The Skeleton King? However, he felt secretly lucky as it didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Seeing this, Tinda, on the contrary, appeared very excited, saying, "Hello, big-bodied angel." How interesting. The chief stopped her at this point. Tinda, Alan now also understood the reason for Dom Danshat's appearance. I just wanted to block the attack. In that case, it's true that I summoned it. Alan boldly stepped forward and asked, "Hey, did I call you here? How far can you move? Can you go beyond the range of this lake?" Seeing that Dom Danshat didn't answer, Alan guessed. "You don't know either, huh?" Alan then waved his hand and said, "Well then, just take your time to explore." Unexpectedly, as soon as Alan waved his hand, Dom Danshat also extended its arm. It then grabbed the petrified dragon's corpse, pulling it toward where it stood. Seeing this, the chief fearfully hugged Tinda and said, "Could you give us a heads up next time?" Dom Danshat had now pulled the dragon's corpse into the lake. The chief and Tinda walked to the lakeside, looking on with clicks of admiration. To be able to dispose of such a giant dragon corpse in one go, it was hard to believe even seeing it with their own eyes. Alan rolled his wrist, warming up a bit, thinking to himself, that really wasn't easy. Just then, Han shouted loudly, "No way." Alan turned back and asked him, "What is it now?" Han pointed to a place and said, "In the passage that the dragon was blocking earlier, it's filled with gold, silver, and jewels. We're rich. Lord Alan, can you tell that king to move this stuff?" Hearing this, Alan could only feel helpless. Alan asked Han, who was staring mesmerized at the pile of gold, "Aren't you an alchemist? Don't you have things like a space bag?" Han said to Alan, "Huh? You think those things are easy to find? Since ancient times, spatial magic." Before Han could finish, Dom Danshat spoke up, "Master, are you alright?" Alan was confused. "Why do you ask?" Dom Danshat explained, "I am not an entity that can be summoned frequently. To maintain me, it was suddenly astonished. Lord Alan, you must have consumed a great deal of holy power." At that moment, Alan felt his head getting a little dizzy. "Seriously, you should have said so earlier." Then he fainted. Everyone shouted loudly, "Lord Alan." At that moment, somewhere else, smoke was rising. Several people who looked like scientists were frantically trying to solve a problem. "What's going on? Report to me immediately. The machine is broken. It seems to be overloaded. Hey, it's on fire. Didn't he check it carefully? What do we do now? Get everyone out of here." They suddenly saw something and abruptly stopped their panicked actions. In the center of the machine's vortex, Alan suddenly appeared there. "What is this?" At that time, Alan was still unconscious, being pulled in by something. Seeing this, they panicked. "He's being sucked in. Pull him out, quickly." At this moment, Alan also regained consciousness. He heard the voices of the chief and Tinda, thinking to himself, "Did I faint again? This has been happening too often lately. Every time I wake up, I'm tied up somewhere." It turned out that Han had tied Alan to his back to carry him. Alan said wearily, "Someone explain the current situation to me." Han was very surprised to hear his voice. "Oh, you're finally awake? Why do you keep fainting? It's been 10 whole days." Hearing this, Alan said helplessly, "Is this what hibernation feels like?" Alan thought to himself, "Just summoning it was like this. How am I supposed to use it?" Tinda spoke up at this moment. "Lord Alan, we couldn't find any food or water there, so we asked some nearby mercenaries to take us to the nearest city." Han also added, "There's a rather large city nearby. It's famous for having the largest slave market on the continent, the slave city of Debio Lum." The scene shifts to the inside of a palace. At this time, someone spoke up. "You've already declared war, and now you're asking for peace?" The two subordinates standing below did not answer. The person on the throne continued, "Ket has blocked all the soldiers I sent to Humid, right?" A subordinate below replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, the person on the throne said angrily, "A bunch of pitiful fools. So what about Oscar and those other two princes?" The two subordinates below didn't dare to speak, answering nervously. They were caught in the vortex, so by now they must have entered Atlan's territory. Hearing this, the person on the throne shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me?" They could only bow their heads and accept the blame. "We are very sorry." Hearing that, the person said angrily, "I don't like this damn report one bit." At this point, a subordinate said, "But it's still known outside that they are trapped in Atlan." Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside to report. "The Holy Emperor has replied." He said, So it has arrived? What does the letter say? The subordinate tremblingly presented the letter, not daring to speak. Yes, I dare not read it. He immediately snatched it, saying angrily, Give it here. The letter stated that the Holy Empire demanded two things from Atlan. First, for the next 20 years, they must pay tribute and submit to the Holy Empire. Second, R.A. Hama must take responsibility for this war by humbling himself, stripping naked, and kissing the Holy Emperor's feet. Reading this, R.A. Hama angrily tore the letter to shreds. R.A. Hama cursed furiously. That madman, he dares to provoke me. How dare he? R.A. Hama of Atlan, the Emperor of Atlan. Fine, just come at me. All of you listen to my command. The subordinates replied, yes. R.A. Hama, while angrily stomping on the shredded letter, said, bring those princes here. Make them kneel at my feet. Whoever dares to speak nonsense, behead them on the spot. We must find them before the Holy Empire does. Execute them by 1,000 cuts, disfigure them beyond recognition, then cut off their heads and send them to the Holy Emperor. He cursed silently in anger. Damn it. At this moment, a subordinate stammered in addition. There is one piece of good news. A witness said they saw the third prince in the slave city of Debiolam. Furthermore, the crown prince of the Holy Empire might also be there. Before the subordinate could finish, R.A. Hama lunged forward, grabbed his face, then beat him repeatedly until blood splattered everywhere, and cursed. You call that good news? That monster is coming to take our heads. R.A. Hama speculated. The crown prince and the prince are in the same place. My connection with the warlock was also broken. Was that they're doing too? What if the reigning sword king and the other princes are all gathered in Debiolam? Damn it, what do they take me for? He then ordered his subordinates, listen up, you bastards, send troops to burn Debiolam to the ground. They were very surprised to hear this. What? Debiolam is a holy land. R.A. Hama didn't care, still resolute in his original intention, looking at them with a threatening gaze and said, don't make me say it a second time. I will not let the Holy Empire spin us around like a top anymore. Seal the city, let no one out. Let that old man see. Every living creature in the city must die. As for Alan, he was punishing Han. He complained, Lord Alan, how long are you going to keep this up? Alan, while sitting on Han's back eating and drinking, said calmly, I don't know either. Han said indignantly, we're in such a hurry. How can you do this? Alan said nonchalantly, whatever. Is there a problem in the city? The chief told him, now is the time for the slave parade. This place is called the Slave City, not because the arena is only for slaves, but because it's famous for its nonstop arena. Hearing this, Alan sighed. People like that? Then he looked at a group of people dragging slaves along and said, sigh, slaves don't have the right to say no. Suddenly, among that group of slaves, there was one person Alan found very familiar. That slave was walking while crying. I told you I'm a prince. The slave driver heard this and also joked. Oh, right. Hurry up. Seeing this, Alan didn't know what to say. Sai, why are you there? The scene changes tonight. They have stopped to rest. Han, holding a piece of paper, said, do you have any idea how much this is worth? Alan said to him, you're too stingy. You almost died. I saved you from the dragon's mouth and even divided the treasure, dragon meat, and dragon scales there equally among us. And in the end, you can't even give me that piece of paper? Hearing this, Han said angrily, hey, you shouldn't call it a piece of paper. The chief and Tinda, standing by, didn't know what to do. Han pointed at the map with some drawings on it and said, this is a teleportation gate. It can cover a range of up to 3 meters. I think giving you this is already too much, and you're even using it in the wrong place. Alan said disbelievingly, how do you plan to sneak into Debiolam with this? What can you do with only 3 meters? Han said with a suspicious look, you'll waste it. Alan didn't back down either, mocking the map. I get it, so it's even more useless than dumb. Han said helplessly, I'm glad you've given up, but I don't like hearing that. Just try searching the entire universe to see if there's anything that can teleport a person 3 meters. Alan asked curiously, but do people still buy it? Alan thought to himself, why would anyone buy it? What idiot would spend hundreds of gold coins to teleport 3 meters? It seems teleportation must be very difficult. Alan said to Han, with this kind of efficiency, don't even talk about time travel. Hearing that, Han explained, theoretically, nothing is impossible. Can you use it? Alan pointed to himself with a confused expression. Me? Han continued to explain to everyone, have you never thought about summoning the undead? This world doesn't have just one origin. The human world is where humans live. Purgatory is where the dead exist, a giant empire that even the gods fear. And there's also the legendary spirit world. Besides these, there are other space-times. As long as a soul exists, it can easily break the barrier between space-times, so it can easily travel through time. but a physical body is a bit large. It can't pass through the barrier on its own, not even if it's broken down into molecules. Therefore, it requires an enormous power to weaken the barrier. Even within the same space-time, this is very difficult. But if it's different space-times, wouldn't it require power comparable to a god's? After listening, Alan fell into deep thought. Then Alan turned back to praise Han. You're pretty smart, huh? Where did you learn alchemy? Han said shyly, I'm self-taught from my late parents' materials. The reason I kept collecting treasures was because before he could finish, Alan said, I don't need to know about that. After this is over, you should come to the Holy Empire. Han was very surprised to hear that. His eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Alan emotionally. Alan continued to say, I will ensure you can research as you please. So, if you want to work for the Holy Empire, just come. Han was overjoyed to hear this. Oh my God. He was about to jump up and hug Alan. Lord Alan, no, Your Highness, from the first time I met you. Alan stopped him, saying, right now, it's about my brother's problem. Alan turned to the chief and Tinda and said, I was planning to use a teleportation gate to sneak in quietly. What a shame. Then he came up with a new idea. Hayes, it seems the only way is to fish in troubled waters. Han was very surprised to hear that. Scene transition. Someone is using healing abilities. Thank you. Alice looked around, saw that everyone's injuries had subsided, and said happily, thanks to you, my work is much easier. It would have been hard for me to finish on my own. Rafa said to her, I was just helping you a little. Then he said with tears in his eyes, seeing you all grown up like this, I'm so moved. At this moment, a voice came from behind. It's a disgrace that you arrived late. Ket stood beside him, nagging. Any soldier who died is your fault. Rafa heard this and said angrily, Your Majesty, you can't say that. I had a hard time dealing with the Archbishop and almost caught the big fish. Before he could finish, Kit interrupted, You're really getting old. You find even a small thing like that difficult? But Rafa didn't seem to argue with Ket, saying, You've said enough. Where are the missing people? I don't know. Oscar is also missing. Ket said calmly, Oscar will be here soon. Rafa still advised him, I told you not to be so hasty. You don't even know where he is. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside, approaching the city gate. The soldier said warily, Who are you? State your name. Hands up. Back inside, Rafa asked Ket, Did you receive a letter or something? Ket sighed and said, It's just intuition. He's the type who can survive and return no matter where he goes, right? As expected, the person who returned from outside was indeed Oscar. Seeing him, they said loudly, Vice Commander Oscar, stepping inside. Ket stood up to welcome him. Look at you, Oscar said to everyone. It took me a while in the desert to find the right direction. Rafa was very surprised to hear that. You walked through the Atlan Desert? Come here with me. I'll heal you this way. Oscar raised his hand to refuse. I need to report first. On the way, I saw Rahama's army, but they weren't heading towards the Holy Empire. Hearing this, Ket smiled to himself. Is that so? They must be looking for my grandsons. Where do you think they're going? Oscar judged seriously. From their direction, it could be the nearest city to Biolam. Ket asked again, what's the probability they're going there to defend the city? Oscar calmly analyzed the situation. They're carrying siege weapons. Although that city isn't on our route, they look more like they're going to attack than to defend. Hearing what Oscar said, Ket was immediately stunned. Could there be something in the city of Biolam that could threaten them? This is the only reason I can think of for them to attack their own city during a time of war. After a moment of contemplation, Ket also made a decision, entrusting Oscar. You will command half the army, along with me. Sorry to ask this of you right after you've arrived. Oscar simply replied, understood. When he heard him resolutely say to make them surrender, and to take their lives if they dared to resist, Oscar's expression didn't change at all. The back of Ket burned with the flames of determination for battle. Oscar didn't object and obeyed the order. Rafa just sneered. He clicked his tongue. There will be many injuries. Ket thought to himself, the thing that could threaten them must be the princes. Ket remained silent in thought, his gaze lost in contemplation. A brilliant red color enveloped the entire space. A terrifying power could be felt. Ket couldn't help but be cautious. But the scale of that army was also too large. Besides the princes, what else is into Biolam that I don't know about? The scene shifts to Kay. He held a piece of paper in his hand, an interested look on his face. No way. On the paper was a portrait of a person. The 9-time victorious slave, Rufio. Could this be the Rufio I know? He looked at the paper and laughed. All grown up like this. How did he become a slave? Kay beamed and said to himself, helped by a passerby in the desert, came to the Biolam, and then met Rufio. This trip can be considered smooth. But if Rufio is too conspicuous, thinking of this, Kay suddenly let out a breath, leaning against the corner of a wall. It won't be easy to escape quietly. Should I wait and see? A glint flashed in Kay's eyes, as if he realized something. They said they would free a slave who wins 10 times. He stood in a dark corner, quietly observing the fortress guarded by several men in black. But how can they be trusted? Atlan must already know. I should have been more secretive when I came here. The men in black suddenly noticed something. Kay also became vigilant. They must also know who Rufio is. At this moment, the black-cloaked figures had noticed Kay. He was even in the mood to open his mouth and tease. Are you just going to keep staring at me? So what if we confront each other head on? His eyes lit up, looking straight at the men in black, his hand also raised, ready to strike. Countless bony hands emerged from the ground. The men in black had begun to act, attacking towards Kay. Several monsters bared their teeth and glared, extending their long claws, and charged fiercely towards Kay. As a monster with its mouth wide open was about to charge, he also launched a counter kick in time. When it collided with Kay's attack, a dazzling area of light exploded. The sound of fighting echoed far away. The guards on this side also asked each other in confusion, "What's that sound? Isn't it coming from the residential area?" The sound of someone's footsteps appeared. A guard called out, "Hey!" The guard was startled. "Who are you?" The 4 people who had just appeared gave a friendly smile. The guard looked at them, guessing, travelers? Alan, leading the group, smiled and said, "We have business in the fortress." The guard asked again, "Are you guests of the Lord?" Alan replied politely, "No, I've come to visit my brother. My brother is now a slave." Hearing Alan say this, the 2 guards were momentarily stunned. Huh? The 2 whispered to each other, sizing up Alan. What's he saying? I think he's a bit slow in the head. Although a bit embarrassed, Alan still smiled to maintain his dignity. "Don't look at me like this. My status is very high." You know, the 3 people following Alan could only look grim, unable to stop his mouth. "I am Alan Onfon, the 7th prince of the Holy Empire. Pretending to be from the enemy country. Is he crazy?" A guard immediately pointed at Alan's face. "Hey, if you want to put on a play, find a newer trick, it's come to this." Alan was once again embarrassed. The 2 arrogant guards raised their voices. "You'll all be sold as slaves too. You're such a nuisance." Seeing this, Alan just gave a faint smile. "You are insulting the royal bloodline." Alan's voice rang out without a trace of emotion. "My apologies to atone. I will show you a special performance." The guard laughed smugly. "Looks like he's scared." Alan's hand began to draw a blue circle. Alan asked faintly, "Have you heard of magic?" "In our village, they call this magic," Han shouted excitedly. "There really is a secret passage over there." Alan was concentrating on observing. This must be the den. Standing in front of a wooden chest, Alan paused for a few seconds, musing, "This is..." Suddenly, there was a loud shout. "Lord Alan," Tinder reminded him, "you'd best not touch it. It's something used to protect this place. It might have a mechanism used to eliminate enemies who invade Alan." Alan just let out a faint breath. "Is that so?" Alan still reached out and touched the wooden chest. Then he seemed to discover some secret inside. Alan turned his head to look at everyone. "I understand." At this moment, Alan declared to the other 2, "That's right, focus your minds." Then Alan asked the 2 guards, "See, anything behind me?" The guard holding the torch was stunned. The guard looked at Alan. "Besides you, there's nothing." Alan still spread his arms, smiling and saying, "Right, there's nothing, is there?" Alan immediately clasped his hands together, a bright blue circle radiating from around them. Under the pitch-black night, 2 giant mummies appeared behind the guards. Alan asked teasingly, "Well then, guess who's behind you?" "Huh?" The guards were scared out of their wits, sneaking a peek behind them. The mummy had brought its face right up to the guards. Alan was very pleased with his prank. "Tada! This is the magic of creating things from nothing." The mummies lunged forward to bite and tear at the guards, creating a bloody red scene before Alan's eyes. Alan even took the opportunity to boast, "I recently acquired a fresh team of mummies." In that space, desperate screams echoed continuously. "Stop! Stop! You did this, didn't you?" Seeing the 2 people beside him about to rush forward to stop it, Han blocked them. First skeletons, now mummies. After a while, Alan spoke up. "All right, that's enough playing." At this moment, Alan began to activate a mode, using a weapon. Temporarily enhance equipment. Use the enhanced equipment's shooting skill. When the mode was set, a targeting device also appeared on Alan's hand. Without many words, Alan fired a shot. A stream of blue power flew straight forward, piercing and blowing up several huge rocks. The guards were thrown into chaos. Alan's cold voice rang out. "Those who are not involved may leave." After dealing with it cleanly, Alan urged the 3 people still standing dumbfounded behind him. "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you coming with me?" Coming to their senses, they immediately chased after him, shouting, "Coming! Wait!" A guard finally reacted at this moment. "He's the one from the rumors. Countless divine attacks, and a large number of immortal mummies. That guard, after witnessing Alan's last shot and facing countless mummies before him, finally realized the situation was not good. When he realized the situation was not good, that guard shouted loudly, "Quickly inform Lord Rahama! Quick! The angel from the rumors is here." In some dark corner, there was a person with both hands tied, his face full of melancholy. Rufio unconsciously called out the name. Alan. Rufio vaguely heard a familiar voice. Alan? He was helpless, sobbing as if about to cry, thinking to himself, "It can't be. He has no reason to save this traitor. He must have been captured back then too. I hope he's safe and sound. This brother of yours has already participated in his first match in the arena, little brother." Rufio at that time was like a madman swinging his sword, trying to scare off the enemy. But no one cared. They only saw him as an abnormal person. Hey, do you know who I am? Have a taste of the Holy Empire's basic swordsmanship. At this time, several cries of alarm were heard from outside. Rufio, who was crying, had to stop. An angel? So it wasn't an exaggerated rumor. Rufio stood up and said to the guards there, "Hey, release me. I'm not a slave." One of them roared at Rufio, "What's all the noise?" Another pointed at Rufio and said, "That's the one. Lord Rahama ordered him captured." Rufio pointed at himself in confusion and said, "Me?" That guard said, "He fights pretty well. It's a pity, but there's no other way. I will deal with the other slaves myself. So take this slave to the palace." Rufio still didn't understand what they were planning to do. They came in, opened the door, and dragged Rufio out, saying, "Follow us obediently. Hurry up." Rufio struggled, not wanting to follow, asking, "Wait, what are you going to do to me? Where are you taking me?" Before he could understand the situation, something suddenly fell from the city wall. The rock hit the head of the person dragging Rufio, causing the guard to let go. The person up there spoke. "Are you hurt anywhere? I'm here to save you." Rufio heard a familiar voice. It turned out to be his younger brother, Alan. Before he could rejoice in their reunion, Alan dropped the strip of cloth and said, "Now I'll pull you out, hold on tight." Rufio obediently did as he was told, replying, "Thank you so much, little brother." Suddenly, Rufio looked up and discovered a mummy above him, which made him hesitate a little. After seeing it, Rufio opened his mouth to ask, "Ah, you have a new friend?" At this moment, the prison was in complete chaos. Mummies were walking everywhere, opening the cell doors for the slave prisoners. Everyone, hurry and escape from Debio Lum. They were all extremely grateful. "Thank you so much." Tinda ran up to report to Alan. "Lord Alan, there are no slaves left here. We should also leave here as soon as possible." Suddenly, Tinda saw Rufio being carried on a mummy's shoulder. She said, "I don't think we've ever met that person, but he doesn't look well." Rufio was about to faint from fear. "The mummy is too scary." Alan pointed at Rufio behind him and said nonchalantly, "He's always like that. Don't mind him." Hearing that, Tinda didn't pay it any more mind. "Ah, yes." As Alan walked, he thought, "From what I've heard, it seems those mummies are still holding up very well." Alan spoke up, "Let's leave Debio Lum for now." Suddenly, a resonant voice stopped him. Wait. A magically controlled sword plunged straight down in front of Alan's feet. The person behind him spoke up and asked, "You're the one controlling the mummies, aren't you?" "I've heard about the divine undead, but to witness it firsthand is quite an interesting thing." Alan, on guard, didn't turn his head to look at the person's face, thinking to himself, "Who is this person?" The person continued, "With just a small group, you not only passed through the heavily guarded gate, but also reached this very fortress. You're the rumored angel, aren't you? They say the angel is also a weapon of the Holy Empire." The person's information was Kaon Fawn. Characteristics: robust physique, extraordinary holy power, excellent combat skills, benevolent personality, unique light magic. As he prepared to launch another sword, he said excitedly, "Father has created another strange thing." Meanwhile, Alan read his information and was very surprised. Information, currently searching for his son. Seeing Alan wasn't paying attention, Kay called out to him, "Hey, say something. If you just stay silent like this," he stepped forward, placed his sword against Alan's neck, and said, "I won't be able to judge whether you're a friend or a foe." Seeing this, Tinda shouted worriedly, "Lord Alan." He held out his hand to stop her. No need to get so worked up. At the same time, Kay thought to himself, he is definitely the one controlling the mummies. I can feel an incredibly strong holy power. It seems he saved Rufio and has no intention of harming the boy. Kay asked Alan, "Are you a knight of the royal family?" Hearing this, Alan just scoffed, "A knight?" Then he pushed the sword away and said, "Do I look like a knight?" Kay saw the image of his beloved wife in Alan and was stunned for a moment. Kay was incredulous. "It can't be. Are you Alan?" Hearing this, Alan just sighed. Father, you recognized me as your son immediately, didn't you, father? The scene shifts to the desert outside the fortress. It's so noisy. Rahama asked his servant as he walked, "What's going on?" The subordinate reported, "According to the news we've received, the Dabio Lum fortress seems to have been attacked." After hearing this, Rahama angrily tightened his reins. Humph, has he started to make his move? He must have met the third prince. Suddenly, a person came forward and said something to another. They exchanged information and then reported, "Lord Rahama, I have news to report." Rahama told him to speak. "The army of the Holy Empire is heading this way." After hearing this, Rahama stopped and questioned, "Not to the capital, but here?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Rahama thought warily, "That old man has found out." Then he ordered his army, "Do not, under any circumstances, let the crown prince rendezvous with the army of the Holy Empire. Immediately order the subordinates to surround the city and capture everyone alive." The soldiers shouted, "Yes, sir." Rahama added, "If they resist, kill them without mercy. I will go to Dabio Lum myself." Hearing this, a subordinate asked doubtfully, "Are you planning to go alone, my lord?" Rahama drew his sword and said, "No. I will go with my holy sons. Kill the crown prince, take the others hostage. This time, we will raise the Holy Empire to the ground." After that, he spurred his horse. Rahama ordered all soldiers to draw their fire bows and arrows, aim at the city, and said, "All troops, advance." At this moment, the unconscious Rufio woke up and found himself hanging upside down. He saw the mummy's face, turned his head away in fear, and said, "Why does it always look so angry?" Alan looked up, saw his brother was awake, and said, "Brother, if you're awake, then get down." Kay saw Rufio and was also surprised. "Oh, Rufio, you slept soundly on the mummy's back." Rufio saw his father and shouted joyfully, "Father!" Rufio still didn't understand the situation. As Kay continued, "We haven't seen each other in a long time. You must have been through many battles, haven't you?" Rufio was stunned and said, "No." "But why are you here, father?" At this moment, Han, who was observing them from the side, spoke up. "No matter how I look at it, this person seems to be that great lord." Kay noticed him. Rufio was stunned and said, "No." "But why are you here, father?" At this moment, Han, who was observing them from the side, spoke up. "No matter how I look at it, this person seems to be that great lord." Kay noticed him, recognized him as the person who saved him last time, and walked over happily, saying, "Oh, you're here too. You saved me that time. Thank you." Alan was still observing him, thinking to himself, the biological father of this body, and his son was on the verge of death from a curse. He never once set foot in the palace. I can't call him a good father. So, Alan spoke up and asked, "Where have you been all these years, father?" Kay said, "I was looking for someone." Alan recalled the note he had seen. Special note, searching for his son. Alan thought to himself, "Is this the issue I saw in the status window? Which son is he talking about? My brother, and I have only been missing for a short time. The timeline doesn't quite match." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out behind them. Alan asked him doubtfully, "Is it the people of the Holy Empire?" Kay shook his head and told him, "No, the horn sounds very different." Tinda keenly recognized, "This sound is from Atlan." "Good heavens, that's Emperor Rahama's army." Alan asked her doubtfully, "This is a city. Why are they attacking?" Kay spoke up, "I have a bit of a guess. Is it because of me?" Hearing this, everyone was astonished. "Huh?" He explained, "After all, I am a son of the Holy Emperor with a legitimate claim to the throne." It seems they've also recognized Rufio's identity. Rufio was shocked to hear this. "Me?" Kay continued, in the eyes of Atlan, "They might think we are gathering forces." Hearing this, Alan sighed. "You can still joke at a time like this?" Then Han thought of a way and said to everyone, "I have merchant identification papers. If we use them to leave quickly..." Kay stopped him. "That won't work. For them to attack their own city like this, it means they intend to slaughter everyone here. Whether you're a merchant or someone else, they won't care." Hearing this, Han panicked again. This is bad." Kay reassured everyone, "Don't worry. I will act as a decoy to lure them away." Alan was confused by his plan. Decoy? Kay continued, "In any case, their target from the beginning was me. Although I'm not as strong as my father, I'm still quite formidable. If the Emperor and the Lord attack at the same time, I'll have to run too." Then he turned to instruct Alan. "Alan, if you can summon mummies, can you summon other things too?" Alan was a bit worried, but still nodded, thinking to himself, "The after effects from the battle with the Skeleton King still linger, but I could try to use a little more power." Seeing this, Kay said happily, "Very good. Then I will draw their attention so you can escape." Then he urged everyone, "Hurry up. We don't have much time." Alan said as he summoned horses, "All right, I also agree with your method, father." Alan said to everyone, "Everyone get on the horses. You too, brother. While father buys us time, we'll charge out of the city gate." If you have any strength left, Father, please consider the situation of the people here. Kay praised Alan. You are very kind. You will become a good emperor in the future. But Alan was not interested in that, saying, I have no interest. My older brothers will take care of that. Hearing this, Kay just chuckled. You really are resolute. He looked at Alan with a fond gaze and said, I want to talk more, but we both have to try to survive so we can meet again. After hearing this, Alan obediently replied, glancing at his father, yes. After that, he rode away on his horse, thinking to himself, is he really my father? At this moment, everyone called him Alan. Alan said, all right, stop rushing me. They told him, it's not that. Something is heading this way. Alan didn't understand what they were saying. Suddenly, a few figures were leaping on the city walls. Alan calculated, they're chasing us, not the crown prince? What is father doing? Tinda saw them first and said, those are assassins. At this moment, an entire troop was pursuing them from behind. Alan was worried as he fled. They are too well prepared. He thought to himself, are they Rahama's half-breed children? He reassured everyone, don't worry, they won't catch up to us. But in his heart, he thought, just running like this can't match the speed of the skeletal horses. Suddenly, someone attacked Rufio, causing him to be unable to dodge in time and almost fall off his horse. Alan, save me. Alan turned back and used magic to save his brother, saying helplessly, too dangerous. Alan summoned mummies, letting the assassins be surrounded by them. Where did these things come from? They ordered each other, ignore the mummies, focus on attacking the target. Seeing them pursue him so stubbornly, Alan thought to himself, this is not good. The mummies can't make these half-breeds back down. Suddenly, the horses of a chief and Tinda were also hit. Alan shouted, Tinda, chief! Alan decided to stop and risk it all, thinking to himself, it has come to this. At this moment, Han reminded him, Alan, these mummies are useless. Even if you summon more, it's pointless. Rufio also reminded him, look ahead, Alan. Look ahead. Those are the war elephants of Atlan. The soldiers standing on the war elephants witnessed everything, wondering, what are those assassins aiming for? One of them reminded, why do you care about the business of those half-breeds? We know their mission without even looking. Then they ordered the war elephants. Forget it, just trample them. Rufio saw the critical situation. But Alan still hadn't made a move and hurriedly urged him, little brother, hurry up and do something. At this moment, Alan was directing the mummies to draw a magic circle, roaring at his brother, shut up, I'm working on it. From within the magic circle, it seemed the hand of a giant stone monster reached out, shielding everyone from the rock fragments, allowing them to pass underneath. Rufio was still stunned. Alan dismounted and led him along, cursing angrily. Damn it, father, we were the decoys, weren't we? Then he said coldly, you just wait and see. At this moment, Kay was standing nearby, observing. I can't believe they brought so many weapons. He thought with worry. It seems Atlan is really determined this time. Dealing with those half-breeds is already difficult enough. Now I'll deal with the urgent matter first, then rendezvous with the others. But seeing Alan display skills at that level all by himself, were the 11 years I was absent from his life too long? As a father, I've done nothing for him. It sounds so bitter. At this moment, someone called him from behind. Kaon Fawn, I heard you were missing, but it seems that's not the case. Why are you causing trouble in your own country? Hearing this, Kay just scoffed and said, honestly, are you that petty? I mean, you were once the old hero of Atlan. Have the wounds my royal father left on you healed yet? The man ignored his taunt, saying, His Majesty said that you must be eliminated no matter what. After hearing this, a calm smile appeared on Kay's face as he replied, Is that so? Then call your emperor here. Before he could finish his words, he seemed to see something. In the distance, Kay saw a faint figure. Could it be? At this moment, Rahama was also observing the situation. A soldier came to report, Your Highness, we have found the Crown Prince. He is in the center of Debio Lum City. Hearing this, Rahama wondered. Then, the stone golem wasn't created by Kaon Fawn? Then he stepped out and said, 2 monsters. Tell the lords to hold back the Crown Prince. I will go and eliminate the monster here. After saying that, Rahama jumped down. Han's group stood below, and he felt the ground shaking, unable to hold on for much longer. Han asked Alan, what now? Alan, having consumed too much energy, now felt extremely tired and said, The one-eyed stone golem. It's an entity that uses mummies to protect the tombs of Atlan. But he worriedly thought to himself, however, the problem is that it can only be summoned after a certain number of mummies have died. Father, we are now in a bind, so we are helpless. Then, something suddenly grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody gash, which brought Alan back to his senses. Seeing this, Han shouted worriedly, "Lord Alan, the assassins are here." Alan continued to use his holy power, summoning several skeletons from the ground to fight. The assassins did not stop either, charging forward to fight. Not only them, but a werewolf also charged forward, breaking those skeletons. Suddenly, something wrapped around its neck. It turned out to be a mummy that came forward and grabbed it. The werewolf then used its claws to slash once, and the mummy was sent flying before it could react. Taking this opportunity, Han went to Alan's side and asked with concern, "Lord Alan, are you all right? You've used too much holy power. You should leave." Alan opened his palm to check his remaining holy power, thinking worriedly, "I've pushed myself without reinforcement, which has definitely caused damage. If I run out of holy power, it'll be useless even if I escape." At this moment, a voice rang out, "Surrender. If you hand over your weapons, we will treat you as members of the Empire. You know it's only a matter of time." Hearing this, Han cursed angrily. "Damn it." Han asked Alan, "Alan, should I tell them? They may be an enemy nation, but as princes of the Holy Empire, they won't harm us, nor will they let us suffer." Before he could finish, Alan shouted at the crowd, "I am Alan Onfon, the 7th Prince of the Holy Empire. We expect to be treated in a manner befitting this status." Who is the commander? Seeing this, the soldiers were astonished. They want to negotiate? Probably. They're in a weak position anyway. Seeing they didn't answer, Alan repeated, "I asked who the commander is?" A man stepped forward and admitted, "That would be me. If you want to surrender, you can." Before the soldier could finish, Alan said to him, "It's you? Then order your army to surrender immediately." The man was stunned. "What?" Han tried to stop him. Alan. Alan was extremely tired by now, but he tried to hide his fatigue behind his mask, saying, "Admit defeat, lower your weapons, and make way for us. If you refuse, I will kill all of you." They burst out laughing. Is he crazy? Doesn't he know he's the one in trouble? Alan paid no mind, calmly saying, "I'll count to 5. 5, 4. They began to waver. Is he serious? 3. Maybe he's too young to know what kind of situation he's in. Hey, that's not how you negotiate. 2, 1. The countdown ended. Alan ordered the stone golem to attack them. They were still calmly dismissive, thinking to themselves, "This crazy prince." Before they could finish the thought, the stone golem had twisted off the head of one of the war elephants. Seeing this, they shouted, "Commander!" Alan stepped forward to make them understand. "I already told you. If you still don't understand, I'll make you understand. I told you to get out of our way." The skeletons seemed to have recovered their energy, suddenly coming back to life and rushing towards them. Alan continued, "I gave you a chance, but now you can follow your commander to hell." Then, the skeletons rushed towards someone. A man planted his scepter into the ground, saying, "Unbelievable." Then he looked straight at the masked Alan and said, It turned out to be Rahama, who said doubtfully, "The angel?" Going back a long time ago, a sorcerer came to the land of Atlan to perform a ritual. Atlan will be saved. This land of death will disappear, replaced by a green land. A vast green land will appear here. The soldiers beside them saw this and murmured among themselves. Is it the most famous sorcerer of Atlan? That's right, everything he prophesied has come true. Rahama, seeing the problem was solved, thought happily, "I thought this was a war of conquest. Everything has been resolved thanks to the timely help of the 3rd prince." Rahama said to the sorcerer, "If what you say is true, I will be honored as the greatest emperor in history." The sorcerer didn't quite understand his meaning and asked, "What do you mean?" The sorcerer then revealed the truth. "You will become the worst tyrant in history. Countless cities will be razed because of your actions. I see thousands upon thousands of people dying. Your recklessness and stubbornness will lead to the doom of Atlan. But you'll do one thing right. You will lead the angel to those lands. One of your children will be chosen by the angel." Before he could finish, Rahama rushed forward and killed the sorcerer. Rahama cursed angrily, "Damn sorcerer." Then he threw the sorcerer's body down, ordering his servant, "Throw his body into the desert for the wild beasts to eat." Unexpectedly, the sorcerer was not yet dead, managing to say mockingly, "That is truly a divine army. He is favored by the gods. An outsider invited to this world, the savior of the world." Back in the present, Rahama stood before Alan, saying doubtfully, "A necromancer. Are you the angel?" He could feel the holy power and immense strength in Alan's body. Observing from a distance, he had thought to himself, "I have seen it. Although still a child, he will become a greater threat than the Holy Empire, stronger than the Crown Prince." At this moment, the words of that sorcerer echoed in his ears. "You will lead the angel to this land." Rahama ordered his subordinate, "Don't do anything unnecessary, understand? I will deal with him personally." Then he suddenly rushed towards Alan. Alan was caught off guard, taking the full force of his attack. Then, a loud explosion erupted where the two were standing. Seeing this, Tinda shouted Alan's name, Alan. He was now lightly injured. Thinking to himself, this power. Alan was checking Rahama's information. Rahama, traits, destructive, ambitious, tyrannical, powerful magic, superhuman physique, special combat skills. This person is the Emperor of Atlan. Then he materialized a weapon to fight him. I can go easy on him. This staff is really heavy. Staff of Amon. Ability, depending on a user's power, amplifies magic from 50% to 200%. Recovery rate increased by 10%. Power of all skills increased by 10%. Using Holy Power, I have to enhance it until it reaches the stats I want. Magic amplification from 100% to 400%. Recovery rate increased by 20%. Power of all skills increased by 15%. No, not this one. Not this one either. But Alan was still fumbling with his weapon, completely unaware that Rahama was already behind him, preparing to attack. Rahama's scepter swung at Alan. Fortunately, the holy power activated at that moment, pulling Alan backward, allowing him to dodge the fatal blow. Seeing this, Rahama refused to give up, chasing after Alan, wanting to defeat him completely. He angrily threw his shield towards Alan. Luckily, Alan managed to lean back in time, or his head would have been gone. After the shield, his scepter flew towards Alan again. Rahama attacked in close combat, while saying, "Your skills are far inferior to your reputation." Rahama then delivered a fatal blow, defeating Alan, causing Alan to slam into a wall. Alan was injured, coughing up blood. Rahama approached him. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out, grazing his chin. Alan still taunted him. "Shut up, old man. What are you so excited about?" Seeing this, Rahama was speechless with anger. Suddenly, a loud shout came from a distance. "Do you know who I am? Rufio Onfon. I am the third prince of the Holy Empire." Before Rufio could reach Alan's side, he was grabbed by several assassins and was mocked. "Your swordsmanship is worse than a child's, but you have a sharp tongue." The chieftain saw that Rufio would be defeated sooner or later and said to Han, "Do you have anything that can help us get through this?" He also said helplessly, "I'm looking for something that can buy us some time." Suddenly there was a loud shout. "Tinda, surrender. Come back. Hand over the prince. Your father won't blame you." The assassin said, "We're the only ones who understand you, Tinda. If you keep this up, we don't want to fight either." Before they could finish, Tinda interrupted, "I know, but I can't. I met Lord Alan and learned how to live a worthy life. Therefore, I will fight for him." Hearing this, the chieftain was also surprised. Miss Tinda, at this moment, in Tinda's hand was a sapling. The battle between Alan and Rahama continued. Alan summoned giant white skeletons to block the attack. Rahama was not afraid, using his sword to shatter them. While his vision was obscured, Alan raised a gun and aimed at him. Rahama reacted quickly, using his shield to block the bullets in time. He then slammed his shield on the ground, then used his scepter to send a large rock flying towards Alan. Alan activated his shield in time, blocking the rocks. Seeing this, Rahama said smugly, "You're slower than before." Then he jumped down from above, preparing for a surprise attack. Alan this quickly. Then he delivered a powerful blow to the ground. Luckily, Alan managed to dodge in time, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Seeing himself being beaten so badly, Alan cursed angrily. Damn it, he thought to himself. It's annoying, but he's right. His fighting style is very difficult to deal with, and my holy power is depleted. Every time I use this skill, I feel like I'm about to faint. The creatures I summon are no help in buying time. This is the first time I've felt so cornered. But that bastard, he's fighting just like when we first started. Perhaps it's a side effect of burning his lifespan for power. If I can just buy a little more time. Just then, a loud shout was heard. Assassins. Alan didn't know where the shout came from and looked around. "Offer yourselves up and grant me strength." Alan observed Rahama and discovered in astonishment, he's absorbing other people. What now? This is no longer a problem that can be solved by buying time. Seeing the situation was bad, Alan turned to flee, but didn't notice Rahama chasing right behind him. His spear stopped right in front of Alan. Suddenly, a powerful stream of light wrapped around Alan. Seeing this, Rahama provoked, "After the undead, you're summoning a tree now?" The tree wrapped around Alan's body protectively, communicating with him telepathically. "Can you hear my voice? That child has always wanted to protect you." Over with Han and Rufio. They were also looking for a way to leave. Han said, "I used a smoke bomb to buy time, but where did this come from?" Then he looked towards Tinda. She was kneeling before a large tree. "Is that Tinda?" Seeing this, Han shouted loudly, "Hey, Tinda, wake up, Tinda. Tinda was currently lost in a dream created by the tree. Tinda was astonished to discover that the tree was also communicating with her telepathically. How strange. I did not expect a dark elf to be able to summon a spirit. Did you use both holy power and magic at the same time? It seems it has affected your body's condition. To be able to combine holy power and magic. I never expected to see in my lifetime. Before the tree could finish, Tinda interrupted it. Hey. The tree paid no mind and continued. What I'm holding is just a seed from the tree that grows at the Black Order's base, as a thank you for what Alan has done. By analyzing the principles behind Han's transformation, the creatures Alan summoned, and all the information I gathered, I tried to use the seed as a medium to summon a spirit. I should introduce myself. I am Yggdrasil. I am the world tree that maintains the balance of all things. The tree of life that has connected and linked all worlds since ancient times. The center of the world, just as its name suggests. After hearing this, Tinda doubtfully asked Yggdrasil, but the books say Yggdrasil is a tree that only exists in the spirit world. To answer her question, Yggdrasil said, if I use the terminology of your world, my existence is like a copy. Even for me, traversing dimensions is extremely difficult. Tinda asked it, so you mean I summon a world tree? Yggdrasil told her, not exactly. The children said someone was trying to summon spirits from other dimensions, so I came on my own accord. You wanted to summon these people, didn't you? After hearing this, Tinda said, yes. Yggdrasil continued, I can feel your emotions when you summon them, but I cannot take the lives of other creatures. However, back to reality. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past where Tinda was sitting, making her and those around her unsteady on their feet. Yggdrasil's roots then grew abnormally fast, then plunged deep into the ground. Around those roots, saplings began to sprout. Now Yggdrasil said, I can only grant life temporarily, and I cannot stay in this form for too long. My help ends here. Now do what you want to do. Tinda, not yet understanding, naively replied to Yggdrasil. What I have to do was decided a long time ago. By now, the sky had brightened. Yggdrasil approached the resting Alan, saying to him, hello, I have come to help. Alan asked in a daze, what is happening? Yggdrasil told him, I am a friend of the contract's master. We will help you. Alan reached out his hand, feeling, my wounds are healing. Rahama at this time also noticed the saplings under Yggdrasil's roots. Yggdrasil transferred its power to Alan and Tinda. These barren lands will turn into lush green fields. A brilliant green light will shine brighter than any other land. Rahama's footsteps moved towards the saplings. He said angrily, how dare you? Rahama looked angrily at Yggdrasil's roots, thinking to himself, is that tree helping him recover? He's burning his lifespan. This situation is very disadvantageous for me. He roared, Hashishin, all of you, offer yourselves to me. The air around was silent. Seeing this, Rahama shouted again, what are you doing? I command you, offer your life force to me. Hashishin. The Hashishin advanced towards Han's group, standing under the tree's shade, but did not attack them at all. Rufio, seeing this, was also astonished. What is this? What's suddenly wrong with them? Then he turned to the chief. Tinda stepped forward and said, everyone, it's because of this tree. This is no ordinary tree. Beastmen have worshipped spirits since birth and have an instinct to protect the world tree. Even though Father trained them to be his own slaves, as long as their mother's blood flows in their veins, they cannot defy the world tree right before their eyes. Tinda turned her head to look at Rahama, saying, Father, you will lose. Rahama paid no mind and said angrily, insolent brat, a forsaken slave like you dares to look down on me? I will kill all of you. The Hashishin received the order to protect Tinda. At that very moment, a wave of holy power swept over where Rahama was standing. He swung his sword in a single slash, and the earth and rock in front of him immediately formed a barrier, blocking his attack. Rahama was astonished. Is this the power of a spirit? It seems more troublesome than I thought. Then he raised his scepter. It's no big deal. In the end, it's just a low-level monster. After that, he unleashed a devastating blow. Alan and Rahama gathered their strength. Alan said, for the power of a monster, it's truly impressive. Even the ability to imbue a weapon with properties is quite formidable. Seeing him gradually lose his composure, Alan said, Uncle, why are you acting so frantic? Then he continued to provoke, I guess it's because you don't have much lifespan left to burn. Seeing that he couldn't destroy Alan, Rahama retracted his scepter. Seeing him give up like that, Alan said with interest, I thought I'd have to wait for ages. After that, he called out loudly, my dear spirit friends. From a distance, countless specks of light flew over, crashing into Rahama. Ugh, his hands were imprisoned by earth and rock. Rahama angrily struggled hard, shattering the earth and rock. Suddenly, a stream of water wrapped around his head. Rahama's face was tightly enveloped by the water, unable to breathe. He cursed angrily. "You little brat, do you know who I am?" Before he could finish, the water tightened, rendering him speechless. Rahama let out a roar, blasting the water away. Seeing this, Alan, on the contrary, found it very interesting. Alan stood there calculating. Is he planning to unleash his final blow? The final blow, meaning there's no better time than now. At this moment, Rahama finally revealed his entire face. He said like an old man, "Die." Alan, not to be outdone, swung his sword towards him. The two weapons clashed at the same time. Rahama used his power to wrap around Alan's legs, but it was dispelled by him. Alan then surged up, launching a decisive blow towards him. Rahama was stunned. What? He only saw Alan holding a magic staff. The gem on the staff glowing with a green light, saying, "It's over, Your Majesty." The status board now updated the staff I'm on. Magic amplification from 100% to 400%. Power recovery speed increased by 20%. All skill effectiveness increased by 15%. Skill nullification, 1 day cooldown. Rahama's scepter began to shatter, causing him to scream in disbelief. "Impossible. I. Then he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yggdrasil's roots now wrapped around, preparing to devour him. I still have to fulfill my wish. Rahama was gradually being swallowed, but still tried to say, "I must reclaim that green land. I must fulfill that wish." As Rahama was slowly swallowed by the roots, he persistently said, "I will definitely do it." On the outskirts, Tinda clearly heard his gasps, thinking to herself, "That's father's breathing. Lord Alan has surely won. Lord Alan." She shouted Lord Alan's name as she ran in that direction. At this moment, Alan was injured and exhausted, passed out on one side. Everyone now saw her running over. Tinda was extremely grateful, thinking to herself, "You have helped me once again. Without you, I would probably have had to continue living in despair as a slave. And now, you have even saved the citizens of Atlan. Honestly, Lord Alan, you are a person even more saintly than an angel." Tinda supported Alan, saying emotionally, "Thank you for bringing hope to this world full of death." Lord Alan. Rufio stood beside him, utterly astonished. He really defeated Rahama. Rufio thought to himself, "I always just saw him as a little brother who liked to flirt with women and waste time." Alan, if it were you. At this moment, someone ran up to remind them, "Tinda, there are still soldiers." Han wondered, their leader is dead. Do they still intend to keep fighting? The chief believed that wasn't the case, saying, "No, this is the signal to retreat." At this time, the soldiers had turned and fled. "Run, he has passed away." Seeing this, Rufio could only say, "I didn't expect to see them here. They're my father's soldiers." Hearing this, Han was not surprised, but instead showed some contempt for those people. At this time, a knight ran back to report to some army. The knight shouted as he ran, "It's really over. We're saved." In the distance was the army of Oscar and Charlotte. In another place, someone's blood dripped down and a voice was heard. "Isn't that Oscar? He looks as sanctimonious as ever." Who was that next to him? A girl. A man's head fell. Kay had killed them all, then calmly left. Could it be that the time for a change of dynasty has come? Kay stood at a vantage point, observing, proudly thinking to himself, "My son, once just a bloody lump of flesh, has now grown up enough to defeat the leader of an empire." He thought to himself, "This cannot be called a miracle or a coincidence. Alan's growth rate is beyond imagination, even faster than my own, the one known as the strongest in the world. I heard there's a method to identify vampires now. I wonder if this child is behind it." Thinking of this, Kay smacked his lips and said with a laugh, "If that's really the case, then to find that child, Alan's help is absolutely necessary." Rahama's army was fleeing, but something was chasing them. "Run! It's the army of the Holy Empire." Before they could even defend themselves, Charlotte, who was with Oscar, charged forward, cutting them down one by one. She charged ahead to clear a path, saying, "I'll go on ahead." Oscar followed on horseback, saying, "I was actually quite worried, since this is her first mission after all, but it seems my worries were unnecessary." Hammond just smiled and said, "Please understand, Your Highness, whenever it concerns the prince, she can't control herself." As she spurred her horse into a gallop, she thought to herself, "Your Highness, I have been searching for you for so long. I hope I'm not too late. I will spend my entire life by your side to atone for my betrayal this time." She rode up before Alan's subordinates and said coldly, Get out of the way. I won't say a second time. Seeing they didn't move, she coldly drew her sword. Not moving? Fine. Oscar caught up from behind at this moment, shouting, "Calm down. They don't look like enemies." Tinda also spoke up. Please let her pass. They are acquaintances of Lord Allen. Charlotte dismounted and walked to Allen's side. Then she introduced herself. I am the head of the Hirai family, commander of the White Cross, and the first holy knight of the Seventh Prince. Charlotte Hirai, I finally have the honor of meeting you. Allen Onfon, you're as reckless as ever. She said this and was about to reach out and touch Allen's face, but thought better of it and pulled her hand back. Charlotte said, "It's time to go back. You have done very well, Your Highness the Prince." Han was also astonished at this moment. Oh my god, he really is a prince. Then he looked suspiciously at Rufio. You're also a prince of the Holy Empire, aren't you? Rufio introduced himself with little enthusiasm. I, Rufio, Onfon. Before Rufio could finish, a sword was suddenly pointed at him. Han was shocked. What? Hammond said sternly, "From now on, you will be investigated for treason. You must confess everything you know about the crown princess's disappearance." Seeing this, Rufio had nothing more to say, then bowed his head in acceptance. I understand. We will obey. Han looked at Rufio with a suspicious gaze. Traitor. Tinda also didn't understand the situation at this moment. Back at the palace, the nobles looked astonished, as if they had seen something they shouldn't have. The great holy noble Allen Onfon has arrived. Allen walked past them unhappily. How unpleasant. Charlotte followed behind him. Allen walked up to the throne and sat down. The nobles below whispered, "But how can they, just because they won, they think they can do whatever they want?" Be quiet. Can't you see the situation? Atlan is now. A soldier then announced. The Queen of Atlan, Tinda, has arrived. Tinda entered, followed by the clan chief. Allen sat on the throne, calculating the next move. Atlan will be in chaos for a while. All cultural rules and standards of conduct are set for men. Furthermore, this country treats demi-humans worse than insects. Now, a female dark elf has become the ruler. There will surely be strong resistance. I need to make this clear to the people here. I must show them the majesty of our holy empire, as well as the relationship between our two countries. This should be enough to drive them mad, yet they can't say a single word, because all of this is the order of the Holy Emperor Kelt Onfon. The Holy Emperor believes that having a demi-human take the throne will make it much easier to control Atlan, because when a demi-human who was once treated like a slave becomes the ruler, the throne will naturally lose some of its influence. And in any empire, when the royal authority weakens, the status of the vassals will be elevated. Soon, an environment of mutual restraint and competition will emerge among the feudal lords. For this reason, the Holy Emperor even purged all of Rahama's non-demi-human children. In this way, he created a demi-human king, and at the same time, made the feudal lords see the terror of the empire. He continued to provoke, but so what? What can you do? You have already lost. This is the fate of the defeated. I will always be here, so if anyone has any objections, feel free to come find me. Thinking of this, Alan sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, that old man is truly a grumpy old fellow, but I think his methods are quite good. Tinda then approached Alan according to noble etiquette, saying, "My sincerest greetings to the 7th Prince Alan Onfon of the Holy Empire. From the new leader of Atlan, Tinda Atlan." Alan also showed some surprise, saying, "Oh, I believe you will definitely be able to handle this job." Then he blanked out again. What should I do now? Alan sighed, thinking to himself, this really doesn't suit my personality. After that, the meeting also ended. Alan walked out, stretching tiredly, and said, "I've been sitting for too long, my whole body is stiff." Charlotte followed behind, comforting him. "You've worked hard, Your Highness." Alan said to her, "Oh, don't say that. This is part of my duty as a prince." Charlotte saw that Alan's joints still seemed to be trembling from the battle, and asked worriedly, "Does it still hurt? You seem to be having some trouble walking." He tried to act fine, saying, "I don't hurt anywhere, but it's definitely from lying down for too long." Charlotte was still worried and said, "Seeing you like this, I'm really not at ease." Alan could only think helplessly, "She's really making a mountain out of a molehill. I wandered in the desert for so long and was fine." Then he turned to ask Oscar, "Oscar, how are my father and brother?" He said to Alan, "They are being held in the Atlan Palace. Prince Rufio is suspected of treason, so of course he's there too. As for the Crown Prince..." Before he could finish, Alan guessed smugly and said cheerfully, "He's imprisoned for deserting? 11 years is a long enough time." A gentle breeze blew past. Alan only now noticed this peaceful scenery. It's been a long time since I've been able to enjoy the view. He said to Oscar, "Can you take me to see where they are?" Charlotte reminded him, "We should be heading back now." At this moment, Kay, who was imprisoned, saw Alan arrive and happily ran over to hug him, saying, "Oh, look who's here. My lovely son, Alan." Alan ignored him, turned his head away coldly, and said, "Where is Rufio?" Kay was surprised by his attitude, then said, "Oh, aren't you being a bit cold? He's sleeping in his room. He must be exhausted after the long journey, and his heart is in turmoil." Seeing this, Alan didn't go in to disturb Rufio and turned to leave. The two of them then sat down to talk. Kay asked Alan, "The coronation ceremony must be over, right? Why are you still here?" Alan answered distractedly, "There's nothing urgent. I can return with you too." But Kay looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, "You want to stay with me that much?" Alan said helplessly, "I understand, Grandpa, now." Alan looked at the room where Rufio was resting and said, "As for Rufio," Kay's voice lowered, carrying a hint of sorrow as he said, "Yes, we can't let this matter go easily. The death penalty is certain, and he will be tortured to the point where death is a release." But Alan then questioned him, "Father, what have you been doing all these years? Until this matter came to light, you were always absent. Even when Mother passed away, when Juan almost died, what were you doing?" Honestly, in my eyes right now, you are too irresponsible. Kay didn't understand Alan's feelings and simply said, "I have traveled the world, the Rome Empire, and countless other empires." Hearing him say that, Alan found it ridiculous. "So you were enjoying a trip?" Then he said angrily, "You expect me to—" Before he could finish, Kay continued, "I was looking for someone. I was looking for your brother." Hearing him say that, Alan asked in confusion, "Which brother are you talking about?" Kay smiled and said, "Rufio. I wasted 11 years looking for him, didn't I? However, in the end, I still couldn't find him. My son, I know I'm being shameless right now, but I need your help." Alan still didn't understand what he was saying and repeated, "I don't understand what you're saying." "Father, Rufio is right here in bed. Are you saying you wasted 11 years searching for someone who is actually safe and sound?" Kay then revealed a shocking piece of news. "Alan, there are two Rufios. That is the second prince." Hearing this, Alan said calmly, "I've heard about this before. It seems it's true." Hearing this, Kay didn't deny it and hummed in agreement. He looked out the window and continued, "He was a stillborn child. He didn't even get to be born. When I buried that little child in the ground, my heart was torn apart as if I had died myself. We spent our days and nights in tears, comforting each other. Just like that, day by day, we got through it and gradually returned to normal. Until one day, our child came back to life from the grave." Alan also realized his previous suspicions. "So it's true that the crown princess resurrected the second prince as an undead. Hammond already told me. There's one thing I don't understand. Why didn't you deal with it immediately?" Hearing this, Kay sighed. I couldn't bring myself to kill a child who had never seen the light of day. After several days of internal struggle over that undead child, a high priest came to help me. That high priest suggested, "If your highness cannot bear to do it, please allow me, your highness." The young Kay saw the high priest arrive, his heart still filled with doubt. That high priest comforted him. "It's all right. I'm just an old man waiting for retirement. If I can make one last contribution, that is enough for me. I should have ended it with my own hands." But as a mortal, recalling that time, Kay blamed himself. "I was truly exhausted." Kay handed the child to the high priest. "I'll leave him to you." Then he continued his story, just like that. The child lost the life he had struggled so hard to obtain. After that, I often went to the cemetery alone to pray. I thought everything was over until 10 years ago. That was also when the conflict with Atlan occurred. Before the Holy Emperor's coronation, we went to suppress the marauders from Atlan. Those marauders had been slaughtered by someone. Amidst hundreds of villagers' corpses and dozens of marauders' corpses, a child was gnawing on the bodies. The child saw someone arrive and turned around cheerfully. "Ah, you've come, father?" Kay felt bewildered. Before he could understand, the child continued, "You're so cruel. You abandoned me, and you don't even remember me? You're too much. Because of you, all the holy knights must die." Kay sensed the power around him, a vampire. Moreover, this is not just an ordinary individual, but a progenitor. Rufio said coldly, "I want to fight you once." Kay didn't listen to the boy's words and swung his sword, roaring angrily, "Stop talking nonsense." Rufio stood still, letting him strike, and even smiled. He said calmly, "How cruel. To think you would kill me a second time. Don't you know who I am?" Hearing this, Kay was stunned. "It's you?" "Rufio." Kay observed him and found he was not mistaken. Even the scar from the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck was still there. It was clearly Rufio. He had returned in the form of a vampire progenitor. Based on his rate of evolution, someone must have turned him into a vampire not long after he was buried. Hearing this, Alan thought to himself, "This reminds me of the vampire count who invaded Lonia. He evolved in an instant by gathering magical power from a Mon skull. There must be someone who can artificially evolve a subject." Kay continued. "Afterwards, I searched for the high priest who buried Rufio, but he had disappeared, probably silenced to cover this up. Therefore, despite missing the Holy Emperor's coronation, I was always searching for the vampire's whereabouts. When I heard the news about Delicia, I decided to visit her at the palace to pay my respects. At that time, I saw Luan lying in a sickbed and realized the curse on him emitted a magical power very similar to the second Prince Rufio. The Viscount Bomo family you mentioned must have supported this invasion. I must find the second prince to be able to lift the curse. Why didn't you inform the royal family? Delicia was killed right inside the palace. This is too hard to believe. I couldn't trust anyone. In such a grave situation, with the second prince turned into a vampire, how could I ask for help?" Speaking of this, Kay also said with a headache, "If the high priest who buried Rufio is also involved, then it's a disaster. So I decided to act alone. But I never expected the traitor to be Ro." Alan asked doubtfully, "You really didn't know?" Kay said to Alan, "If I had known, I would have acted long ago. I would have made her kneel before Delicia's grave, made her suffer a torment more painful than death. But what's the use of saying these things now? I'm just worried about Rufio's matter." Alan predicted. The crown princess might just be a stepping stone. Kay nodded in agreement. "I think so too. In the process of hunting vampires, I learned something. They want to establish their own empire, raise humans like livestock, and build high walls. The Holy Empire thinks they have pushed back the vampires, but that's not the truth." Then he took out a map, saying, "Look, this is a map marking the vampires' lairs. We are like prey caught in a spider's web. Their leader has begun to act systematically. The vampire king, Vladimir. He intends to end the long, tragic relationship between him and the Holy Empire. The vampire invasion will soon break out." Hearing this, Alan began to feel worried. At this moment, in a dungeon, a person was tied up in a magic circle. The person tied there watched in horror as black smoke rose from their feet, and finally, unable to bear it, their head exploded. The captured people outside witnessed this scene, and everyone felt terrified. A skinny black hand slammed on the ground, saying angrily, "Failed again." He roared again. That monster screamed like a madman. "My 3,001st teleportation experiment has failed again. My precious priest material." Rahama died just as he wished. At this moment, a child calmly walked up to him and said, "The third prince and the crown princess have completed their mission. Nothing is going my way. This bunch of useless fools." "The third prince was captured? Can we capture him?" The monster heard this and turned around in surprise. "What?" That boy approached him and continued, "I also need a new body." The monster looked at him and said, "Is it time to change bodies? Go ahead. That body will suit you." Then that boy walked up to a person who was trembling while tied up. It turned out the boy was Rufio. The other monster said maliciously, "After all, it's your younger brother's body." Rufio seemed to be mind-controlled by his words, revealing a terrifying smile. "I will give you a usable body." The vampire was mixing some unknown solution. "Before we find the third prince's body, just use this for now." When he turned around, Rufio had disappeared from the room. "Why aren't you answering?" The vampire froze for 5 seconds. He immediately became furious, but there was nothing he could do. This bastard, the vampire, more ferocious than before, almost broke the bottle containing the solution. That's why children can't become vampires. They're obsessed with playing tag. It seems he was quite pleased with the task of conducting the drug experiment. If it weren't for the king's favoritism towards him, I would have killed him myself long ago. As the vampire's gaze swept over, those priests trembled in fear. Should I use another specimen? It's a bit of a waste, after all. He decided to use the magic circle to go to the Rahama Empire. To Atlan, black gas enveloped the entire laboratory. Kay said, "I'll do what I can. I will handle this matter." He had always been Alan's reliable support. Father is indeed very dependable. To Kay, this was just a small matter. Beheading a vampire was no big deal. Alan praised him silently, as expected of the crown prince. He wanted his son to be at ease. So he promised, "I will return soon." Alan also agreed with his view. Yes. He suddenly fell silent, just standing there looking in one direction, until the door slowly closed. Alan remained in that same posture. Rufio lay on the bed, his whole body trembling. It was unclear whether from cold or fear. At this moment, no words could comfort him. Alan looked out the window. I should retreat now. He was momentarily stunned by the scene outside. Alan saw with his own eyes a red-haired boy standing alone in the courtyard. What was he doing there alone? Although his face was not clear, the status window could confirm the boy's identity. Rufio Enfant. Trait: rotting flesh and bones. Original vampire. Magic: extremely large. Charm: personality: cruel. When the status window appeared, Alan was stunned. I can't believe he appeared here. What on earth is going on? Where did you come from? Tinda finally returned to her birthplace. Charlotte suggested we should split up in case of an emergency. Charlotte could only think of one way. We will escort you to a safe place. But Tinda had discovered a strange creature here. Hammond easily guessed. Can you sense the presence of a vampire? Tinda just gently denied. Ah, that's not it. Tinda explained her intuition. The spirits gathered at the world trees seem very afraid. I sense a dangerous creature. Then Charlotte turned to look at Hammond, nodding in agreement. Hammond suggested, wanting to understand the situation better. Can you take us to the place where you feel the danger? She naturally had nothing to hide. All right. The once quiet night now echoed with the sound of the wind. Rufio stood in a corner as if waiting for someone. Tears welled up in his eyes, even though no one had touched a hair on his head. Holy Knight. Are you a holy knight? Oh, I'm lost. He didn't quite believe it, as this was too much of a coincidence. Are you sure it's that kid? But Tinda was resolute. It's definitely him. Charlotte approached. Let me ask you a question. She still held the hilt of her sword tightly. The password was given to everyone in the city in case of an emergency. Charlotte repeatedly urged, tell me the password. He stammered for a long time. But then a sentence from Rufio made her worried. I don't know, my mom knows. I think I heard my mom say it, but I got separated from my mom. Hammond wanted to resolve this quickly. Let me handle it. But she stopped him. No need. Charlotte shot forward like an arrow, her mouth firmly asserting there was no password to begin with. Although his body was small, he managed to block Charlotte's attack. It seemed Rufio had revealed his true form, sharp fangs growing from his palm. What? A lowly creature like you saw through me? The fangs continuously stabbed outwards. He quickly regained the upper hand in the battle, forcing Charlotte back a few steps. His rude words and actions proved he was not an ordinary boy. I've never heard of a bitch like you. Who are you? Once she got angry, it was hard for anyone to stop her. Hammond, take care of Lady Tinda. Even Hammond had to obey. Understood. Charlotte pushed off with her back foot, launching herself forward. His speed was still a bit faster than hers, so he easily dodged the attack. Under Charlotte's lightning-fast attacks, the fangs flew into the air. Sharp sword streaks danced back and forth. She always maintained a calm demeanor. Then her toes lightly touched the ground. Even Rufio had to admit her transcended skill. To be able to cut off my teeth, you must be very formidable. Suddenly, he laughed smugly, but I wonder if you can survive. It's really hard to understand what purpose he's trying to achieve. What? Trying to be a buzzkill? From Rufio's fangs grew many branches. These insects. Even though Tinda knew this was her homeland, she couldn't do much. This is Atlan. Tinda naturally had her own power. I will not let this happen in my country. Tinda would not allow him to destroy everything. I will stop at nothing to make you stop. Just then, the monster called with Golem appeared. He looked at the two monsters before him. I originally thought I just needed to take down Oscar and Kay. The mouth full of serrated teeth appeared once again in his palm. But there are too many things in the way. It's unclear what magic circle appeared under his feet, but it seemed to have amplified his power, helping him easily attack everyone. What a nuisance. Rufio glanced to the side. These lowly creatures just love to act all noble and majestic. What really worried him was in the distance, where a powerful and unsettling energy was emanating. Rufio could only guess it was either Oscar or Kay. It was unlikely to be anyone else. He abruptly changed the subject. This is why I don't like the people here. Rufio decided not to bother with this anymore. I can't be bothered to care. He was very good at threatening others without even making a move. I will kill all who oppose me. Who would have thought? With just one palm strike, he sent several with golems flying. Charlotte and Hammond drew their swords and charged forward. Tinda also wanted to contribute her strength to fight him. I will support you. The long sword was enveloped by Charlotte's power. Just by holding it, Charlotte exuded an astonishing might. She raised the long sword high, unable to hesitate for another moment. Then, Charlotte swung a decisive slash. Countless attacks flew towards Rufio at the same time, but he easily controlled the attack with one hand, showing no fear in the face of these monsters. Is this all you've got? Giant teeth flew everywhere. Rufio remained calm. On the other side, Charlotte was also determined not to let Rufio go. Tinda had long been waiting for the chance to protect her homeland. Yet Rufio could still injure the wood golem. Charlotte couldn't bear it anymore. Hastily leaping into the air, her eyes filled with determination. The enemy was right in front of her. How could Charlotte not charge? It seems this time Rufio is about to taste suffering. In a battle with her, he had no choice but to create a shield sphere. They're stronger than I thought. Rufio knew while he was at a disadvantage. I don't have much time. Reinforcements are coming. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. They're here. A voice echoed from a distance. It's good to see you again, brother. He certainly didn't expect Alan to appear here. Rufio was astonished. Isn't that father? Alan had nothing to hide. Father? Father is right behind you. Rufio smugly turned his head to look. What? Rufio saw too, with golems kneeling. It can't be. Only then did Alan speak up to teach him a lesson. Didn't your mother teach you? He knew the demon had long occupied Rufio's heart. Don't trust people you don't know. Rufio sat still, taking the attack. It's unknown who was sobbing here. Han's nose had turned red at some point. He's always like this. He eagerly accepted the mission. I came along because I heard they would let me investigate the vampire's teleportation gate. Alan also trusted him. This is the first mission from the Holy Emperor of the Empire. I thought Han was so brave, but who knew he'd be so scared he'd hug Kay's waist? But you didn't say a vampire would be standing in front of the teleportation gate. Kay could only gently comfort him. Calm down. What's there to be afraid of when you're by my side? He was very grateful that Kay arrived in time. Yes, I survived thanks to you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. It's my duty to protect you. It's nothing. Kay was led from one surprise to another by Alan. So Alan did this? A voice couldn't hide its surprise at Alan's courage. Yes, he used that to defeat a dragon. Kay was curious about Alan's feat. Oscar, is that so? He immediately confirmed. Yes, that's the Bone King. The Bone King used to be a difficult problem for us. Kay was extremely proud. The Bone King can actually create holy power, my goodness. Kay suddenly turned his head. He felt disgusted by these vampires. It's truly endless. Dark energy surrounded Kay. Based on this flow of magical power, he guessed with just a glance, they must be first-generation vampires. Kay was too lazy to fight this bunch. You bastard, what are you trying to do? He didn't understand the behavior of these vampires. Are they crazy? Suddenly, one of them spoke up. I know. The vampire reached out, wanting to touch the skeleton. The vampire longed to possess the Bone King, to change the paradox. A sight to behold, magic and holy power intertwined. Rufio lay unconscious on a joint of the skeleton. That count, isn't that Rufio? Kay was utterly shocked. Rufio, while he spoke evasively, the power that can suppress a first-generation vampire. The subordinate beside him urged Count Temin. We must hurry. But he covered his face, moving as slow as a turtle. The truth is right before my eyes. You, Temin, are truly insane. Do you really think this pet is all there is to it? With bottomless greed, he wanted to reach out and seize the skeleton that possessed power beyond space and time. I must make it mine. Everyone present was worried by the vampire's power. Impossible. How can we fight that monster? I only have this many troops. The vampire soldiers looked like soulless beings. At this moment, a thought flashed through Oscar's mind. He immediately charged forward to provoke. How dare you? Once Temin was stubborn, no one dared claim to be number one. If you do that, I have even more reason not to leave. I have to get it first. Even though his subordinate tried to stop him, now is not the time. That person's obstruction was insignificant because he longed to become the overlord of this land. Count, I beg you. By the time Oscar swung his sword at them, the vampires had vanished without a trace. Only then did he panic. I let my guard down in front of the enemy. I was too careless. Where's the prince? Kay hurriedly ran to find Prince Rufio. He recalled fragments of memories. My son, wait for me. Rufio. But Alan had arrived one step ahead. Father, you're late. Kay asked, where's Rufio? He was worried about Rufio's condition. Alan, what did you do to the boy? Alan didn't answer. The mud-caked body, soaked in the cold water, eventually turned into a dry skeleton. Rufio was panting, his whole body covered in mud. Alan said to Kay without hesitation, I just stripped off that rotten flesh. And Rufio was lying in the palm of the skeleton under Alan's command. Alan suddenly took out a box. The light it emitted startling Kay. That thing is... He briefly introduced the box. They call it Aeterna. It was bestowed upon me by His Majesty. It's Aeterna, a sturdy box made from a magic-resistant alloy. Alan gently placed Rufio inside the box. Kay didn't understand why Alan was doing this. What are you going to do with Rufio? Alan had already made up his mind. Of course, I'm going to kill him. He's a vampire. Alan decisively closed the lid of the box, ignoring Kay's opinion. But don't worry, I have to wait until he confesses everything he knows. Kay could only watch helplessly as Alan left with the box. Kay was powerless. Alan didn't want Kay to overthink it. Father, you should get some rest. We will set off tomorrow morning. Tinda has brought many horses. You're leaving soon. I'm a little reluctant to see you go. She silently promised herself, I will spend my whole life repaying your kindness, Lord Alan. But Alan didn't want to be indebted to anyone, nor did he feel it was necessary. It's nothing. Don't think too much about it. He was seriously discussing with Tinda. Just consider it compensation for the damages I've caused. A subordinate below was scolding the Bone King. Hey, I told you to stop. Tinda also pretended not to see and let it slide. It's fine. The jewels we got from the other side are enough to cover the repair costs. It turned out to be Han acting smugly below. Your Highness, I am also ready to depart. Alan nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. Han felt uneasy, but something feels strange. Alan was too lazy to think. What now? Han quickly noticed the anomaly. The teleportation magic the vampires used is not a modern type. Alan's suspicion was the same as Han's. I noticed it too. A long time ago, vampires used it secretly. This must be their unique technique. But Alan had studied it before. You could say teleportation magic is present all over the world, just like the history of the vampire race. He became even more certain. The technique is also truly unbelievable. Han felt worried, fearing this was an omen of an impending disaster. The spell itself is very complex, and it even includes ancient language. Alan didn't understand Han's meaning. You mean, but Alan wanted to confirm again. You don't understand? He hastily denied it. No, I didn't mean that. Absolutely not. Han made up his mind. He had to investigate it thoroughly. This is just the task you assigned me. Although it will take some time, I will find a way. Seeing Han's spirit, Alan said, don't disappoint me. Han replied loudly, yes. Alan mounted his horse, but still felt a little reluctant to leave. We're leaving now. Tinda still wanted to see him off for a bit longer. I wish you a safe journey. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Alan. I hope to see you again. He nodded slightly as a wordless reply. Tinda and the members of the royal family watched his figure ride away on horseback. Sunlight bathed the land. Charlotte quickly came to report, Your Highness. Seeing the look on her face, it seemed the matter was very serious. It's news from the Holy Empire. He asked curiously, What is it? Charlotte told him the whole truth. It seems the day to purge the rebellious elements has come. Alan was silent, lost in thought. Behind them, Rufio, with his hands tied, was walking across the desert. A courtier was thrown to the ground for betraying the Empire. He was scared out of his wits. His legs went limp, but he still stubbornly refused to admit his guilt. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I don't know anything. Please spare my life, Your Majesty. Kelt was fed up with these wicked parasites. You don't know anything? He turned to the Archbishop to ask for his opinion. What do you think, Raphael? Of course, Archbishop Raphael only dared to report this matter because he had concrete evidence. The testimony does not match the royal investigation's evidence. With the proof in black and white in his hand, let's see if that courtier still dares to argue. You clearly confessed to taking bribes from the traitor Ro. Then, Kelt gripped the sword in his hand. Now I understand why Ro and Rufio started a rebellion. He sneered at the courtier lying on the ground. To the vampires of Atlan, even a traitor within the Holy Empire is nothing to be afraid of. Faced with such sharp words, how could he dare to justify himself? Your Majesty, before the courtier could finish his sentence, the tip of the sword was already at his forehead. Kelt threw the sword directly at him. Kelt couldn't stand it for another second. These traitors make one sick every time they open their mouths. The Holy Emperor now only wanted to know the news. Where are Ro and Rufio? At this moment, a blue magic circle appeared. This is the Kyolium sect. A group of people in white robes, holding lanterns, approached with grim expressions. A branch completely independent of the Holy Empire's power structure, founded by a group of cardinals with a mission to restrain the Holy Emperor. The selection mechanism for cardinals was through election, but the process was rife with corruption. A giant hand reached out from a pile of gold coins. Especially during the period when Kelt was in power, this sect was notorious for its abuse of power. In the end, Kelt had to trace it to its roots and execute all the members of the sect. Just then, Raphael, standing behind, said, It's been a long time indeed. Kelt, sitting on his throne, had to admit, It's no big deal, don't make that face. Seeing his attitude, Raphael said helplessly, This attitude again. The ups and downs I've been through were not as smooth sailing as yours. Flashing back to the past, Raphael reported, When I was confronting that sect head-on, you were enjoying Atlan's beef jerky. Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Kelt replied, If the entire Holy Knight's order had died, it would have been your fault. Hearing Kelt say that, He said in great anger, "That's not fair, Your Majesty. I even had to fight their leader." Back in the present, he was trying to persuade Celt. The people's morale was already very low at that time. I was just trying my best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Celt, hearing this, shouted in annoyance, "Stop rambling." Then Celt immediately replied to him, "But wasn't it to repay you that I let you sit in this position of cardinal?" Hearing this, Raphael calmly replied, "At this age? You must be joking, Your Highness." Celt, now also angry, retorted, "Does your disrespect grow with age? Is that it?" Right after that, as if remembering something, Raphael asked, "Everything has been arranged, so what about Rufio and Ro?" Hearing this, Celt replied, "Ah, and there's also Gatham and Adelon." Then, Raphael hesitantly asked Celt, "What should we do, Your Majesty?" "I think the time has come." Celt immediately answered, "Alan." He said very decisively, "I will entrust everything to Alan." Hearing this, Raphael shouted in great dissatisfaction, "Ah, not again." Then he looked at Celt's stern face and thought to himself, Adelon and Gatham are the core, and also the main source of power for the Kyolium sect. His Majesty trusts the prince that much, while the crown prince is still here. He guessed with great worry. I admit the seventh prince's military achievements are indeed glorious, but this is too much. In his heart, His Majesty surely wants that madman to be the successor to the throne. At this moment, Raphael gripped his scepter, thinking helplessly, "Oh my God." Then he thought of Alan again. But the war can indeed end, and the people can live in peace and prosperity again, all thanks to the seventh prince. Raphael carefully considered to himself, "If I didn't know his past, perhaps I would also approve of him becoming the monarch now." Then Raphael sighed helplessly, praying silently. If only someone's soul could replace the soul in the seventh prince's body, that would be great. Scene change. At this moment, Alan was holding the treasure chest, a helpless look on his face. Kay stood behind, forcing a smile. When Celt saw the two of them, his face was grim and looked very frightening. Just then a desperate cry came from a box. "Let me out! Let me out!" Hearing these words, Celt was furious, gripping the throne until he broke the armrest. Then he spoke gently to Alan. "It's good to see you again." Seeing his attitude, Alan replied rather awkwardly, "Yes." He thought to himself, "What's with that broken armrest?" Celt frowned and asked curiously, "Let me ask you a question." He looked straight at the small box in his hand and asked, "What's in that box?" Hearing this, he immediately replied, "It's the second prince who has turned into an ancient vampire." Hearing Alan say this, the second prince in the box shouted furiously, "Ah, I'll kill you. Let me out." At this point, Celt looked at him and asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Alan immediately replied, loudly, "I will take him to the Red Cross." "No." Hearing this, the second prince couldn't stand it and thrashed around in the box in protest. "What? The Red Cross? No, no." The second prince angrily continued to protest. "They only know how to torture people." "No." Celt paid no attention to the second prince's words, simply saying, "All right, as you wish." Then Celt continued, "There'll be a hearing soon." Hearing this, Alan was very surprised. "A hearing?" Right after that, Celt looked at him and said, "Everyone knows you've just been through a great battle." He looked at him with a radiant expression and continued, "At that time, your character and talent will be judged. You'd best be mentally prepared." Hearing Celt's words, he bowed his head in thought. "They want to hear it from my own mouth? Myself?" Then he handed the box to Celt's subordinate, still pondering. "I wonder if I should reveal my identity as a necromancer?" Just then, Kay called out to him, "My son." Kay looked straight at Alan and asked, "Is there no other way to save your brother?" Immediately after, Kay explained to Alan, "I heard you successfully cast the resurrection spell, so maybe for Rufio too?" Seeing Kay say this, Alan answered bluntly, "Impossible." Then he said, "Not to mention having to capture the soul immediately after death. I have never resurrected anything other than a human." Hearing Alan say this, Kay's face darkened, and he replied, "You should at least try." Kay was immediately pushed hard to the ground by Celt, whose face was dark with anger. At this moment, Celt shouted loudly, "You betrayed your family, betrayed your homeland, and now you have the nerve to come back." And all you could say, Celt grew angrier as he spoke, shouting furiously, "Is just to save that ruthless, man-killing monster?" At this moment, Celt raised his fist and said angrily, "Let me fix that head of yours." Seeing the current situation, Alan said helplessly, "You may leave." The subordinate immediately replied, "As you command." Then Alan quickly stepped outside. Suddenly, someone called him, making him turn his head. "Your Highness, the seventh prince." It turned out to be Raphael. He asked with a very serious expression. May I have a word with you? Immediately after, the two of them sat down to talk. He spoke first. The Holy Emperor intends to give you full authority over Adalon and Gatham. Hearing him say that, he replied without much concern, I don't need them. Then he continued, they will surely be useful to you. Then he told him, Adalon is an ancient script, also known as Holy Script, capable of strengthening the power of its owner, and it even holds many other uses, such as a holy edict, for example. At this point, he continued to tell him, although it's a fake, I think can still help you to some extent. Hearing this, he blurted out in excitement, oh, not bad. So what does the other one do? Raphael then said, Gatham Darien, once known as the Holy Light Knight, was almost declared the successor to the Sword King. As for why he was suspected of being a blood demon, it's because he massacred 300 innocent people. Hearing this, Alan asked back with a sarcastic tone, Garbage, how do you suggest I make use of him? Hearing him say that, he became a little angry, turned his face away, and said sulkily, haven't you already figured out a way to use those corrupted people? That rotten, dead, dying, stinking bunch, despised by the world. Hearing his words, he helplessly thought to himself, what's wrong with this old man? At this moment, he frowned and said to him, you must know that they are a wonderful source of power. Then Raphael lowered his posture and said, I hope you will not disappoint the king's expectations. I beg you. At this moment, he sat silently without a word. Right after that, he prepared to stand up and leave, saying, I shall take my leave. Just then, Alan grabbed someone's hand. He gripped Alice's hand tightly, blurting out, wait. Seeing him holding her hand, Alice blushed a little, blurting out in confusion, Your Highness. Raphael witnessed this scene. His expression darkened. Immediately after, he shouted angrily, you scoundrel, who gave you permission to lay a hand on my niece? Raphael's eyes were deep black and burning with crimson rage. Are you making a move on my niece? Over here. Alan looked at him, while Alice was still stunned. Seeing Raphael's anger, he hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing that he seemed to have calmed down, Alan then began to speak. Raphael. Alan turned his head halfway, his tone serious. I need to speak with Alice privately. Please wait outside for a moment. Pausing for about 3 seconds, Raphael hesitated, then he glanced at Alice. A few drops of sweat had started to roll down his face. Finally, Raphael had no choice but to reply, I understand. He turned to leave. I'm going now, you two can talk freely. Seeing him leave, Alice also formally bid him farewell. The door to the room closed. Now, only Alan and Alice were left inside. The corners of Alan's mouth lifted slightly in a smile. He's gone. He held up a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, asking Alice, shall we have a drink? Alice was a bit reserved, sitting silently, her cheeks slightly flushed. Night fell, and the lamps in the palace were lit. Later, Charlotte was standing in a corner of the palace. Alan and Alice were sitting opposite each other on 2 sofas in the room. Alice held a glass of red wine, her head slightly bowed, not saying a word. After a moment, she finally spoke up and asked, You've heard the rumors about you, haven't you? His wine glass was still full. Alan placed it back on the table. Don't pay them any mind. Those are just words spread by criminals. Alan slowly opened his eyes. Don't worry. I don't care. She suddenly looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. There was something she really wanted to say. A drop of sweat also trickled down. Mustering all her courage, Alice finally asked, Your Highness, can you really summon holy undead? Alan's hand, holding the wine glass, tightened. He looked at her with a rather surprised expression at her question. Alan answered Alice's question. He replied succinctly, yes. Alan raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! A blue, star-shaped magic circle appeared. One of his fingertips pointed forward. As if seeing something, Alice cried out in alarm. Impossible! A holy undead was quickly summoned. Appearing behind Alan, its eyes glowing red, its hands clasped. Alan's expression remained unchanged, while Alice shouted in panic, Is it real? Realizing her over-the-top reaction was a bit much, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. I'm sorry. Alan waved his hand, signaling to her that it was fine. It's fine. May I ask you a few questions? Alice's eyes were still wide, staring at the undead. Of course, please go ahead. He casually pointed behind him, asking directly, what do you think of it? Alice stared at it without blinking, speechless. After a moment, Alice observed the undead. Alan raised a hand, gesturing for her to feel free. The undead, though a bit dazed, she approached it and even touched its body. She touched it from its feet to its hands. After a moment, Alice came to a conclusion. I feel it's very loyal, or more accurately, it has feelings. Her words stunned Alan. Is that so? He asked. Both she and the undead looked confused. Later, Charlotte was standing guard seriously when someone called her name from behind. Charlotte turned to look, and it turned out to be Alan. He said stealthily, "Wait." Alan whispered in her ear, "In the next 2 days, the outer walls and a main road leading to the palace." After receiving his orders, Charlotte hurriedly left. Having given Charlotte her task, Alan considered his work done. "The preparations are complete. I should get to work too." As he turned to leave, he leisurely muttered, "I hope everything goes smoothly." In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. One night, in the capital city of Lorenzite, a city guard was looking into the distance when he suddenly seemed to spot something, questioning, Upon seeing something, he asked the person next to him with a terrified expression, "Hey, do you see those things?" The person next to him also broke out in a cold sweat. How could I not see them? The thing that terrified the 2 guards on the city wall was the undead advancing on the capital. Not just one, but an entire army of undead. Each one had deep black and glowing red eyes, and they were flooding into the city like a tide. The huge alarm sound left everyone stunned. "It's an attack." They began to panic and call to each other, ring the alarm, while the soldiers were in chaos. A voice rang out, reassuringly, "It's all right, don't panic." Charlotte had just appeared, and the soldiers immediately called out, "Marquise Charlotte." She held a sword in her hand, walking proudly. "They are not invaders." Those people didn't understand. Then what are they? The corners of Charlotte's mouth lifted slightly, and she let out a chuckle. A flash of blue light appeared. They are the army of the 7th Prince. In that army of undead, there was a prominent figure walking in the center, wrapped in a blue aura. The deep, glowing red eyes and the blue aura formed a stark contrast. On the street, everyone showed confusion and fear, their gazes all focused in one direction. Something on the street had captured the attention of the populace. Bony hands and feet, iron armor, and the glowing red eyes of an army were advancing into the city. Leading them was Alan wearing the skull of the Lich King, followed by countless undead in his army. The people in the city began to whisper, "Why are such filthy creatures here?" Another, more cautious person, "Shush them. Be quiet." Upon seeing Alan's deep, glowing red eyes, someone suddenly cried out, "My God, it's the army of a god." This person shouted in amazement. Their next action towards Alan was even more surprising. They suddenly began to worship him. "The Holy King has risen by the will of Gaia. Long live Holy Emperor Alan." Beneath his red eyes, he was perhaps immensely pleased by this action. In the palace, Holy Emperor Kelt was looking out the window, his steady voice ringing out, "Alan's aura has changed." Raphael simply replied, "Yes." The Holy Emperor looked out the window pensively. Even I, at his age, could not have achieved such prestige. After hearing this, Raphael offered some flattery, his face emotionless, like father, like son, indeed. A monster, an outstanding prince. Hearing something not quite right, the Holy Emperor immediately turned his head to look at him, his attitude changing. "Did I miss here? It seems you just said something." Raphael immediately denied it. "It's because you're getting old." Suddenly, the Holy Emperor fell silent again, his gaze distant, his thoughts unknown. After thinking for a moment, he called out loudly, "Where is the steward?" Someone immediately ran in from outside. "Yes, Your Majesty," the steward said respectfully. "What are your instructions?" The Holy Emperor majestically ordered the steward, "Make preparations. We're going to the hearing." Beneath the magnificent dome of the palace, the chandeliers on the walls shone brilliantly. Below, everyone had also been summoned to the hall. The people below were divided into 2 factions, some defending Alan's act of entering the city, while others voiced their opposition. "He is a heretic. How dare you speak that way to a prince who has just returned from a campaign?" Another person angrily retorted, "Can't you see the army of undead behind him? Why are people still speaking up for him? Can't you feel the holy light emanating from that army?" Finally, someone pleaded with His Majesty, the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor remained silent, letting the endless, noisy arguments continue below. At this very moment, a pair of strong legs strode confidently into the hall. It was Alan, wearing the skull. Entering with him were members of his undead army. He walked right into the midst of the surrounding whispers and discussions. The aura of the army Alan brought was no less magnificent. The skull on his face slowly dissipated, gradually revealing Alan's appearance. At this moment, all eyes in the palace were fixed on Alan's army. Some also showed expressions of astonishment. As soon as Alan saw everyone, he spread his arms wide, smiling and greeting them. "Long time no see." Everyone, Raphael was also extremely astonished by everything that was happening. A dramatic debut. an army of undead that emanates holy light and can be so powerful. He quietly glanced towards the pensive Holy Emperor. The task the Holy Emperor had to do now was to make a decision. Facing Alan, Kelt waited in silence. The soldiers behind him knelt in salute. Only Alan kept his head held high, looking straight at the Holy Emperor. He will choose the seventh prince as the successor to the throne. Raphael was deep in thought, closing his eyes, not letting his current emotions show. The growth of the younger generation is truly enviable. It seems I've grown old. Alan stood there tiredly, stretching his arms and body to relax his muscles. Charlotte bowed her head and said, "You did very well." He replied, "I was just trying to look cool, but it really wasn't easy." Charlotte looked at him in surprise. At this point, Alan suddenly fell silent, his expression thoughtful yet tinged with a bit of caution. The Holy Emperor's sharp gaze at that time still made his heart tremble with fear. Alan was still very annoyed. The way those two old men looked at me was very suspicious. Anyway, we've dealt with the urgent matter. Shall we go to the prison? Oh, Charlotte was still dazed. The prison? Alan glanced over, looking rather interested. Let's go check on the spoils of war. In a large, gloomy prison, below was a prisoner covered in injuries, his hands bound tightly. Alan said mockingly, "Oh, still as determined as ever, I see." The prisoner's eyes looked at Alan with deep hatred. Alan looked at him calmly. It was the gaze of a murderer who had killed dozens of people. Charlotte, standing beside him, spoke up to intervene. "Sir, you shouldn't get close to him." The second prince looked up, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. "You blonde brat of a prince, you're still so naive, falling into heretical dark arts." Charlotte, while scolding him, was about to draw her sword. "You insolent fool." Seeing this, Alan also spoke up to stop her. "It's fine, he's not wrong. Hey, they've handed you over to me, so I came to see how you are." The second prince didn't seem to understand his meaning. What? At this moment, Alan suddenly signaled to Charlotte, "You may leave." Charlotte seemed uneasy about leaving him alone, but she hesitated a little. Seeing her hesitation, he used his ultimate move, a warm smile. "I'll have to trouble you, Charlotte." Charlotte was stunned for a few seconds, finally giving in with a sigh and replying, "Yes." Only he and the second prince remained. Alan began, "Let me be direct." In the dim darkness, Alan's tall figure loomed before him. Alan created a blue glow in his hand, shining it directly onto the top of the second prince's head. "From now on, you will be well taken care of." He showed a pained expression, glaring at Alan with rage and cursing. "You bastard, what are you planning to do?" Alan's gaze grew slightly colder. He replied calmly, "I'm gathering an army."